My Crown Prince Consort is a Firecracker chapter 2539 to chapter 2708. Eldest sister, save me, eldest sister. Xianxia was a little scared now, and she kept shooting looks at Princess Consort Xing. Princess Consort Xing looked back at the direction she was winking at and quickly said to Madame Zhongli, if anything happens to my second sister in your residence. What she meant was that even if they couldn't find trouble with the Eastern Palace, the Shi family could still find trouble with the Zhongli residence. Madame Zhongli's expression changed slightly, and she glared at Princess Consort Xing rather angrily. Princess Consort Xing was a classic example of biting at anyone she saw. Dragging people down with her, however, the Zhongli residence wasn't to be trifled with. Princess Consort Xing smiled at Madame Zhongli. Madame Zhongli thought for a moment, then quickly stepped forward and bowed to Arbor. Crown Princess, it was just a small misunderstanding just now. What do you think? Should we let second miss off the hook? After all, if word of this spreads that you, the Crown Princess, reprimanded second miss Shi in our Zhongli residence, it won't be good for the Crown Princess reputation. If word got out that the Crown Princess of the Eastern Palace was bossy, domineering, and unreasonable, it naturally wouldn't be good for her reputation. Although her words were reasonable, there was a hint of threat in them. Lord Xiao's cold and silent gaze swept over that Madame Zhongli. A cold smile that didn't seem like a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. I believe that everyone knows about this Crown Prince Consort's actions on Changle Street the moment I entered the capital yesterday. Are there any rumors today? Everyone in the noble circle knew about what happened on Changle Street. They all knew that the little Crown Princess wasn't someone to be trifled with. What was both unexpected and expected was that not a single rumor dared to circulate in the capital today. I even dared to teach the saintess of the temple a lesson. Do you think I wouldn't dare to teach this insignificant second miss of the Shi family a lesson? Everyone was instantly speechless. 30 lashes. If you dare to utter another word, you'll add 10 more lashes. Arbor casually found a suitable whip from her inner world and threw it to the guard. Hit. With the sound of a gust of wind, the whip landed on second young Mistress Shi's body with a whoosh, causing her to let out a heart-wrenching scream. You dare to hit me? You dare to hit me? Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief as she glared at Arbor. She didn't know if her eyes were playing tricks on her, but she clearly saw a trace of coldness and satisfaction in the little Crown Princess' eyes the moment the whip fell. She actually enjoyed watching him get beaten up. This person must be a pervert. The Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace actually married such a vicious and twisted psychopath. She really wanted to tear this woman apart. However, his body was tied to the tree, and his spiritual energy was suppressed by someone else. There was no room for resistance, and he didn't even have the ability to use his spiritual energy to protect his body. When the whip landed on her body, it was as if it was lashing her heart, her lungs, and her internal organs. Ah! Xianxia screamed. Her scream was so tragic that it startled some of the noble ladies who were playing in the garden. The left Prime Minister's wife had just arrived at the entrance of Zhongli's residence and alighted from the carriage when she heard such a shocking scream. The sound seemed to have come from the main courtyard. She raised her head to look in that direction and couldn't help but frown. What was going on? The servant who welcomed the guests seemed a little embarrassed. She hurriedly covered it up and led Madame Chen and Miss Chen into the courtyard. Baojia, don't be so willful anymore. Madame Chen exhorted. There was a sweet smile on Chen Baojia's pretty little face as she held her mother's hand and said coquettishly, Mother, what are you talking about? You make it sound like I'm causing trouble all the time. Sigh. Madame Chen sighed. You have to take what your grandaunt told Mama to warn you yesterday to heart, okay? There are some people that we can't casually deal with. Madame Chen said seriously, don't make trouble for the Chen estate and your father. Chen Baojia was still smiling and nodding her little head repeatedly, looking extremely obedient. Madame Chen had just arrived at the entrance of the inner courtyard with her daughter when they saw a smiling woman leading 2 girls towards them. Madame Chen. Concubine Shi smiled and bowed to the left Prime Minister's wife. Madame Chen couldn't help but be startled. Why are you here? Where's your Madame Mu? Shi Huixin's face tightened, and she secretly suppressed the anger that was surging up. She said with a fake smile, Madame had a headache early this morning, so Huixin brought the 2 children over to join in the fun. Madame Chen nodded and didn't say anything else. She pulled her daughter and walked past Shi. Shi was even more dissatisfied. She knew that these so-called official wives looked down on her, who was born as a concubine, but was this what she wanted? Although she was born in the Shi family, one of the 6 great aristocratic families, she was only a concubine's daughter from the 3rd branch after all. She had already racked her brains to find a good marriage for herself. With her status, it was naturally impossible for her to marry into the Mu estate as the official wife. But what if that woman, Mu Xianxia, happened to die of illness? Then whether she had the chance to be promoted to the official wife was another matter. If one day she became the wife of the Mu estate's master, gritting her teeth, concubine Shi forced a smile and followed Madame Chen and her daughter into the main courtyard. The moment they stepped into the courtyard, the smell of fresh blood wafted into their noses. Madame Chen and Shi couldn't help but be stunned. When the two saw the situation in the courtyard, they were even more stunned. Weren't they here to attend the plum blossom banquet? Why was there such a bloody scene? Mother, it seems to be cousin. Mu Royun tugged at Shi sleeve in shock and pointed at the woman who was tied under the tree in the courtyard. Her head was drooping and her body was covered in whip wounds. What? Shi was shocked. She raised her head to take a closer look, and her heart skipped a beat. Was it really the second daughter of the 1st branch, Xianxia, TSK? The arrogant second young mistress of the 1st branch would also have such a day? What a joke! Her relationship with the 1st branch had never been good, so she naturally had no intention of helping. In any case, she was just a lowly concubine mother and couldn't be of much help. The purpose of her visit today was mainly to bring Xianxia to broaden her horizons and see more of the clan relatives and influential officials. She didn't have to act like a country bumpkin entering the city all day long. A thought flashed through Shi's mind, and she reached out to pull over Xianxia, who had been cowering behind her the entire time and whose eyes kept darting around. She took a few steps forward and smiled at Madame Zhongli, whose expression was unsightly. Mu estate Shi greets Madame Zhongli. Madame Zhongli swept her a glance. She was feeling vexed, so her attitude was a bit irritated. All right. No need to be so courteous. Stay at the side. Madame Zhongli had seen this concubine Shi a few times. She was very good at currying favor. She usually didn't find her very annoying, but today she felt that she was a bit of an eyesore. Can't you tell that I'm vexed by this unpresentable thing? Shi quickly put on a fawning smile and pulled Xianxia to her side. She said to Madame Zhongli with a smile, Madam, let me introduce you. This is the young lady our Mu family found not long ago after wandering outside for many years. Her name is Mu Qiao. Madam, please meet her. Jojo, hurry up and greet Madam. Madame Zhongli's sword-like gaze shot towards Xianxia and Shi. She was racking her brains to deal with the matter of the Shi family's second young lady. How could she have the leisure to listen to Shi's nonsense and meet the Mu family's long-lost daughter? What the hell did the Mu family's long-lost daughter have to do with her? This concubine Shi just had to come up with such a critical juncture and forcefully introduce her. Was this how concubine Shi's brain worked? Wasn't it too funny to act like this? Xianxia was intimidated by Madame Zhongli's aura. She was so frightened that her legs went limp and she fell to the ground. She trembled as she cowed out and shouted, Mu Qiao greets Madame Zhongli, Mu Qiao greets Madame Zhongli. Everyone was speechless. What kind of situation was this? Didn't concubine Shi introduce her as the Mu family's young lady? Why was she acting like a soft-footed shrimp that couldn't be presentable and bowing so respectfully to Madame Zhongli? It was laughable to not know etiquette, but excessive etiquette was even more laughable. Chen Baojia giggled while covering her handkerchief. Mu Royun, who was standing to the side, was also stunned. Then, her face flushed red from embarrassment. She wanted nothing more than to kick this shameless thing to death. Concubine Shi didn't get angry. Instead, the smile on her face deepened. The more Mu Qiao, this unpresentable thing, became famous and spread in the imperial capital, the better it was for her, right? Madame Zhongli was stunned. She glanced disdainfully at Xianxia on the ground. She secretly despised her, but she put on an amiable expression. Miss Mu, you don't have to be so respectful. You should quickly get up. Xianxia was so panicked that she broke out in cold sweat. She knelt on the ground and turned her head to glance at concubine Shi. Seeing concubine Sure nod at her with a smile, Xianxia finally let out a sigh of relief. Her legs were weak as she struggled to prop herself up. Madame Zhongli looked down on her even more, but she didn't show it on her face. Instead, she said gently, "Miss Mu, please go to the side first." Xianxia nodded. In an instant, he seemed to have sensed something. Xianxia only felt a gust of cold wind blow past her neck. She suddenly turned her head and met a pair of dark eyes. The little girl seemed to be baring her fangs at her, and she was so shocked that she took a few steps back. When he took a closer look, there were no fangs. The stoic face was currently looking at her with a tranquil expression, faint traces of mockery and ridicule hanging from the corners of her lips. Xianxia felt as if she had run 700 to 800 meters, and her heart started to pound uncontrollably. Her pupils suddenly shrank, and she subconsciously took 2 steps back, forcefully suppressing the scream that was about to burst out of her throat. Why was she here? Why is that damned girl Arbor here? She wouldn't forget this damned stoic face even if she died. It was this damned girl who opposed her at every turn. Ever since she was young, she wanted to snatch everything from her. She wanted to snatch everything from her. She didn't have the slightest bit of respect for her older sister. This selfish woman, why did she come to the Divine Province? She couldn't be here to snatch away her identity as a miss of the Mu family and snatch away the happy life that belonged to her, right? She thought about how she might wake up from her beautiful dream in the blink of an eye. The moment she woke up, she might return to Quoto village, that ghastly and eerie place filled with a terrifying aura. She would have to accompany her mother and Song-er to gnaw on tree bark and roast loaches. She couldn't help but feel nauseous, and her entire body started trembling. "Why are you glaring at me?" Xianxia suddenly launched an attack, pointing a finger at Arbor. Everyone was flabbergasted. What was going on? Was there something wrong with this Mu residence's young lady's brain? What kind of lunatic was she to actually pick a fight with the young crown princess? You didn't see the terrifying scene of the young crown princess picking a fight with the Sher family's second young lady just now, right? If you didn't see it, then you're out of luck. Of all the people she could pick a fight with, she just had to pick a fight with the crown princess. If she wasn't crazy, then what was? Arbor suddenly revealed a faint smile at her. It was really, really, really faint, but in Xianxuan's eyes, it was as if a life-reaping king of hell was waving at her. Like a lioness protecting her food, she pounced at Arbor, wanting to press her to the ground and tear her apart. "Everyone, what happened? Where am I? Looks like this Mu residence's young lady isn't crazy. She's probably beyond cure." She was actually so stupid as to pounce on the crown princess, who gave her the guts to be so arrogant. Although more than half of the people present didn't think highly of this crown princess, it was already an indisputable fact that the crown prince married the crown princess in the lower star domain. No matter what they thought, they had to at least put up a decent front. But was this Mu residence's young lady having a stroke in her head? Or was she suddenly possessed? Sure, Huixin was also dumbfounded. She wanted to bring Xianxia out to meet people, so the more stupid Xianxia was, the more she would like her to be. But even if she was stupid, could she not behave so abnormally? This situation was inexplicably out of her control, wasn't it? Why did she suddenly throw herself at a little girl? Sure, Huixin had actually seen Jojo's portrait before, but it was drawn by a shoddy artist. It was very different from the real Jojo. At first glance, Sure Huixin didn't get a clear look, and her line of sight was blocked by Xianxia, who had pounced over to cause trouble for the little crown princess. As a result, Sure Huixin didn't recognize her for a moment. "Bitch, you want to fight with me for everything, you want to snatch everything from me. Why don't you just go and die?" At this moment, Xianxia was completely seized by a terrifying fear. She fell into a crazy obsession, thinking that Arbor must be here to steal the identity of the Mu family's daughter from her. How could she let her take it away? How could she allow herself to return to the lower star field that gnawed on tree bark and grass and was filled with terrifying monsters? The moment she saw Mr. Jojo, the stupid string in her head snapped. She was too terrified. She wanted to eliminate the source of her fear, which was Sir Jojo. Jojo was also a little surprised. She didn't even freaking make a move to cause trouble for Xianxia, right? This Xianxia was like an idiot, throwing herself to death. No wonder everyone looked at her as if she was a lunatic. Where did she get the confidence to think that she could pounce on Sir Jojo and press him to the ground to beat and bite him? Bam! Arbor raised her leg and swept it across. Xianxia retreated at twice the speed. Her legs were slightly bent, and she maintained a kneeling posture. Her knees rubbed against the ground heavily, and she uncontrollably retreated backward. This posture was really pure and clean. The corners of everyone's eyes twitched, and they rolled their eyes inwardly. If she didn't have the ability, why did she rush up to pick a fight? She was swept away by the little crown princess, right? Xianxia knelt on the ground and coughed wretchedly. She looked at her knees, which had 2 bloody marks on them, in shock. What happened just now? Her short-circuited brain was finally connected, and her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. She actually went to fight that terrifying woman from Arbor. When she looked up, she saw Xiaomu slowly walking over and standing in front of her. The little girl looked down at her with a strange glint in her eyes. Who allowed you to use my name in reverse? Madame Zhongli's heart skipped a beat. She was about to step forward to stop her when the young madam pulled her back. Madame Zhongli thought about it. That's right. Today's incident happened even if it didn't happen. This little crown princess revealed a side that was different from ordinary people just now. She was arrogant, aloof, and spoke bluntly. She didn't listen to anyone. As the madam of Zhongli estate, she couldn't interfere with the crown princess's matters. She could only stand and watch. The other madams and young misses who were watching the show couldn't help but be taken aback. They recalled the crown princess's words just now and looked curiously at Xianxia, who was still kneeling on the ground and unable to get up. Oh right, the crown princess's name was Arbor. Didn't this Mu Estate's young lady, Mu Qiao, have her name in reverse? Was it such a coincidence? Everyone thought. The little crown princess's icy gaze landed on Xianxia. She sized her up from head to toe and sneered, "You want to pretend to be me? Look at your face. You're already so old, yet you're pretending to be a 15-year-old girl. Aren't you ashamed?" Everyone! Exclamation point. Xianxia couldn't stop trembling. She was so angry. Her face was flushed red and covered with cold sweat and tears. The rouge on her face had long been soaked by sweat and tears, and now it was messily plastered on her face like mud. Arbor looked at her disheveled appearance and said mockingly, "Although I don't care about the Mu family, it doesn't mean that you can impersonate me. Do you understand what I mean?" Xianxia's entire body trembled. The fury of being exposed in front of everyone and having her identity exposed almost shot out from her chest. She was so angry that her whole body trembled and her teeth chattered nonstop. She screamed, "B*TCH, you're lying. Who wants to impersonate you? What did I replace you for?" The noble women in the courtyard were all astute people. Who wouldn't understand the meaning behind the crown princess words? At this moment, they were all whispering to each other in astonishment. Could it be that the young lady that the Mu family had brought home with great fanfare was actually a fake? According to the crown princess's words, she is the real daughter of the Mu family? What? Didn't they say that the crown princess was a village girl from a small mountain village in the lower star domain? How did she get involved with one of the 6 great patrician families, the divine province's talisman patrician family? The flames of gossip burned fiercely in everyone's hearts. Everyone couldn't help but look at Arbor, then at Xianxia. Their gazes swept back and forth between the two of them. Today's trip really wasn't in vain. Things kept coming up one after another. Tomorrow, the entire imperial capital's noblewomen would definitely talk about it. Arbor crouched down in front of Xianxia, propping up her small chin. She sized her up a few times. "Xianxia, you've only grown older these past few years, but you've lost your wisdom, right? I was originally wondering which brainless person actually dared to impersonate this crown princess." Arbor reached out a finger and lightly poked Xianxia's head. "I didn't expect this, and I'm a bit shocked. They actually brought you here." Arbor turned to look at the dumbstruck concubine Sure standing to the side. Concubine Sure's mind finally returned to normal. She understood that the person standing in front of her, whom everyone called the crown princess, was none other than Arbor. Concubine Sure was a bit frantic on the inside. When exactly did this Arbor enter the capital? Why didn't she receive any news at all? Arbor stood up, her gaze landing on Sure Huixin as she recalled the contents of the information. "You're that concubine Sure? Sure Huixin?" Concubine Sure adjusted her expression, then bowed to Arbor with a fawning smile. "Greetings to the crown princess. May I ask how my Mu family's young miss offended the crown princess? If. Arbor raised a hand to cut her off. You brought Xianxia here to replace me just to cause trouble for me? What exactly is your motive? Crown princess must be joking. What motive could I, a mere concubine, have? Me? Arbor's expression abruptly changed, and she suddenly launched an attack. Xianxia. Present. Slap her. Xianxia was now very familiar with slapping people's mouths. She was already very familiar with it. She walked up, rolled up her sleeves, and swiftly slapped concubine Shi's left cheek. Lowly servant. You actually dare to call yourself me in front of the crown princess. Unruly thing. Following that, another slap came on her right cheek. The crown princess didn't say to stop, so she slapped concubine Shi on both sides several times. That concubine mother was beaten until she screamed miserably. She was so angry that she couldn't help but tremble, and her cheeks were flushed red. Seeing this, Mu Royun was about to go crazy. She screamed, "Mother," and took out several attack talismans from her sleeves. She threw them at Arbor without a care. How dare you? Princess Consort Kong shouted angrily. Hurry up and stop, you little child of the Mu family. The other madams, including Madame Zhongli, also rebuked angrily. However, those talismans abruptly stopped in front of Xiao Mu. Mu Royun's fingers repeatedly formed seals. Once, twice, thrice, and countless times, she was unable to open the talisman. A trace of bewilderment flashed through her eyes. Let's go back. Arbor gently waved his hand. Those talismans then retreated back along the original path and suddenly appeared in front of Mu Royun. Immediately after, talisman energy shot out in all directions, and several whooshing sounds were heard as they attacked her. Ah! Mu Royun frantically dodged the attack talisman. However, how could she possibly dodge at such a close distance? She was instantly hit by two of the talisman energy beams. She spat out blood and flew out, landing with a thud on the ground. At this moment, concubine Shi had already been slapped more than a dozen times. She was struggling to retaliate, but the crown prince's personal guard pressed down on her shoulder. Enough. Arbor spoke indifferently. His gaze swept over Xiao's red palm, and his eyes flashed. He threw her a small bottle of ointment, then picked out a palm-sized ferrule from his inner world and threw it to her. Are you stupid? I told you to hit people, but you wronged yourself. In the future, use a ruler to hit her. Xiao's expression froze. Then, she cracked a smile and bowed. She said brightly, Yes, Crown Princess. Everyone. Jojo, are you all right? Princess Consort King's question was truly ruthless. The other madams really wanted to ask Princess Consort, which eye of yours saw that something happened to the Crown Princess? The little Crown Princess shook her head at Princess Consort Kong. Imperial Aunt, they can't hurt me. That's good, that's good. Princess Consort Kong said with heartache, I don't know where these wicked women came from. Each and every one of them is so ignorant and unruly. If we had known earlier that we were attending this kind of banquet, we wouldn't have come. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Madame Zhongli's face. She was also abnormally grieved and indignant. A perfectly good plum blossom banquet turned out like this. She was more infuriated than anyone else. I'll give you 2 days to clarify the matter of the impostor. I don't want to hear any nonsensical rumors about the name Mu Qiao. After saying this, Arbor took Princess Consort Kang's hand and walked out of the courtyard. Halfway there, she turned back and glanced at concubine Shi, who was glaring angrily, with a spurious smile. If your Mu family doesn't deal with this impostor within 2 days, don't blame me for using my methods to deal with this matter. I don't think you want to know how I'll deal with your Mu family. Arbor coldly glanced at them. Shi Huixin only felt that the little girl's icy gaze was like an evil spirit from the depths of hell, instantly snatching away half of her soul. I'm not even afraid of the netherworld or hell, so why would I be afraid of you vicious people? Throw the impostor back to the Mu family. I'm afraid concubine Shi won't be able to deliver the message. Go and deliver this crown princess's message to the Mu family. Yes. The crown prince's personal guards responded in unison. They nimbly picked up Xianxia, who was limp on the ground, and quickly walked out of the courtyard. Once these personal guards left, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. In addition, with the crown princess supporting Princess Consort Kong out, everyone felt that the air was much better. They looked at Shi, who was frozen there with an exceptionally unsightly expression. She then looked at Mu Royun, who was lying on the ground and vomiting blood. Everyone shifted their gazes to Xianxia, who had been untied from the tree and was on the verge of death. She silently lit a candle for them in her heart and gave herself a serious warning. After seeing her today, the little crown princess was definitely not a kind person. Don't mess with him, absolutely don't mess with him, whoever messed with him would be unlucky. Sir Jojo was in a good mood. He supported Princess Kong as they strolled slowly in the garden. Since they were here to attend the plum blossom banquet, then since they were already here, they might as well enjoy the plum blossoms. Jojo, is that Mu family's Xianxia really so bold as to find a random person to impersonate you? Princess Consort Kong said angrily. Is there something wrong with this woman's brain? She's very clever. She wanted the fake to discredit me first. After that, when I came back, no matter how I tried to salvage the situation, the bad reputation had already spread. Princess Consort Kong was extremely shocked. She's really indulging in fantasy. Arbor smirked. But who cares? As long as I'm strong enough, I have the power to shut all of these frogs who make a fuss. Princess Consort Kong nodded approvingly and said with a laugh, right, the old prince also spoke like that. I was wondering why I hit it off with you so well. It turns out your personality is really similar to the old prince's. Oh right, there's no time like the present. Don't go back to the Eastern Palace in a while. Come home with me, 10:00 p.m. Arbor didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Princess Consort Kong truly had the personality of immediately pulling the sails at the mention of wind. After Arbor accompanied Princess Consort Kong around the plum garden, she saw that the Princess Consort was a bit tired, so Arbor helped the Princess Consort to a viewing pavilion on the side to rest. Suddenly, a young maidservant rushed out from the side of the pavilion and mindlessly almost crashed into Princess Consort King's arms. The old mama who accompanied and protected the Princess Consort was experienced and reacted quickly. She flew forward to block and push, causing the young maidservant to stumble. The old mama was like a thick wall, blocking the Princess Consort and the young crown princess. Her brows furrowed as she sternly said, "Which branch's maidservant are you? Are you so blind?" That young maidservant fell to the ground, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. She quickly flipped over and respectfully crawled to the ground, kowtowing as she cried, "Noble one, please forgive me, noble one, please forgive me." Princess Consort Kong frowned and looked down at the stains on her embroidered shoes. That maidservant had rushed out suddenly, and when she retreated, half of her foot had stepped into the flower bed on the side. Now, her embroidered shoes were also stained with mud and looked very indecent. That young maidservant hastily kowtowed and said, "Let this servant lead noble one to the pavilion around the corner to change her shoes." Princess Consort Kong nodded. Arbor rose to follow the Princess Consort. Unexpectedly, that young maidservant hastily crawled forward and knelt a few steps, saying urgently, "Noble one, please stay here for now. That pavilion is very small, not even as big as the steepled loft. The two of them won't be able to turn around." Princess Consort Kong coldly glanced at that young maidservant. "What do you mean by wanting the crown princess to stay here? Who wasn't shrewd in the maelstrom of power?" Princess Consort Kong was such an intelligent person that she could discern that maidservant's thoughts at a glance. The young maidservant's face paled in fright, and she stammered, "No. This servant doesn't dare to have any other thoughts. It's just that the pavilion is too small." Princess Consort Kong signaled with her eyes. The old mama by her side rolled up her sleeves and was about to step forward. Arbor stopped her and looked at the girl with deep meaning in his eyes. "Imperial Aunt, since someone wants me to stay here, then I'll stay here and take a look. It would be a waste of someone else's efforts." "You child. Why are you so curious?" Princess Consort Kong glanced at her reproachfully and nodded, saying, "Then I'll be right back." "Okay, I'll stay here and wait for Imperial Aunt." The little fellow spoke expressionlessly. In Princess Consort King's eyes, he was exceptionally adorable. He really wanted to pinch the little girl's bun face. She looked so cute. Sir Jojo watched as Princess Kong left. He felt a little strange. What was going on with Princess Kang's happy expression, as if she had been struck by something cute? How could there be anything cute here? Jojo was actually a little curious as to who had arranged such a strange scene. That young maidservant didn't have much acting talent at a glance. She had made it so obvious that her little thoughts had been seen through at a glance. What did the mastermind want to do by using such a clumsy method to forcefully send Princess Kong away and force her to stay here? The little fellow took out a cup of piping hot spiritual tea from her inner world and sipped it intermittently, waiting calmly in the midst of chaos. She felt like she was waiting for a rabbit to appear. Unfortunately, she wasn't a tortoise. Instead, she was a vicious wolf that could devour human flesh. When Zhongli Jiwei and her group of girlfriends arrived at the viewing pavilion, they saw the little girl sitting in the pavilion from afar. She was holding a cup of steaming hot tea and sipping it in small sips. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the little girl didn't even lift her eyelids. Outside the pavilion, Aunt Jing took a few steps forward and reached out to block the path of the girls. She frowned and looked at Zhongli Jiwei. The crown princess is resting here. Unrelated people are not allowed to come near, Aunt Jing said with a straight face. Aunt Jing was an old person in the palace and had been immersed in the palace for decades. She naturally had an aura that could suppress a group of young girls in a matter of minutes. Zhongli Jiwei clearly recognized Aunt Jing. She was very respectful towards Aunt Jing. She stepped forward and curtsied, then smiled and said, "Zhongli residents, Zhongli Jiwei greets Aunt Jing. We came specially to pay our respects to Her Highness the Crown Princess." Aunt Jing's gaze fell on Zhongli Jiwei, but her expression didn't change. "Wait here." After that, she let Kai Xiao and Kai Chi continue to block the others. She quickly walked into the pavilion and bowed to the little crown princess. "Crown Princess, Miss Zhongli and her group are asking for an audience." Arbor had already seen the group of girls. There were about 7 or 8 of them. Zhongli Jiwei was the leader and the left prime minister's daughter, Chen Baojia, was following closely behind. A group of maidservants and biddies surrounded this group of noble girls. For a moment, they were dazzled with jewels, bright and beautiful, and the fragrance of cosmetics assailed their nostrils. "Let's see them." Arbor nodded expressionlessly. These people sent the Wangfei away. Weren't they here to cause trouble? Fine, fighting once was fighting, fighting twice was fighting, fighting countless times was still fighting. Miss Qiao relented, so Aunt Jing let Zhongli Jiwei lead the group of girls into the pavilion. Fortunately, the pavilion was relatively large. After 7 or 8 girls walked in, it wasn't too crowded. Zhongli Jiwei smiled and walked forward. She bent down and curtsied. "Greetings to the crown princess." Regardless of whether Chen Baojia and the others were happy or not, at least on the surface, they all bowed politely. Arbor didn't make things difficult for them. He nodded and let them rise. "Has the crown princess been to the elegant court? If not, why don't you let Jiwei lead the way and take the crown princess to have a look?" Zhongli Jiwei had a courteous look and said with a gentle expression, "In our elegant court, the winter sweet blooms are the best. It would be a pity if the crown princess missed it. But I still have to wait here for the princess." Arbor said faintly. "It doesn't matter." Jiwei left a maid, and the crown princess left a maid here to wait for Wangfei. Later, when Wangfei came, she would help Wangfei lead the way to Yaoyuan. What does the crown princess think? Arbor's dark eyes swept across her face, and a trace of coldness appeared at the corner of his lips. When Zhongli Jiwei met this calm gaze, she didn't know why, but her heart inexplicably trembled. She still had a smile on her face, but the smile unconsciously became a bit forced. "What does the crown princess think?" Zhongli Jiwei asked again. Arbor didn't disappoint her. He nodded very calmly. "Miss Zhongli invited me so warmly. This crown princess naturally can't disappoint you." Zhongli Jiwei smiled a bit awkwardly. "Crown princess, please." Chen Baojia smiled and chattered. "Crown princess, the plum blossoms in the elegant court are blooming very well. There are many precious varieties. It's not commonly seen even in the palace," Chen Baojia said with a grin. "Crown princess, have you seen the black moon plum on Sikong planet? Oh my, there's also a type that surpasses the snow white plum. Everyone says that it can compete with the snow domain's divine flower in appearance. Pfft, a woman with slender eyes and a sharp chin couldn't resist snickering. Miss Chen, aren't you joking? Where would the lower star domain's snow domain's divine flower come from? The crown princess probably hasn't even heard of it. The young crown princess blinked. She tilted her head and pondered before taking out a snow domain's divine flower from her inner world. Are you talking about this? Everyone, the face of the slit-eyed young miss who ridiculed the little stoic instantly flushed red. Some even retreated several steps and glared at the young crown princess in shock. Crown princess, you! Why didn't the snow domain's divine flower attack her? Didn't they say that the snow domain's divine flower was proud and couldn't be touched by normal people? Why didn't anything happen when the young crown princess held that flower in her small paw, when everyone saw that the snow domain's divine flower was actually a complete divine herb with a complete root? They couldn't help but stare at the young crown princess as if they had seen a ghost. Two young ladies gathered their courage and took a few steps closer. They carefully observed and nodded. It seems to be the snow domain's divine flower. Most of them had only seen the snow domain's divine flower in dossiers. How could they have seen the real thing? Looking at the young crown princess's indifferent expression as she held the snow domain's divine flower, those who didn't know would think that she had only taken a wild flower. How could they know that the young crown princess's 100-herb garden was filled with snow domain's divine flowers? Back then, Duanyu gave her the storage talisman that contained the snow domain's divine flower. Besides that, there were also all kinds of strange concealed weapons and trinkets inside the storage talisman. When she opened that storage talisman to take a look, she was truly a bit surprised. When she thought of this snow domain's divine flower, she couldn't help but recall the days when she turned into a ferret. After turning into a small animal, there were many things that were out of my control. Fortunately, this was all in the past. Jojo-sama would never tell anyone about his dark history. Humph. The little crown princess didn't let the girls admire it for long before she quietly put away the snow domain divine flower. Ji Xiang, the slender-eyed girl who had mocked the young crown princess and had never heard of the snow domain divine flower, had long since fallen silent. Seeing her blushing and hiding behind the crowd with her tail between her legs, the little crown princess glanced at her and ignored her. Zhongli Jiwei laughed dryly, then pretended to ask casually, "The crown princess actually carries such a perfect snow domain divine flower with her? I heard that the snow domain divine flower can't be grown unless it's in an extremely cold place." That's right. The crown princess can just throw the snow domain divine flower into her inner world. Will that work? Moreover, doesn't the snow domain divine flower attack people? I saw that the crown princess grabbed it with her hand earlier, but the snow domain divine flower didn't do anything to you. Thus, the little crown princess took out the snow domain divine flower again and handed it to Zhongli Jiwei. Zhongli Jiwei carefully reached out to touch the snow domain divine flower's spherical flower. All of a sudden, that flower grew wildly as if it had gone berserk, and all of its petals opened. Seeing that it was about to swallow Zhongli Jiwei's arm, the girls shrieked and pulled Zhongli Jiwei back. The young crown prince consort stroked this divine flower comfortingly before calmly putting it away. It turned out that this flower was a flower that could go crazy at any time. If you don't believe me, you can touch it and feel it for yourself. The little crown princess didn't want to say anything to these idiots. She glanced at them and walked into the arched door of the elegant court. Zhongli Jiwei bit her lips with a pale face. She looked at Chen Baojia, who was behind her and also looked pale. They exchanged glances and nodded. Then, they followed the little crown princess into the elegant court. The girls, who were defeated in the first round, smiled and surrounded them again. It was as if nothing had happened. Zhongli Jiwei recovered her dignified and elegant appearance, and she led Xiaomu through the forest and elegant park. She pointed out the various famous flowers and plants in the park, showing them off to the young crown prince consort. My father bought this jasper begonia from a gardener. He spent a lot of money to buy it. At first, the gardener kept it as the treasure of his shop. How could he sell it to my father? Zhongli Jiwei smiled and said, but the gardener saw that my father was a person who cherished flowers, so he reluctantly gave it to my father after much consideration. My father spent 300,000 spirit coins to buy this famous flower. You can appreciate it. This jasper begonia can bloom all year round. It has a long flowering period, and the flowers are rich and gorgeous. I have heard that Lord Left Prime Minister is the best at appreciating flowers. Today, I see that every flower in this garden is exquisite. The young Crown Prince Consort reached out and took out a pot of tender and juicy jasper begonia. She also liked the jasper begonia very much. It was green in color and magnificent. After she raised one for her grandmother, she asked Little Tree to take the flower seeds and cultivate a batch of them on Paradise Planet for her. Was it rare? What kind of rare flowers and plants didn't she have in Paradise Planet? Showing off, Lord Jojo curled his lips. On the other hand, Miss Zhongli, whose face was once again swollen, had her entire pretty face flushed red. Looking at the pot in the Crown Princess's hands, whether it was in terms of appearance or color, it was much better than the jasper begonia that her family had spent a lot of money to buy. Don't you think this stoic-faced Crown Princess is infuriating? She won't talk to you either. If you mocked her for being ignorant, she would take something out of her inner world and slap you in the face. He didn't even give them *King chance to breathe. What was her inner world doing? Was there such a big space to store all these random things? As it turned out, the little Crown Princess really had nothing better to do. At this moment, she took out flowers one by one. The little Crown Princess had all of them, including the Xianxia white plum and black moon plum that they had mentioned earlier. They looked plump and glossy, and their appearance was stunning. All the girls, he didn't know what to say. If only I could take back what I just said. This kind of inexplicable face-slapping made them feel very angry. Okay, was this little Crown Princess's inner world being used as a warehouse by her? What kind of stuff was she piling up? She took out pots of flowers one by one, as if they didn't take up any space. Suddenly, she wanted to imitate the Crown Princess and show a stoic expression, indicating that she didn't want to talk. It would be best if she could reflect the deep malice that the Crown Princess had towards her. Where did this inexplicable feeling of suffocation come from? The young Crown Princess, who didn't want to speak, glanced at the women and saw that they were all pretending to admire the plum blossoms in the garden. Only then did she put away all the pots of flowers. Just now, in order to take them out for others to admire, she even specially asked Sapling to put them in pots and bring them out. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why every plant had soil and roots, so why did she put them all in her inner world? At this moment, the young Crown Princess was also somewhat dissatisfied. It was clearly these women who were showing off all kinds of precious flowers in front of her and even mocked her for saying that she had never heard of the snow region's divine flower. The meaning behind their words was that they were mocking her, and nobody who came from the lower star region to the upper three prefectures, for not having seen the world. She was only providing evidence to prove that she had knowledge. So why did these women's faces turn sour and ignore her? A group of narrow-minded people. The young Crown Princess paced to Zhongli Jiwei's side and said with a serious face, "Go and see if the Princess Consort is here." Zhongli Jiwei nodded pretentiously and pulled a servant girl over, asking her to wait for the Princess Consort at the round arched door. Then, she rolled her eyes and turned to Arbor with a smile. "Crown Princess, don't worry. The servant girl I left behind will lead the way for the Princess Consort." Qiaomu nodded expressionlessly as she mocked inwardly. She had already flaunted her wealth and admired the treasured plum blossoms just now. If this Miss Zhongli didn't have any tricks up her sleeve, then she really would be disappointed in her. She spent so much effort to send the Princess Consort away. She couldn't have just wanted to make fun of her, right? Moreover, they probably didn't have enough fun. After all, they were all in a bad mood after being slapped in the face just now. At this moment, the slender-eyed girl, Ji Xiang, suddenly shouted, "Hey, look, that plum blossom is really blooming. Let's go closer and take a look." Zhongli Jiwei's eyes flickered. She took out a handkerchief and pretended to wipe the sweat from the corner of her mouth. She laughed softly and said, "Miss Ji, walk slowly." As Ji Xiang spoke, she quickened her pace and walked towards the plum tree. Looking up at the blooming plum blossoms, Ji Xiang pretended to accidentally twist her leg and slapped the plum tree in front of her. Buzz! A large mass of things flew out from the tree and flew towards the girls in the crowd. Ah! The girls screamed and hurriedly covered their noses and mouths with their handkerchiefs, waving them in front of their faces. Qiaomu creased her brows and sniffed lightly. A dark glint involuntarily flashed through her eyes. A group of whimsical women actually learned the method of soaking handkerchiefs in insect repellent. In this way, by waving the handkerchief, he could avoid being stung by those stinging bees. Jojo could not help but want to laugh when he saw the 7 or 8 of them carefully wave their handkerchiefs in the same movement. There was a hint of mockery in their eyes. How dare he try to assassinate Jojo with such methods? That's good. Since these women liked to play with stinging bees so much, she would give them something to add to the fun. Xiaomu surreptitiously raised her small hand and released a batch of fiery evil poisonous mosquitoes from Paradise Planet. Buzz. The fiery evil mosquitoes raised a pair of small cicada wings, flapped their wings, and flew towards the group of dumbfounded noblewomen. What's going on? What is that? They saw a mass of unknown black substance flying towards them. Zhongli Jiwei and the others all panicked. Taking advantage of the chaos, Arbor added some special powder to the girls, making them very attractive to the stinging bees. Thus, amidst the chaotic screams and cries, the group of noble ladies no longer had the slightest bit of dignity. Each of them fled back and forth in the garden like stray dogs, avoiding the stings of the stinging bees. In order to protect their masters, the servant girls and senior servants hurriedly built a human wall. But what was the use of this? Those stinging bees seemed to have set their eyes on the young ladies. No one knew why they went crazy, but they directly bypassed the maidservants and rushed towards Zhongli Jiwei's group. Arbor sat on a stone stool at the side, calmly looking at the chaotic scene in front of him. When the princess consort hurried over, she saw the little fellow holding a small cup of tea and coldly looking at the chaotic scene in the garden. Princess consort Kong was completely stunned. Then, she calmed down and hurried over. Jojo, what happened? Imperial Aunt, I also don't know what happened. Everything was fine on the way here, but when we came here, that Miss G was careless and bumped into a tree. Coincidentally, she poked a hornet's nest. Now, a swarm of stinging bees is chasing after them. It's really surprising. Princess Consort Kong, this little fellow is really too much. Can you not take a sip of tea and talk about a very nervous thing in a slow and unhurried tone? So strange. Sir Jojo blinked and pointed at the woman who was madly stung by the bees and ran into a tree. There, it's her, the Jinx Miss G. Princess Consort Kang's group of servant girls and senior servants, boom. Zhongli Jiwei guided an earth spirit to fly up. Her hands trembled incessantly as she summoned a flying sword from her conscious and slashed it directly at the swarm of stinging bees. But soon, her eyes were replaced by a bright light. That swarm of evil fiery poisonous mosquitoes that stung anyone they saw was extremely terrifying. Zhongli Jiwei and company had the illusion that they were courting death. They saw the swarm of mosquitoes kill their way out of the swarm of stinging bees. All the stinging bees were roasted into a ball of fire by them. A burst of evil fire rushed out of the stinging bees' bodies and burned them to ashes in a few minutes. The fire was still spreading around the garden. The frightened screams of the noble ladies finally attracted all the servants and guards in the front yard. When everyone set out to save everything in the garden, they had to ensure the safety of the ladies first. Arbor sat there expressionlessly drinking tea and even prepared a cup for the princess consort. However, the princess consort was an ordinary person, she naturally couldn't drink spiritual tea directly. Arbor asked Xiaoshu to brew another pot of imperial Longjing tea and only added a small piece of tea leaf. Wang Fei's eyes lit up as soon as she drank it. She was full of praise for the little fellow's tea. Poor Madame Zhongli. This plum blossom banquet ended early in such chaos. Many kinds of plum blossoms in the elegant garden were all burned by the fire to the wind to be. However, no one knew that Lady Jojo had already taken advantage of the chaos to collect quite a number of rare plum blossoms. Since she was already here, she couldn't go back empty-handed. The little crown princess thought to herself. When Xiaomu stealthily recalled the sabotaging demonic fire-venomous mosquitoes and helped Princess Consort Kong out of the chaotic courtyard, she just so happened to bump into Chen Baojia. When Sir Jojo saw this girl, he couldn't help but frown slightly. When did this Chen Baojia escape unscathed from that mess? She really did have some tricks up her sleeve. In the chaos just now, Sir Jojo naturally didn't pay much attention to this Chen Baojia. When Chen Baojia saw her and Princess Consort Kong, she hurriedly smiled and greeted them. Then, her eyes flashed as she said, "Is the crown princess going back?" Arbor nodded. Chen Baojia smiled and nodded. Then Baojia will send the crown princess and Princess Consort Kong off. Arbor pursed her lips noncommittally. This Miss Chen really didn't treat herself as an outsider. She was only a guest in Zhongli's family, but she actually acted like the host and sent them off. It was really a bit funny. Chen Baojia made a gesture of invitation and sent the little crown princess and Princess Consort Kong out of the main courtyard. Then, she carelessly brushed the hair in front of her forehead and pretended not to care. Then, as if complaining, she said, Baojia heard the servants at home gossiping, but I don't know if it's true. Right now, the servants are secretly spreading the news that not long after the crown princess returned, she sent the holy nun of the temple to prison today and beat up the eldest son of the king of Giant Pain tomorrow. I find it strange. What do these things have to do with them? The servants are even gossiping behind my back, saying how domineering the crown princess is. She won't even let some of the old people in the palace off. Eunuch Li Hongchuan was so angry that he fell ill in bed. What nonsense are you babbling? Princess Consort Kang's eyes hardened as she looked at Chen Baojia with dissatisfaction. Chen Baojia hurriedly smiled and said, yes, yes. I also think that the servants are babbling nonsense. Crown Princess, don't worry. I've already punished them. I guarantee that they won't say another word in the future. Arbor glanced at her coldly. There was a trace of cold light in her pitch-black eyes. When her gaze fell on Chen Baojia, she suddenly felt an extreme chill. Arbor curled her lips and looked at her meaningfully. Li Hongchuan's godson was sent by you to test me. This was an affirmative sentence. There was no doubt in his tone. Chen Baojia's whole body suddenly stiffened. What do you think? The little crown princess glanced at her coldly and asked expressionlessly, you deliberately sent some cold food over to see if I would get angry? Or do you want to test the limits of my anger? Are you satisfied now? Li Hongchuan's matter had not even spread within the palace. How could she, the daughter of the Chen family, know about it? It wouldn't be believable if she said she didn't do it. Chen Baojia smacked her lips and suddenly giggled. She twisted her body and said, Crown Princess, you really know how to joke. You know better than anyone whether I'm joking or not, Arbor said coldly. Chen Baojia felt a chill run down her spine. She couldn't help but take a step back. With a panicked expression, she said, Princess Consort, Crown Princess, Baojia will send the two of you here. I won't disturb you two any longer. She was going to back out just like that. Xiaomu took a step forward and abruptly blocked her path. What do you want to probe? Are you trying to test the limits of my tolerance? Then I can tell you directly. Arbor said coldly, any deception or concealment can step on my limits. I will make her live a life worse than death. Chen Baojia's body trembled. She hurriedly bowed and turned around, feeling like she was fleeing. Arbor watched her departing figure and snorted. This Chen Baojia is Empress Dowager Chen's grandniece. Princess Consort Kong asked with a puzzled expression, when did you have a conflict with Chen Baojia? Empress Dowager Chen is very protective of her own people. She wasn't afraid of being protective of her people since Chen Baojia wasn't in the right anyway. On the other hand, a mere daughter of the Chen family could command little Eunuch Li from the kitchen. This was something worth pondering. It was obvious that Li Hongchuan was someone close to the Empress Dowager. Xiaomu creased her brows, intuitively feeling that something was off. She had no contact with Chen Baojia, and there was no conflict of interest. Why would she suddenly reach out to test her? Wasn't this point worthy of further investigation? As soon as this question popped up, Princess Consort Kong sighed and said, AI, no wonder this Miss Chen would target you. She and the second miss of the Zhongli family stayed in the Eastern Palace until the last moment when they had no choice but to be taken back by their family. The second miss of the Zhongli family and this Miss Chen have always thought that they were very special. Darling Qiao looked curiously at Princess Consort Kong, a bad premonition emerging in her heart. Imperial Aunt, what do you mean? You're saying that this Chen Baojia and that Zhongli Jiwei have been staying in the Crown Prince's estate in the Eastern Palace for a while? Princess Consort Kong, oh, crap. Did she say something wrong? Haha. Princess Consort Kong laughed awkwardly, wanting to salvage the situation for Emolian. What Crown Prince's estate in the Eastern Palace? You probably heard wrong. Imperial Aunt. The little fellow's serious expression made Princess Consort Kong extremely adorable. Okay, Imperial Aunt will tell you everything. Don't be anxious. This isn't a big deal. RMO Lian has already resolved it. Princess Consort Kong immediately surrendered, showing that she had no resistance to cute things. Thus, on the way back, Princess Consort Kong told the little crown princess in detail. She started from when Madame Goen sent the beauties to when Third Fu posted a notice in the central square, asking the officials to take all the noble ladies back. Finally, he talked about how Zhongli Jiwei and Shen Baojia stayed in the crown prince's mansion for nearly 7 days. When General Zhongli arrived, Zhongli's second miss, who was late, was almost killed by third young Master Fu. Princess Consort Kong even gossiped to the young crown princess about the many versions of the story that were circulating in the imperial capital. What did he mean by digging up second Miss Zhongli's experience of enduring humiliation in the crown prince's residence? The crown prince was so unreasonable that he was praised for being ruthless even before he returned to the divine land. He was known throughout the divine land. What did he mean by waiting for Miss Chen to counterattack and enter the crown prince's residence? This kind of messy gossip had been flying all over the capital for nearly a month or two. Arbor! There was such a thing. Mo Lian had not said a single word to her. When she was not around, a demoness actually went to the crown prince's residence. When Sir Jojo came back to his senses in anger, he realized that he was not at the entrance of the Eastern Palace. Instead, he had followed Princess Consort Kong to Changle Avenue and had already entered the second gate of the crown prince's residence. Jojo blinked his large eyes and looked around curiously. Imperial Aunt? Hey, Imperial Aunt will go change first. You sit here for a while. Why don't you go change as well? Princess Consort Kong said with a smile. No need. Then wait for Imperial Aunt. Let's wait for your Imperial Uncle to come back and have a good meal together tonight. The little fellow nodded and sat there a bit angrily. Her mind was still replaying Princess Consort Kang's words. Miss Chen counterattacked and entered the crown prince's estate. Bah, a woman like Chen Baojia. In her dreams, she now fully understood what Chen Baojia was trying to probe. She wanted to test her temperament. Presumably, they thought that she, a village girl who followed the crown prince from the lower star domain to the divine province, should be a meek and submissive soft bun with no temper. She didn't expect the little fellow to be a lit firecracker that could explode a person into nothingness at any moment. If she had a soft temperament, this Miss Chen would probably use all kinds of methods to forcefully approach her and then slowly scheme. Chen Baojia should be especially regretting that lousy mouth of hers right now. She gave away some clues and let her see through the truth. The little fellow scrunched up her little face angrily and rubbed the sleeve in her hands. When Louis Ran walked in indignantly, she just happened to see this otherworldly handsome face. Her chest ached from anger as soon as she saw him. After all, she had entered the palace with Princess Consort Kong, yet when she came back, she didn't see Princess Consort Kang's carriage at all when she left the palace gates. When she turned back to ask Miss Chen, she found out that Princess Consort Kong had already left with the crown princess in a carriage. Louis Ran was so angry that her face and stomach hurt, and her entire body involuntarily clamored with painful hatred. Princess Consort Kong actually abandoned her in the palace like this. Was she shameless? This was something that had never happened before. Princess Consort Kong adopted her. Although they weren't very close because of their incompatible personalities, Princess Consort Kong still gave her enough face in front of outsiders. But now, Princess Consort Kong actually directly threw her away and intimately brought this stoic-faced crown prince consort back. Louis Ran was so angry that her mouth was crooked. Her lips trembled as she pointed at Arbor. What are you sitting here for? Arbor looked back at her and said calmly, waiting for Imperial Aunt. We'll eat dinner together tonight. Who's eating with you? Louis Ran shouted, but immediately realized that she had misspoken. She glared fiercely at Arbor, and before Arbor could react, she rushed out of the door and ran all the way to her courtyard. Arbor looked at her back in disdain but didn't say anything. What was there for her to be calculated with a fool whose IQ hadn't fully grown yet? In the evening, the old prince returned as expected. Princess Consort Kong hurriedly pulled Arbor over with a smile and personally introduced him to the old prince. The old prince was very happy. After talking with Arbor for a while, he felt even more satisfied. Thus, the couple had Sir Jojo stay behind to have a meal together. Louis Ran was sitting at the table like a cold machine, constantly releasing cold air. However, the three of them treated her as if she was invisible, minding their own business and completely ignoring Luiran's existence. Right at this moment, the steward jogged in. He wiped the sweat on his head and hastily said, "Reporting to your highness, Princess Consort, His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived." The carriage has already arrived at the door. Princess Consort Kong was startled. The old prince couldn't help but laugh and scold. He threw down his chopsticks and walked out. This little bastard. He must be here to find a wife. How long has it been, and he's already here? Princess Consort Kong couldn't help but burst into laughter. She nodded and said, "Of course. I'll go meet this little brat." The old prince had an odd expression on his face as he winked at Princess Consort Kong. This little brat, ever since he came back, he hasn't stepped out of the main door. He's been hiding in the Eastern Palace and won't see anyone. If I hadn't kidnapped his wife here today, I wouldn't have been able to see him. Luiran raised her eyes in surprise and looked towards the door. His Highness the Crown Prince was here. As they spoke, Mo Lian had already strode in. At that moment, the old prince had just reached the door, and the two of them almost bumped into each other. The old prince couldn't help but scold, "Brat, you're running so fast." Everyone in the hall, only someone like the old prince, who didn't abstain from meat and vegetables, dared to call His Highness the Crown Prince a brat. Mo Lian immediately saw his wife sitting next to Princess Consort Kong. The little fellow's mouth was stuffed with food. She raised her head to glance at him, then snorted at him and actually looked away. Not good. Prince Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly wanted to walk around the old prince and head inside. His wife was fine when she left this morning. Why was she suddenly ignoring him now? Something must have happened today. Prince Kong blocked Mo Lian and patted him hard on the shoulder. "Brat, don't you see your uncle?" Mo Lian's mouth twitched. To be honest, he really hadn't seen this old man. He looked up and saw a hale and hearty middle-aged man who was close to 50 years old glaring at him. Mo Lian greets Imperial Uncle. Prince Mo helplessly curtsied. "Stinky brat, you only see your wife?" Prince Kong fumed. "Look at this good-for-nothing. Your imperial aunt is only inviting the crown princess over for a meal. Look at how anxious you are." Looking at how he was rushing to Prince Kang's estate, he must have rushed over as soon as he received the news. How could he have such a stupid eldest nephew? Didn't they just get married not long ago? He was completely taken advantage of. Wouldn't he be a slave to his wife in the future? TSK, the more he looked at this stupid face, the angrier he got. He was practically carved from the same mold as his father. They were all so stupid. Prince Mo was dumbfounded. He didn't know if it was just his imagination. He felt that the way the old prince looked at him was a little strange, as if he was looking at an idiot. Was that even possible? He was Prince Mo, known to the whole world as the brilliant and talented Prince Mo. "Imperial Uncle, don't block your nephew's way." Mo Lian hurriedly bypassed Prince Kong, who was blocking her way. She hurried to the round table and squeezed her way to Jojo's side and sat down. Mo Lian reached out to hold his wife's hand. She felt wronged. "Jojo, why aren't you coming home?" Mr. Jojo looked unhappy and looked at him from head to toe. "Why didn't you tell me?" "What?" "About Chen Baojia and Zhongli Jiwei." His Highness the Crown Prince was at a loss. He had never heard of these two people's names. The old prince was amused when he heard this. He picked up his chopsticks to pick up some food and hurriedly explained to the Crown Prince, "Hey, I know. Aren't they the women that the National Security Agency sent to your estate? These two people, one is old Chen's daughter, and the other is from General Zhongli's estate. I heard that they stayed at the Crown Prince's estate for several days and refused to leave. In the end, it was that little brat Fu San who drew his sword and wanted to kill them that they were taken home. Little brat, I say, you really didn't do it properly. Night watch, night watch, night watch." The monthly votes were over 2,000, and tomorrow was also 10 chapters later. The old prince's gloating expression was truly an eyesore. Prince Mo thought for a long while before he recalled that it was true. This was all the trouble that the old woman from the National Security Agency had caused for her. At that time, he had asked Third Fu to deal with it and had chased all the women away. So now, what kind of trouble had arisen? Prince Mo instantly felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. Thinking back to what his wife had said earlier, he suddenly understood something and hurriedly said, I don't even know if the women sent by the National Security Agency are round or flat. After I asked Third Fu to deal with them, I forgot about it myself. Jojo, I didn't hide it from you. Really? In all honesty, he really didn't take this matter to heart at all. Sir Jojo thought about it and agreed. Looking at this man's blank expression just now, he must have forgotten about this matter long ago. A bunch of vulgar women didn't have the right to make his Lotus remember. Humph, the little fellow's tense little face relaxed slightly. She glanced at him from the corner of her eyes and snorted softly. Crown Prince Mo hastily rubbed her small hand. He understood this little one very well. Don't look at how her small face was still taut right now. Compared to when she first entered the room, the oppressive atmosphere around her was much more relaxed now. The old prince observed the young couple as he picked up food. He secretly disdained him in his heart. This little Mo looks quite strong, but he's just a paper tiger in front of his wife. Useless fellow, he's a disgrace to the Mo family. While the old prince was disdainful of little Mo, he had completely forgotten that he was worse than a paper tiger in front of Princess Kong. That's enough. Looking at you two is an eyesore to my eyes. The old prince waved his hand and said to the attendant beside him, give this prince a bowl of rice. Mo Lian's eyes twitched. He turned to look at the old prince. Imperial uncle, this is the first time you've met my wife. Have you given her a present? The old prince fumed with anger. Didn't your imperial aunt already give it to her? Don't think that I didn't see it. That bracelet is on the little guy's wrist. Imperial aunt is imperial aunt, and you are you. Mo Lian pursed her lips. Imperial uncle is so rich and has so many houses. How can you be so stingy? If you don't give me this greeting gift, my wife won't call you imperial uncle anymore. Bastard. Wife slave. Serves you right for being eaten alive by the little stoic. I will never sympathize with you in the future, Mo Lufeng scolded him in his heart. He took out a dozen pieces of paper from his ring and slapped them on the table. Take them, take them. It was only then that Mo Lian happily accepted it and stuffed it into his wifey's hands. Xiao, keep it well, keep it well. When I have time, I can accompany you to take a look at the deeds to these manors, shops, and gardens. Oh, by the way, Uncle Emperor, I heard that you have the title deed of a hot spring villa. Is it inside? The corner of Mo Liufeng's eyes twitched violently. He wished he could slap this bastard to death. The title deed to Half Moon Cliff's splendid villa is inside. The old prince said huffily. When the little fellow heard this, she knew that this must be a pretty nice garden. She had never heard of this Half Moon Cliff before. Perhaps it was rather famous in the Mo Kingdom capital. Her expression relaxed again, and she was a bit happy. Imperial uncle, do you have fields? Mo Lufeng, Princess Consort Kong laughed loudly and nodded while holding Arbor's small hand. Yes, yes, yes. Your imperial uncle has a lot of fields. There's a large field at the foot of Half Moon Cliff. How about I give it all to you? Sir Jojo nodded happily. When she had first arrived in Dragon Flame City, she had been living in poverty. Now, with her royal uncle's gifts, she could finally live comfortably. At this moment, Sir Jojo had completely forgotten that Mo Lian's father was the ruler of this mainland. Mo Lufeng had the habit of eating rice for every meal. If he skipped a meal, he would feel famished. However, when the rice was served, Sir Jojo's nose twitched and he looked at Mo Lufeng in surprise. The old prince felt a little uncomfortable under this little fellow's gaze. He yelled at her, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and eat, then scram." Princess Consort Kong chuckled and personally scooped a bowl of soup for the old prince. She whispered to Jojo, "Your royal uncle is angry out of humiliation." Arbor nodded his little head. Meanwhile, Louis Ran, who was sitting at the corner of the round table and being ignored by everyone, was so angry that she was trembling. From the moment Crown Prince Mo walked through the door, Louis Ran's infatuated gaze hadn't left him once. That kind of intense impact to her soul caused her entire soul to clamor and tremble. At that moment, Louis Ran felt that her heart, which had been sealed for 20 years, seemed to have seen the light. All of a sudden, her entire heart was lit up. When she read those storybooks in the past, she always felt that the story of the meeting between a scholar and a beauty was very fake and made people scoff at it. It was only today that Lu Yiran felt that perhaps what was described in those storybooks might not be completely fake. At least, the feeling that her heart was moved today was very real. Lu Yiran was about to stand up and bow, and show her face in front of the crown prince so that he could see her. However, she saw the crown prince stride over and sit down beside the crown princess. After that, the situation quickly spiraled out of her control. She watched as the old prince took out house deeds, land deeds from his space ring and tossed them to the crown princess as a meeting gift. Lu Yiran was so angry that her teeth were sore and her cheeks hurt. She could not recover. Why? 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 She wanted to scream madly. She didn't have a single one of these house deeds, farmland deeds, and land deeds. Why should she, as their adopted daughter, not get anything? Now, without even asking for her opinion, they were going to give this property to an outsider? In addition, there were 5 people at the table. She was like a little pitiful turtle curled up at the side of the table while the other 3 people's topics revolved around the crown prince consort. How could she not be angry and hate this injustice and clench her hands until they bled? The hatred in Lu Yiran's heart was overflowing, and she could not suppress the anger that was about to erupt from her chest. Her body was shrouded in a layer of gloomy qi, constantly emitting a low pressure, which scared the little servant girl standing beside her. What was wrong with her young miss? Ever since Wang Fei had brought this adopted daughter back from the Lu family, Miss would occasionally give off a dark and gloomy presence. When he didn't speak, he sat there like a spirit behind his back. His eyes were also very gloomy. It was as if black gas was being emitted from the inside of his body. It was very uncomfortable to look at. Although Miss would occasionally complain that the old prince and old princess consort were unfair to her and that they didn't dote on her enough, she only dared to complain behind her back. Usually, she could only play a little tricks, and her cultivation was very ordinary. So if you really wanted her to do something, she really didn't have the ability to do it. This was a coward with a dark heart but not a dark life. Her personal maidservant wanted to remind her young miss not to wear down the old prince and the princess consort's patience. If she angered the 2 of them, they would directly send her young miss to the Lu family and not support this young miss in the future. Wouldn't that be even more of a loss? Lu Yiran did not have the life to turn dark at all. She could only grumble about many things in her heart. Imperial Aunt, this is for you. Sir Jojo took out a small white porcelain bottle from his inner world and placed it in front of Princess Consort Kong. The princess consort could not help but be slightly startled. She said with a smile, "Didn't I return the gift before? It's not the same." Arbor blinked and urged her, "This is a black-grade beautifying pill. Take it now." When Lu Yiran heard that, she suddenly sneered. "Do you think Mother has never taken a beautifying pill before? Mother has even taken an immortal-grade beautifying pill before." But what use was that? Princess Consort Kong could not cultivate after all, so she aged faster than ordinary cultivators. She was only in her early 50s now, but her body was already plump. Moreover, the wrinkles on her face were increasing day by day. This woman self-righteously took out a black-grade beautifying pill to curry favor with the princess consort. It was simply laughable. Arbor rolled his eyes at Lu Yiran, then said with an indifferent expression, "If the amount of medicinal ingredients is not enough, or the refining technique is not good enough, even a god-grade beautifying pill is still useless." "You." Lu Yiran glared at him. Arbor had already shifted his gaze away and only urged Princess Consort Kong. "Imperial Aunt, try it." "Okay." Princess Consort Kong smiled as she took a beautifying pill from the small jade bottle. Lu Yiran sneered at the side. Deliberately mystifying. Could it be that this woman from the lower star domain had medicinal pills that were better than their divine continents? She did not believe it. Lu Yiran snorted, then looked towards Princess Consort Kong. She originally wanted to say a few bad things about the crown princess in front of Princess Kong. But when she saw the 2 rather obvious wrinkles and indentations on Princess Consort Kang's blissful face slowly diminishing at a visible rate, her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. No, it was impossible. Was this a demonic technique? Otherwise, even a god-tier face-preserving pill wouldn't be able to fight against aging so quickly. She had also eaten the beautifying pills sold by Xianxia Workshop, but if they ate it, they would still grow wrinkles, and they would still grow fat. Princess Consort Kong raised her hand to touch her own face. She also felt that her face seemed to have become much smoother. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Eh? This wasn't an illusion, right? Quickly, Dan Ling, bring a mirror for this princess to see." The maidservant named Dan Ling giggled as she hurriedly brought a mirror over. She cried out in surprise, "Wang Fei, it's not an illusion. It's true. Your skin looks a lot smoother, and it's shining like a pearl." Ayaya. This really is a beautifying pill? Princess Consort Kong looked joyfully at Sir Jojo sitting beside her. This beautifying pill's effects are so good. Child, why did you give it to me? I'm already so old, and I'm already like this no matter what beautifying pill I eat. Isn't it better if you keep it for yourself? Sir Jojo blinked. Prince Mo, who was sitting at the side, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his eyes. Sure enough, he saw his wifey take out a small stew pot. There was a whole pot of pills inside, a whole pot full of them. They were all Jojo's products, black-grade beautifying pills, Sir Jojo said with a puzzled expression. Imperial Aunt, I have plenty here. Do you still want to eat more? But one of these black-grade beautifying pills should be enough. It can resist aging for 100 years. Eating more won't be good for the body. Prince Kong and his wife, they felt like their eyeballs were about to fall out. Okay, why did they feel like this stoic-faced little fellow, although she didn't smile from beginning to end, was especially comical when she did things? Cough. Mo Lian coughed lightly and hurriedly had the little fellow stuff the pot of pills back into her inner world. This child wasn't keeping a low profile again, was she? Prince Kong asked in a strange tone. Did you refine these by yourself? MHM, you're an alchemist? MHM. What's your current alchemist level? Mystic. F***CK, a black-grade alchemist who wasn't even 16 years old. Prince Kong rolled his eyes at the sky and immediately wanted to calm down. Moreover, he suddenly felt like he couldn't continue the conversation. What exactly was going on? It must have been hard on his old wife to chat with the little crown princess all the way from the Plum Blossom banquet. What exactly was there to talk about? The old prince was puzzled. According to the little fellow's style of speaking, what exactly was there to talk about? Your Highness, isn't Jojo very cute? Princess Consort Kong grinned as she held Arbor's small hand and boasted to the old prince, your Mo family doesn't have such a cute girl. I don't think the girls from your brothers' families are all that great. None of them can compare to our Jojo. Mo Lian deeply agreed. The old prince, his old wife had inexplicably become the crown princess's die-hard fan. For some reason, the old prince felt faintly sorrowful. However, he was still very happy to see the princess consort glowing and exuding confidence. Wang Fei seemed to have become 10 years younger. Even the white hair on her temples had disappeared. This profound level beautifying pill that the little girl refined, needless to say, the effect was really the difference between heaven and earth when compared to those trashy goods circulating on the market. Brat, you have a good eye for finding a wife. The old prince snorted and reluctantly praised Prince Mo. He poked at the rice in his bowl with his chopsticks and suddenly felt like he didn't want to eat it. The little girl suddenly took out a small and delicate rice bucket from her inner world. A faint fragrance immediately drifted into the old prince's nose, causing him to involuntarily sniff. His eyes lit up as he asked, "What is the smell? Why does it smell so good? Is it rice?" "Yes." The little girl opened the lid of the rice bucket, and the fragrance immediately spread out. The old prince's appetite was aroused, and he was almost drooling. "Io, you little kid, really? Why did he hide such good food? Quick, give Imperial Uncle a bowl." The old prince moved quickly to the side of the round table, picked up a spatula, and dug into the rice bucket. "Why is your rice so delicious?" The old prince was also a weirdo. He wasn't at all bothered by the fact that the little girl had brought a bucket of rice into her inner world. He was just curious about what kind of rice it was. Speaking of which, he was a big shot who had eaten quite a bit of rice. For someone like him who had to eat rice for every meal, he was very particular about the quality of the rice. "Because this is holy rice," the little fellow said proudly. Holy rice, he had heard of ancient holy weapons, but he had never heard of holy rice. This was undeniably holy rice. Planted in holy land and nurtured with holy water, what else could it be other than holy rice? "Where did you buy it?" The old prince liked the soft, glutinous, and fragrant texture from the first bite. He almost swallowed his own tongue in one bite. He was someone who could eat 3 bowls of white rice with even salted vegetables. Today, he finished 5 bowls of rice in one go. Later, the princess consort reminded him not to overeat, so he resentfully stopped. "You can't buy it anywhere," Arbor said calmly. "I planted it." The old prince immediately moved his stool closer to Arbor. He felt that Mo Lian, who was between him and Jojo, was particularly obstructive, so he pushed him back. He leaned his head closer and revealed a rare cheerful smile. "Jojo, can you share some of this rice with Imperial Uncle?" Mo Lian, Imperial Uncle, was so close to her, yet he looked so disdainful. She really didn't know if she was his nephew. "Put it in a storage talisman." Arbor thought for a moment, then nodded. "Storage talisman?" The old prince stilled, then asked in confusion, "I don't have a storage talisman." Arbor turned to look at Princess Consort Kong. "It's with Imperial Aunt." The princess consort was also startled. Then she thought of something and had Dan Ling bring over the square box that the crown princess had given her. When she opened it, she saw that a blue storage talisman made of ebony was lying quietly in the box. Next to it was a box about the size of a rouge. Inside it was a small, light red pill. Prince Kong was truly amazed this time. He reached out to pick up the ebony piece and examined it carefully. He asked excitedly, "This thing? It's really a storage talisman? Can the princess consort use it?" Arbor nodded. Yes. The princess consort had given her the exquisite fire brocade bracelet as a space container. Considering that it would be inconvenient if she didn't have a space, Arbor had given the storage talisman to the princess consort as a return gift. The red pill was the warm jade pill, which was used to treat the body's cold illness. The princess consort's body had been cold since she was young, so eating it could suppress it for a period of time. What she thought at that time was that she couldn't refuse an elder's gift. Since she had taken away the protective bracelet that protected her from the cold, then she should help Wan Fei cure her cold illness. The princess consort had never used a storage talisman before, so she was extremely curious. Under Arbor's guidance, the princess dripped a drop of blood to open the talisman. Sure enough, she could use the talisman as usual. "Imperial Aunt, don't worry and use it. After a while, I'll make a jade talisman for you. You can wear it on your body as a pendant and it won't be conspicuous." The old prince understood the meaning behind the little girl's words. He stuttered, You did it?" "Yes." "You're a talisman master?" "Yes." Mo Lian's lips twitched. Strange, why does this conversation sound so familiar? The old man was speechless. Why did he feel that today's stimulation was a little too big? Who was the one who nagged in front of him that the little crown princess was just a village girl from the lower star domain? How could she be worthy of His Highness the Crown Prince? They even hoped that he would go to the emperor and slander him. They hoped that he could help His Highness the Crown Prince resolve this annoying marriage so that he could find another noble lady or a valiant woman who was worthy of the Crown Prince. These people should really come over and see if the little Crown Princess, who was both a pill refiner and talisman master, was as unbearable as they thought. If I listened to them, I'd be out of my mind. The princess consort was really far-sighted. Pill refiners and talisman masters were just not well known yet. It would be a fool not to befriend such a genius. The old prince happily let the princess consort use a storage talisman to catch the half-empty holy rice. He was smiling so widely that the corners of his eyes were wrinkled. "Ignore him." Princess consort Kong took Arbor's hand and smiled as she said, "Jojo, why don't you stay at Imperial Aunt's place tonight?" Mo Lian's eyelids twitched, and he promptly declined politely. "Auntie, Xiao and I have just returned to the Eastern Palace, and there are still some things that need to be put back in place. Let's visit Uncle and Auntie again after we've taken care of everything." Princess consort Kong reluctantly sent Arbor and Mo Lian to the door. It was cold and windy outside, so Arbor told her to stop. However, the old prince insisted on seeing them out personally. Both of them were smart enough to know that the old prince had something to say to them. After they exited the hall, the two of them left. Arbor looked at the old man with a half-smile. He was not very tall, but his shoulders were very broad. He was a cultivator who was about to enter the immortal realm. Compared to ordinary people, he certainly looked much younger. However, his current appearance was more than 10 years older than his actual age of more than 50. He could not even compare to ordinary people his age. Ahem. The old prince coughed awkwardly and blushed. Lass, don't tell your imperial aunt about this, okay? Emolienne did not know what the two of them were talking about. She glanced at the old prince in confusion. Why did his uncle's tone have a hint of awkwardness and pleading? Why? Arbor was almost muttering to himself. The old prince seemed a little embarrassed by the question. He put on airs in front of the two juniors and coughed coldly. What do you mean why? No reason. All right, you two brats, get out of my sight. Emma Lufeng flew into a rage out of humiliation. He chased the young couple out of the door, caught up with the carriage, and immediately had Steward Wang close the door. Emolienne could not help but be taken aback by his sudden change in attitude. What happened? Prince Emo couldn't help but ask after boarding the carriage. Why did she feel that her uncle was moody? He had no idea what was going on. Jojo snorted at him. Emolienne felt like her heart was about to melt. She quickly reached out and pulled the little girl into her arms. She lowered her head and kissed her on the forehead. Jojo, don't be angry, okay? I'll tell you everything in the future, no matter if it's big or small or boring. Mine. The little guy raised his head and solemnly warned the man, mine. Emolienne could not help but laugh. She hugged her and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, I'm yours. From top to bottom, inside and out, even a strand of my hair belongs to you, okay? Only then was the little fellow satisfied. She felt a little better and nodded. It's good that you know. Emolienne could not help but kiss her tender little face twice. Then can you tell me now, what were you and Uncle talking about? Uncle was eating an aging pill with rice. Were you surprised? Were you surprised? When the bowl of rice was served, Sir Jojo could smell that something was wrong. To put it bluntly, this aging pill was actually a type of poison. If one took one every 7 days, it could imperceptibly change a person's appearance. Simply put, it would make a person age little by little. In the beginning, Lin Mingya found the old prince pleasing to the eye because of the existence of the princess. But now, Lady Xiao Xiao was in awe of the old prince. It was easy to say that I would grow old with you, but it was extremely difficult to do. Emma Lufeng was a cultivator, but Lu Lanyun was just an ordinary person. She would definitely grow old before him. No matter how many beautifying pills she took or how many beautifying skincare products she used, she couldn't stop her body from aging as time passed. Emma Lufeng secretly took the aging pills and grew old with his wife. If his wife had 2 more wrinkles on her face, he would work hard to have 4 more. If his wife gained weight, he would work hard to gain weight as well. He would even look much older than his wife. This was love. He would fulfill his promise without hesitation. He would grow old with her. Sir Jojo sniffled and nuzzled his head in Emolienne's arms. I'm a little touched. While hugging his wifey, Emolienne also recovered from his shock and inwardly mused, Uncle is truly a man. Looks like the Emo family isn't all crooked after all, Arbor commented. Prince Emo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't judge us by the standards of the Crown Prince of Giantpain. There are many people in the Emo family who are as good as me. I understand. It's the same principle as how bad bamboo produces good bamboo shoots. Arbor nodded seriously. Emolienne, these words sounded a bit strange. The evil bamboo here couldn't be referring to his father, right? Auntie's cold must have been brought out of her mother's womb. Although it's not easy to treat, it's not completely impossible. Miss Chow waved her little fists in high spirits. Tomorrow, I'll write a prescription for Imperial Uncle and ask him to go by the herbs first. After Imperial Aunt takes the warm jade pill and her body stabilizes a little, I'll give her acupuncture and medicine. Thank you for your hard work, Jojo. Emolienne rubbed his chin against her little head. Arbor reached out to touch his chin. It's nothing. It's what I should do. The Princess Consort was so good. She also hoped that her life would get better and better. Jojo. Emolienne's eyes deepened, and he couldn't help but lower his head. His thin lips gently covered her lips, and they were entangled for a while. His little wife was so wonderful that he didn't want to let go of her for even a second. At this time, in a remote corner of the Mu family's Tinglan courtyard, a big storm was brewing. The moment Xianxia returned home, she collapsed in her mother's arms like a deflated ball. She wept and repeatedly recounted the events that happened in the afternoon. Madame Li was so angry that her whole body trembled. She sternly shouted, "She really dares to say that? Mom, what should we do now?" Xianxia's eyes reddened in fear. "That B*TCH wants to deal with me, Mom. That slut really sent someone to bring a message to the Mu family's patriarch. She said that if the Mu family doesn't deal with me within 2 days, she will personally deal with me. Mother, what should we do now, Mother? I don't want to die." Xiao Tsong raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "I already told you not to let your imagination run wild, but you didn't listen. See if something has happened now? Eldest sister, it's one thing for Mom to be brainless, but why are you so brainless as well? Tell me, how many times have you suffered at the hands of Arbor? You've forgotten the pain after the scars have healed. I think you have a pig's brain." "Shut up!" Madame Li angrily shouted. She hugged her daughter and shrieked, "That B*TCH Arbor, she's not giving us a way out. The 3 of us have to die. Since that's the case, what else is there to say? The 3 of us will fight it out with her. Let's see who can't win." Madame Li shrieked and flung Xianxia aside. She picked up a kitchen knife and ran out of the kitchen. Xianxia was dumbfounded. Xiao Tsong was so angry that his nose was crooked. He stepped forward and stopped Madame Li. "Mom, what are you trying to do now? Do you think you can defeat the crown princess with a kitchen knife? Was there something wrong with this old woman's brain?" Xiao Tsong seriously doubted whether it was a wise decision to follow this brainless mother and daughter to the Mu family of the Divine Province. They already said that impersonation wouldn't last long. As long as this person from Arbor appeared, all the impersonation would be exposed. Yet the mother and daughter pair were immersed in the Mu family's extravagant riches and honor. How could they be willing to walk out on their own? She's already the high and mighty crown princess. Damn B*TCH, she still won't let us go. Ah? Look at what she's doing. Is that humane? Ah? She's the crown princess. Who wouldn't snatch it from her? Why did she come to snatch your older sister's status as the Mu family's young miss? Is there something wrong with her? She's the crown princess. Does she need the status of the Mu family's young miss? Why can't she let your older sister enjoy life? Your older sister is her elder sister from the same clan. Everyone's bloodline is natural. What's the meaning of this? Ah? She just won't let us have a good life. If she were to stand in front of me right now, I'd slap her to death. This B*TCH was taught by that petty Wei Ziqin. She's an unpresentable thing. Xiao Tsong was dumbfounded. Even if the person before him was his mother, he had to admit that he was also dumbfounded by his mother's blatant bandit talk. Mom, she's the Mu family's young miss. How could she have a natural bloodline with us? She's the one who's related to the Mu family by blood. Xiao Tsong was speechless. His mother actually had the cheek to say that someone else came to snatch his older sister's status as the Mu family's young miss. Even a man like him blushed when he heard this. However, I've been a village woman for decades. Throwing a tantrum and rolling on the ground, I only know these few tricks. From the bottom of his heart, Xiao Tsong did not want to provoke that she-devil Arbor again. According to him, since they had already been seen through, it was better to leave the Mu family as soon as possible so that both sides would not be in a good situation. Unfortunately, the right to speak was in his mother's hands, so there was nothing he could do. He wanted to persuade his mother again, but when he saw Madame Li holding a kitchen knife and looking for someone to kill, he felt a headache coming on. When Xianxia came over, she saw such a noisy scene. A trace of disdain slid across her eyes as she coldly looked at the 3 clown-like cripples in front of her and coldly said, "Pack up your things and move out of Tinglan's courtyard immediately." "Why should I?" Madame Li shrieked like a hen whose neck was being strangled. "Why?" "Because you deceived the Mu family by pretending to be the Mu family's daughter and swindled food, drinks, and resources from the Mu family." Xianxia said bluntly. Now her identity has been exposed. What else is there to say? Madame Li rolled her eyes and hurriedly said with an apologetic smile, "Madam, you can't just believe that our young miss is an impostor based on that woman's one-sided words. What other evidence do you want?" Mu Qingya shouted angrily. "You probably don't know, but our Mu family has a kind of bloodline talisman that can detect whether the Mu family's descendants are of the clan's bloodline." Mu Qingya sneered. "This madam will give you face and let you pack your things and scram. If the bloodline talisman really detects your identities as imposters," Mu Qingya harumphed, "then you will be sentenced to death for the crime of messing with the clan's bloodline." Xiao Yingchen widened her eyes in panic and retreated several steps in fright. Her back bumped into a tree. Madame Neli also panicked. Her voice trembled as she tried to put on a brave front. "You're bluffing." Mu Qingya looked at the three people before her as though she was looking at clowns. She sneered. "Don't you think this kind of lie is too despicable? This kind of lie can be exposed in minutes, yet you can still bite the bullet and continue. Alright, I don't want to waste my breath with you. Pack your things and scram." Mu Qingya coldly glanced at Madame Neli, who was standing at the front. Madame Neli, this stupid woman, was brandishing a kitchen knife in her hand. How laughable. Did she think that in the current world, holding a kitchen knife in one's hand could decide the fate of the world? Mu Qingya's face was cold as she glanced at the group of servants behind her. The servants who had been brought to Ting Lan's small courtyard were all rough servants who were very strong. They quickly twisted Madame Neli's arm, snatched her kitchen knife, and threw it on the ground. Madame Neli started to wail, and her wails could be heard throughout the entire Mu residence. Mu Qingya disdainfully swept a glance at them and didn't say anything more. She directly had the servants drag the three people out of the door. Xiao Tsong was better off since he was willing to leave on his own. Seeing that he was tactful, the servants didn't catch him. His mother and sister, on the other hand, were crying and throwing a tantrum as they were dragged out like little chicks. Along the way, they attracted countless servants who pointed and gossiped. When they reached the Mu estate's back door, Xiao Yingchen immediately saw Mu Xingchen's tall figure. She couldn't help but wail and shriek, Big brother, save me, big brother." Mu Jingrui looked at Xiao Yingchen like he was looking at an idiot and couldn't resist saying, "You've already completely exposed your identity, so how can you still have the face to call Xingchen big brother? Stardust is not your big brother. We don't even know your name. Seventh uncle, there's no need to speak to her." Mu Xingchen coldly glanced at her and indifferently said, "Just throw her out." If they were thrown out, the three of them would probably starve to death on the streets in 2 days. After all, Xiao Tsong was just a small mystic cultivator and was basically a cripple. If he had to drag down the mother and daughter who kept making a fuss, I wish them a wonderful life. Go to the central street and post a notice to all the major sects and aristocratic families. Just say that someone is impersonating our Mu family's daughter who has been wandering outside for many years. She doesn't know the general situation and doesn't know etiquette. The Mu family has already cleared out the impostor. Mu Xingchen knew why Mu Qingya was doing this. It was for the sake of the Mu family to send a message to Jojo. It was to make a stand and an attitude. The Mu family did not want to be enemies with the crown princess. The Mu family was obedient. Mu Xingchen took a deep breath and swept a disgusted glance at Xiao Yingchen and the others. Then, he turned around and crossed the threshold with Mu Jingrui, not sparing Xiao Yingchen and her daughter another glance. Xiao Yingchen collapsed on the floor and wailed loudly. She cried so hard that she almost couldn't make a sound, but she was still sobbing and wailing. How could Mu Qingya be willing to listen to her wailing? She cursed, Jinx, and ordered the servants to close the courtyard doors, completely blocking the three beggar-like mother and daughter outside the room. Xiao Yingchen crawled forward and slammed on the door as she wailed, "At least let me pack my things." Her change of clothes and jewelry were all in a bundle in the room. If she had known that the Mu family would act so quickly and kick them out of the house, she wouldn't have wailed and wasted so much time with her mother. She would have gone to pack her things long ago. It's over, it's over, it's over. There's nothing left. Xiao Yingchen collapsed on the stone block in front of the door as though she had lost her parents. She abruptly turned and pounced on the door, slamming it twice as she shrieked, "Open the door! Open the door!" Xiao Tsong coldly glared at the mother and daughter and shouted angrily, "Are you satisfied now? Living like this, there was no way he could go on like this. If you want to make a fuss, go ahead. I'm leaving first. Xianxia abruptly turned her head and stared at Xiao Tsong, flabbergasted. Xiao Tsong didn't even look back. He was a man of his word and turned to walk toward the back alley of the Mu estate. He was no longer willing to stay by this foolish mother and daughter's side and suffer misfortune again and again. They could only rely on themselves in the future on how they would walk and how they would end up. Although he was very bewildered by the current situation, everyone had to find their own path in life. He couldn't always rely on others. Xiao Tsong, who had learned from his mistakes and deeply understood that Arbor wasn't a place to be trifled with, felt that this matter wouldn't end so easily. Mom and sister were already hopelessly stupid. What awaited Madame Naley and her daughter was probably even bigger trouble. He withdrew and left suavely. Thinking about it later, it was a wise move. He was too weak to take revenge, so he could only silently wish Madame Naley and Xianxia the best that they didn't court death themselves. The next afternoon, Princess Consort Kong received a gift from the little crown princess personally delivered by Auntie Jing. It was a beautifying ointment in an exquisite white jade box. There was also a list of medicinal ingredients, which was clearly for the elderly prince. Wang Fei was extremely touched and replied with a lot of food and all kinds of gifts for Aunt Jing to bring back. When Lu Yiran received the news, she could not help but be jealous to death. She threw around and fought in her room for the entire afternoon. She was so angry that she did not even come out to eat. The princess consort didn't spoil her either. It was up to her whether she ate or not. Lu Yiran still hadn't eaten, so Wang Fei asked the kitchen to serve a few side dishes. Lu Yiran would eat in her room. In the afternoon, carts of gifts were sent to the Eastern Palace. When everyone saw that it was Prince Kang's carriage, they couldn't help but be curious and secretly inquire about it. She didn't expect that the relationship between the crown prince and his wife would be so strong as soon as they came back. She heard that the crown princess and Princess Kong had a great chat yesterday and was even invited to Prince Kang's foo as a guest. Arbor slept until the sun was high in the sky. Just as she finished washing up and getting dressed, she saw Xianxia run in with a face full of joy. Crown Princess, His Majesty summons you. He was summoned so soon, the little crown princess raised her eyebrows. She had thought that she would be left out for a few more days. Heh, looks like he can't wait to see his son. Where's the crown prince? Sir Jojo asked. His Highness the Crown Prince said to have you eat breakfast first. His Highness will be here in a moment. Xianxia grumbled inwardly. What breakfast? It's going to be lunch soon. The little crown princess was most likely spoiled by His Highness the Crown Prince when she opened her eyes and found fault with His Highness the Crown Prince. The 10th watch ended. Ever since the cold porridge incident in the kitchen, the Crown Prince ordered the opening of a small kitchen in the Eastern Palace. He even personally allocated a sum of money to be used to buy fresh ingredients every day. In addition, he also selected a group of extremely skilled cooks to serve the little crown princess. In the past, because the Eastern Palace did not have a master, this small kitchen existed in name only. Now, this small kitchen was bustling with activity. The crown princess was a child who was used to eating 3 meals a day. Every day, she would stir-fry, boil soup, and make desserts. These were all necessary. Today's breakfast consisted of 12 desserts, 4 types of porridge, and 2 types of noodles. How could the little crown princess eat so much? The rest was taken out by Kai Xiao and the rest. Ever since the little crown princess returned, Kai Xiao and the rest felt that their waists had also become much rounder. After eating, Emolienne still had not returned. The little fellow was a little bored. She took out a book and nestled in an ivory armchair covered with a long velvet blanket. She casually flipped through page by page. When Emolienne returned, he saw the little fellow curled up and sitting by the window. Aren't you cold? Sitting there and enjoying the breeze. Emolienne walked up and carried his little wife up. He looked at her with a smile. Did you miss me, Jojo? No. Sir Jojo reached out to push his handsome face away and muttered, We just met this morning. This man's behavior was vile. He woke her up early and even kissed her awake. He insisted on telling her that Jojo was good morning before he was willing to leave. Thinking of this, Sir Jojo could not help but roll his eyes. Lian chuckled and reached out to poke her little face. You heartless little thing, I've always missed you. Lian set her down and sized up her attire today. She had donned a set of embroidered battle clothes again. Lian secretly laughed in his heart. Every time the little fellow put on the battle suit, it meant that she was ready to fight. Usually, she was used to wearing plain clothes, so it was easy to distinguish her mood. Jojo didn't know that the man had seen through her. She raised her head and asked, "Are we going now?" Lian lowered his head and rubbed the tip of her nose. Do you want to leave him out for another 2 days? Hee, this is the son of the great emperor. Yesterday, Prince Kang's mansion invited us over for a gathering. Both the host and the guest enjoyed themselves. When your father heard the news, he definitely couldn't sit still. Sir Jojo pursed his lips. Your father must be thinking that when the little brat came back, I, as his father, didn't even have the time to take a look at him. You, as his uncle, took a look at him first. Although the little fellow was too lazy to say anything else, Lian had already understood what she meant. He smiled and pinched her cheeks. You mischievous girl. Let's go. So, holding the little fellow's hand, he walked out of the Eastern Palace and boarded the carriage that had already stopped by the roadside. The carriage followed the spacious palace path and slowly made its way to the extreme palace of the great emperor. In another wing of the imperial study, Liuxing's handsome face was slightly pale. He exerted force on his wrist and crushed several brushes with a crack sound. Hu Dequan, who was accompanying him and serving the brush and ink, had small beads of sweat on his forehead. He could only secretly pray in his heart, hurry up and come, 2 little ancestors, the journey from the Eastern Palace to the Extreme Palace is only a short while. Why are they still nowhere to be seen? Just as eunuch who was feeling uneasy and uncertain, he heard a young eunuch's voice from outside. Reporting to your majesty, the crown prince and the crown princess have arrived. Hu Dequan heaved a long sigh of relief. The 2 ancestors had finally arrived. Hu Dequan hurriedly smiled as brilliantly as a flower, jogging to the front of the great emperor. Your majesty, the crown prince and crown princess have arrived? Humph. Liuxing snorted coldly, throwing the tattered pen in his hand to the ground. Turning around, he lifted the corner of his robe and sat down on a rosewood-carved throne. Let them scram in. Hu Dequan's mouth twitched, hurriedly opening the door and shouting, summon the crown prince and crown princess for an audience. So many problems. The young couple ridiculed in their hearts at the same time. Hand in hand, they both stepped through the door and into the great emperor's study. Behind the 2, Hu Dequan's eyes clearly twitched. He kept feeling that this scene wasn't quite right, but he didn't know what was wrong. The crown prince and crown princess were both dressed in fiery red today. They were really a handsome man and a beautiful woman, very compatible. All right, the 2 actually walked in hand, directly walking in front of the great emperor. Like 2 pieces of wood, they stood there without moving. Hu Dequan lifted his sleeve to wipe his sweat. He kept feeling that the great emperor would flip out next. Unexpectedly, he still couldn't guess the great emperor's thoughts. The great emperor silently looked at the young couple in front of him, actually not saying anything for a long time. In fact, Liuxing looked at the pair in front of him. To say that he didn't feel emotional would be a lie. His son looked very similar to Xianxia, he had long known. Especially that pair of phoenix eyes, it was simply carved out from the same mold as Xianxia. That year, he also held his Xianxia in such high spirits and insufferably arrogant, to see his imperial father. With a serious face, he told his imperial father, in this life, I will only marry Xianxia alone. Looking at the young couple in front of him, Liuxing actually became somewhat absent-minded. Thinking of Xianxia lying in that cold place. His heart, as if a blunt knife was cutting his flesh, the pain was tight. Jojo poked Lian's waist discreetly. Why does your father keep looking at us like that? Who knows? Lian looked unhappy. She called him over but he didn't say anything. I don't know what he wants. Then let's go. Jojo looked up at the man with a questioning expression. Hu Dequan, who was at the side, almost knelt down in front of these 2. Can the 2 of you not be so overboard when you're whispering to each other? Also, who wouldn't immediately pay their respects to the great emperor when they saw him? This strange couple strolled to the Polaris Palace as if they were strolling in their own backyard. They secretly communicated with each other in front of the Great Emperor and even privately discussed their plans to leave. Hu Dequan felt that the Great Emperor was quite pitiful to have such a strange son and daughter-in-law. When Mo Luxiang came back to his senses, he heard Jojo say, "Then let's go." What made him angry was that his brat even hurriedly nodded, looking very much in agreement. Holding the little girl's hand, he turned around and was about to leave. "Stop right there!" Mo Luxiang shouted, unable to vent his anger. Mo Lian and Arbor turned their heads at the same time. Two pairs of eyes simultaneously looked at the Great Emperor, who was standing in front of the desk with a gloomy face. "If you have something to say, say it. What are you shouting for?" Hu Dequan, the Great Emperor, couldn't help but be angered by these two. The way they spoke and acted was quite humorous. They even spoke in unison, hee hee. "What did you call us over for?" Mo Lian was displeased as he sized up the Great Emperor from head to toe, harumphing coldly in his heart. Mo Lian didn't know how to feel about this biological father who threw her on Seacombe planet to fend for herself since she was young. Hate? That wasn't necessary. Dislike? It seemed a little. In any case, she didn't like him that much. Moreover, father and son hadn't lived together for more than 10 years, so the feelings between them were very distant. Mo Lian couldn't remember what it was like before she was 3 years old at all. She heard the elders say how much her father loved her. Something about conferring her the title of Crown Prince the moment she was born and telling everyone in the world about it. Something about holding her in the imperial study to review memorials. It felt like she was listening to some heavenly book. She didn't feel anything. In any case, for as long as she could remember, she had stayed on Seacombe planet. She only felt the old great King Mo Lei's fatherly love, Empress Zhao's motherly love, and Empress Dowager Meng's kindness to her. As for this person in front of her, Mo Lian curled her lips and coldly swept her gaze over the Emperor of the Divine Continent. Mo Luxiang saw his son's unfamiliar and distant gaze and couldn't help but feel a little upset. He thought about how he promised Wu Xia to take good care of his son, but in the end, it seemed like he really didn't take good care of him. A trace of guilt floated in Mo Luxiang's heart, and his tense face eased a little. He looked at his son and said, "Little glutinous dumpling, are you still blaming father?" When Mo Lian heard the words "little glutinous dumpling," she was instantly petrified. This strange name, was it calling this prince? How could this crown prince have such a funny name? Impossible, impossible, impossible. Arbor, what the hell? Who was Little Glutinous Dumpling? Little Glutinous Dumpling seemed to be her husband's nickname. Her husband actually had such a cute nickname. This was too cute. His Highness the Crown Prince, who tried his best to maintain his aloof image in front of his wife, coldly stared at the Emperor of the Divine Continent in front of him with a frosty expression. "I'm not Little Glutinous Dumpling." Prince Mo was on the verge of a mental breakdown, but he didn't show it on his face. Mo Luxiang ignored him and continued, "Little Glutinous Dumpling is the name your mother gave you." Mo Lian, Arbor, ha ha ha. Mo Lian suddenly turned his head and stared at his wife accusingly. "Wife, you're mocking your husband." Xianxia really wanted to laugh, but when she saw Mo Lian's aggrieved expression, she hastily swallowed the smile on her lips. All right, if you don't want to laugh then so be it. When you were born, you were so small and weak. Your mother was afraid that you wouldn't grow up, so she gave you a nickname. Actually, you weren't round at all at that time. You were like a little monkey, very ugly." Crown Prince was speechless. Arbor's mouth twitched. However, it turned out that Wu Xia was worrying for nothing. This son of theirs was the child who had inherited the ancient Mo Lian's powerful bloodline in the entire Mo clan for thousands of years. Due to that small body, it was not enough to withstand the baptism of the ancient bloodline. Therefore, not long after the child was born, Mo Luxiang gathered all the deity realm cultivators in the country to help him place several bloodline seals on the child's body. Mo Lian's handsome face was cold as he silently stared at Mo Luxiang. "What exactly do you want to say?" Mo Luxiang looked at him deeply. "Back then, father had no choice but to send you to Seacombe planet. Over a decade ago, that incident almost caused his wife to die. At that time, he searched for all kinds of methods and almost destroyed the world to repair and save her bit by bit. But she couldn't move at all and couldn't smile at all. She laid there and slept for over a decade. At that time, he had to save his wife and deal with the mess left behind by the rebel army. There were even many forces in the dark who were eyeing his only child, wanting to take advantage of the situation and rob him. The situation was very grim. After much consideration, he accepted the elder's suggestion and sent the child to Seacone Planet's Mo clan branch for Mo Lei to adopt on his behalf. He didn't expect that he would raise the child for so many years. When the child grew up, he was no longer under his father's control. He couldn't summon him back no matter what. This time, it was Mo Luxing himself who persisted. In addition, the ancient Mo Lian seal really couldn't hold him back anymore. When the seal was removed, this child's powerful aura would flow out, and it would definitely alarm the heavenly Tao and not be tolerated by the heavenly Tao. So this time, it was more or less forcing this child to scram back. The father and son hadn't interacted for so many years, so they fell into a state of speechlessness when they met. Mo Luxing suppressed a lot of things in his heart, but he didn't know where to start. Mo Lian also didn't know what to say to this father of his who was related by blood. The two stared at each other for a while. Mo Luxing's gaze suddenly shifted to Arbor at the side. He pointed at Arbor and said, "Her identity isn't suitable for you." When Mo Lian heard this, he was immediately unhappy. He held Arbor's little hand tightly and glanced at his father coldly. "Whether it's suitable or not isn't up to you to decide." Mo Luxing couldn't help but be taken aback. A scene from a long time ago seemed to appear before his eyes. Back then, Wu Xiao's true identity hadn't surfaced, and she was also disdained by the elders and officials. What he said back then seemed to be similar to what this child was saying now. Mo Luxing looked at his son with a slightly complicated gaze, secretly complaining in his heart, "Why are they so similar? In this lifetime I will only have Jojo as my wife." Mo Lian didn't care about how complicated Mo Luxing's gaze was. He continued to speak, "Don't think of using such despicable methods to break us apart. Let me tell you, if you dare, I will tear your most cherished divine land into pieces and make it disappear completely." Mo Luxing almost scolded out the words unfilial son, but seeing his son's stubborn appearance, he couldn't help but sigh heavily. Mo Luxing's face darkened as he gloomily stared at Jojo. "What do you have to say? If you dare to break us apart, I will kill you." Mo Lian, Hu Dequan kept wiping his sweat. At this time, he was so shocked that he sat on the ground, paralyzed. He didn't even have time to wipe his sweat. He was simply too shocked. The little crown princess was too bold. Wasn't she afraid that the great emperor would slap her to death in anger? Mo Luxing tightly pursed his lips and looked coldly at the little fellow. "You're just a puny little third-level spirit master, and you're still hoping to kill me?" Arbor immediately took off the aura concealing talisman on her body. Her realm rose with a whoosh, rising all the way to the 10th level of Great Spirit Master before stopping. Mo Luxing was a bit shocked as he looked her up and down. He was shocked that this little fellow could actually grow to become a Great Spirit Master at such a young age in a place like the Lower Star Domain. But his expression didn't change as he coldly glanced at Arbor. "A Great Spiritual Master is nothing. In our divine continent, people of your age can generally reach such a realm." Arbor snorted coldly and proudly raised her little chin. "Nonsense. What great emperor? You're just a great king who's awesome." Mo Luxing, why did he have the desire to slap this stinky lass to death? Eunuch who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, finally got up with great difficulty. But when he heard this, he immediately fell back down. No, he couldn't. He felt that his heart had been stimulated too much today, and he couldn't get used to it. "Why don't you find a 15-year-old 10th level great spiritual master for me to see?" The little fellow's face was full of pride. "Even if there is, it's only an extremely rare few. Don't deny it? You don't have any common sense, and you're still a great emperor." His words were filled with disdain. The great emperor was about to be angered to death by her. He fiercely glared at her and sneered. "Little lass, it's not a good thing to be too arrogant. Even if your achievements are quite high now, it doesn't mean that in the next few decades, you'll be able to smoothly increase your realm. Let's take the 5 spirits reincarnation as an example. A little lass like you can't possibly go through the 5 spirits reincarnation. This also means that you'll always stop before the divine realm." "Sorry, my divine sense has already entered the divine realm level." "That's right. It's extremely difficult for a female cultivator to become a divine realm expert. The great emperor suddenly paused. What did you just say? Eunuch whose eyes twitched. Mo Lian glanced at the emperor without batting an eyelid, inwardly pitying this old geezer. Boasting in front of his dojo, he deserved to be attacked. My divine sense has entered the divine realm level. Arbor impatiently repeated, as long as my cultivation goes up, I can enter the divine realm whenever I want. The great emperor of the divine continent stared blankly for a while before saying with a dark face, nonsense. You're the one who's talking nonsense. Arbor glared at him impatiently. If it weren't for the fact that you're Mo Lian's father, I would have beaten you up. Eunuch who secretly sucked in a breath. The veins on the emperor's forehead bulged as he glared at Arbor. Impudent lass. Do you know who you're talking to? Arbor looked at him as if he was an idiot. Emperor, what should he do if he wanted to slap the little girl to death more and more? I am the emperor of the divine land. Watch your attitude. The great emperor couldn't take it anymore and roared. Arbor pursed his lips and tugged at Mo Lian's sleeve. Why are you yelling at my wife? If you have any problems, come at me. Eunuch who looked at the great emperor with sympathy. Why did he feel that his emperor was so pitiful? He didn't dote on his son, and his daughter-in-law was disrespectful. It felt like he was an adopted father. If you dare to do anything to my wife, don't blame me for being merciless. How do you want to be merciless? Mo Lucian was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. If a single hair on my wife's head is harmed, I will destroy the entire divine land. He didn't care anyway. What did the good or bad of the divine land have to do with him? Mo Lucian was so angry that he wanted to slap this brat to death. He kept talking about destroying the entire divine land. If word got out, who knew how much gossip it would attract? You're not allowed to say such disgraceful words in the future. Then you're not allowed to make things difficult for my wife. Mo Lian insisted, unwilling to give in. I was delayed by something today. It's going to be late. You guys go to sleep first and come back tomorrow. It's not that we want to make things difficult for you. Mo Lucian said angrily, it's just that her identity isn't suitable for you at all. What's not suitable about it? Mo Lian also glared back coldly. Jojo is also a member of the 6 great patrician families. I don't believe you don't know. At yesterday's plum blossom banquet, the matter of the real and fake Mu Qiao had become so exaggerated. The news of the Mu family publicly chasing the fake out had already spread throughout the entire imperial capital. He didn't believe that the emperor didn't know at all. He had already investigated Jojo countless times. Mo Lucian said coldly, so what if she's a member of the Mu family of the divine province? Can she be mentioned in the same breath as a proper daughter of the Mu family? So what if she returns to the Mu family? People will still secretly say that she's a girl from the Mu family who had been stranded on Seakong planet for many years and was born as a village girl. I'll smash the mouth of whoever says it, Mo Lian said coldly. Do you think you can shut everyone's mouths? As long as there are no people with ulterior motives stirring up trouble, I believe there are rumors, but they won't spread to the streets. When Mo Lian said the words people with ulterior motives, he deliberately glanced at the emperor. Mo Lucian was angered by this brat's glance. If it weren't for the fact that the person standing in front of him was the only son he had with his beloved woman, he really would have mercilessly slapped him to death. He was so stubborn. It was so tiring to talk. You must marry the Panga clan's princess, Jing Linyao. She's the one who's truly worthy of you. Jing Linyao is brave and resourceful, and her cultivation is profound. Although the Panga clan is currently in a state of disunity, as long as Jing Linyao dares to unite them, with our divine province's support, there will definitely be great changes in the next few years. I'll tell you one more time. My wife will only be Jojo. Mo Lian glanced coldly at Mo Lucian. That Jing Linyao, if you like her, marry her yourself. Unfilial son. Mo Lucian was so angry that he jumped up. Your mother is still lying there, and you actually instigate your father to take a concubine? If your mother heard what you said, she would be angered to death. Mo Lian pursed her lips. You don't want to wrong your wife, but I don't want to wrong my wife. What, only your wife is a wife, and my wife is not a wife? Eunuch who nodded and thought, the crown prince is right. Emma Lushing was amused by his son's words. His face was dark and gloomy for a long time. Looking at the little child who used to lie on his lap and call him daddy more than 10 years ago, now able to confront him, he seemed to have an indescribable feeling in his heart. It was very complicated, very uncomfortable, and mixed with a faint sense of loneliness. After all, she had missed the most important period of her son's growth. She had missed a lot. Scram. Emma Lushing waved his hand, suddenly not wanting to talk to these two damn children. Jojo, let's go. Emma Lien didn't have the slightest bit of reluctance. She directly pulled Jojo's small hand and turned to leave. Jojo suddenly turned his head and looked at Emma Lushing, asking loudly, "Hey. What do you want to admit me?" Emma Lushing's eyes flashed, and a plan suddenly came to his mind. That's right, since he couldn't do it from his son, then he would do it from this little girl. Let her know the difficulties and retreat. It's not impossible for me to admit you. The Divine Province's emperor pretended to ponder. You have to pass my 3 tests. What kind of test? The little fellow nodded and asked in a friendly manner. It wasn't that she needed this old man's acknowledgement, but she didn't want to make things difficult for his Lotus. If it was just her, she wouldn't even consider whether this damn old man would acknowledge her or not. But for Lotus, she thought it would be better to use peaceful means before resorting to force. She would first satisfy this old man's conditions and accept his test. If after she passed, he still refused to acknowledge her, then don't blame her for being merciless. Emma Lien turned her head and looked deeply at her little fellow. She gripped her little hand tightly. Don't suffer because of me. Emma Lushing wanted to slap these two to death again. No matter how he looked at them, they were an eyesore. What was going on? Heh. The first test is that you have to find 3 fire-spitting ducks today and tomorrow. You have to extract 3 drops of heart blood from the fire-spitting ducks in front of me. You also have to ensure that they continue to live. Oh. Arbor nodded his little head, then rummaged through Paradise Planet and pulled out 3 yellow-red ducks. Is this the type? The emperor was dumbfounded. Emma Lien's mouth twitched. Eunuch who was paralyzed on the ground, continued to maintain his elegant silence. I'll extract it for you right now. Sir Jojo stretched out a finger and waved it casually. He then grabbed the 3 fire-spitting ducks and brought them to the window. He threw them on the table and sprinkled a wisp of medicinal powder on them, causing them to fall down in a daze. Arbor smoothly extracted 3 drops of heart blood from the fire-spitting ducks. But the problem was that normal spirit beasts would probably die after extracting 3 drops of heart blood. Arbor still had to ensure that these 3 ducks lived. The fastest and easiest way was to feed them pills. The great emperor was flabbergasted as he watched Xiao Mu speedily feed the 3 fire-breathing ducks 7 to 8 pills, as well as a small bottle of an unknown liquid. After a while, the 3 lively fire-breathing ducks began to wander around the imperial study. The great emperor gritted his teeth and sneered, "Haha, what a waste of pills." With so many pills, it was obvious that they weren't of low quality. Yet, she was only using them to feed 3 low-level spirit beasts. How could she do such a thing? What's the second test? The second test is to find a bloodshed vermilion fruit within 3 days. Emma Lien was stunned, and then a trace of displeasure flashed across her face. Aren't you deliberately making things difficult for people? The bloodshed vermilion fruit is a saint-grade spirit fruit. Where can we find it in 3 days? Isn't it just to make things difficult for you? The great emperor secretly snorted. If it wasn't difficult, why would he take it out for a test? This? Arbor calmly took out a small, translucent red fruit from his inner world. When this thing appeared in front of the father and son, let alone Emma Lushing, even Emma Lien was a little stunned. This bloodshed vermilion fruit was something he had conveniently obtained when he saved young Master Zhu in Shuntian Prefecture. Now, it was flourishing on Paradise Planet. A small bloodshed vermilion fruit, so he gave it away. The great emperor was really stunned this time. This? Is this really a bloodshed vermilion fruit? Emma Lushing reached out with trembling hands to take the vermilion fruit from the little girl. Unable to contain his joy, he took out a jade box and put it away. When he raised his head, he stared at Jojo with a somewhat complicated expression. This girl was simply a bit magical. Is she really just an ordinary daughter of the Mu family who had wandered outside? Mo Lusheng looked at the little girl in front of him with a complicated expression. He kept a straight face and his body was stiff, almost not knowing what to say. What could he say? The little girl had effortlessly solved his test questions twice in a row. This caused him to be shocked, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. This little girl was really, quite strong. What's the third question? The little girl asked curiously. Mo Lusheng said with a sour face, let's leave it like this for now. This third question, wait until Zhen thinks of it. He already didn't dare to casually come up with a question and let this little guy give him a slap in the face within minutes. He had an inexplicable feeling of wanting to cry. He felt like his dignity as a father was about to be destroyed without a trace. Infuriating, Mo Lusheng felt that the little girl was quite strange. He wouldn't admit that he was a little scared. He snorted with a cold face, enough, all of you scram. Then that means, you admit Jojo? Who said I admit it? Hearing his son's words, Mo Lusheng couldn't help but glare back. Then continue the test. You can admit it after the test. Mo Lian wouldn't let this old man with a belly full of evil tricks go back and gather the smartest people to discuss a scam project for his wife. Mo Lusheng's eyes flashed, don't mess around. Let's leave it like this for now. It's nothing. Test. Sir Jojo roared. Mo Lusheng, why were these two brats so hard to fool? What a headache. Alright, then admit it for now. Mo Lusheng thought of a compromise and said coldly, but don't be happy too early. This is only temporary. When I think of the third question, if you don't pass it, you have to leave my son of your own accord. Do you agree? On what basis? Mo Lusheng, slap this evildoer to death. If I don't pass the test, it's just you not admitting it. On what basis do you want me to leave Lotus? You're dreaming. It's impossible for me to leave my Lotus. The little fellow looked at Mo Lian warily, then he shrank into Mo Lian's arms and arched his back. Mo Lian nodded and quickly reached out to hug her. His wife was smart and mighty, she immediately found the loophole in the old man's words. Get lost. Then let's do it this way. Mo Lusheng felt like he was about to explode from anger. He couldn't be bothered to say another word to this couple. Wait. Mo Lian calmly called out to Mo Lusheng, who was waving his hand to chase them away. What else do you want? Mo Lusheng really wanted to shake his wife awake and let her wake up to see how that soft and cute little bun had become so terrifying. Since you've temporarily acknowledged Jojo, then do something that father should do. The great emperor's eyes lit up. Imperial father? This was the first time this brat had called him imperial father since he came back. Did he already admit that he was his father, huh? Bah. My thoughts have been led astray by this pair of weirdos. What was there to admit or not? He was that brat's father. There was no need to doubt this blood connection. Do what? The great emperor asked with a solemn face. The moment he said that, he almost bit his own tongue. Write an imperial edict. And let eunuch who read it out. We must let everyone in the imperial capital know. The great emperor angrily glared at this damn son who was taking advantage of him. By His Majesty's decree, the Mu family is ordered to bring the crown princess back to the Mu family in style within 5 days. Prove her identity and announce it to the world. If there is any disobedience, the entire family will be executed. Those who feign compliance but secretly oppose will be executed. The group of Mu family members who had come out to receive eunuch whose decree looked at each other in bewilderment. What happened? Where were they? How could such a strange decree descend on their heads? What did it mean that the crown princess must be brought back within 5 days? If she couldn't, the entire family would be executed. Wasn't this execution a little too exaggerated? Mu Jingfeng indifferently led everyone to kowtow and express their thanks before standing up and bowing to receive the decree. Mu Jingrui had a strange expression as he stepped forward to ask the imperial eunuch who, with a smile, this eunuch, may I know what His Majesty's decree means? Isn't it the literal meaning? Eunuch who swept his horsetail whisk and calmly said, you all have to work hard. 5 days is neither long nor short. Hurry and strive for it. Mu Jingrui's eyes twitched as he hastily asked, then what if the young crown princess insists on not returning? Eunuch who immediately turned hostile and mercilessly waved his hand. Pitch-black figures appeared in the surroundings. Judging from their figures and auras, most of them were level 13 spiritual masters and above, and there were even 2 or 3 divine realm experts mixed in. Look carefully. These people will stay here to supervise you for 5 days. If you make any strange movements during this time, you will be in big trouble. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Don't think of such useless thoughts. After Eunuch Hu finished nagging, he left with the group of people without looking back. The black-clothed people lurking around the rooftops also naturally concealed themselves. They were so silent that no one could do anything about it. Everyone immediately looked at Mu Jingfeng in a panic. Family head, what should we do about today's matter? Mu Jingfeng was also very puzzled. This imperial edict came out of the blue without any warning. Suddenly, such a strange imperial edict was issued, telling them to go and welcome the young crown prince consort back to the Mu family. Could it be that the great emperor wants to acknowledge the identity of the crown princess? Otherwise, why would it give people the feeling that the emperor was supporting the crown princess? Could it be an illusion? No one could answer their questions, so they could only leave resentfully. Mu Jingfeng's eyes darkened as he looked at the imperial edict in his hand. His heart felt heavy. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that a storm was coming. Xingchen, bring some people to the palace tomorrow and invite the crown princess to come to our Mu family. Mu Jingfeng coldly said, when the time comes, I'll have someone open the ancestral hall and bring out the bloodline talisman to verify its authenticity. Mu Xingchen looked up in shock, and his gaze swept over his father indifferently. That's the crown prince consort. Not just anyone can meet her. The tone of her father's words was really laughable. He made it sound like a fish waiting to be slaughtered in the market, and any random person would be able to slaughter a piece of it. If you want to meet the crown princess, you have to see if she's willing to meet you. While the Mu family was in a mess, the Shi family was also in a state of chaos. Ever since Xianxia was whipped 30 times by Arbor and carried back to the Shi family, the Shi family's eldest madam seemed to have gone crazy and kept clamoring to seek revenge on Arbor. If the Shi family's head hadn't slapped her so hard that she couldn't get up, she would have run away long ago. Madame Shi was already furious. Her second daughter, who was as beautiful as a flower, was actually beaten to such a state. How could she endure this? She couldn't tolerate this. So what if that person was the crown princess? How could she beat her precious daughter to such a state without asking for the reason? She had to reason with her. Slap. Patriarch Shi slapped Madame Shi. Are you sober now? How dare you go and make trouble? Go out and ask around. The Mu family is going to be in big trouble. How dare you provoke the crown princess? Master, I'm just worried about our daughter. So what if you're worried about her? She was the one who did not behave properly, so she was caught red-handed and given a good beating. If she was a good person, how could the crown prince consort not let go of her? What other reason could the crown princess have to whip her? Don't blame others for your own stupidity. Patriarch Shi waved his hand and said angrily, that's enough. You're not allowed to go anywhere. After Madame Shi ran away crying, the eldest son of the Shi family frowned and said, Father, is the matter with the Mu family true? Could it be that the emperor has acknowledged the crown princess, so he's anxious to prove the crown princess's identity so that she can be a good match for His Highness the Crown Prince? Patriarch Shi shook his head. It's not so easy to guess the emperor's thoughts. We don't need to care about anything and just wait and see. After a pause, he said, the emperor has been silent for many years. Many people have forgotten that he himself is a transcendent realm master. It's said that more than half of the purple forest guards of the 7 color guards are transcendent realm masters. This is a very strong open guard. The emperor probably has countless hidden guards in his hands. No one knows what realm they are in. If the Mu family really disobeys the decree, they will face the wrath of the emperor and be destroyed. The eldest son of the Shi family took a breath and nodded with a sorrowful expression. Although the Mu family's decree is strange, it's not without reason. Right now, the situation is hard to predict. The crown prince has yet to enter the court. His voice lowered. After His Highness the Crown Prince enters the court, I'm afraid the situation will become even more treacherous. We have to be careful at every step. I'll listen to you, father. The eldest son of the Shi family nodded. Let's see what the Mu family will do. Your sister and mother, those 2 idiots, can't do anything right. Keep an eye on them and don't let them cause any trouble. Yes. At this moment, the great emperor, who was sulking in his study, crushed a pen. He wasn't the young crown prince consort's protective umbrella, those brainless fools. What kind of messy news have they spread? He couldn't wait for this little crown princess to get out of Dragon Flame City as soon as possible so that she wouldn't always bring trouble to herself. No, he had to gather all the strategists and discuss the third project as soon as possible so that the little crown princess wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Achoo! Sir Jojo reached out and rubbed his red little nose. He retracted his head from the window and wrapped his cloak tightly around himself. Crown Princess, a young master of the Mu family called Mu Xingqian is outside Qingqian Gate asking to see the Crown Princess. The little Crown Princess ignored him. She took out the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron from her inner world and began to study how to make pills. It wasn't until evening when Mo Lian returned from the study that Jojo finished refining the last batch of pills. He put away the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron and popped a pill into his mouth, chewing it like a candy. Mo Lian smiled and winked at her. The moon is beautiful tonight. Do you want to accompany your husband for a walk? 10 o'clock. Sir Jojo handed him a small box with a rectangular carving. Here, eat it. You can eat it every day, or every few days. I'll give it to you after you eat it. It tasted pretty good, the little fellow gave him such a look. Mo Lian couldn't help but laugh when he saw that. These black-level nourishing pills were indeed pretty good. Not only did they not have any side effects after long-term consumption, but they could also strengthen the meridians and strengthen the body. They were also effective for immortal supremacies. Jojo's products were definitely of high quality. The little fellow took out another pill and threw it into his mouth, chewing. Then, he jumped into Mo Lian's arms and rubbed his chest. I'm not going out for 3 days. The Mu family will be worried sick. But since you're inviting me so warmly, I'll reluctantly accept. Pfft. Mo Lian laughed out loud. He reached out and lifted the little fellow up high, kissing him hard. My Jojo, is it really okay for you to be so proud? Okay, that's great, Sir Jojo nodded secretly. He wrapped his arms around his neck and rubbed his head against his shoulder. He called out softly, Lian. Mo Lian's heart skipped a beat. He lowered his head to look at her. Under the setting sun, the little person looked like a jade doll painted with a faint golden light. She was extremely adorable. Mo Lian simply couldn't bear to let go of her. Jojo, I'll take you to the Despondent Pavilion to watch a performance. Sir Jojo quite liked to watch performances that included music, singing and juggling. When he said that, his eyes lit up and he looked forward to it. Mo Lian carried her out of the door. Not long after they got into the carriage, they left Lisheng Gate and headed towards Changle Street. Changle Street was bustling with activity at night. There were many pedestrians strolling along the street. Cars came and went. Rows upon rows of restaurants lined the street. Everyone was bustling with noise and guests. From this, it could be seen that the livelihood of the people in Dragon Flame City was really good. The people all lived and worked in peace and contentment. They even had money to spare. The Despondent Pavilion was at the end of Changle North Street. It would take some time to get there. Mo Lian held the little fellow and chatted for a while, subconsciously teasing her to open her mouth. Towards the end of his teasing, the little thing spoke unhappily again. That expression of hers was as if she had finished speaking 800 years' worth of words. She even had an accusatory expression on her face. How amusing. I want to talk. Mo Lian continued to chat with her patiently and gently. Jojo, you're much better than before. When we were young, even if I spoke 10 sentences to you, you wouldn't even bother to respond to me. Arbor snorted. I talk a lot every day now. Imperial Ant had a great chat with me that day. Is that so? Mo Lian looked suspicious. With the little fellow's personality, who knew how Imperial Ant would be able to strike up a conversation with her and even chat happily? Just thinking about it made it seem impossible. Sir Jojo raised his little chin proudly. Mo Lian was delighted at the sight. He took the little fellow and kissed her on the cheek. Jojo, your birthday is in 10 days. What do you want? Arbor looked up at him and said decisively, I want you. Emolian was stunned. Then he hugged the little fellow and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Alright, I'll wrap myself up and give myself to Jojo on that day. Sir Jojo nodded in satisfaction and raised his hand to touch his chin. Very good. Emolien's smile overflowed from his gentle gaze. He lowered his head and kissed her gently on the lips. Jojo, I like you. The little fellow cupped her little chin with her hands and retreated to the window. She lay there, pretending to be calm as she looked out of the window. Io, my little sweetheart, her heart almost jumped out of her chest just now. How could this man be so flirtatious? Emolian snuggled up to her and hugged her small waist with a grin. You're shy, Xiao. Pooh, the little fellow looked like she couldn't be bothered to talk. She leaned against the window and looked out at the night view. Her heart was filled with delight. She couldn't help it. With a handsome man holding her arm, she felt inexplicably happy. Jojo, if you don't talk to me, I'm going to bite you. Sir Jojo's little ears secretly heated up. He suddenly pointed to a slender alley beside them. What's that place? Emolian looked out with interest. The carriage happened to pass by a fork in the road. There was a small arched bridge with a high slope. Beyond that was a dark place filled with red lights. There was a sign above that said Amusement Alley. Emolian narrowed his eyes and hugged the little fellow's waist. He waved the curtain down and said expressionlessly, Stop looking. There's nothing to see. Oh, I know. Sir Jojo had a flash of inspiration. He pointed and said, That's a place like Springhouse. Xiao actually still remembered Springhouse. Emolian's beautiful phoenix eyes narrowed dangerously, and he lowered his head to look seriously at his wife. Xiao, do you still remember the red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple flowers of the spring pavilion? Jojo blinked her big eyes. What's a 7-colored flower? It was obvious that she didn't remember. It was only then that Emolian was secretly delighted, but his expression didn't change. Then why do you only remember spring-filled floor? I think those red lanterns look more like it. Jojo pointed outside the window through the curtain. Those with red lanterns are usually in red light districts. Emolian, what the hell was this? During festivals, every household would hang red lanterns in front of their doors, but forget it, the little fellow was right to think this way. The dim red lanterns were indeed the symbol of the red light district. But this time, the little fellow guessed wrong. That was no ordinary red light district. Entertainment Alley was the most famous jade tripod market in Dragon Flame City. The cauldrons here didn't refer to the cauldrons used to refine pills and weapons, but to female slaves who had been captured or sold. These female slaves were mostly Xianxia above the spirit realm. They were picked by some of the stronger male Xiao as tools to help them increase their cultivation. In their eyes, these female slaves could only be tools. Although she was a female cultivator, her life was even worse than that of the commoners at the bottom of Dragon Flame City. Although Emolian didn't like this kind of place, she wouldn't interfere in the management of this matter. After all, the jade tripod market had existed for more than 1,000 years. There were such markets everywhere in the 3 prefectures. It was not that he could get rid of this evil habit by being kind. Moreover, he had just returned to the Divine Land. Everything had to start anew. Before he grasped the situation, he wouldn't act rashly. There was no such thing as a Saint Father's heart. Although Emolian looked like a spring breeze on the outside, in fact, she was much colder than Jojo in the depths of her heart. After all, she had always been in a superior position. Her way of looking at people and her way of thinking was always from the big picture. Why aren't you saying anything? Emolian came back to his senses and saw that the little fellow had climbed onto his lap like a soft little animal. She was sitting in his arms and looking at him with a puzzled expression. The man almost couldn't control himself and pushed her down reflexively. Then, he hurriedly carried this little ancestor to the side and calmed his agitated emotions. He coughed lightly and said, Jojo, don't crawl around. Arbor pursed its little lips and resentfully retracted its little claws. With such an interruption, she had long forgotten the question she had asked him earlier. Emolian naturally wouldn't take the initiative to mention the jade tripod market, so this matter passed just like that. Not long after, they arrived at the despondent pavilion. The two alighted and were welcomed in by two quick-witted page boys standing at the door. To enter the garden, one had to pay a fee of 100 spirit coins per person. The price wasn't low. If one wasn't from a wealthy family, one wouldn't come to such a place to spend money. The two of them came at the right time. The private room on the second floor was the last one. The hall below was already filled with people. The performance was about to begin in 15 minutes. The Despondent Pavilion was a place where one could eat and play, so business was booming on weekdays. At night, it was even more packed every day. It was said that the pavilion master was very good at doing business. He was very good at taking advantage of the rich's tendency to compete and spend money recklessly. Every single performance was set up to compete for prizes. After the performance, a host immediately went up and shouted, "How many spirit coins did this Master Wang spend?" Master Zhao gave a deed to a side garden. There were too many of them to count. After the performance, the rich enjoyed watching and spending money to their heart's content. The pavilion master of the Despondent Pavilion also made a lot of money. The most important thing was that the pavilion master of the Despondent Pavilion's performance was full of tricks. If other people wanted to copy the pavilion master's ideas and set up a variety show pavilion of their own, it would be impossible. The main reason was that this pavilion master was too smart. After a while, he would launch a new round of programs and lead a new trend in Dragon Flame City. Even if the group of people below wanted to copy, it was useless. They had just copied someone else's old tricks, and someone else's new tricks would immediately follow. The endless new tricks were too much for the eyes to take in. The rich people all liked to run to Despondent Pavilion. As for the rest of the small fries, even if they went to other pavilions, they would not lose much. Mr. Jojo reached out to take an exquisite menu and flipped through it. He looked curiously at the waiter who was wearing a red festive outfit. "Your menu is quite interesting." In other restaurants, a few words were written on a wooden board and hung on the wall for customers to order. There were also some small shops that didn't even have any brands at all. Whatever customers wanted to eat was completely up to the waiter. His family was different. Not only did they make an exquisite menu that was as thin as a book, but the prices of the various dishes were also clearly marked. For example, a plate of potato powder cost 50 spirit coins. It was indeed expensive, but it was Jojo's first time seeing such a way of ordering food. The waiter said proudly, "Of course. Our menu is the only one in the entire Dragon Flame City." The pride in his tone was fully revealed. Arbor glanced at the waiter and reached out to order a few dishes. He flipped through the page and ordered a few more. The waiter hurriedly said, "Sir, I'm afraid the two of you won't be able to finish so many dishes." Arbor ignored him and ordered a lot of dishes. Then, he closed the menu and said to the waiter, "That's all. Go and prepare." They really were two strange people. The two of them actually ordered a table full of dishes. None of them were cheap. The waiter inwardly muttered as he left the door. When he opened the door, two women passed by, seemingly inadvertently glancing at him. Bang! The door that the waiter had just closed was suddenly kicked open by someone. Arbor's hand that was holding the teacup paused slightly. He turned his head and saw two people standing at the door. One was Mu Ro-yun, concubine Shi's youngest daughter. He had just met her at General Zhongli's estate. Arbor didn't recognize the other person. However, when he saw her slightly raised chin with an expression that said she was number one in the world, a faint trace of displeasure surfaced in his heart. That's right. How could someone who could walk together with Mu Ro-yun be a good person? Why are you here? Mu Ro-yun glared fiercely at Arbor as she questioned him angrily. If it wasn't for this vicious and merciless woman in front of her, how could she have been beaten to the point of vomiting blood? And how could concubine Shi have been punished by father and shut herself in Wulong Garden for 5 days to reflect on her mistakes? It was all this slut's fault for using her status to bully others everywhere. Get out of dejected pavilion immediately. How dare you? Eunuch Chen, who was quietly waiting by his master's side and silently serving tea, couldn't bear it any longer and angrily shouted. From the moment this woman kicked the door open, only her rude voice could be heard. If he didn't stop her now, when would he? Mo Lian's eyes also carried a trace of anger as she coldly glanced at Mu Ro-yun. Jojo didn't say anything, so Mo Lian also didn't say anything. Eunuch Chen had already walked forward and reached out to stop Mu Royun, who was about to rush over. Which family are you from? How can you be so rude? Royun, she's that self-righteous crown princess who has never been acknowledged by the emperor. She thinks she's omnipotent? The 3 words crown princess came out of the mouth of this arrogant girl. She especially emphasized her tone, appearing especially sarcastic. Impudent. Eunuch Chen angrily shouted. He was truly angered. He didn't even need to turn his head to know that the crown prince was furious. He immediately felt a layer of cold sweat on his back. These 2 ignorant women actually dared to barge into the crown prince and crown princess private room without permission. They were simply courting death. Dog slave, back off. A trace of anger flashed in Su Shitao's eyes. A servant dares to yell in front of me? Who gave you the courage? Eunuch Chen was so angry that he laughed. And who are you? This is Princess Tao, King Zhang's younger sister. Mu Royun looked at the little crown princess with a smug expression. The viciousness in her eyes could not be concealed. Mo Lian's eyes narrowed dangerously. Since when did King Zhang have a younger sister? Prince Mo Lian was an orphan when he was young. By chance, he was adopted by Mo Lian's mother. That was how he became the adopted son of the great emperor. Didn't they say that King Zhang had no relatives and was all alone? Who was this little sister that appeared out of nowhere? Moreover, Princess Tao? Mo Lian sneered. Who conferred you the title of princess? Su Shitao looked over when she heard the voice. When she saw the man sitting there, her face involuntarily reddened. However, she still raised her chin and said with an extremely arrogant expression, "This is how everyone respectfully addresses me. They all like to call me princess." Moreover, her elder brother was King Zhang, a dignified prince and the adopted son of the great emperor. In terms of seniority, she naturally deserved the title of princess. Eunuch Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Where did this girl come from? She had never seen the world before. She actually proclaimed herself as a regional princess. Didn't she know that regional princesses had ranks? That was a title conferred by the imperial court and a salary. In addition, some regional princesses might even be bestowed with land. He had never seen someone like this girl, who was so boastful and hilarious. He didn't know where she got the face to actually think that there was nothing wrong with others calling her a regional princess. When Su Shitao saw Eunuch Chen's attitude, her eyes immediately turned red from anger. She swung a slap at Eunuch Chen's face. You unruly servant, how dare you look down on me? Ever since she followed her parents to the capital to search for her relatives and found her elder brother, Mo Shikong, she had a few good months. She was flattered by a group of noble ladies around her to the point that she almost forgot her own surname. Her personality was bossy and domineering, and she would hit whenever she wanted to. How could she care about who Eunuch Chen was? How could Eunuch Chen be hit by this woman? Seeing her slap, he hurriedly reached out to block it, using his arm to separate her demonic claws. Ah! Su Shitao was pushed back a few steps by Eunuch Chen. She glared at him. You unruly servant, how dare you retaliate? Throw them out. Mo Lian said impatiently. Eunuch Chen hurriedly took 2 steps forward and lifted Su Shitao and Mu Royun up like chickens. He directly threw them out of the door and closed it with a bang. Ah! Mu Royun and Su Shitao both fell to the ground and stood up with ashen faces. Su Shitao said angrily, Who is that man? He was actually so heartless that he directly ordered his servant to throw these 2 delicate young ladies out of the door. Don't say that Mu Royun's brain was really lacking. Even now, she still didn't understand why the attack talismans she used to attack Arbor ended up injuring herself. Now, it was even more impossible for her to associate the man in the private room with His Highness the Crown Prince. How would I know? Mu Royun stomped her feet. Regional Princess Tao, you also saw it. That woman is arrogant and rude by nature. She doesn't even respect you. Su Shitao's face darkened. I will definitely tell Big Brother about this. Her brother, Mo Shikong, loved her the most. He would definitely seek justice for her. Hearing this, Mu Royun couldn't help but roll her eyes. Don't tell me you're going to leave with your tail between your legs. While they were talking, an old man walked over and bowed to them. He asked in confusion, 6th Miss, Princess Tao, why are you 2 standing here? Steward he. Mu Royun's eyes lit up when she saw the old man. Sir, the dishes are here. The waiter opened the door and served all kinds of dishes. That manager he, along with Mu Royun and Su Shitao, forcibly pushed aside several waiters who were serving the dishes. With a cold expression, he looked at Arbor and Mo Lian and said, "Guests, you cannot continue to eat at our frustrated pavilion." Mu Royun smugly curled her lips. When she thought that she would be able to see Arbor, this D*MN woman, being chased out of frustrated pavilion with her tail between her legs, she couldn't help but feel smug. Arbor slightly raised her head and saw Mu Royun's smug expression. Her heart stirred and she asked, "This frustrated pavilion is your Mu family's property?" Steward he nodded with a dark expression. "Today's update will be at 5. Tomorrow's update will be at 10. Tomorrow's update will be during the day." Slap. Mo Lian slapped her chopsticks heavily on the table as she coldly gazed at that manager he. "You're quite arrogant." His lips curled into a mocking smile as he sneered. Steward he followed suit and cupped his hands, looking as if he was ready to risk everything. "Guests, please." Heh. Interesting. Even Xianxia couldn't help but be amused. These people truly weren't afraid of death. They were so eager to provoke His Highness the Crown Prince. Arbor couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these people and picked up her chopsticks to eat. The dishes tasted alright, but there was still a gap between them and her small kitchen. They didn't look very tasty, but the price was several times higher than that of ordinary restaurants and shops outside. Most likely, this was the price set by the rich. In the eyes of those foolish rich people who had too much money, the higher the price, the better the food. Who would have thought that the taste was just so? Arbor was greatly disappointed and directly threw her chopsticks down, not eating any more. She had only touched a few chopsticks with this table full of dishes. Her large eyes flickered as she beckoned to the waiter brothers standing next to her. Come, put it in a box. It wouldn't be good to waste so much food." She heard that many refugees had been arranged in the Huanlang area in the western part of the city recently, so she'd just have someone send the food over. For some reason, the waiter brothers immediately obeyed and moved. Their behavior made manager he glare at them in dissatisfaction. Who exactly was the master and who was the servant? He already said to chase these two people out, but no one dared to move. Now that they heard the little stoic's order, they immediately went to do it. It was simply infuriating. On the other hand, Arbor was very satisfied with these waiters' deft movements. She nodded and said to them, "Get a box and pad it with 2 pieces of cotton cloth. Don't let it get cold." Yes. The waiter busily found another box of cotton cloth and so on and wrapped the food properly. It was only then that Arbor said to the air behind her, "Huifeng. Hey, Crown Princess, tell me, what orders do you have?" Huifeng giggled and flashed to their side. "Send this food to Huanlang district in the west of the city and distribute it to the old, weak, women, and children." Steward he was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. Could it be that no one would listen to a living person like him standing here? What are you doing? Do you all want to rebel? Steward he shouted angrily at those workers with red eyebrows and green eyes, "If you don't want to work here, then scram. You didn't listen to me, but you followed 2 outsiders and worked blindly. Everyone, stop." The employees looked at each other, and for a moment they were all silent out of fear. They really didn't want to offend the 2 noble guests. With just one look, they could tell that these 2 people weren't people that ordinary workers like them could afford to offend. They went out to work because they wanted to earn more money. They didn't want to lose their lives. "Shut up." The little crown princess suddenly flared up. She slapped the table and reprimanded harshly, "You're like a housefly making noise. Slap your mouth." Xianxia was already fuming. When he heard the crown princess's order, he rolled up his sleeves without another word and slapped manager He's face. A lousy little manager dares to shout so casually in front of the crown prince and the crown princess. You simply don't want your life anymore. Mu Royun, who was originally immensely pleased with herself, was instantly stunned. The crown prince? Her short-circuited brain seemed to have just been reconnected. She stared blankly at Mo Lian, who was sitting at the table with a cold expression. How was this possible? His Highness the Crown Prince had such a high status. How could he accompany that little B***tch to Despondent Pavilion to listen to music and watch performances? What did this woman do to deserve His Highness the Crown Prince's favor and even accompany her on a night tour? From what everyone said, wasn't she just a village woman from a mountain village? His Highness the Crown Prince occasionally brought her back to the Divine Prefecture out of kindness. When His Highness the Crown Prince saw the noble ladies of the Divine Prefecture, he would broaden his horizons and clearly understand the difference between that little B***tch and the noble ladies of the Divine Prefecture. Sooner or later, wouldn't His Highness the Crown Prince kick this little B***tch away? Mu Royun didn't know why, but her palms were sweating. She was only 14 years old. Although she was usually arrogant, she didn't have much ability. At a young age, she naturally didn't consider things thoroughly. Now that she encountered this situation, she could only stand there in a daze. Her mind instantly went blank, and she didn't know how to react. On the side, Su Shitao was also stunned, and he sized up Crown Prince Mo in disbelief. What? This was His Highness the Crown Prince of the Divine Prefecture who had just entered the imperial capital. Arbor was amused by this woman's gaze. In her opinion, she would rather deal with a smart person like Jing Linyao than talk nonsense with this idiot in front of her. Have you seen enough? Miss Chow wasn't happy that her man was being sized up by others. She coldly said, "Come, tie her up and send her back to Prince Zheng's estate." Tong's figure immediately appeared in front of Su Shitao. He didn't say anything and directly restrained her. Let go of me, you bastard. How dare you treat me like this? My big brother won't let you off. Su Shitao stared coldly at Arbor and shouted harshly. Stay your hand. Suddenly, a calm voice interrupted the clamorous noise in the room. Tao, how can you be so rude in front of His Highness the Crown Prince? He was wearing a royal blue robe. His black hair was neatly combed and tied under an ink-colored crown. Mo Shikong walked in quickly and glared at his sister, Su Shitao, unhappily. Mo Shikong was about 27 or 28 years old. He looked like a very refined and gentle man. His appearance was not as outstanding as the Mo family. However, in front of the Crown Prince, who had a magnificent bearing and unparalleled handsomeness, Mo Shikong's elegant appearance and outstanding temperament did not pale in comparison. Tao, why aren't you apologizing to the Crown Prince and Crown Princess? Mo Shikong glanced at Su Shitao. Behind her was Mo Shikong's wife, Princess Consort Xianxia. The moment she entered the room, she saw the little Crown Princess's deep, dark eyes. She couldn't help but feel nervous. Ever since the drama at General Zhongli's residence, Xianxia felt that the little Crown Princess was like a tigress that would explode at any moment. It was best not to provoke them if possible. Xianxia's personality was much smoother than her arrogant second sister who didn't know etiquette. The moment she entered the room, she smiled and bowed. Greetings to the Crown Prince and Crown Princess. Arbor returned half a bow and called faintly, sister-in-law. No matter what, as long as Prince Xing was the great emperor's adopted son, he couldn't escape the title of adopted brother and sister-in-law in name. Arbor also knew how to put on an act. Wasn't it just pretending to be harmonious? Tower? Mo Shikong's tone sank slightly. Su Shitao stomped her feet and unwillingly bowed. She said to Mo Lian and Arbor, Tower was immature and offended the two of you. Please forgive me. The situation was stronger than the person. She was only temporarily bowing her head. She wasn't trying to save face for the Crown Princess from the countryside. Su Shitao pursed her lips and barely suppressed the disdain in her eyes. Who knew how long the Crown Princess could remain? Sooner or later, His Majesty would find a way to replace her. To be honest, the many noble families in the capital all adopted a wait-and-see attitude. They didn't think highly of the young Crown Princess. Arbor coldly swept a glance at Mo Shikong. King Zheng's apology is enough to let go of your sister's crime of disobeying this Crown Princess? King Zheng, Mo Shikong, was slightly taken aback. Only then did he focus on sizing up the young Crown Princess. With such exquisite features and a cold and noble aura, was it really as the rumors said, that the Crown Prince Consort was just a young woman from a mountain village? Mo Shikong naturally wouldn't argue with Arbor. He only smiled and cupped his hands at Mo Lian. His Highness the Crown Prince has only returned to the capital a few days ago, so I didn't dare to disturb him. I originally wanted to pay a visit tomorrow, but I didn't expect that things would be so coincidental that we would meet in the despondent pavilion. It's also because I didn't manage my sister properly that she became so arrogant and offended the crown prince and crown princess. I will apologize to the two of you on her behalf. I hope that the two of you will forgive her this time on account of her young age." Mo Shikong generously admitted his mistake and said with a smile, "When I return, I will definitely teach this child a lesson." Child? How old was she? She would never grow up? Arbor rolled her eyes. She felt that Mo Shikong was too gentle and not decisive enough. She disliked this temperament of his. It was no wonder that he taught his sister to be like this. Arbor only knew part of the story. In fact, Mo Shikong was wronged when it came to educating his sister. He had only met his biological parents 3 months ago. How could he talk about educating his sister? They had been separated for more than 20 years. However, it was true that he was indecisive and kind. He was a filial man. Seeing his biological parents living such a miserable life, he couldn't bear it. Taking them in seemed to be a matter of course. Mo Shikong saw that the little crown princess was unhappy, so he cupped his hands and said, "Please forgive me, sister-in-law." Since she had already said that, it would be unreasonable if she still did not forgive Mo Shikong's sister. Mo Lian turned to look at his little wife. He didn't care. If his little wife wanted to punish this arrogant Su Shitao, he would let her be. Of course, Jojo wouldn't make things difficult for him. After all, this was the first time he had met his sworn brother. He would give him face if he had to. However, Prince Xing, is your sister's family living in your Prince Xing's residence now? The little fellow asked with a stoic face. Yes. Then you really have to control them well. You can't go out and say that Prince Xing's residence is undignified. After all, that family is living in your residence now. They represent the face of Prince Xing's residence. These words struck a chord in Shi Yongyan's heart. She hadn't had a good time in the past few months. Ever since that family came, things hadn't stopped. Princess Consort Xing was also very vexed by this strange family. There were some things that she didn't dare say as a daughter-in-law, but now that she heard the little crown princess say it, she was truly in a good mood. King Xing also looked a bit embarrassed at the little crown princess's words. Su Shitao had always been arrogant and couldn't stand these words. He immediately screamed in anger, "What did you say, you bitch? Slap him." A cold light flashed through the little crown princess's eyes as she gave the order. Eunuch Chen didn't say another word and rushed up to slap Su Shitao. Mo Shikong started and hurriedly grabbed Eunuch Chen's hand, saying awkwardly, "Sister-in-law, please don't be angry." Eunuch Chen's heart sank. His cultivation was around the 7th level of the spirit realm, but Mo Shikong's seemingly easy grab didn't allow him to exert any strength at all. It could be seen that King Xing was indeed as the rumors said. He was a spirit realm genius who could control the 9th level of the spirit fire. "King Xing, are you looking down on me, the crown princess, by protecting me at every turn?" Arbor said coldly. "No wonder your sister treats me so disrespectfully. So it's because of her family's teachings. Bitch, who would respect a bitch from the lower star domain?" "Ah, slap." Mo Shikong turned around and slapped his stupid sister. "Shut her mouth and drag her out." He was almost breaking out in a cold sweat. This little crown princess was truly ruthless. She'd purposely led Su Shitao to curse out loud so that he could punish his stupid sister. Otherwise, if the crown princess did it, Su Shitao would be offended even more. "Crown princess, are you satisfied now?" Mo Shikong was also a bit angry. He hadn't wanted to go against the crown princess. He'd been adopted by the empress since he was young and deeply respected this adoptive mother. He naturally had to love and care for the empress's biological son, Mo Lian, as if he were his own younger brother. But today's matter, the way he saw it, the little crown princess was really a little immature. He had always been tolerant, but she was always picking on him. With such a crown princess around, how could the crown prince not worry about the future? Now, he felt that his foster father's dissatisfaction with this crown princess was pardonable. "Brother King Xing, it's not that I, the crown princess, am criticizing you. With such a family staying in your residence, something will happen to you sooner or later." Arbor sneered and said coldly, "Do you think you're doing this for their own good?" But you don't know that they are relying on your power to do whatever they want. Today, your sister can chase us away without saying a word. Tomorrow, she will dare to kill us and rob us. You are Imperial Father's adopted son, and your name is also written into the Mo clan's genealogy. Your every word and action naturally represents the face of the royal family. Now that you've taken in such a pile of trash in your residence and are going out to smear the reputation of the Jing family, I really can't help but suspect that your intelligence is worrying. Xianxia was speechless. If Hu Dequan were here, he would definitely curl his lips in disdain. This was nothing. The little crown princess even dared to rebuke the emperor, not to mention a mere King Jing. How laughable! Mo Shikong's face was a bit red. He angrily glanced at the little crown princess. Crown prince, isn't the crown princess words a bit too much? The crown prince sneered. Foster brother, do you know what my sister calls herself when she goes out? Princess Tao. I really didn't know that the title of princess could be self-proclaimed. This Princess Tao really opened my eyes. Mo Shikong's face heated up. It wasn't that he didn't know that his younger sister had been called Princess Tao by others. It was just that he didn't take it seriously when he saw that it was just a name that girls used in private. After being mocked by Mo Lian in such a mocking tone today, he instantly felt like he couldn't get out of the situation. Princess Tao, who was gagged by several servants, glared at Mo Lian and Arbor with fire shooting out of her eyes. She was still struggling and trying to shout angrily. However, her mouth was gagged, so no matter how hard she tried, it was useless. Watching from the side, Princess Consort Jing wiped the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief, covering the faint sneer on her lips. Today, Princess Tao was slapped in the face by the Crown Prince and Crown Princess. Who knew how she would make a fuss when she returned home? Princess Consort Jing had to conserve her energy and return to Prince Zhang's estate to deal with that disgusting family. Mo Shikong opened his mouth and closed it again. He cupped his hands at the Crown Prince and said, "In that case, I will take Tower back first. Don't worry, Crown Prince and Crown Princess. I will discipline Tower well." With that, he waved his hand and had someone escort the struggling Su Shitao away. Prince Mo naturally didn't stop him. He just looked up coldly at their backs. He originally wanted to bring his wife to watch the performance. After such a fuss, his wife would definitely be in a bad mood. On the other side, Steward He, whose mouth was crooked after being slapped, had already been thrown out of the door by Xianxia. As for Mu Royun, she had already slipped away when she saw that the situation wasn't good. What was the point of keeping her for the Crown Prince to punish her? Mu Royun, who had escaped from Despondent Pavilion, finally heaved a long sigh of relief. However, she also felt that her actions were too cowardly. She stomped her feet hatefully and angrily walked towards the Mu residence. Mo Lian turned around and saw that the little fellow had already run to the window and was lying there, watching the performance with relish. Seeing that her mood was not affected at all, Mo Lian was happy. She walked to her side and hugged her, asking, "Why aren't you angry? Are you angry with them?" Arbor curled his lips in disdain. "They're just a bunch of random people. It's not worth getting angry over." Mo Lian was happy to hear that. She lowered her head and rubbed her chin on the top of the little guy's head. "That's right. It's good that Jojo thinks that way." Mr. Jojo looked up at him. "I'm very smart." "Yeah, that's for sure." Mo Lian grinned at her. "Jojo, I'm hungry. Do you have anything good to eat?" Jojo immediately took out a variety of dishes and desserts from the multi-purpose endless food box. "Eat. This Despondent Pavilion has a great reputation. It's made for a good show, but the dishes are really ordinary. It's really not as good as the dishes in her treasure box. This treasure box is really strange. It's filled with all kinds of dishes." She felt that it could almost store all the dishes in the restaurants of the entire continent. The two of them sat by the window, eating while watching the performance on the stage downstairs. This program was really well done. It wasn't just a simple song and dance performance. After the song and dance ended, someone came up to play and sing a song. There were also storytelling and juggling, which were all very popular. There was a woman who performed a butterfly dance, and a local tyrant gave her 100,000 spirit coins as a gift. The despondent pavilion was struck with gongs and drums. The list of gifts hanging on the left wall was immediately updated, and this local tyrant ascended to second place. The first local tyrant gave 500,000 spirit coins in one go, and so far, no one has broken through. Jojo glanced at the top of the list hanging on the wall and felt that the name was somewhat familiar. Lien, look, that fool's surname is also Mo. Lien's mouth twitched. Mn, we know each other. Sir Jojo curiously looked again. Who is it? Mo Kuen, the heir apparent of the Duke of Xianxia. Sir Jojo clearly couldn't remember who this person was. Mo Lien smiled and said, it's that fool that you threw into the pigsty to dance with the sows. With that, Sir Jojo completely remembered. He looked at the top of the list in astonishment and nodded. So it's him? He's really rich. Does the Duke of Xianxia know that he squanders money like water? Mo Lien said in amusement, who knows? Maybe he knows. The Duke of Xianxia only has this one legitimate son, so he must dote on him a lot. Arbor pursed her lips. Fool. Her words were full of contempt. As they spoke, a group of young masters walked in from outside the despondent pavilion's main hall, accompanied by several beautiful women in fluttering colorful clothes. Speak of the devil. Arbor rolled her eyes and propped up her chin with one hand. Wasn't the leader of this group of young masters the same fool that she had thrown into the pigsty? The heir apparent of the Duke of Xianxia, Mo Kuen, was holding a delicate young lady in one hand and playing with two large Eastern pearls in the other. The moment he entered, he shouted loudly, where's Xiaosui? Let Xiaosui come and accompany this heir. Lord heir apparent, you're here. Steward He, whose face was bruised and swollen from the beating, hurriedly ran forward and bowed to say a bunch of good words. The heir apparent of the Duke of Xianxia, Mo Kuen, pointed at the group of good-for-nothings behind him and shouted, serve them good tea and good wine. These are all my sworn brothers. Yes, yes, yes. Steward He immediately beamed with joy and personally led the Crown Prince of Xianxia's group to the private room on the second floor. Because the Crown Prince of Xianxia was the number one nouveau riche on the list of gifts, the despondent pavilion had always reserved a super-luxurious private room for him. The vassal prince exuded a domineering aura as he led his group of silk pants brothers to the second floor in high spirits. When he reached Mo Lien's room, he couldn't help but frown when he saw the mess on the floor. What happened? Why are there so many broken pieces of porcelain on the floor? Steward He covered his face and grimaced in pain. He stealthily approached the Crown Prince and said, Crown Prince, to tell you the truth, there are two great Buddhas here. You can't afford to provoke them. He was almost scared to death just now. He didn't expect that the two people were the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess. They were almost killed by the 6th Mississippi. If he had known that the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess were in this private room, how could he have the guts to chase them away? Who is it? Not only did his words not make the Crown Prince of Xianxia back down, but it also piqued his curiosity. It's His Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Crown Princess, Steward He said softly. The Crown Prince of Xianxia's expression instantly changed. It's them? Why did this pair of enemies come to the despondent pavilion? When he thought of the Crown Princess's terrifying methods, the Crown Prince of Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if he had returned to that day when he was chased by a pig and his legs turned to jelly, causing him to pee in fright. He immediately felt unwell all over. With a darkened expression, the Crown Prince of Xianxia clenched his fists and was about to calmly flee, who knew that one of his close little brothers behind him, who usually looked rather quick-witted, had a screw loose today. That good-for-nothing little brother simply didn't hear Steward He mention the identity of the Crown Prince and Crown Prince Consort. He directly went up and impatiently kicked the door. What the hell is this? What two great Buddhas can't be provoked? Why don't you come out and let this lord take a look? The Duke of Xianxia's heir wished that he could slap the back of his head. This pig's brain was going to be ruined by him today. Hurry up and leave quickly. The Duke of Xianxia's heir, Mo Kuen, freaking didn't want to appear so cowardly, but he really was. Right now, just hearing the young Crown Prince Consort's name was enough to make him feel freaking uneasy for no reason. If he could avoid meeting that couple, it would be best if he didn't have to. Eunuch Chen's face was full of anger as he abruptly pulled open the door to the private room. Are you done yet? The first thing he saw was Steward He's stupefied face. He went up and kicked Steward He in the stomach. "You're courting death. Offending His Highness and Her Highness again and again, do you really want to die?" Steward He sobbed as he flew out. He felt that he had never been so unlucky in his life. Today's unlucky events all happened today. No, all of them happened tonight. What did he do? He didn't do anything. All right, Eunuch Chen, are you blind? He was just so unlucky to be standing in front of these pampered young masters. After Steward He flew out, the Duke of Jianping's heir, who was hiding behind, revealed his head and met Sir Jojo's pitch-black eyes with a changed expression. "Don't come over." The Duke of Jianping's heir's piercing scream instantly gave all the little brothers a fright. F***ck, this Duke of Jianping's heir actually let out such a scream, like a little chick whose neck was being strangled before it died. Wasn't this a bit too much? That good-for-nothing little brother, Shi Jinbao, who kicked the door first, was a bit drunk and his eyes were hazy. When he looked over, he just happened to see the little girl's delicate face, and his eyes immediately widened in delight. "Eh? The young lady inside is really beautiful, beautiful, beautiful." Shi Jinbao racked his brains to come up with these words, and walked in with a salivating face. Behind him, the Crown Prince of Jianping widened his eyes and opened his mouth. In the end, he screamed, "Come back." The others all felt that the Crown Prince of Jianping's state today was somewhat laughable. Why was she screaming when she was speaking? What was going on? The Crown Prince of Jianping was really scared to death. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be mentally prepared at all. He actually opened the door at once and was about to face that crazy couple. In his opinion, the couple was no different from demons. He was scared, he admitted that he was terrified, his entire body was secretly trembling. Seeing Shi Jinbao's suicidal behavior, his first instinct was to abandon this pig of a teammate and quickly flee. In fact, the Crown Prince of Jianping had really escaped. When the rest of the young brothers saw the cowardly appearance of the Crown Prince of Jianping, their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. "Eh? Your Highness?" What was going on with the heir? Seeing that the Crown Prince of Jianping didn't even look back as he stomped down the stairs, he couldn't care less about the beauty in his arms and his brothers. As though he was scared silly, he screamed and ran out of the despondent pavilion's main entrance. Everyone was simultaneously petrified. F***ck, was there going to be a red rain today? The devil incarnate, the Crown Prince of Jianping, was actually scared away by a little girl with a stoic face who hadn't even spoken? Everyone curiously sized up the little stoic in unison. And at this time, that disaster-seeking Shi Jinbao had already swaggered to the little stoic's front in an S-shaped gait. Before he could reach out to tease her, he saw the man on the side sweep over with a furious expression. He pulled the little stoic girl into his arms and sent Shi Jinbao flying with a punch without the slightest hesitation. Shi Jinbao flew out with a show sound, and his entire back landed heavily on the door. He very straightforwardly and nimbly bounced out together with the door. He landed heavily on the ground with a bang. Shi Jinbao was sprawled out on the door, sprawled out on all fours. He didn't move for a long time, so he was probably knocked unconscious by Mo Lian's punch. The other profligates roared and slammed tables and smashed stools. Each of them was like an idiot who suddenly went berserk, about to charge into the private room with scowling eyes. Fire explosion talisman. Boom. Inside the Zenith Palace. After a busy day, the Emperor had just finished tidying himself up and planned to go to bed. Your Majesty, ah. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Mo Liuxing's eyes twitched, and he hastily said to Hu Dequan, who was standing on the side, quickly close the palace door. We are going to bed. Hu Dequan, Your Majesty, aren't you joking? The old Prince of Jianping has already come crying to our door. King Jianping rolled in like a round ball. Rolling and crawling, he knelt down in the bedchamber, crying and crying, Your Majesty. If you don't uphold justice for this subject brother this time, this subject brother really won't be able to continue living. Woo, ah. Your Majesty, ah. The Prince of Jianping crawled on the floor, dragging himself across the floor like a rag. He wailed, Your Majesty, ah. The Crown Prince and his wife have no regard for law and discipline, and have no moral principles. They blew up our family's kuan on the streets. Wah. This subject brother's family is reservedly doing our work for Your Majesty. and bowing down to the essence of our divine province. We ask ourselves, we have not let down the heavens and the earth. Ah, Crown Prince and his wife, how can you treat my son like this? The great emperor felt a headache coming on. He calmed himself down and tried to use a calm voice to ask his brother, Xianxia, get up and talk. What happened? Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The crown princess is unruly and arrogant. She blasted my son, Xianxia, until he was covered in cuts and bruises in the dejected pavilion. Not only that, the Shi family, the Long family, and the Gu family's children were all injured by her explosion talismans. The great emperor's eyelids twitched. He really wanted to ask them, why did you go and provoke that stoic face for no reason? Aren't you guys just looking for a beating? Even he was insulted by the stoic face last time. The stoic face didn't even give face to him, the great emperor of the divine prefecture, so how could he give face to you brats, hee. Although King Xianxia was crying and shouting, his two eyes were staring at the great emperor, secretly observing him. This time, when he saw the great emperor's calm expression and even secretly rolling his eyes, he felt his heart sink. F***ck, what did the great emperor mean by this? Did he feel that this matter was no longer strange, or was it that his son, Mo Kuan, was beaten for nothing this time again? Your Majesty, the crown princess is audacious and presumptuous, and her temperament is extremely vile. This subject brother thinks that she must be properly punished this time. King Xianxia said indignantly. After my son, Xianxia, returned, he was covered in wounds. Most importantly, he was still caught in a nightmare. If it wasn't for Jingming spilling the beans today, this subject brother would still be in the dark. Your Majesty, do you know how vicious the crown princess is? Ah? My son Mo Kuan sent so many beauties to the crown prince out of goodwill. That crown princess is jealous by nature. She's lawless. The old king of Xianxia roared with a red face and neck. Not only did she throw those beauties into the inn as broom maids, she even locked the kind-hearted Xianxia into a pigsty. She led a large group of sows chase after him. My son is still traumatized by it. He has nightmares when he sleeps and sees sows chasing after him when he closes his eyes. Pfft. After Hu Dequan burst out laughing, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He hurriedly shut his mouth and knelt down with a red face. F***ck, the little crown princess is too fierce, the emperor, the old king of Xianxia was still nagging about the crown princess. But the emperor's thoughts had already wandered off. At this moment, he actually thought of his wuxia. His wuxia was riding on a snow wolf in high spirits, driving a group of female wolves with her whip as she chased after the battered and exhausted Xianxia who was fleeing in front of her. Xianxia, don't you like females? I'll give you a group. Won't you be happy? Xianxia, the next time you dare to send those flirtatious B***cheese to my son, I'll let you have a taste of being F***ked by a group of flirtatious B***cheese. The emperor looked at his younger brother as if he was looking at a weirdo. The same formula and the same ingredients, the emperor realized that his daughter-in-law actually had a certain degree of resemblance to his daughter-in-law. Ah, pooh, that wasn't his daughter-in-law. He hadn't admitted it yet. Hu Dequan's mouth twitched. He hurriedly coughed lightly and said, King of Xianxia, His Majesty already needs to rest. Don't make a fuss and go back first. His Majesty already knows about this. He'll talk about the crown princess later. What? Talk about the crown princess, who didn't know how to talk? It would only take a few minutes to talk. Was it enough just to talk? Would talking about it make up for the fright her son had suffered? How preposterous, the great emperor coughed lightly. Xianxia. Actually, don't you think this scene is a little familiar? Like hell I'm familiar. King Xianxia wanted to curse, but he didn't dare to. The great emperor thought about it and decided to forget about it. Perhaps Xianxia didn't want to recall such an unbearable scene. He winked at Hu Dequan. Hu Dequan eagerly stepped forward and said, King Xianxia, the emperor will definitely have a good talk with the crown princess. Don't worry, the crown princess will definitely not dare to make a move on the crown prince next time. I don't want to scold her. I want to arrest her and punish her. This is simply lawless and lawless. Look at what you've done to the children of the Shi, Long, Gu, and other families. This is too much. Yes, yes, yes. Hu Dequan hurriedly nodded and persuaded the king of Jianping to leave. When the king of Jianping returned home and saw his unconscious son, he became angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. He didn't sleep well the whole night. The next day, he furiously drafted a memorial and impeached the crown princess the moment he went to court. The ministers didn't expect to face such an explosive matter the moment they went to court today. Hence, the entire court was in an uproar. The great emperor also didn't expect Jianping to do such a thing. He immediately glared at him. After the king of Jianping handed the memorial in, he regretted it a little. He didn't want to do this either, but who asked the emperor's attitude to be so ambiguous? He couldn't take it lying down just by talking about it. He had to give this crown princess a huge punishment. The emperor said a few words to the courtiers and dismissed the court. He directly led the king of Jianping and 5 or 6 old censors back to the imperial study and summoned the crown prince and crown princess for an audience. If today's matter wasn't made clear, it seemed that the king of Jianping wouldn't let it go. The emperor glanced coldly at the king of Jianping with a sullen face. The old king of Jianping trembled and looked down. Since things had already come to this point, there was no other way but to continue. He would take this opportunity to take down that crown princess's spirit, lest she always thought that the Mo family was easy to bully. The crown prince and crown princess have an audience. Following the announcement, a couple in fiery red robes walked in hand. The emperor's eyes twitched slightly. Because he remembered that when this couple came for an audience for the first time, they were also wearing bright red robes. Cough, it couldn't be what he was thinking, right? Wearing fiery red robes to participate in a fiery red battle. There were other people present in the imperial study today, so the couple reluctantly bowed to the emperor. Greetings, imperial father. The king of Jianping snorted angrily. The crown prince really can't see others. Excuse me, who are you? The crown prince glanced at him indifferently and asked calmly. I'm your uncle, the king of Jianping. The king of Jianping was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. He didn't believe that this pretentious couple didn't know him. Since the crown prince wanted to return to the imperial court, how could he not understand this situation in the imperial court and all the officials? Pretend. Keep pretending. The old king of Jianping was so angry that his heart hurt, but he only snorted heavily and forcefully suppressed this anger. Oh, so it's uncle, the king of Jianping. Greetings, greetings. The crown prince cupped his hands toward the king of Jianping without much sincerity, but there was a trace of coldness in the depths of his eyes. It was faint and extremely cold. Since trouble had come knocking on their door, the couple was not afraid. In any case, no matter where this matter was discussed, it was impossible for him to say anything. The king of Jianping impeached the crown princess, saying that she hurt people at the despondent pavilion for no reason yesterday. She used an explosion talisman to injure the crown prince of Jianping, as well as many young masters from the Shi, Long, and Gu families. Crown princess, do you have anything to say? Crown prince of Jianping? I don't know. The little crown princess said indifferently, but I was the one who blew up the other rich kids. So what? The king of Jianping was so angry that his nose was crooked. He pointed at the little crown princess and turned around to say to the emperor, Your Majesty, look at that arrogant and despotic attitude. That's it. He still refuses to admit that he injured my kuan-er. My kuan-er is still lying in bed. What a load of nonsense. The little crown princess swept a cold glance at the king of Jianping. Your son had already escaped before I activated the talisman, all right? How would I have known that the moment he stepped out, he would actually be knocked unconscious by a sandalwood table that flew out of the window? This can only be said to be his own bad luck. There are so many people in the despondent pavilion. Aside from those few rich kids, everyone else is fine. Why is it that only the crown prince is in trouble? He's unlucky, yet he refuses to admit it. Simply baffling. The old king of Jianping almost fainted in one breath. He pointed at the crown princess and trembled with all his might. You. A fierce glint appeared in the little crown princess's eyes. You dare to point at me and nag again? I'll kill you. The end of the night watch. The imperial censors all jumped in fright. Why did this scene seem a little familiar? the emperor sat behind the desk and silently twitched the corners of his eyes. Oh right, Wu Xia also pointed at you and threatened you in this way back then. It was a must for the situation to be similar. The old king of Giant Pain's eyes widened. He had never seen such a vile girl before. Oh, no, he seemed to have seen one a few decades ago, but she was not so direct as to say that she would kill him if he continued to nag. She was not so scary, you. The king of Giant Pain was so angry that his chest hurt, and he almost couldn't breathe. You actually dared to be so impudent in front of the emperor. Cut the crap. Your son's incident was merely an accident and has nothing to do with me. As for the other families you mentioned? Arbor pointed at Eunuch Chen who came with him. You tell him. Mo Lian curled her lips in amusement. The little fellow was unhappy to talk again. Eunuch Chen ran forward eagerly and recounted in full detail how those hedonistic young masters tried to take liberties with the crown princess and were abused instead. Then, he picked up the decree written by the crown prince and said, Your Majesty. The crown prince said that after this incident, Her Highness the crown princess suffered quite a shock and requires the Sher family, Long family, Gu family, and the other families to compensate. The compensation amount and items are all written on this piece of paper. He hopes that Your Majesty will stamp it and have eunuch who announce the decree. The emperor's eyes twitched. Not only did this brat cheat his father, but he also cheated everyone he caught. The emperor waved his hand expressionlessly and had eunuch who stamp it. Then, he held the decree and scooted to the side to stand. King of Giant Pain said angrily, even if there was a reason, the crown princess could have just explained it to them. Why did she have to use an explosion talisman and blow up the entire room of the Despondent Pavilion? Eunuch Chen said in all seriousness, the crown princess said that the Despondent Pavilion's management was messy and they didn't know how to manage it. They carelessly let the male guests offend Her Highness. She will hold the Despondent Pavilion accountable after this incident. Everyone was speechless. The censors looked at each other and took a step back. They all closed their mouths in tacit agreement and continued to act like quails. Are you kidding me? They could tell that this crown prince consort wasn't someone to be trifled with. You want to step on her head and behave atrociously? It's good enough that you didn't get killed. King Giant Pain's face darkened as he tried his best to refute. All right, let's just say this is a misunderstanding. What about before? What about that time in the pigsty? The crown princess locked the crown prince in the pigsty and almost scared me out of my wits. You must give me an explanation for this. Arbor took out a piece of paper from his inner world and suddenly threw it at King Giant Pain's face. Take a good look at it yourself. When King Giant Pain saw this confession, he was completely dumbfounded. He really didn't expect that this stupid son of his would actually write something like a confession. Just as he was about to gobble up this confession form, Xiaomu had already snatched the confession form from his hand with a flash. She slapped it in front of the emperor and instantly turned hostile, shouting, Royal Father! I want to hold the Crown Prince of Giant Pain accountable. I want him to give me and His Highness the Crown Prince an explanation. The emperor's eyelids kept twitching. When he saw this confession clearly, his expression was not much different from King Giant Pain's. Imperial Father, did you see it? The Crown Prince of Giant Pain has already confessed. He sent people to assassinate the Crown Prince in Shuntian Prefecture and committed the crime of disrespect to the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess. All of these crimes are punishable by death. The little Crown Princess said angrily, I request that the heir of the Duke of Giant Pain be executed immediately as a warning to others. Imperial Father. This son also requests that the heir of the Duke of Giant Pain be executed immediately. Mo Lian also said. The evidence of the heir of the Duke of Giant Pain's crimes is conclusive. He cannot deny it. The Duke of Giant Pain! The Emperor, the two of them spoke in unison. Why did they look so infuriating? Duke of Giant Pain, what do you say? The Emperor massaged the space between his brows with a headache. This matter had inexplicably taken a turn in the middle and evolved into the current situation. Clearly, it was the Duke of Giant Pain who impeached the Crown Princess in the beginning. In the end, it became the Crown Princess testifying against the heir of the Duke of Giant Pain. This confession was really written very clearly. The heir of the Duke of Xianxia also admitted to the crime of assassinating the crown prince. The emperor directly threw the confession at the Duke of Xianxia's face. Xianxia, Mo Kuan's actions have truly disappointed us. What else do you have to say? The Duke of Xianxia had a stupefied expression. Reflexively, he turned around and hurriedly knelt on the ground with a plop, wailing in a tearful voice, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty! I, Kuan would never do such a disgraceful thing. This must be it, this must be it." He was forced to write such a confession. This must be it. The Duke of Xianxia said hoarsely, "Imperial brother, you must uphold justice for Kuan Imperial brother, this subject brother dares to guarantee with my head that Kuan this child, would not do such a thing. He also does not have the guts to do such a thing." Mo Lian sneered. "Imperial uncle, you must be joking when you say this. The confession is already here. If Imperial uncle wants witnesses, this crown prince did leave 1 or 2 witnesses for the assassination back then. Why don't we call them all over and let Imperial uncle interrogate them?" The old King Xianxia's chubby face was instantly filled with anger. He twitched his mouth and wanted to refute, but the great emperor glared at him with a sharp gaze. "Xianxia, Mo Kuan's confession is a fact. There's no need for you to quibble." No. How could the old King Xianxia dare to admit to this crime? Assassinating the current crown prince, was that a joke? That was a crime punishable by death. If he admitted to this crime, Mo Kuan would be done for. Your Majesty, please listen to me." The old King of Xianxia hurriedly argued, "This must be a joke. Yes, this confession must be written by Kuan for fun. This is definitely not true. Crown Princess." The old King of Xianxia hurriedly turned around and looked for Arbor with sweat all over his forehead. "Is that right? That brat Mo Kuan must have written this nonsense, right?" Xiaomu coldly glanced at him. "How do I know whether or not he's writing nonsense? Didn't you want to impeach me? Didn't you want to complain to the great emperor? You are the King of Xianxia, don't you have this bit of judgment?" All the imperial censors were instantly speechless. The crown princess' tone was really ruthless. This was just like 2 little brats who had just finished fighting and one of them went to complain to the other's parent. In the end, the one who complained was beaten up by the parent instead, and the defendant was proudly showing off in front of him. The King of Xianxia's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He hurriedly took down the letter of impeachment he handed to the great emperor and tore it into pieces, stuffing it all into his mouth. I won't sue. I won't sue." The Prince of Xianxia forcefully swallowed the impeachment letter. As he swallowed, he mumbled, "Your Majesty, just treat this subject brother as a fart and let him go just like that. Just treat this impeachment letter as if you've never seen it before. All right?" The emperor, all the imperial censors were even more flabbergasted. Did the Prince of Xianxia's godly maneuver have to be so heaven-defying? Mo Lian secretly twitched her mouth. He still maintained his aloof expression, neither speaking nor expressing any opinion, but he was secretly laughing maniacally in his heart. No way, this was seriously too funny. He was laughing so hard that he was about to suffer internal injuries. This uncle of his looked like a clown no matter how he looked at it. Arbor's little face was cold as he glanced indifferently at the Prince of Xianxia. "Humph." The Prince of Xianxia hurried forward and smiled obsequiously at Arbor as he said, "Crown Princess, look at this confession letter. Why don't I eat it as well?" Pfft. Hu Dequan lowered his head and hurriedly swallowed his laughter. But from the looks of it, those few old imperial censors beside him were freaking having a harder time holding it in than him. No way, no way, was this Prince of Xianxia really born from the same father as the emperor? Enough. The emperor's eyes twitched, and he said coldly with a handsome face, "Let's not talk nonsense anymore. This should just be a misunderstanding. Xianxia, you have to go back and discipline Mo Kuan properly. If he dares to mess around again, I won't let him off so easily." Arbor raised his chin and said with a little pride, "It's not impossible for me to treat this as if it never happened. But you have to compensate. Mo Lian, the emperor, all the imperial censors, I want to pursue the compensation responsibility of the Prince of Xianxia's heir." Arbor widened his big black eyes as he looked at the emperor and said, "Royal father. This is the compensation list that your daughter-in-law drafted. You can stamp it for royal uncle. Everyone, Jianping Wang was about to cry. How did he end up with such a shameless couple? His kuiner had suffered such a great shock that he was still lying on the bed and had not yet woken up. He did not expect that the little crown princess would not let him go. Alright, compensation is fine. If I can spend some compensation to settle this matter privately, it can be considered a blessing in disguise. One had to know that the matter of admitting guilt could be big or small. If Mo Kuan were to really pursue the matter, it would be questionable whether he would be able to keep his life. Prince Jianping took the list of compensation from Eunuch Hu with both hands. He didn't understand what the sympathy in Eunuch Hu's eyes meant. However, when the list of compensation slid to the ground like a long scroll, everyone was stunned. The censors looked at the little crown princess as if they were looking at a little monster. Prince Jianping held the scroll with even more heartache. He looked at the lines one by one. Every time he looked at a line, his brows would twitch heavily and his old face would twitch. The crown princess list of compensation, from food and drinks to daily necessities to real estate and fields, were all ordinary items. In addition, the list also included many rare treasures and some refining materials that he had never heard of before. Prince Jianping looked at the crown princess in shock. His face was almost contorted. The emperor expressed sympathy for this little brother of his, and then there was nothing else. Your Highness, Crown Princess. Isn't this a little too much? How is this too much? Arbor shouted angrily, his little face immediately tensing up. He was on the verge of exploding at any moment. You're saying this because you think that the heir's life is inferior to the compensation list in your hand? No. That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Royal uncle, I really couldn't tell that you were actually so stingy. Everyone, Mo Lian didn't know why, but those imperial censors were actually looking at him. What were they looking at him for? Wasn't this the list that his wife personally drafted? Although it was a little long and there were many items listed in the list, his wife was happy. Anything that could make his wife happy, he would definitely run to the front and support without hesitation. The Prince of Jianping pointed at his own nose and stuttered, I'm stingy? Crown Princess, you actually said that I'm stingy? Why aren't you stingy anymore? Let's just talk about Prince Kong. We're both uncles, but Prince Kong didn't even need us to say anything. The first time we met, he gave a generous gift. Have you heard of Half Moon Cliff's splendid villa? And the 5 prosperous shops on Changle Street, do you know? What do you mean by this? Arbor slapped the list in his hand and glanced at Mo Lian at the side. Mo Lian couldn't help but laugh, knowing that this little fellow was unhappy to talk again. With the idea of following his wife in everything, the crown prince hurriedly continued, Royal uncle, don't get it wrong. This is the compensation list. It's used to buy Mo Kuan's life. If this crown prince must pursue the matter, I'll add a confession and a witness. Do you think that you can keep Mo Kuan's life? Right now, we only want you to compensate. You'd better be clear that you don't have the right to negotiate with us. Everyone, the great emperor massaged his temples. That's enough. Your Majesty. The Prince of Jianping had always been under the emperor's care in the capital all these years, so when had he ever suffered such a loss? The moment he turned his head, his eyes were brimming with tears as he rushed over like a puppy. He hugged the emperor's leg and cried, how can this subject brother have so much money to compensate? This subject brother still has to support the old and young in the residence. The imperial censors looked at the Prince of Jianping crying like they were watching a show, their brows twitching. Your Majesty. Royal brother, I can't live anymore. Brother, you have to save me this time. If you don't save me, my entire family will starve to death on the streets. Shut up. The great emperor had a headache because of his younger brother. In the end, he decided to pay half of the compensation for his troublesome younger brother. Only then did he send King Jianping away. After telling everyone to scram, the great emperor hurriedly ordered Hu Dequan to close the door of the sleeping chamber. No matter who came, he would not see them. What a freaking worry. On the other side, the old king of Jianping was like a ball, fuming as he returned to his residence. She heard a servant report that the heir had finally woken up. He immediately found a way to vent his frustration. He stormed into the crown prince's room and gave his youngest son a good beating without saying a word. That night, the concubine sons and concubine wives in the other court spent the night in fear. They could only hear the miserable cries in the crown prince's court that never stopped. The prince of Xianxia was truly furious this time. If it wasn't for this bastard son coming up with that confession, would he have suffered such a big loss and lost so much blood? Although the great emperor had given him half of the compensation, the other half had almost emptied his family's property. He was wronged. As for the other families who were as unlucky as Prince Xianxia, the Long family, Gu family, and Shi family, they naturally had no answer. Eunuch who went from house to house to announce the decree. Every family closed their doors and fell into a gloomy and miserable atmosphere. The worst thing was that on the second day, the crown princess's debt collectors came. Early in the morning, they went from house to house and knocked on their doors. The first one was Prince Xianxia's door. At that time, the sky was still bright. The old steward rubbed his eyes and ran to open the door. He was almost blinded by the row of people outside. Eunuch Chen held a long list and stood at the door of Prince Xianxia's mansion with a fierce face. He said loudly, "Debt collectors." The old steward's eyes twitched. He heard that Prince Xianxia's mansion owed a huge debt yesterday. However, he didn't expect that the people from the Eastern Palace were so immoral. They came early in the morning. At this time, the officials were already preparing to go to court. Prince Xianxia's mansion was a first-rank mansion where the nobles and prime ministers lived. The left and right residences were either rich or noble. For example, Prince Linchuan's mansion was next to it. On the other side was Prime Minister Gao's mansion. Thus, the officials attending court all saw this scene. The Eastern Palace's debt collectors line up in front of Prince Xianxia's mansion like a long dragon. There were at least a few dozen people. There were people pushing carts, people carrying cloth bags, and people pulling carriages. The line stretched to the corner of Prince Kang's mansion. Everyone was dumbfounded. Prince Kang didn't know what was going on and even ran over to take a look. Seeing this, he almost fell off his horse with laughter. He saw a fat eunuch in his 40s with a white face and no beard. He dragged a list on the ground and said loudly, "Debt collectors." Clang! This time, there was even music. A little eunuch at the back held a copper gong. Every time the eunuch in front yelled, he would hit it. Prince Kang laughed heartily, thinking to himself that these two little brats were really mean enough. Prime Minister Gao, who was pretending to be calm, quickly walked over from his house's door with his mouth twitching. The old Prince Xianxia rolled out like a ball, so angry that his face was distorted. He pointed at Eunuch Chen and said in a trembling voice, You. I'm here to collect the debt. Eunuch Chen repeated. The little eunuch at the back very responsibly hit him again. The sound was so loud that Prince Xianxia's ears. The king of Xianxia was so angry that his entire body was trembling. His finger trembled as he pointed at Eunuch Chen. He took a few deep breaths before he finally calmed down. You. Scram. This servant greets Prince Xianxia. That won't do. This servant's Her Majesty's Her Majesty's Her Majesty's Majesties. This is, Ostuzazah. Everyone looked up at the sky, speechless. Then, they thought to themselves, it seems that the people from the Eastern Palace are not to be trifled with. In the future, we have to be careful when dealing with the crown prince. Prince Xianxia's fingers trembled for a while. He snatched the list and stuffed it into his mouth. The old steward at the back was stunned. He quickly went up to snatch it while shouting, Prince, don't take things too hard. Eunuch Chen calmly took out a complete list from his sleeve and said mildly, Our crown prince consort said that His Highness has a fetish for eating paper. In order to prevent the prince from accidentally eating the list, our family's crown princess gave this servant more than a dozen identical lists, so the prince can eat as much as he wants. When you're full, there's no need for breakfast. Presumably, in the next few years, your residence's expenses, TSK, should be a bit of a problem. Good, eating paper doesn't consume spirit coins. Pfft. Prince Kang was about to go crazy with laughter as he watched from the side. When the Prince of Xianxia saw this, he hurriedly scrambled forward and hugged one of the stallion's hooves, wailing, Big brother, you have to save me, big brother. Big brother, younger brother can't live anymore. Prince Kong. Your sister, I saw a troublesome matter while watching the show. Big brother, the Eastern Palace is too much, big brother. Big brother, you must save younger brother from this disaster. One of Prince Kang's stallion's legs was hugged by this guy, unable to move. He couldn't help but say helplessly, Giant Pain, get up first. No way, younger brother can't live anymore. Big brother, second brother also helped me with half of it, why don't you help me a little too? Prince Kong, who the hell did he offend? He was being forced to help early in the morning. I've been tight on cash recently. Prince Kong hurriedly said, since Her Majesty has already helped you, then you can slowly pay out the other half. How about this, I'll discuss with the Crown Princess and let you pay these compensations in installments. Give you some buffer time. The Prince of Giant Pain painfully wiped his tears. Big brother, that Crown Princess is a devil who eats people without spitting out the bones. Don't discuss with her, she won't listen to you. Since that's the case, why don't you just give the Crown Princess a deadline of 3 days? Tighten your belt, gather these things in 3 days, and quickly throw them to the Eastern Palace to send her away, wouldn't that be enough? Otherwise, do you still have to listen to the Eastern Palace's people shouting by imperial decree every day? The Prince of Giant Pain sobbed. At the side, Prime Minister Gao simply couldn't bear to watch. The corner of his mouth twitched as he glanced at the two-faced Prince Kong. With the Prince of Giant Pain's IQ, he shouldn't compare with Prince Kang's nagging. It only took 3 minutes for Prince Kong to get the support that the King of Giant Pain wanted. Prince Kong even gave Prince Giant Pain advice. Wasn't this a joke? Your Highness, it's almost time. Let's hurry to Luxing sect. Ah, right. Prince Kong patted his younger brother's head and said sympathetically, Giant Pain, don't worry. Even if he couldn't live on, there was still the arch. Even if that's not enough, I can still go to Linchuan Prince's mansion next door. Official Gao suppressed his laughter and comforted him with a serious expression, Your Highness, don't worry. The Great Emperor will definitely not let you live. The Prince of Giant Pain wept to the heavens, wiped his tears, and got out of the carriage. After the court session, the eunuch beside the Great Emperor asked, Is there anything else you would like to say? The King of Giant Pain, in front of all the nobles with ranks, threw himself onto the floor and cried out, Your Majesty. Early in the morning, the Crown Princess of the Eastern Palace arrived at the entrance of my residence with a cart. She kept saying that she was here to collect the debt. Does this subject brother still want to live? The nobles instantly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How many years had it been since they saw the King of Giant Pain wailing in front of the court? An old imperial censor walked out from the left row and said with a face full of righteousness, reporting to the Great Emperor, collecting the debt is a matter of course. This old subject thinks that the Eastern Palace's way of doing things is not wrong. Everyone looked at Imperial Censor Wang, dumbfounded. This was an old fogey who was notoriously difficult to deal with. He usually disliked people who challenged the laws of the country. Logically speaking, the Eastern Palace's actions were really too much. Who the hell would send people to someone else's door before morning court and beat drums and gongs to collect debts? The corners of the emperor's eyes twitched silently, but no subtle changes could be seen on his expressionless face. However, Eunuch who was standing at the side, was too familiar with the emperor. Even the slightest change could be seen by him. Eunuch who knew that the emperor's heart must be crumbling at this moment. 4 or 5 old imperial censors walked out one after another and cupped their hands at the emperor righteously. This subject agrees. Seconded. It's absolutely reasonable and legal for the Eastern Palace to collect debts. Seconded. There's nothing wrong with saying that it's an imperial decree to collect debts. The King of Giant Pain is making a mountain out of a molehill. This is a bit wrong. The corners of Prime Minister Gao's mouth twitched wildly, and he looked at the old imperial censors as if they were monsters. These imperial censors were usually very self-righteous and had high standards. Normally, they wouldn't wallow in the mire with others at all. But this time, why were they so firmly on the Eastern Palace's side? It was really strange. Logically speaking, the Crown Prince had just returned, and the Emperor had let him temporarily familiarize himself with the affairs of the Eastern Palace. The Crown Prince usually stayed in the Eastern Palace and didn't come out. When did he have such a good relationship with these old imperial censors, the king of Jianping looked angrily at the old men and cursed in his heart. In his opinion, these old men must have been scared out of their wits by the scene of the young couple in the imperial study yesterday. That was why they were so determined to stand on the Eastern Palace's side today. A bunch of old sons of cheese. They were simply deranged and completely unreasonable. The king of Jianping was so angry that he wanted to howl at the emperor again, but the emperor waved his hand at him. Alright, go back early today and prepare the compensation. Hand it over to the Eastern Palace as soon as possible, so that the crown princess doesn't send people to ask for it early every morning. Was this his real brother? Absolutely not. After court, the emperor returned to his zenith hall with a sour expression and waved his hand at the air. A man in black appeared beside him like a ghost and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, what are your orders? Go and find out what that little bastard did last night. In less than an hour, a concise record was placed in front of the great emperor. As expected, the little brat had gone to chat with a few of the censors in the middle of the night. The emperor was simply amused. The little brat was really prepared for a rainy day. He had predicted that the Prince of Jianping would make such a move this morning, so he had already gotten the few imperial censors to stand on his side. The great emperor didn't know whether to laugh or be angry, but there was an inexplicable smile on his face. He would definitely be defeated. The next day, the king of Jianping's estate collected 1/3 of the compensation and handed it over to the Eastern Palace. They even wrote a guarantee that the remaining goods would be handed over within 7 days. Only then did the crown princess withdraw the team that was ordered to collect the debt and head to the Shi, Gu, and Long families to collect the debt. Compared to the other families' gloom, the Mu family had also sunk into deep worry. Ever since the emperor's strange imperial edict came down, the Mu family head had sent out Mu Xianxia to actively contact the crown princess. However, this was already the 3rd day. For 3 whole days, the crown princess had yet to show her face. Even so, the entire capital was filled with legends about the crown princess. The matter of collecting debts by imperial edict was no longer just circulating in the upper circles. This was already known by the streets and alleys. Everyone's expression changed at the mention of the crown princess. In their hearts, the crown princess had already been equated with a little monster. The Mu family was somewhat unable to restrain themselves and held an high-level meeting early in the morning. The seated elders couldn't help but ask Mu Xianxia, who was sitting in the first seat below the head seat, Xianxia, what's your sister's opinion now? Does she have any requests? Just agree to them first. Let her return to our Mu family first. Mu Xianxia coldly lowered his eyes. I can't see her at all. She probably doesn't want to see anyone from the Mu family at all. How can that be? A tall and thin elder said with a sullen face, if she's really our Mu family's descendant, how can she not wish to return to our family? Unless there's a problem with her bloodline. Mu Xianxia abruptly opened his eyes and coldly looked at that elder. I know best whether she's my sister or not. You guys don't understand this feeling of bloodline fusion at all. Xianxia, don't get angry. Elder Qing was just speaking without thinking. Mu Xianxia restrained the sharpness in his eyes and coldly snorted. At this moment, the door to the side room was pushed open, and Mu Jingfeng and Mu Jingrui walked in first. Behind them were the 2nd, 3rd, Mu Jingxing, 3rd, 4th, Mu Jingxiao, 5th, and 6th, Mu Jingxua. The Mu family's 7 sons were all present. These people could be considered to represent the Mu family's core. Why is the atmosphere so gloomy? You're still worrying about the crown princess's matter. 6th, Mu Jingxua, giggled. Don't worry, if she's our Mu family's child, she'll return sooner or later. Sooner or later? Today is the 3rd day of the deadline given by the great emperor. Elder Qing snapped. Mu Jingxua shrugged. So what? Let Xianxia make another trip. Maybe the young lady will be willing to come back after her anger subsides. But it's not that I want to scold you. How could you be so blind as to bring back a fake? Mu Jingxuang said with a grin. This is mainly boss's fault. Look at that concubine in his backyard, what was she doing? If you ask me, I think it's better to divorce this concubine mother so that she won't be up to no good all day long. Mu Xianxia looked down coldly. Mu Jingfeng coldly waved his hand, interrupting 6th brother's chatter. He turned to look at Mu Xingchen and said, "Go ask her what her conditions are for her to come back." Mu Xingchen couldn't help but sneer. He looked up at his father with ridicule. "If the Mu family still has this attitude, I can guarantee that she won't come back." Mu Jingfeng silently looked at his son. "There's a reason why I did this." Looking at his son's eyes, Mu Jingfeng already understood that his son had discovered that his original intention was to not bring Mu Qiao, this child, home. "I think you must have misunderstood me." "I didn't misunderstand. You already knew that concubine sure brought back a fake. You'd rather raise a fake than bring my biological sister home." Mu Xingchen clenched his fists tightly. "I'm not willing to listen to your explanation right now. Whether you're happy or not, that's the truth." Mu Jingfeng, is what Xingchen said true? A handsome man in his 30s, dressed in white, coldly asked. "Jing Yuan, don't be agitated. Listen to what eldest has to say." The second brother, Mu Jingxing, hurriedly pulled his third brother back. "Mu Jingfeng, you're truly heartless. But since you didn't want to bring the child back then, don't bring her back now." Mu Jingyuan sneered. Third, what are you saying? If we don't bring her back, are we waiting for the emperor to execute our entire family?" While everyone was discussing animatedly, Mu Jingfeng coldly shouted, "All of you, shut up. Xingchen, go to the Eastern Palace and request to see the Crown Princess again until she sees you." "It's fine even if you want me to sleep at the palace's entrance," Mu Xingchen coldly said. Mu Xingchen said coldly, "The problem is, even if you sleep there, on the street, she won't even look at you when she passes by." Everyone's lips twitched as they turned to Mu Jingfeng in confusion. Eldest's relationship with this daughter was so terrible. "Xingchen, I'll go with you," Mu Jingyuan said. "She wanted to see that child. She really wanted to see her." "I'll go too," Mu Jingxing also said. "It's always good to have more people to persuade her. If she's really our Mu family's child, she must have suffered a lot after wandering outside for so many years." Mu Jingfeng coldly swept a glance at his younger brothers. "Up to you. As long as you bring her back and pass the bloodline talisman's test, she can naturally enter the Mu family's genealogy." The cup in Mu Jingyuan's hand shattered with a bang. He coldly looked at his eldest brother, Mu Jingfeng, and said, "Don't worry. Even if you don't want this daughter, I, as her third uncle, will take care of her." "Third uncle?" Mu Xingchen stood up as well, too lazy to say another word to Mu Jingfeng. "Let's go." The little crown princess listened to Eunuch Chen report how many things were brought back and how much was left. He flipped through the medical book page by page. At this time, Kai Xiu hurriedly came in and reported, "Crown Princess, the young master of the Mu family has come to see you again." But this time, there seemed to be two other members of the Mu family. Arbor looked indifferent. He flipped a page and asked, "Where's my husband?" The crown prince was called to the extreme hall by His Majesty. "I'm afraid he won't be back before dinner." "Oh." Arbor responded and put the medical book back into his inner world. He then said to Kai Xiu, "Put it on the carriage, I'm going out." "Where are we going, Crown Princess?" The Crown Princess's lips curled into a cold smile. "To collect a debt." Kai Xiu couldn't help but be stunned. Over the past few days, collecting debts had become a compulsory course for everyone in the Eastern Palace. Everyone was relishing in the business of collecting debts. Even some palace maids and eunuchs were caught by the people in the accounting room to count things and calculate the accounts. However, the Crown Princess had never personally left the palace to collect debts. "Where are we going this time?" Kai Xiu didn't say much and instructed the servants to prepare the carriage. She also prepared a small stove for the Crown Princess to warm her hands and feet. She then put on a thick cloak and followed the Crown Princess into the carriage. The carriage left Lisheng Gate and headed toward Changel Main Street. After Arbor gave an address, the carriage went straight there. The horse carriage stopped at the entrance of Despondent Pavilion. Arbor walked down from the horse carriage and said to the heir behind him, "Send someone to guard the entrance and exit of this place." "Yes." After Tong's figure flashed, he immediately led his men to do as the Crown Princess instructed. Bang! Manager Chen looked at a certain little Crown Princess who kicked the door open with a stupefied expression, and his entire face was slightly distorted. This Crown Princess was almost becoming his nightmare. Why did he feel that her aura was so terrifying when she returned? Your Highness, Crown Princess. Why are you here? Manager, he stepped forward with a fawning smile and bowed obsequiously for a while. What orders does the Crown Princess have for this little one? This little one will immediately go and arrange a private room for you. No need. The little Crown Princess waved her small hand and glanced at him coldly. Eunuch Chen. Eunuch Chen stepped forward eagerly and slapped a piece of paper on Manager He's face. Compensate according to the list. If not, ask your head steward who has a say here to come out. Manager He was even more stupefied. He grabbed the list and looked at it, and his hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. What are you trembling for? Eunuch Chen couldn't help but shout at him. Look at you, just this little thing and you're scared to this extent? What else can he do? So little, you're not someone who can do big things. Manager He cried with a long face. This eunuch, Crown Princess, why do you want our despondent pavilion to compensate? He was really wronged. That day, the Crown Princess spent so much in despondent pavilion and ordered so many dishes. If they were to settle the bill, there should be at least 1,000 spirit coins. But in the end, not only did the Crown Princess not pay a single cent, but she also blew up his private room into smithereens. Just the repair costs alone cost him a few thousand spirit coins. Why the hell did he want despondent pavilion to compensate now? Was there any justice in this day and age? You're not convinced? Tell those who can make decisions to come out and speak. This was the first thing Mu Xingchen, Mu Jingxing, and Mu Jingyuan saw when they walked in. The little Crown Princess was sitting on an armchair, looking coldly at the steward in front of her. It was such a cold day, but the manager was sweating profusely. It was obvious that he was terrified. It was obvious how frightened he was by the little Crown Princess. Mu Xingchen hurried forward and called out, Jojo. He had not seen the little Crown Princess come out of the Eastern Palace for several days. Now that he finally saw her, he felt the need to communicate more with her. Mu Jingyuan and Mu Jingxing, on the other hand, stood at the door and sized up the little girl. A hint of excitement flashed in Mu Jingyuan's eyes as he hurriedly stepped forward and said, you're Jojo, sister-in-law's daughter. Where's sister-in-law? Where's your mother? Arbor faintly glanced at the man and saw that he looked to be in his 30s. He inherited the Mu family's unique handsomeness and was dressed in white, elegant and otherworldly. Who are you? Arbor frowned. Ever since she came into contact with the Mu family, no one mentioned her mother, Long Chuyun. Except for this man in white, who asked about her mother as soon as they met. The concern in his words did not seem to be fake. But so what? Arbor sneered in her heart. My mother has long turned into a pile of dirt and is no longer in this world. It's completely meaningless for him to express his condolences now. 10 chapters have ended, the author is going to be busy this week. I'll persist for another day tomorrow. Your Mu family came at the right time. Arbor said coldly, directly taking the list from Eunuch Chen's hands and flinging it in front of Mu Xingchen and the others. The Mu family has a large business, so you should be able to gather the things immediately. In the evening, I'll send someone to collect them. Don't leave out a single thing on the list. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. After saying that, he jumped down from the armchair and walked towards the door with small steps. Mu Jingxing and Mu Jingyuan finally witnessed the little girl's indifference for the first time. Recalling Mu Xingchen's previous words, they couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Sure enough, this was the Mu family. Even if they were lying on the streets, she wouldn't give them a second glance. Jojo, can we have a good talk? Mu Xingchen glanced bitterly at the little girl and reached out to block her path. Arbor stopped in his tracks, his expression calm as he looked at Mu Xingchen as if he was looking at an ordinary stranger. The Emperor's decree, that's what I meant. Arbor openly admitted it, a faint trace of coldness flitting through the depths of his eyes. I want your Mu family to be in a terrible fix, and I want you to be unable to live a good life. Mu Jingxing glanced speechlessly at the little girl. Jojo, right? Mu Jingxing coughed lightly and said, I'm your second uncle, Mu Jingxing. This is your third uncle, Mu Jingyuan. Arbor glanced indifferently at the two. He had no intention of greeting them, nor did he express much welcome. Mu Jingyuan stepped forward and said, Jojo. How are you doing on Seacombe Planet? How is eldest sister-in-law now? Arbor looked deeply at him. From earlier until now, this person didn't seem to be bothered by the Mu family's imperial decree at all. Instead, he kept asking about her own situation. I am useless. I couldn't find you and your mother all these years. Mu Jingyuan hurriedly said, third uncle didn't know that you and your mother would actually run to a lower star domain like Seacombe Planet. Arbor raised his hand to stop him from speaking. The past is the past. There's no use in saying this now. Yes, yes. Mu Jingyuan hurriedly nodded and said, Jojo, don't come back if you don't want to. If you need anything, just tell third uncle. OL3. Mu Jingxing was even more speechless. Was this old third a fool? If Mu Qiao, this little girl, did not return to the Mu family, would the great emperor let their family off? He was now thinking the same thing as the elders. They all felt that the great emperor had purposely issued this decree. The reason must be that if the crown princess was just a small village girl who came out of a small mountain village on Seacombe Planet, then her status was definitely a little low. If the crown princess had the Mu family as her backing, then it was still acceptable in front of the various aristocratic families and courtiers. After all, by then, the crown princess would also have the background of a noble lady. The great emperor was forcing the Mu clan to admit it. Even if they didn't want to, they had to admit this little girl. How would Mu Jingxing know that the great emperor was forcing them? It was clearly the couple who forced him to issue this nonsensical imperial edict. If the great emperor knew what Mu Jingxing was thinking, he would definitely laugh at him. Mu Jingxing stepped forward and said to Arbor, Jojo, don't be willful anymore. Come back with us. I know that the matter of concubine sure bringing back the fake goods previously made you very unhappy. But this matter has been completely resolved now. Our Mu family has already officially announced this to the world, Mu Jingxing said with a smile. You don't have to worry about that fake ruining your reputation. You can rest assured about this. Arbor coldly glanced at him. It's not impossible for me to return. Mu Jingxing was slightly delighted when he heard this, and he immediately revealed a smile. Jojo, go ahead. A wooden smile slid across Arbor's lips, as if a cut had been made on a piece of wood. There wasn't a trace of a smile in his eyes, and it was rather frightening to look at. Mu Jingxing's gaze hardened, and his heart subconsciously sank. Have your Mu family's current Madam Lead Eldest Miss and all the Mu family's womenfolk, starting from your Mu residence, kowtow 3 times and kowtow 9 times, then kneel and welcome my mother at Lucian Gate. The Mu estate will open its main doors to welcome me and my mother. Also, open the ancestral hall for me. You don't need to know why, just do as I say. This is my request. If you can do it, I'll return. If you can't, your entire family can just wait for death. Don't think that the great emperor is joking. Your heads are all hanging there. If you can't do it, I'll watch you, one by one, die. Arbor coldly said these words. That voice was like being fished up from the depths of the Yellow Springs, so cold that it sent chills down one's spine. It was so serene that it made one shiver uncontrollably. Mu Jingxing couldn't help but rage in his eyes. You don't talk nonsense with me. I also don't want to listen to your nonsense. Arbor coldly waved his hand and turned to walk out the door. These are my conditions. Do you want pride or your life? Choose for yourself. Mu Jingxing's anger burst forth. At this moment, he truly understood how his eldest brother, Mu Jingfeng, felt when he didn't want to acknowledge this daughter. If it were him, he also didn't want to acknowledge her. How could there be such an infuriating person? Second uncle. Mu Xingchen grabbed his arm, calming him down. When he looked up again, he saw that the little girl had already drifted out the door and left. Otherwise, don't blame me for sending the Purple Forest Guard to your door to take it. Mu Jingxing was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He glanced at Old Third, who was standing at the side, and could not help but say angrily, You're still laughing. What are you laughing at? If sister-in-law had such a temper back then, she wouldn't have been so angry that she left home, right? Mu Xingchen frowned and said, Third uncle, she chose to leave on her own. The Mu family didn't force her. Heh. Mu Jingyuan shook his head and glanced at Mu Xingchen. You believe what your father says? Don't you know your father's attitude towards Jojo now? How much credibility do you think his words have? Third brother. Mu Jingxing said angrily, no matter what, eldest brother is still eldest brother. He's the head of the Mu family. Pay attention to your words and attitude. Mu Jingyuan sneered and didn't reply. He flicked his sleeves and left as well. Seeing his attitude, Mu Jingxing was so angry that he stomped his feet. He turned to Mu Xingchen and asked, Xingchen, what should we do about this? I think you're serious. Of course I know she's serious. This disobedient and unfilial thing. What she meant was that she wanted your mother to bring your younger sister, as well as the entire family of womenfolk, and go to Lixing men to pick them up. N. What N? Mu Jingxing was furious. This concerns our entire Mu family's reputation. I won't agree to this. Mu Xingchen laughed self-mockingly. You won't agree? If you don't agree, then go die. Didn't she say so? You. Mu Jingxing was momentarily at a loss for words as he glared at Mu Xingchen. Xingchen, can't you go and persuade her? Did you see her look at me just now? Did she want to talk to me? Mu Xingchen hung his head dejectedly and walked out dejectedly. Let's go back first. We still have to gather those supplies first. What? Mu Jingxing jumped out at once and picked up the list on the floor, almost smashing it to pieces with a slap. Mu Xingchen snatched it over and held it in his hand. I don't think little sister is just joking. She'll really send someone to collect the supplies at 10 o'clock in the evening. If you don't want the Mu family to lose even more face, then do it. So many things. On what basis? Mu Jingxing originally came with his third brother, Mu Jingyuan, to build a good relationship with Arbor, but who knew that this fellow would be so infuriating? At this moment, Mu Jingxing was already fuming with anger. His initial plan to get along with the little lass had long been tossed out of the highest heavens. Half an hour later, the two returned to the Mu family, presented the list, and recounted the matter. Of course, it infuriated all the elders. The Mu family's fifth son, Mu Jingyang, was the most impatient. He slammed the table and angrily said, I'll go slaughter this rebellious little bastard. She actually dares to make such a request? Fifth uncle. If you hurt a hair on my sister's head, I won't let you off. Mu Xingchen angrily said. Mu Jingyang resentfully smacked his lips. I was just saying. Why are you so anxious with me? You can't even say it. Mu Xingchen was furious. Mu Jingyang pursed his lips and angrily sat back down. Mu Jingfeng silently sat at the head of the table and did not speak for a long time. Family head, we'll do whatever you say. You definitely can't agree to this matter? On what basis should Madam bring eldest miss to welcome her with 3 kneels and 9 kowtows? Eldest miss is one of the most outstanding talisman masters in our Mu family's younger generation. She can't be humiliated like this. Right. Right. Everyone discussed animatedly, and for a moment, they were all filled with righteous indignation. Mu Xingchen sneered, sure, but the result is death. With Mu Xingchen's words, everyone quieted down. He also thought of the great emperor's imperial edict. It was written clearly on the imperial edict that if they did not bring this little ancestor back within 5 days and prove her identity to the world, their entire family would be executed. Everyone took a deep breath and sighed heavily. They all turned their eyes to Patriarch Mu. The Mu family head was silent for a while before he said, first, prepare all the materials on the list. Everyone felt their teeth ache when they heard this. Elder Qing couldn't help but say angrily, Patriarch, if we take out all the materials on this list, 1/5 of the entire Mu family's property will be taken out. Just these resources are already 1/5 of the total? Mu Jingyuan couldn't help but mock, then the entire Mu family, the accumulation of thousands of years of aristocratic families, is too cheap. Elder Qing's face reddened, and he was at a loss for words. This slap to the face was really quite a slap. Mu Jingyuan coldly said, you can't bear to take out just these few materials? Jojo has been wandering outside for so many years, not having enough to eat or wear. Who knows what kind of life the mother and daughter have been living? I think just these are really too little. Mu Jingyuan, are you crazy? Fifth Mu Jingyang said angrily, our Mu family is so big. It's not like you don't know how many cultivation resources are distributed to each disciple in the family? Taking out so much at once, and it's only for a little girl. Who can accept that? Mu Jingyuan sneered. Then why don't you give it to her? You're afraid that the Purple Forest Guard will personally come to take it. What's the use of saying all this nonsense? Mu Jingyang was so angry that smoke was coming out of his nostrils. He pointed at Mu Jingyuan and said you for a long time before resentfully flinging his hand down. Alright, stop arguing. Mu Jingfeng said calmly, go and prepare these resources. Put them at the door and wait for her to take them. Can the Mu family afford to give these things back? Everyone felt like vomiting blood in their hearts. Elder Qing was even more unconvinced. I'd like to know why the Mu family is compensating her. Isn't it because of yesterday's incident at Despondent Pavilion? Did those blind brats from the Long family, Gu family, and Shi family offend her and His Highness the Crown Prince? These families have all given compensation to each of them. As for our Mu family, hee. She said that our Mu family's management was chaotic and offended her, so she insisted that we compensate. The Long family? The Long family also gave compensation? Mu Jingyang asked in astonishment. Isn't the Long family her maternal family? What kind of maternal family is that? Mu Jingyuan sneered coldly. That family is merely a side branch of the Long family. It has nothing to do with sister-in-law. Moreover, I don't believe that they didn't add fuel to the fire behind the scenes back then. Jingyuan, don't spout nonsense. Mu Jingfeng coldly glanced at Mu Jingyuan. Back then, your sister-in-law insisted on leaving. It has nothing to do with us. Why did sister-in-law leave? Don't you know? Mu Jingyuan glared at Mu Jingfeng mockingly. If you didn't mix around with that woman, Jingyuan. Mu Jingfeng glared at him coldly. The latter sneered and stood up to walk out the door. Third brother Yin, third brother. Sixth brother Mu Jingshua smiled awkwardly at everyone. He pointed outside and said, I'll go persuade him. Then, he ran out like a wisp of smoke. This third bro is getting more and more outrageous. Mu Jingyang snorted. Mu Jingfeng's gaze was calm, as though he was not affected by this matter at all. He calmly said, Fourth, I'll leave the matter of gathering and preparing the supplies to you. Make sure it's done before nightfall. Yes, big brother. Mu Jingshao nodded and did not express any opinion. In any case, he just had to follow his boss's orders. As for the rest, it was not something that a bastard like him could control. Big brother, that girl Mu Qiao said, to have sister-in-law bring eldest niece along to kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times? Mu Jingxing looked awkwardly at his eldest brother, Mu Jingfeng. He always felt that this matter had evolved to become the first branch's family affair. Don't bother about it. How can we not care? Mu Jingyang panicked again. Big brother, it's not that I want to say this, but that daughter of yours who was left outside is very formidable. It doesn't feel like she's lying. If we don't make sister-in-law and eldest niece kneel, I feel like she won't let this matter rest. Mu Jingfeng coldly said, is she worthy? After all, she's a crown princess now. Worthy, she can be considered worthy. Mu Jingfeng waved his hand, looking a little tired as he dismissed the crowd. Elder Qing and the rest still wanted to persuade him, but when they saw his cold gaze, they could not help but sigh and shrink their necks as they walked out. Xingchen, you stay. Mu Xingchen sat in front of him and did not speak for a long time. Mu Jingfeng looked at him and asked, Xingchen, do you think she's doing the right thing? Although your mother isn't your biological mother, she painstakingly raised you all these years. When did she not do her best to take care of you when you were sick and bedridden? There's also your sister Xian'er. She respects you the most. Mu Xingchen remained silent. I know you've always been aloof. But you're not someone who can't tell good from bad. You must be able to feel that your mother and sister treat you with sincerity, don't you? Father, what are you trying to say? Go and persuade your sister. I'm willing to accept her home. Mu Jingfeng pinched the space between his brows, looking exhausted. But there's no need for 3 kowtows and 9 kowtows. She's so young. How can she receive so many bows from the Mu family's elders? There are more than 100 womenfolk in the Mu family. Do you want her grandmother to kneel as well? Mu Xingchen remained silent. Father, if the Mu family didn't have such an attitude from the start, things wouldn't have come to this. If the Mu family didn't bring that imposter home from the start, she wouldn't have been completely enraged. Father, don't you think it's hard for you to absolve yourself of the blame now that things have come to this? Mu Jingfeng's eyes finally moved. He looked up and coldly gazed at his son. Xingchen, you were born and raised in this family. Your achievements today are inseparable from the Mu family's nurturing. You should also know that if this family is really suppressed by that rebellious daughter, the entire family and thousands of family members will be implicated. Mu Xingchen looked at him coldly, not saying a word or expressing any opinion. Father, do you think my words will be of any use? How is it useless? You're siblings and are connected by blood. You said yourself that you'll feel the resonance of your bloodline when you walk to her side. Mu Xingchen sneered mockingly, so what? In her eyes, I might not even be as good as a dog on the street. Xingchen. Mu Jingfeng slammed the table in anger. Why do you have to belittle yourself like this? What I said is the truth. Mu Xingchen only felt extremely bitter in his heart. You didn't see her expression when she said those words to us in Despondent Pavilion. She said that it's up to us to choose whether we want pride or our lives. She'll be waiting to see us die one by one. Unfilial daughter. Mu Jingfeng finally showed his anger. He slammed the table heavily, and the teacup on the table jumped up with a kick sound. Mu Xingchen looked coldly at his father and did not continue speaking. From a moment ago until now, he was like a wandering soul, wandering the world. Was he sad? She was heartbroken, all right. His heart was so uncomfortable that it felt like someone was using a blunt knife to cut it bit by bit. He had the illusion that he wanted to cry, but he couldn't. She was his only sister in the world, who was related to him by blood. Yet, she hated their family to the bone. Mu Xingchen walked out of the door in a daze. He did not know when, but his extremely cold tears had fallen. After strolling around Chang'e Boulevard, Xiao Mu bought a few bits and pieces of snacks. When she returned to Lishan Gate, she saw the crown prince galloping out on a fast horse. The little fellow hastily poked her head out of the carriage and waved at him. Lian. Mo Lian had already seen her carriage. She hastily dismounted and quickly jumped into the carriage. Where did you run off to? Prince Mo pulled her over with a displeased expression and rubbed her head. His father had caught him and given him a lecture. When he finally managed to break free and return to the Eastern Palace, he discovered that his wife had disappeared. The crown prince immediately thought of the rainbow flowers that filled the entire building in spring. He felt that the little girl must have gone to Jade Tripod Market to take a look out of curiosity. After all, the little girl did show a trace of interest that night, didn't she? Where did she go? Jojo. To collect debts. Arbor took out a list from his sleeve and flung it out for the crown prince to see. Look, this is the compensation I asked the Mu family for. I had them prepare it before evening. Mo Lian's mouth twitched as she flipped through the list. There were all sorts of medicinal pills and spirit tools on this list. Sir Jojo had even extorted a batch of talismans from them. Actually, she didn't lack any of these things. What she wanted was to make the Mu family vomit blood. When we bring these things back, reward them to Huifeng and Tong. They've been working quite hard recently. Mo Lian couldn't help but laugh. She nodded and said, okay. Whatever Jojo said was good. If these resources were rewarded to Huifeng and the others, they would probably be happy for several days. After all, just the medicinal pills for cultivation alone would be enough for them to eat for a while. We have a lot of people to take care of. If we distribute the Mu family's compensation, there won't be much left in everyone's hands. Arbor said in all seriousness, we still have to earn more compensation. Mo Lian almost died from laughter. She nodded when she heard that. Jojo is so smart. A certain person nodded in agreement. She also felt that her trick of getting something for nothing was pretty good. Jojo. Mo Lian reached out and hugged her. Since we're out, why don't we go out for dinner? All right. I heard that there's a famous Kaidai veranda in your sovereign capital. Do you want to try it? All right. Emma Lian squeezed her little hand and had the coachman turn around, heading towards Kaidai Pavilion. When it came to eating, Arbor was quite happy. Eating is a must in life. She just didn't know if the famous Kaidai veranda, which was the talk of the town in the imperial capital, was as delicious as its name implied. When the two of them arrived at the entrance of Kaidai Pavilion, they saw a long queue in front of the shop. The little fellow got out of the car curiously and looked around. Then, he took Emma Lian's hand and walked towards the door. There was a small service counter at the entrance of Kaidai Pavilion. Two smiling women stood in front of it. When they saw the guests, they bowed and said, "How many guests are there?" "2. You'll have to wait for a while. Take your number plate and have a seat over there. There are some refreshments there for everyone." The little girl looked curious. "Is your business that good? Could all of these people be fake?" It wasn't even time for lunch yet. Why was there such a long queue at the entrance? Looking at the other restaurants, none of them had such good business. This was simply too rare. The receptionist smiled and said, "Our Kaidai veranda is very different from other restaurants. Our main line this winter is growing vegetables and beautifying dishes. These dishes can't be found in restaurants or tea houses outside." Jojo replied with an O and immediately felt that this restaurant was a bit magical. They actually placed many tables and chairs outside the door for the people in line to rest and eat some fruits and snacks. There were indeed quite a number of people gathered here. "Do we have to wait?" Emma Lian pulled her to her side and asked. The little fellow's eyes darted around before she shook her head and said, "No. No matter how good the dishes were, they weren't worth her and the crown prince waiting here for half a day." After waiting in such a long line, she immediately felt that her interest was waning. The crown prince nodded. "Then let's go eat somewhere else." Arbor replied with an and turned around with Prince Mo leading her. When the two were walking towards the carriage, they saw a few familiar faces walking over. Oh, did the Mu family go on a trip together today? They had just sent away a group when another group came over. Of course, it looked like the Mu family was also heading to Kaidai restaurant to eat, so they probably bumped into each other by coincidence. Mu Roxuan was also stunned when she saw Arbor. Before she could speak, Mu Ruyan beside her jumped up like a hedgehog. "Why are you here?" Mu Ruyan was too familiar with this stoic-faced young lady. So familiar that she couldn't deny it even if she wanted to. She still remembered the humiliation she suffered on the Langfang boat. Just thinking about it made her angry. A sinister glint surfaced in Mu Ruyan's eyes as she stared fixedly at Arbor's face. If it weren't for her eldest sister stopping her with a cold expression, Mu Ruyan would have long rushed up with the servants to beat up that stoic-faced young lady. She still remembered that her eldest brother was defeated by this stoic-faced young lady. Her eldest brother was even slapped by this damned stoic-faced young lady. Who did she think she was to dare lay a hand on the Mu family? Previously at Langfang, she couldn't kill her alone. Now that they were in the imperial capital, she had the Mu family as her powerful backing. Wasn't it a simple matter to kill this little B*tch with a single sentence? "Eldest miss, second miss, why did you stop here and not leave?" A smiling young man ran over. He seemed to be a disciple of the Mu clan. His attitude towards the two of them was very respectful. "Mu He, hit her." Mu Royan raised her chin and scolded. The youth named Mu He was stunned. He turned to look at the stoic face, but before he could do anything, he was stopped by Mu Roxuan's indifferent shout. "Stop it." Mu Roxian glared at Mu Royan. "Don't go around causing trouble. Don't forget what we are here for." Mu Royan's arrogance instantly soared. "Yes, I'm accompanying Big Sister to wait for the invitation today." As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up and he looked towards Arbor with a mocking sneer. "My elder sister is going to become a student of the royal school this spring." Mu Royan didn't deliberately lower her voice, so everyone around them heard it. At this moment, they were in an uproar and looked at the sisters with envy. Mu Royan felt honored, as if the person who received the invitation to the imperial school was her, Mu Royan. What imperial school? Darling Qiao expressed that she had never heard of it. Emma Lian lowered her head and saw the little fellow blinking her eyes with a curious expression. Her heart softened as she raised her hand to pull her to her side and said, "Don't mind it." Arbor was still curious. "Is it a very powerful school?" More impressive than our top-notch academy? If any of the 6 prefectures' academies were here, they would definitely be unable to resist ridiculing her. How is your lousy top-notch academy impressive? Mo Lian's lips twitched as she nodded and said, your top-notch academy is still impressive. Darling Qiao instantly said matter-of-factly, as expected, our principal Yin Fei is still very impressive. Mo Lian, on the side, Mu Royan's face contorted slightly, and she couldn't resist snickering. We've never even heard of your so-called top-notch academy. What kind of place do you think the Royal Academy is? It's the most famous academy in the 3 provinces. It was founded by the combined funds of our Divine Province, Song Province, and Ming Province. A large group of the 3 provinces' top-notch teachers are gathered inside. Also, there are countless geniuses inside. All of them are the 3 provinces' most famous geniuses. Xiao Mian expressionlessly looked at the boastful Mu Royan with a stoic face. You're inside? Those geniuses are either talisman experts or top-notch cultivators. Then there are weapon and pill refinement masters. An academy where all kinds of elites gather. Mu Royan's face contorted slightly. Of course I'm not inside. I freaking thought you were inside. You were blushing like a fool, but it turns out you're not inside. The little stoic speechlessly glanced at her and shooed her away like a fly. Then why are you blabbering nonsense with me? Everyone, Mu Royan shrieked in exasperation, my elder sister is inside. You are you, and your elder sister is your elder sister. Arbor grumpily said, get out of the way, a good dog doesn't block the way. Mu Royan was about to go crazy from anger. She shrieked and ordered Mu He, hit her. If she dies or maims, it's on me. Mu He hesitated. Just as he was hesitating, the little girl charged over like a primitive leopard. F***ck, Mo Lian didn't even have time to hug her, the little girl shot in front of Mu Royan like a cannonball. She held a washboard horizontally in her hand and slapped it heavily at Mu Royan's head. Slap. Mu Royan shockingly discovered that she was sent flying. Her entire body was like a piece of rotten tofu as she was sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. 2 pairs of black boots with golden threads suddenly appeared in her vision. Only then did Mu Royan spit out a mouthful of blood. Her face was covered in blood as she raised her head in a sorry state. With one look, her heart was completely shattered. Wasn't this her beloved 5th young master? Why did the 5th young master suddenly appear here and see her in such a disgraceful state? Ah! Ah! Mu Royan shrieked. She frantically wiped away the blood from her nose as she struggled to stand up. Ah! 5th young master, don't look at my face, don't look. Just as Mu Royan was desperately trying to cover her face, the Qin Estate's 5th young master indifferently walked past her. Sorry, 5th young master didn't even look at your face. You're the only one who's talking nonsense. Mu Roxuan was so angry that her chest was about to explode. She must have been out of her mind to bring this stupid second sister to Kaidai Pavilion for a meal. She was about to faint from anger. It was one thing for her second sister to make a fool of herself, but she had also brought shame to her grandmother. She simply didn't know what to say. She couldn't win, yet she was still blindly talking nonsense. It was better for people to know their own limits, otherwise, they would only be asking for humiliation. Mu Roxuan took a deep breath. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a low and elegant chuckle. I say, little Jojo really hasn't changed at all. Still so violent. Arbor expressionlessly looked at the grinning man who ran to him with a flourish of his sleeves. Why did someone from the Qin estate run over? How annoying! Little Jojo silently turned her head away from eldest Qin and pattered to the crown prince's side. Prince Mo restrained the smile on his lips and said to her in all seriousness, Jojo, let's go eat at the festive restaurant next door. Okay. The little fellow nodded and turned to ask Mu Roxuan, this is your Mu clan's property? Mu Roxuan didn't expect this stoic-faced girl to speak to her. After a momentary daze, she nodded. Yes. Oh. Little Jojo didn't say anything else. She turned around and saw eldest young Sir Qin approach her with a grin. Jojo, you're truly heartless. Why are you ignoring me? I don't know you at all. Mo Lian irritably pulled the little fellow to the other side and blocked eldest Qin's face with her arm. Scram. Your Highness the Crown Prince, it's not right of you to say that. Eldest young Sir Qin bit his lip pitifully. In any case, Jojo and I are old friends who came from Seacombe Planet together. Of course, I have to come and greet an old friend in a foreign land. Don't you think so, Jojo? Standing behind eldest young Sir Qin, the fifth young Sir revealed a trace of astonishment and asked coldly, eldest brother, you know her? Eldest young Sir Qin detected a trace of confusion in the fifth young Sir's words, so he turned to ask him, what, you also know the little stoic? Fifth young Sir Qin coldly swept the little stoic a glance and said aloofly, I don't know her. Sir Jojo was immediately a bit angry. Don't know your sister, he didn't expect that only Sir Jojo would disdain someone, but now, this youth would disdain her. This young man had a cold face and a serious expression. Just looking at him was extremely annoying. Jojo ignored him and turned to look at Mo Lien. Let's go. The Qin family is a bunch of ingrates. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have saved that fifth young master. What an ungrateful fellow. Mr. Jojo waved his hand angrily. He hooked his arm around Mo Lien's finger and walked towards the festive restaurant. She wasn't that curious about Kaidai brothel, wasn't it the same to eat at the festive restaurant next door? Jojo, don't run. Eldest young Sir Qin hastily blocked their path with a flash and said to the Crown Prince merrily, Your Highness Crown Prince, this Qin has reserved a private room at Kaidai Pavilion. Since the two of you are so fated to meet, how about this Qin host a welcoming dinner for the two of you? The little fellow's expressionless face was taut. She originally wanted to sternly refuse. The Crown Prince raised his hand to pat her head and nodded reluctantly. All right. If it weren't for the fact that the little fellow was truly curious about this Kaidai brothel, he wouldn't have eaten with eldest young Sir Qin. Although Sir Jojo didn't say anything, his mood improved. Eldest young Sir Qin's gaze flickered, and he said with a smile, This way please. The fifth young Sir didn't say anything and silently followed behind the trio towards Kaidai brothel. He helped the disheveled Mu Ro Yen up with great difficulty. When she saw Arbor's figure walking in, she shrieked, Who allowed her to go in? Stop her. This lunatic dared to enter their Kaidai brothel after beating her up like this? Ro Yen. Mu Ro Xuan irritably shouted at her. Mu Ro Yen turned to look at her in astonishment. Return first. Mu Ro Xuan's gaze chilled, and she coldly instructed the two maidservants behind her, You two must escort second miss back properly. Yes, eldest Mississippi, Mu Ro Yen was still unconvinced, and she stiffened her neck and shouted at Mu Ro Xuan, Eldest sister, I was humiliated by that woman on the streets and suffered such serious injuries, yet you're actually making me return? No way. Shut up. Mu Ro Xuan was simply about to be angered to death by this idiot. Didn't she hear that eldest young Sir Qin respectfully address him as His Highness the Crown Prince just now? How long did this Mu Ro Yen want to kick up a fuss for? Couldn't she use her brain a bit when she went out to do things? Mu Ro Xuan didn't want to waste any more words with her and directly waved her hand, gesturing for the two strong maidservants to pull Mu Ro Yen back to the Mu estate. Afterwards, Mu Ro Xuan looked up at her Kaidai veranda's gold-lettered door lintel and walked inside with light steps. Arbor ordered a table full of dishes, and after ordering, he saw the fifth young Sir looking at him coldly. You can eat so much? How did this woman develop such a temperament? When she treated his illness back then, she swindled and cheated as much as she could. She was simply a shameless person. You're footing the bill? I'll pay. Eldest young Sir Qin hastily said with a smile and glanced at his younger brother. Fifth brother, do you know each other? If he still couldn't tell that these two people knew each other now, then he really was eldest young Sir Qin for nothing. The atmosphere between these two people wasn't too harmonious from the moment they met. He didn't know when his fifth brother got acquainted with the little stoic. It was truly quite rare to find someone who could gain the little stoic's approval. However, there were truly quite a few people who the little stoic disliked. It seemed like he was one of them. Eldest young Sir Qin rubbed his nose. Fifth young Sir Qin humped coldly and didn't say anything, shifting his gaze outside the window. Knock knock. Someone lightly knocked on the door. Eldest young Sir Qin indicated for his personal pageboy to open the door. Mu Ro Xuan's gentle and dignified face was revealed when the door opened. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Crown Princess. Eldest young master, fifth young master, I hope I'm not disturbing you? It's quite a bother, Arbor replied faintly. Everyone was speechless. Fifth young Sir Qin turned his head to glare at the little stoic and thought, would it kill you to speak properly? He didn't know what capabilities this little stoic possessed to make his eldest brother regard her so highly. The Crown Princess. Who would have thought that the junior physician he met at Langfang would be the one who caused everyone's expressions to change at the mention of the Crown Princess in the imperial capital. Mu Rochuan didn't mind the awkwardness as she walked in and said with a smile, the Crown Prince, the Crown Princess, and the two young masters of the Qin estate have come to our Kaidai veranda, so I naturally have to be the host. This table is on me. Mu Rochuan sat down with a smile and said to the steward of Kaidai Pavilion behind her, bring the best wine and serve all the vegetables. Yes. The steward hastily bowed with a smile and retreated out of the door with his men. He was naturally a shrewd person and knew that the people in this private room were all wealthy and respectable people, so he quickly dispatched 2 people to guard the door to prevent anyone from offending the honored guests again. Mu Rochuan looked at the Crown Prince with a smile. Rochuan will toast to the Crown Prince first as a sign of respect. Your Highness, the Crown Prince's distinguished status has condescended to our Kaidai Pavilion. Your presence brings light to our humble dwelling. 10 o'clock. Tomorrow, 6 o'clock. Slow neck, slow waist. Prince Mo sized her up with an extremely indifferent expression. Seeing her dignified expression and natural and unrestrained appearance, she indeed didn't lose the dignity of a noble family's young lady, so he raised his hand and toasted her. He could be considered to have fulfilled the main family's great hospitality. Arbor turned to look at this eldest miss and said coldly, you ran inside just to give us a toast? State your objective as soon as possible. She never liked to beat around the bush, so Mu Rochuan definitely wouldn't visit her without a reason. Mu Rochuan wasn't angry and merely glanced at Arbor indifferently. Rochuan already knows about the Crown Princess's request to the Mu family. You want my mother to bring me and all the womenfolk of the Mu family to Yeshan Gate to welcome you. Could it be that you want grandmother to also kneel and welcome you? Mo Lian's eyes turned several degrees colder. Eldest Miss Mu's meaning is that we can't kneel to the Crown Princess? Mu Rochuan bit her lip, knowing that she had said the wrong thing. Even if she wanted her grandmother to welcome her, even if she had to kneel and welcome her, there was nothing inappropriate in terms of national law. In their great divine province, strength reigned supreme, and there weren't too many restraints on etiquette. So what if she was her grandmother? In the face of national etiquette, family etiquette still had to yield. Since you've said so, then I've changed my mind. Mu Rochuan sighed in relief, a faint smile on her lips. In that case, I want family head Mu to bring the entire estate to Yeshan Gate to welcome my mother and me. All the juniors in the estate must kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times to welcome my mother. Are you satisfied with this arrangement? Mu Rochuan almost couldn't catch her breath, and her face turned ashen from anger. Her hands clenched tightly under her sleeves, and she suppressed her belly full of anger as she said coldly, Crown Princess, it's best if you don't reach for a yard after taking an inch. This Crown Princess really likes to reach for a yard after taking an inch. The little stoic directly slapped her chopsticks on the table, not giving Mu Rochuan any face. Pass on my words to family head Mu. She squinted her eyes and said expressionlessly, I really hope that the Mu family can have pride and be fearless of death. If you want to die, I'll just watch. Isn't the Crown Princess going too far? Mu Rochuan angrily said, even if the Mu family has wronged you and your mother all these years, how many innocent people are there in the Mu family? How can you bear to bury their lives in your own willful and reckless actions? Innocent? Ha 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 ha. Arbor laughed coldly. However, there was no trace of a smile on her face. This, on the contrary, made people feel extremely stifled. Are there any innocent people in the Mu family? Why did her mother give up her position as the family head's wife and leave her hometown to go to the lower star field? Concubine sure manipulated the dark hands behind the scenes and ruined her life. How many members of the Mu family were involved in this and persecuted her, this innocent and pitiful girl? It was just that she had become stronger in this life, which made them look weak, so they kept saying that they were innocent. The 5th young master felt his eyelids twitch. It turned out that the stoic face he saw in Langfang had a pretty good attitude despite being cold and conniving. You can save them. Arbor's eyes were full of mockery. You. Unreconciled? Arbor coldly said, this is only the beginning. I said before that your Mu family will suffer once I return. Even if you're a dragon, you'll have to coil up for me. Even if you're a tiger, you'll have to lie down for me. Unreconciled? Arbor's fingers clenched, and the teacup in her hand turned into powder. Endure it. The private room was dead silent for a moment, and everyone kept quiet out of fear. The fifth young master, who was used to rebuking the little stoic, didn't even freaking dare to speak now. He only felt that the atmosphere inside the private room was heavy, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the stoic girl was doing her utmost to control her fury. Mu Rochuan forcefully suppressed the fury in her eyes, and there was an indescribable gloom coiling around her heart that was difficult to emit. The little stoic didn't say anything after that, but her eyes truly expressed one meaning: eldest Miss Mu. For the sake of your thousands of clansmen, shouldn't you stand up and fulfill your duty as the eldest miss of an aristocratic family? Mu Rochuan took another breath. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a knock on the door. The page boy had long been stifled by the atmosphere inside the private room, and he hastily stepped forward to open the door. The manager's smile bloomed like a flower as he led in a man and a woman wrapped in cyan cloaks. He laughed heartily and said, "Congratulations, eldest Mississippi, congratulations, eldest Mississippi." The Royal Academy sent someone to deliver an invitation. At this time, several waves of cheers had already come from downstairs. As the Royal Academy's important place to deliver invitations every year, Kaidai Veranda would always gather many people to watch on a specific day like this. It seemed that several people downstairs had also received an invitation from the Academy. After the cyan-cloaked man walked through the door, he directly raised his hand. Everyone saw a mechanical wooden bird flapping its wings, fluttering as it flew in from outside with a crimson invitation sealed with a circular seal in its mouth. The mechanical bird flapped its wings and landed on the table. It spat the invitation on the table, and its mouth opened and closed, emitting a middle-aged man's voice with clear handwriting. "Congratulations, student Mu Rochuan. I am Director Chi Duo. I welcome you to participate in the Royal Academy's entrance exam this spring. Please bring this invitation with you to Wind Thunder City on March 15th of this year. At that time, someone will guide you on how to participate in the exam." A joyful expression instantly flashed across Mu Rochuan's face, and she reached out to pick up the invitation. She stood up and bowed respectfully to the two people who delivered the invitation. "Many thanks to the two of you." Arbor's mouth twitched as he thought to himself, what kind of invitation is this talisman technique? It's obvious that the royal school isn't that great. The two men and women who had delivered the invitation letters were the teachers of the ordinary class of the royal school. Towards these students who had the potential to enter the royal school, they were naturally very courteous. Especially since these two instructors had obviously already inquired about the identities of Mo Lian, eldest Qin, and the others present here, their expressions became even more respectful. The male instructor in a green windbreaker smiled and said politely to everyone, "Divine Prefecture's Crown Prince, Qin Estate's eldest young master, fifth young master, and Mu Clan's eldest young miss, then on March 15th, we will meet in Wind Thunder City. I won't bother you. Goodbye." Xiaomu was a bit bewildered as she watched the departing figures of the two instructors. She then gloomily looked at Mo Lian. "You also want to go?" Mo Lian was also stunned. Only then did she remember something. She said, "Imperial father mentioned this to me in the study. All the heirs of the imperial family have to go to the academy for a while. In other words, the royal families of the three prefectures would send their princes to the academy to gain experience." Arbor propped up his little chin, and his little face was a little puffed up with anger. Lord Jojo was being looked down upon. They all had an invitation letter, but only Lord Jojo didn't. Seeing that the little fellow was angry, Mo Lian hurriedly coaxed, "Jojo, there's nothing fun in that academy." Eldest young Master Qin couldn't help but laugh. "That's right, the academy has everything from the three prefectures. There are even some barbarians who drink raw meat and drink blood and are uneducated. All they did was compete with each other all day long. There really wasn't much meaning to it. Jojo, it's fine if you don't go." Humph, Sir Jojo's little face was indignant. Whether or not she wanted to go was one thing, but whether or not she could go was another. She actually didn't even have the qualifications to go to the Royal Academy. Everyone had an invitation letter, but she didn't. Jojo was so angry, Mu Rochuan smiled faintly and said, those who can participate in the Royal Academy's entrance exam basically have their own specialties. For example, 5th Young Master. Although he doesn't have any cultivation, he's also on the list of the Academy's invitees because of his excellent Guqin skills. Mu Rochuan explained faintly, the Royal Academy includes cultivation, weapon refinement, pill refinement, talismans, array mechanisms, dance, music, books, painting, and so on. They all have specialized subjects and only take in the top talents of the 3 prefectures. In other words, Sir Jojo wasn't considered a top talent. Mo Lian rubbed the little fellow's head and said with a grin, Jojo is the best. Eldest young master Qin nodded repeatedly and said, that makes sense. Jojo is the most talented girl I've ever seen. It's the Royal Academy's loss that they didn't send you an invitation letter. Sir Jojo nodded inwardly in deep agreement. That's right, it was the Royal Academy's loss that they didn't send her an invitation letter. Mu Rochuan was so angry that she wanted to laugh. This little girl's bad temper was caused by people's flattery, right? Mu Rochuan said very faintly, the Royal Academy has first-hand information on all the talents in the world. Even if you're in the most remote corner of the 3 prefectures and have been unknown for many years, you'll still be discovered by the Royal Academy. You don't have an invitation letter, which means that you're not recognized by the Academy. Of course, Mu Rochuan suppressed the mockery in her eyes and glanced at Arbor. How could a little 3rd-level spiritual master with no outstanding cultivation and no other abilities enter the Royal Academy's eyes? She had clearly chosen to forget about the blue storage talisman in Arbor's hand. In fact, the blue storage talisman drawn by Arbor had already reached a new level. Not only could it store inanimate objects, but it could also store living things. Moreover, this was a height that the members of a talisman aristocratic family would never be able to attain in their lifetimes. It's merely an invitation. Xiaomu pursed her small mouth and harumphed. It's merely a qualification for the entrance test. It's not like he's definitely going in. But you don't even have an invitation letter. You don't even have the qualifications to take the test. Mu Rochuan originally wanted to refute indignantly, but when she saw the Crown Prince's lukewarm gaze sweep over her, she immediately became speechless. The warning in the Crown Prince's eyes was too obvious. Mu Rochuan retracted her fist. She felt a faint anger in her heart, but she couldn't explain why. Her mother had clearly told her to get along well with the little girl, but for some reason, when she saw this expressionless face, she felt a faint trace of anger. She felt that under that calm stoic face, there was an insufferably arrogant arrogance. Mu Rochuan took a deep breath and stood up. Crown Prince, 2 zither gentlemen, then Rochuan will also take her leave. Her heart was now completely focused on the Royal Academy's invitation letter. She planned to go back and draw a few more talismans to prepare. Arbor didn't even bat an eyelid and only said aloofly, don't forget to pass a message to family head Mu. Mu Rochuan's elated heart chilled again in a split second, and she stormed out in a huff. The little stoic was truly too hateful. She didn't even know how to describe this malicious little girl. She was indulging in the wildest fantasies. She actually wanted her father to lead a group of Mu family disciples to welcome her and her mother. Then what would she do to her mother? What would she do to the entire Mu clan's reputation? Putting aside the fact that Mu Rochuan rushed to the Mu residence in a fit of rage. Sir Jojo was eating this whatever weird vegetable series, but he felt somewhat listless. Jojo, don't worry. With your talent, if you really show your face in front of the Royal Academy, the instructors of the various academies' special grade classes will definitely cry and yell as they fight to take you in as a student. 5th young master silently twitched his mouth. What was going on? Why did his elder brother's style suddenly change? Although the Qin estate's eldest young master isn't much of a person, his words are especially true. That's right, Jojo, that's how it is, Mo Lian said with a nod. Eldest young master, what do you mean he's not much of a person? He's also very nice, alright, Sir Jojo harumphed and poked at the fried chicken in his bowl with his chopsticks. Big liar. Mo Lian irritably glared at the Qin estate's eldest young master. I'm calling you a liar. The Qin estate's eldest young master was instantly speechless. He swept a glance at Mo Lian and said, every word I said came from the bottom of my heart, so it's absolutely true. Jojo's heart dropped. The main thing was that everyone had an invitation letter, but she didn't. Jojo, let me tell you, that Royal Academy isn't fun at all. Eldest young Master Qin slapped the table and shouted, did you know that old Fifth tore up the invitation letter he received? He still doesn't want to go. Fifth young master was stupefied. When had he ever said that he didn't want to go? Big brother, don't you feel guilty saying this? Go, go. Mo Lian understood the little girl's feelings the best. She quickly took her little hand and comforted her, Jojo, I'm not going either. None of us are going. There's no point in going to that lousy school. Whoever wants to go can go. Mr. Jojo looked at him listlessly. He thought for a moment and said, your father summoned you to the study and specifically mentioned this matter. That means you must go. I'm already 20 years old. Why should I go to college? I'm not going. Fifth young Master Qin added, in our divine province, 20 years old is merely an infant. The top students in the royal school are all under 100 years old. Mo Lian and eldest young Sir Qin were both speechless. Does this person not know how to speak without stabbing a knife? The little fellow watched from the side with a pitiful expression. His entire body was shriveled up. It's fine. Isn't it just an invitation? I'll get one for you, eldest young Master Qin said. Mo Lian cast an unhappy glance at him. Wasn't this eldest Qin getting a little carried away? He even referred to himself as Big Brother. Be good, hubby will get an invitation letter for you. Mr. Jojo propped up his little chin and turned to look outside the window. At this very moment, at the famous gathering place of the three prefectures, Wind Thunder City, which was independent of the three prefectures. Several mountain peaks enshrouded in a faint mist floated in the sky. It was the residence of Wind Thunder City's Royal Academy's principal, Yun Piamiao. Near the evening of this day, the Royal Academy's principal welcomed an uninvited guest that he hadn't seen in a long time. When the visitor removed the large bamboo hat that was covered by a thin veil and revealed a face, Yun Piamiao couldn't help but be stunned. Big brother. Yun Piamiao's eyes were filled with excitement as he looked at his brother who had been missing for so many years without returning. It really is your big brother. Why did you suddenly come back? Aren't you happy? The person who came was wearing plain clothes. His expression was cold, but there was a faint smile in his eyes. How can I not be happy? Yun Piamiao cried out happily. His brother had returned. How could he not be happy? No matter what other people thought, he was very happy. Don't tell the Yun family about my return. The person reached out and patted his shoulder. The two brothers had similar eyebrows, but compared to Yun Piamiao's leisurely and indifferent expression, this older brother seemed to be more cold. Yun Piamiao's eyes dimmed. Big brother, it must be hard for you to wander alone without a family to support you. That person smiled and shook his head. It's good this way. I won't force myself to live a life I don't want to live. Sigh. Yun Piamiao sighed. Thinking of his brother's personality, he was speechless. Although his brother was cold, when he decided on something, even if you used 800 cows to pull him, you wouldn't be able to change his mind. Alright, let's talk about other matters later. The person smiled and looked at him. He reached out his hand and said, Principal of the Imperial School, I'm here to ask you for 8 invitation letters. Yun Piamiao was startled, then he laughed. What kind of little fellows actually need you to come personally and ask me for them? Very interesting. That person seemed to have thought of something interesting and chuckled. I can guarantee that your Imperial School will be very lively in the future. I'm looking forward to it, big brother. Yun Piamiao took out 8 invitation letters and handed them to the other party. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. On the other side, Mo Lian, who had eaten a tasteless meal, came out of Kaidai Pavilion with the listless little fellow in her arms. With a few words, she sent the 2 troublesome fellows from the Qin estate away. Now that she was carrying the little fellow into the carriage, she couldn't help but say softly, Don't worry, it's just a copy of an invitation letter. I'll leave this matter to my husband. Copy, the corner of Arbor's mouth twitched. Wasn't that just making a copy of an invitation letter? How could she, Mr. Jojo, use counterfeit goods? No. Mr. Jojo snuggled his head into his arms unhappily with an unhappy expression on his face. Who would want a fake, If she didn't have an invitation letter, then so be it. When Mo Lian went to the academy, she would stay in the Eastern Palace to concoct pills, draw talismans, and cultivate diligently. After a while, he would surpass eldest Qin in terms of cultivation, surpassing Duanyu, surpassing Mo Lian. He surpassed everyone else, crush them, chase them, beat them up like dogs, and make them all raise the white flag and surrender. Just the thought of it was interesting. "What are you thinking about, baby?" Mo Lian lowered her head and saw the little guy's daydreaming expression. Needless to say, his expression was somewhat hilarious and wretched. Could it be that he was thinking of beating someone up in his heart? I have to say, Prince Mo, you really hit the nail on the head. Not only does the little guy want to beat people up, he also wants to beat all of you up. Little Jojo turned his head and tilted his head to the side. He closed his eyes and said, "Time to sleep." Mo Lian couldn't help but laugh. This little fellow had suffered a blow today, so it was better for him not to provoke her. He didn't want to trigger her fuse and cause the little fellow to explode. That would be his bad luck. "Lian, how long will you be gone?" The little one's voice was so soft and muffled that it touched Mo Lian's heart. "Jojo, you can't bear for me to go." Mo Lian's mood improved at once. Look, his darling was becoming more and more inseparable from him. How wonderful. He thought she was unhappy because she didn't receive an invitation, but it turned out that a large part of the reason was because she couldn't go with him. True, if he went to that Wind Thunder City alone, he would be separated from his wife. That wouldn't be good, therefore, it was urgent to make a copy of the invitation letter. Mo Lian lowered his head and kissed her fluffy hair. "Jojo, don't worry. I won't go if you don't go. We are husband and wife and will advance and retreat together." After not receiving a response for a while, Mo Lian took a closer look and couldn't help but be amused and annoyed. This little fellow actually fell asleep in his arms with her eyes closed. After returning to the Eastern Palace, he carried the little fellow back to her room and wiped her hands and feet before carrying her to bed. That night, Jojo kept having sweet dreams of being the victor. When she opened her eyes the next morning, she was still bewildered and baffled. What was going on? Yesterday, she kept seeing herself chasing after Mo Lian and Duanyu to beat up. She beat them up until they fell to the ground and repeatedly begged for mercy, calling them "Your Majesty the Queen." Arbor's face darkened. Was there actually such a vile and violent gene in her bloodline? Impossible. Sir Jojo blinked and continued to sit on the bed in a daze. When Kai Shou entered, she saw her little master sitting there in a daze with a comical expression. Kai Shou couldn't help but smile. "Crown Princess, you're awake?" Arbor stomped off the bed and asked after washing up. I fell asleep yesterday." "Call Eunuch Chen over for me to question him." Not long after, Eunuch Chen led a young eunuch into the room. "Greetings to the Crown Princess." Get up, get up." Arbor waved his hand and ran forward to ask, "Eunuch Chen, how was the debt collection yesterday?" "Very smoothly." In accordance with the Crown Princess's instructions, this servant asked Lord Huifeng to send someone to the Mu family. "The Mu family has already prepared the supplies outside the door. We just need to check and load them into the car. Now that the goods are at the entrance of the warehouse, the Crown Princess needs to check them." Arbor shook his head. "Help me call Huifeng over." Eunuch Chen nodded and left. Soon, Huifeng walked in and bowed to Arbor with a grin. "Crown Princess, what orders do you have for this humble one?" Arbor looked at him and said, "Huifeng, I'll leave the goods we took from the Mu family to you. You can distribute them to your brothers." Huifeng was startled for a moment before he excitedly said, Yes, yes, Crown Princess. Huifeng will do it immediately." Arbor stretched out his hand to yawn. After watching Huifeng leave in a hurry, he said to Kai Xiu, "If anyone from the Mu family visits in the next 2 days, refuse to see them." "Yes." Mu family, Gilded Garden. Mu Jingfeng stared at Mu Qingya, who was sitting next to him, with a tense expression. He sighed deeply and said, "You don't have to do this." Mu Qingya shook her head and resolutely said, "Family head, as a member of the Mu family, this is what I must do. This concubine will remember husband's consideration for my dignity." Mu Qingya smiled faintly. "But for the sake of the Mu family, what does this bit of dignity count for?" Mu Jingfeng reached out to hold her hand. "Qingya, it's really unfair for you to do this." "It's not unfair, old master. Mu Qingyao smiled faintly. For old master, for the entire Mu family, and for the prosperity of everything, Qingyao won't feel wronged at all. After sister returns, it's also possible for Qingyao to step down from the position of matriarch of the household. Don't spout nonsense. Displeasure flashed across Mu Jingfeng's eyes. What's so good about her being the head of the household? It's not like she hasn't been the matriarch before. Have you seen her manage things? Besides, she's been missing for so many years and doesn't understand the situation in China at all. Even if she returns, who knows how long it'll take for her to adapt to life here. This matriarch position is yours, and no one can snatch it away from you. Just take it with a peace of mind. I'll support you in everything. Mu Qingyao looked at him worriedly. Old master, you mustn't bear a grudge against sister and Jojo for Qingyao's sake. If you do, I'll have sinned greatly. Besides, Jojo is still young. After being outside for so many years, she must have suffered a lot. It's reasonable for her to have resentment in her heart. As long as we tolerate her, then, I'm the one who wants her to suffer? It's her own mother who caused it. Mu Jingfeng waved his hand and interrupted Mu Qingyao's words. Don't speak up for her. I know what kind of character she and her daughter have. Mu Qingyao choked. She wanted to persuade family head Mu again when she heard a report from outside. Family head, madam, eldest miss is here. Mu Rochuan stormed in angrily. Without a second word, she repeated what Arbor said in the afternoon. Instantly, the anger that Mu Jingfeng had just suppressed flared up again. He smashed the short table beside him with a slap and said angrily, this unfilial daughter. Mu Qingyao gently advised, Rochuan, don't take things too seriously. She wasn't like this yesterday. Did you do something to piss her off? Mu Rochuan was furious. What can I make her angry about? If I dare to say anything bad to her, her man will slap me to death. Mother, you didn't see the situation in Kaidai Pavilion. His Highness the Crown Prince didn't allow me to say a single word. I could only sit there and listen. There's also that eldest young master of the Qin estate. He also stood by her side and spoke in agreement. You didn't see it. I, your daughter, am not allowed to say anything in front of my younger sister. I feel that younger sister's bad habit of daring to argue with the heavens and the earth is caused by brother-in-law's indulgence. You didn't see how much brother-in-law spoils her. Mu Roxian poured out all her bitterness and only then did she feel a little better. Ever since she met Arbor and Langfang, she had been in a bad mood. She couldn't find a reason why she didn't like this girl. It was probably because of the little fellow's poor attitude. During this period of time, he had been feeling aggrieved in his heart, and a fire was burning fiercely. He must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to meet such a weirdo. After hearing his daughter's complaint, Mu Jingfeng was fuming. She really knows how to push her luck. She really thinks that the Mu family is easy to step on. Mu Qingyao worriedly said, Husband, let's talk things over properly. What kind of enmity could there be between father and daughter? What else is there to talk about? This unfilial daughter is infuriating. Mu Liang. Mu Liang is here. Go gather the elders. The Mu family's core members will have a meeting in half an hour. Jingxing, Jingyuan, take the Mu family's elite disciples and make preparations. Immediately withdraw from the imperial capital in secret, Mu Jingfeng ordered coldly. Mu Jingxing and Mu Jingyuan exchanged glances. Old Fifth Mu Jingyang said indignantly, Are we really going to withdraw? Our forces in the imperial capital can't be completely withdrawn in a few days. What else can we do? Are we really going to sit and wait for the emperor to execute our entire Mu family? Mu Jingfeng said coldly. Old Fifth Mu Jingyang's mouth was full of bitterness. Don't tell me it's true? Old Fifth, you aren't still that naive, right? Mu Jingxing glanced at him angrily. The emperor personally wrote an imperial edict. How can it be fake? Today is the 4th day. Elder Qing sighed. Tomorrow is the last day. Xingchen, take your mother and sister, as well as your cousins and the elders' heirs, and leave using the transportation talisman matrix first. The elders' expressions visibly relaxed after Mu Jingfeng gave his order. They naturally had their own selfish motives. Compared to the entire Mu family, their heirs were naturally more important. Since they had reached this point, there was no room for negotiation, so they might as well give up on the Mu family's forces in the imperial capital and withdraw quickly. In any case, with their talisman patrician family's overall strength, they could settle down anywhere. At most, they would no longer mingle in the Great Divine Province and head to Tsang Province or Ming Province. Who would dare to not greet them with a respectful smile? However, their forces that had taken root in the Divine Province for thousands of years had to withdraw completely because of that girl's words. Just thinking about it made them extremely indignant. That daughter of the patriarch was really a jinx. She stirred up a storm as soon as she returned, causing the entire Mu family to be unable to find peace. It was truly better for her to continue disappearing, or simply take root on Sikong planet and never return. The elders' faces darkened as they angrily cursed the little stoic in their hearts. At this time, Mu Liang suddenly pushed open the door and walked in with a grave expression. Family head, the purple forest guards dispatched by the emperor have surrounded our entire Mu family. Mu Jingfeng closed his eyes. The fury in his heart had already reached its peak. The teleportation glyph array can only teleport 10 people at a time, and it can only be used 6 times in a row. The teleportation distance won't exceed 20 kilometers. Mu Jingyuan said coldly, currently, we only have 5 sets of teleportation array glyphs. How many people do you think we can save? Mu Jingxing said angrily, third brother, look at the situation now. Why are you still angry with the patriarch? Now that the 7 of us brothers are of the same breath and branch, the whole family should be tied together like a rope. Mu Jingyuan sneered. Master refused to lower his head for that meager face of his. I see that all of you are scheming for your own benefit. I don't believe that the elders present here wouldn't want to send their children out first. The elders glanced at Mu Jingyuan embarrassedly and were about to refute. Bang! The door was forcefully pushed open by someone. 3 or 4 of the clan's elite disciples had solemn expressions on their faces. They clustered around an old man with erect silver hair and a dignified face. Jingfeng, make the arrangements. This old man will personally lead all of you to welcome my granddaughter home. Mu Jingfeng was startled. He hastily stood up and bowed to the old man in unison with his younger brothers and elders. Old family head. Mu Tsangwei raised his hand. Let's do it this way, she said 6 chapters yesterday, but in the end, she still gave you 8 chapters. It was close to noon. Both sides of the main road of Changle Avenue were packed with people. The restaurants and tea houses were already filled with spectators, and everyone was relishing in discussing a major event. A major event that everyone in the imperial capital knew about. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp, the voices of the crowd mingled together, forming a chaotic symphony. They're coming, they're coming. Ah, where's the procession? Hey, don't push, why are you pushing? You can't squeeze to the front no matter how hard you push. Fong Su led a group of forest guards and directed the imperial guards to the place where the people were gathered. They blocked the 2 sides of the road and shouted, don't push and shove. Maintain order. I see them coming. It was unknown who shouted this, but it was as if a pot of boiling water had exploded. Everyone stretched their necks and looked towards the main road with all their might. Whoa, a large group of people was really heading toward the imperial palace in a grandiose manner. Leading them was the hale and hearty old patriarch of the Mu clan, Mu Tsang. Patriarch Mu and Madame Mu followed closely behind the old patriarch. Following them were the 6 core sons of the Mu clan and a group of elders. Thousands of Mu clan disciples followed closely behind in a grandiose manner. Following the ceremonial official's command, they all knelt down in unison. Regardless of whether they felt comfortable or not, since it was the old patriarch's command, they all respectfully kowtowed 3 times in the direction of the imperial palace. The crowd of onlookers watched as the group of Mu family juniors walked a few steps before kneeling down and respectfully kowtowing 3 times. Their eyes couldn't help but widen in shock. Whoa, this was really a grand ceremony of 3 kowtows and 9 kowtows. They were going all the way to the imperial palace to receive the crown princess. This lineup truly caused an uproar in the entire city. On the 2nd floor of Kaidai Pavilion, young masters and young misses from various sects and patrician families were seated in several private rooms. Second Qin was inside one of these private rooms, and his gaze was apathetic as he scanned the area below. Eldest young Sir Qin personally poured himself a cup of tea. After taking a sip, he clicked his tongue in praise. Sigh, I knew that my Jojo wouldn't go back so quietly. Look, only my Jo can make such a big fuss. Omega Kotoku remained silent. After a long while, he asked, You've seen her? Yes. Eldest Xianxia blinked and looked at him excitedly. I saw her beat up that second Miss Moo's nose in public. What do you think will happen when little Jojo comes home? Nothing much, Omega Kotoku said calmly. Tisk, eldest Xianxia glanced at him and muttered, boring. He then muttered to himself excitedly, I feel that the Mu clan's unlucky days have only officially begun now. Eldest Xianxia Omega Kotoku was silent for a long while before saying, I think it'll be better if you put away that gloating face of yours. In the adjacent room, several young misses from noble families were sitting together by the window and watching the commotion below with mocking gazes. The Mu clan is truly regressing as they age. Qin Baojia couldn't help but remark coldly, look at how they're being toyed around by a little girl. I really feel sorry for them. Isn't that so? Ji family's young miss, Ji Xiang, couldn't resist laughing out loud. They're the 6 great patrician families with such little guts. What a joke. Zhongli Jiwei tilted her head and looked out the window, just in time to see old patriarch Mu Tsang leading a group of Mu family members away. She curled her lips and sneered, don't talk nonsense if you don't know. This is an order personally given by the great emperor to force the Mu family to submit. Although the Mu family has 1,000 years of heritage, can an arm bend a thigh? They naturally don't dare to disobey the great emperor's order. Qin Baojia angrily grasped the handkerchief at her fingertips and forcefully suppressed her anger. However, a flower-like smile appeared on her face. Perhaps the great emperor has acknowledged her. Acknowledged? Is that possible? Zhongli Jiwei's face slightly darkened, and the cold light in her eyes disappeared. This woman caused a huge uproar as soon as she returned to the imperial capital. She really made people dislike her to the extreme. Zhongli Jiwei's face couldn't help but darken when she thought about how she was kicked out of the Crown Prince's residence after only a few days. His Highness the Crown Prince was only bewitched by that demoness face. He would get tired of her one day. Kneel. Following the ceremonial officer's command, the thousands of Mu family disciples knelt down again and kowtowed 3 times in unison. Then, they stood up and walked forward. Xiaoying-chun was mixed in the crowd, wrapped in a tattered bedsheet. She looked at the Mu family's procession, and her eyes almost shot out a poisonous light. Based on what? Why was it that when she returned to the Mu family, she was like a cat or a dog, casually picked up by them from the back door and thrown into a small courtyard in a corner, and that was it? Based on what? When that slut returned to the Mu family, she could cause such a huge commotion, and no one dared to question her. Xiaoying-chun was so angry that she couldn't help but tremble. Standing beside her, Madame Li, who had a hunched back and a face full of wrinkles, was also so angry that she wanted to rush up and beat her. Ying-chun, the Mu family is simply too much. Ever since the mother and daughter were kicked out of the Mu family, they lived a bitter life fighting for food with dogs. The 2 of them were ordinary people and didn't have any ability to survive. Without Xiao Tsung, this man, in front of them, the 2 of them lived a very miserable life. In fact, the 2 of them had stayed at the inn for 2 or 3 days at the beginning. They had pawned all the jewelry on their heads and lived a good life for 2 days. However, the prices in the Great Divine Land were exorbitant. The jewelry they pawned was only enough to last them for 2 days. On the 3rd night, they were beaten up and chased out of the inn because they couldn't afford it. After that, the mother and daughter were like a group of beggars, living in the poorest dilapidated temple in the north of Huanlang. They ate rotten steamed buns and drank cold water that stuck in their teeth. In the middle of winter, they were so cold that their hands were full of sores. In order to survive, the 2 of them discussed for a while and decided to pawn off the only 2 sets of clothes that were made of good material. They only wore a white undergarment underneath and snatched a sheet from a beggar to wrap it around their bodies to protect them from the cold. Then, it was now. They heard that the Mu family was welcoming the little crown princess home, so they followed a group of passers-by who did not know the situation and came to watch the fun. It would have been better if they didn't look, but once they did, they were so angry that 1 Buddha ascended to the heavens and 2 Buddhas left their bodies. The people from the Mu family are a bunch of snobs. Madame Li shrieked, back then, it was clearly them who fought to bring us here. Now, they don't care about our lives and even kicked us out of the house. Compared to the treatment they received in Arbor, the mother and daughter wished for nothing more than to hug each other and cry their hearts out, saying that the heavens were unfair and that people's hearts were unpredictable. She even fought to bring the mother and daughter here. Madame Naily didn't even know how to blush when she said this. How could they not understand the purpose of Sherhuaixin bringing them to the divine land? However, it was funny that both mother and daughter were self-righteous people. They were weirdos who thought and considered everything from their own vantage point. Therefore, no matter what happened, both mother and daughter would never look to themselves for the reason. In any case, everything was someone else's fault. Mom, what should we do now? Xiaoyingchen resentfully glared at the Mu family's departing figures and said angrily, that B*TCH stole everything from me. I won't let her off, I definitely won't let her off. Madame Naily also nodded and said angrily, all right. Let's think of a way to make her forget about being the Mu family's young miss. We must disrupt her so that she can't even become the crown princess. That B*TCH wants to steal everything from me, Xiaoyingchen said resentfully. She should also have a taste of what it's like to have nothing. The mother and daughter swore to the heavens for a long time. Seeing that the Mu family's entourage had already passed, they sneakily retreated from the crowd. They originally wanted to head in the direction of the imperial palace, but a large palm suddenly reached out from behind and covered Xiaoyingchuan's mouth and nose, dragging her into a slender alley at the side. Xiaoyingchuan's eyes widened in horror, and she moaned a few times as her body was uncontrollably dragged into the alley. Her mother, Madame Naily, was still cursing when she suddenly turned around upon hearing the noise. She shrieked in fright and chased into the alley while wailing, Yingchen, Yingchen. At this moment, the crowd outside was noisily discussing the Mu family's matters, so no one paid attention to the mother and daughter. Even after Xiaoyingchen was dragged into the dark alley and Madame Naily chased after her, no one noticed that two insignificant beggars were missing from the crowd. MMPH, MMPH. Xiaoyingchen struggled with all her might, expending all the strength she had since she was in her mother's womb. Madame Naily chased over and grabbed a burly man's arm, repeatedly scratching the back of his arm. Ah, let go of my daughter, let go of her. Damn old hag, scram. The burly man slapped Madame Lee to the ground and stepped on her foot. Ah. Madame Lee suddenly felt pain all over her body. One of her leg bones seemed to have been broken by the strong man's foot. What are you doing? What are you doing? Xiaoyingchen screamed and pushed the man's arm with all her might. Unexpectedly, the man forcefully pinched her chin, and the dirty sheets wrapped around her body also hung on the ground. Xiaoyingchuan's entire body trembled as she stared in horror at the one-eyed man in front of her. No, no, don't come over. No, don't. Xiaoyingchuan's body trembled as she repeatedly shook her head. Her eyes were filled with terror and panic, and she was practically unable to speak. The one-eyed man raised his hand to touch her face, and then muttered in disdain, shoddy work, I don't know if it can be sold for a good price. Let's go. Ah, what are you doing? Ah. Xiaoyingchuan's feet hit the ground as she was dragged into the alley. Madame Lee hurriedly pulled out a wooden stick from the side and chased after her while dragging her crippled leg. She shrieked, let go of me, Yingchen. Who are you? What are you doing? Old hag. Do I need to explain who I am to you? Seeing Madame Lee chase after him, the one-eyed man kicked her back. Immediately after, he chased after the old woman and forcefully kicked her a few more times. The kicks caused Madame Naily to cry out in pain. Soon, she was gasping for air and lying on the ice-cold ground in the alley, on the verge of death. You and your daughter are out of luck. That burly man grinned mischievously. I haven't eaten a full meal for several days. Once I sell your daughter, I'll have money. What are you doing? You scoundrel, let go of me, let go of me. Pay. Who wants to scoundrel you? That burly man's slap came down, but after some thought, he still didn't hit Xiaoyingchuan's face. He directly tore off the cloth on Xiaoyingchuan's shoulder. An old woman's face with black skin and rough hands. If it weren't for the fact that I really don't have any food to eat, why would I catch you? I don't even know if the market will accept you. As the burly man grumbled, he grabbed Xiaoyingchuan's hair and directly dragged her into the alley. He didn't have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. Ah! Ah! Xianxia shrieked in horror. She hugged that man's leg and howled, Let me go, strong man, let me go. Give me 100 spirit coins, and I'll let you go, woman. Xianxia felt even more resentful and powerless. Right now, let alone 100 spirit coins, she couldn't even find 1 spirit coin on her. You don't have any spirit coins? You don't have any spirit coins, yet you dare to babble nonsense to me. That burly man mercilessly grabbed her hair and pulled her scalp, dragging her inside like he was grabbing a little chick. Xianxia shrieked, Mother, mother, save me. Why are you lying there? Mother! Mother! Ah! Let go! Mother! You old bastard, why don't you move? What are you doing? Are you just going to watch as your daughter is being sold? Useless thing. Trash, trash, trash. All of you are trash. Ah! Xianxia went from disappointment to despair, and then to vicious roars that filled the sky. How would she know that her mother, Madame Li, had been kicked to the ground by the burly man? Her limbs were all broken and she was lying on the cold ground, unable to get up. This small alley that led to the jade tripod market was only bustling with activity at night, and the flowers were red and the willows were green. At this moment, it was broad daylight. Naturally, very few people came over. Therefore, it wasn't until late at night that the night watchman discovered in horror that someone had died in this small alley. By the time they found Madame Li, she was already lying on the ground with her eyes wide open. She had been frozen to death. This was all for later. At this moment, Xianxia was kicking and punching that burly man with all her might while cursing her old mother for not being strong enough. She was dragged all the way through the jade tripod market's entrance by someone by the scalp. The rows of red lanterns at the entrance of the jade tripod market were naturally dark. The door was tightly shut. The brawny man walked to a small door at the side and knocked on the door with force. The small door quickly opened, and a hunchbacked old man came out to greet him. He glanced at him and couldn't hide his disgust as he said, Wang Ba, why are you here again? Didn't our Yin already warn you not to come here? Hey, old man Li, don't block my path to wealth. Scram, scram, scram to the side. I naturally came here today to deliver goods for Yin. Ah, let go, let go. The hunchbacked old man called Old Man Li swept a mocking glance at Wang Ba. Heh, you brat, who knows where you caught this unmarried maiden again? A virgin? Sun Yang, a middle-aged woman with a bare chest and arms, was sitting on a cushion covered in deer hair. She wore a large string of sandalwood beads on her hand and had a black mole at the corner of her mouth. When she heard this, she didn't even lift her eyelids and directly smashed the teacup next to her at Wang Ba's head. Heh! Do you believe it yourself? Wang Ba, I think you're becoming more and more unfashionable. Do you think my jade tripod market takes in all kinds of goods? Look at this woman. She doesn't have a figure or a face. Most importantly, why did you bring a normal person to my place? Wang Ba smiled apologetically and said, Big Sister E, do you think you can give me a few dozen spirit coins? Ah, just treat it as my traveling expenses. If you don't like her, you can also make her a servant girl who cooks fires and washes feet. Ba. Yin Yang almost spat on Wang Ba's face. I want such a good-for-nothing to be a servant girl who cooks fires and washes feet. Do you really think this old lady is stupid? Scram, scram, scram. Hurry and drag this good-for-nothing away. My guests here won't take a fancy to this kind of trash. Even if you give her away for free, they won't want her. What they wanted was a cultivation furnace. Of course, fair skin and beautiful looks were the most important conditions. Who would fancy such a dark and swarthy girl who looked like a country bumpkin? Ah, Big Sister E, please be kind and give me some traveling expenses. Wang Ba shamelessly kicked Xianxia and scolded, Hurry and scram over there and serve Big Sister E well. Scram, scram, scram. Yin Yang was annoyed by Wang Ba and turned around to shout at the old man with the mop, Old Li, what are you doing? Next time, you're not allowed to let this scoundrel in again. Yes, yes, yes. Old Li was also muttering in his heart after being scolded and glared angrily at Wang Ba. Alright, Just treat it as this old lady being unlucky and sending you off with a good deed every day. Give him 10 spirit coins. Big sister E, can I call you mother? How can 10 spirit coins be enough? 20 spirit coins and I'll leave immediately. Wang Ba looked at Yin Yang shamelessly and laughed. Yin Yang looked at him and felt annoyed. She quickly asked someone to take out 20 spirit coins and sent him away. From beginning to end, Xiao Chen had been curled up in a corner, not daring to move at all. Seeing that the burly man was about to turn around and leave her here, she hurriedly followed after him. Wang Ba turned around and kicked her, saying angrily, "Useless thing. Don't follow me, do you think I have to waste food to feed you?" After saying that, he tossed Xiao Chen aside and left without looking back. Xiao Chen was so angry that her entire body was trembling. Her entire body was paralyzed on the ground as she turned her head to look at Yin Yang in horror. However, Yin Yang curled her lips in disdain and said, "Tsk, this kind of trash. If she were to be sold as a side dish for the customers, I'm afraid the customers wouldn't even like her. Raising her is also a waste of food. Drag her out and bury her as fertilizer." Xiao Chen was completely stupefied. She lay limply on the ground. When she saw the 2 shop assistants from Jade Tripod Market seriously coming over to pull her away, she knew they were serious. She hastily shrieked and let out a cry before her death. "No, don't use me as fertilizer. I can use it, I can." Xiao Chen didn't know where she got the strength from, but she shoved the 2 shop assistants aside and scrambled over to Yin Yang. She shrieked, "Yin Yang! Yin Yang, I know there's a good one. I have a good one in my hands." When Xiao Chuan's arms were grabbed by the 2 shop assistants and she was dragged out again, she roared with all her might. "Wait." Yin Yang glanced at her coldly and waved her hand. "What good stuff?" "Yes, it's good stuff." Xiao Chen stammered. "It's definitely good stuff. 16 years old with extremely good looks. Definitely top-notch. Furthermore, she's already a level 3 spirit master. Think about it. She's only 16 years old. If she's nurtured for a while longer, then she'll definitely be able to become a level 5 or 6 spirit master before she's 20. Yin Yang narrowed her eyes and calculated for a while. She then said indifferently, "She's only a level 3 spirit master at 16 years old. Her aptitude isn't too good. But she's beautiful. Extremely beautiful." Xiao Chen dared to say anything for her life. "It's true. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to see the goods one day." Yin Yang glanced at her coldly. "Who is she to you?" "Yes, she's my younger sister, my biological younger sister. I can make the decision." "Yin Yang, I'll sell her to you." You, I beg you to let me go, okay?" "Ha ha ha." Yin Yang couldn't help but laugh. "You're really funny. Is this how you sell your biological younger sister?" A trace of viciousness flashed through Xiao Chuan's eyes, but she still said, "Yin Yang is such an important person. How can this be considered harming her? I'm letting her live a good life in the future. Isn't that right? Don't you think so?" Yin Yang glanced at her coldly and nodded. "Alright, I'll use you as fertilizer for a few days later. Find a chance to let me see the goods first." Fresh 16-year-old goods were very rare here. Recently, Yuding Market was really short on goods, and she urgently needed to replenish a batch. Since this woman said it so vividly, then she should go take a look. Anyway, she wouldn't lose anything by taking a look. There won't be any trouble, right? Yin Yang was experienced. She naturally knew that some people could be touched, while others couldn't. She didn't want to get herself covered in a stench for the sake of a good. "Is there any trouble?" Xiao Chen concealed the guilt in her eyes and said with an apologetic smile, "Look at me, I'm poor and have no background. What trouble could my biological younger sister possibly have?" Yin Yang smirked sarcastically. "That's true." Then, she said coldly, "When can I see the goods?" "It'll be done in 2 days. My younger sister is currently heading out of the city to gather medicinal herbs." Xiao Chen hastily made up a lie. "Don't worry, when she returns in 2 days, you'll be able to see her." Well, Oldly, follow this woman and see what kind of good stuff she is. Yes. Naturally, no one was aware of Xianxia's actions. Arbor's side had long been prepared. When they heard that the Mu family was about to arrive at Lishan Gate, Arbor changed into a set of plain white robes and hugged his mother's memorial tablet. Accompanied by Mo Lian, he majestically walked towards Lishan Gate under the escort of a group of palace servants. Muzong led the group of Mu family members to Lishan Gate when they saw the little crown princess and her entourage walking over from afar. Lishan Gate had long been cleared out, so they naturally couldn't allow people to crowd around here to watch. As a result, aside from Arbor's entourage, only the soldiers guarding Lishan Gate, as well as the Mu family's entourage, stood there. Following the ceremonial official's command to kneel, the Mu family's juniors gritted their teeth and knelt again. From afar, Muzong and the rest saw a graceful and slender young lady. Her face was cold and exquisite, and her eyes were as deep as ice and snow. Dressed in white, she expressionlessly walked toward them with a memorial tablet in her arms. Everyone's gazes involuntarily froze. Mu Jingfeng, who was standing behind Muzong, was even more stunned. He stood there in a daze as he stared somewhat absent-mindedly at the young lady dressed in white. In a split second, time seemed to have stunned that old time. The mountains and rivers seemed to have blossomed into the most enchanting beauty under the young lady's feet. Mu Jingfeng seemed to be able to see the woman in the bright red dress slowly walking toward him through this icy figure. His internal organs seemed to have been tightly gripped in an instant, and they were all tightly clenched together. She died. Old Master Mu was also completely stunned. His gaze turned sluggishly to Mu Jingrui behind him. Mu Jingrui was also in a daze for quite a while. When his gaze met Old Master Mu's, he was completely stupefied. No, he had always thought that his sister-in-law had only gone missing. It should be said that all the information the Mu family had gathered was that Long Chuyun had miraculously disappeared after giving birth. How did Jojo find out that her mother was already dead? Mu Jingrui had investigated for a long time and sorted out a series of clues before setting the tracking direction on Xikong planet. Before this, who would have known that the dignified matriarch of the Mu family would run to such a remote and desolate lower star domain like Xikong planet? When they first met, Jojo asked him about her birth mother's name. He didn't say it because he felt that he didn't know where to start. What should he say? Say that your mother was originally the madam of our family and that you had a lot of good days ahead of you. Say that the reason you ended up on Xikong planet was all your mother's doing. Say that after your mother gave birth to you, she threw you to your adoptive parents and irresponsibly went missing. How could he, as an uncle, say these words? How could he bear to say them? But now, Mu Jingrui stared speechlessly at the young lady before him. Her cold expression was as cold as ice and frost, chilling to the bone. There wasn't the slightest bit of tenderness or warmth in her pitch-black eyes. There was only the glint and shadow of a sword, indifferent and emotionless. Kneel. The ceremonial official shouted again. All of the Mu family's juniors, gnashing their teeth, lowered their heads and kneeled. He cowed out again and again, Mu Ruyan and Mu Royun's fingernails unknowingly pierced into their palms. This kind of stifling depression was too stifling. On what basis? Why did they have to kneel in front of this woman and look at her cold eyes as she looked at them from above? On what basis? On what basis did they, the dignified young ladies of the Mu family, have to kneel to this bastard? As for Mu Roxuan, who was following behind Madame Mu, the anger in her heart had already soared to the extreme. A memorial tablet. This arrogant little girl was actually hugging a memorial tablet and walking over. She actually wanted all of the Mu clan's disciples and juniors to kneel and worship this woman who had been dead for God knows how many years, and who might not even have a corpse left. Such a grand occasion. What would happen to her mother, Mu Qingyao's reputation? As for Mu Xingchen, he was already in a daze. He felt like a joke. He said that he didn't hate her, but he was very clear that he harbored resentment and hatred towards this biological mother of his. He hated her for leaving without saying goodbye and resented her for abandoning her son. However, when he saw his mother's memorial tablet, it was as if a mountain had suddenly collapsed, suddenly collapsing like a mountain torrent. It turned out that he had long lost his mother. Old Master Mu takes a deep breath and is about to speak. Suddenly, a Mu clan disciple rushed out of the crowd and harumphed righteously. Mu clan disciple, Mu Da. I challenge you. That young man pointed at Arbor, who was hugging the memorial tablet, and coldly said, "Let me see what qualifications you have to make us Mu clan disciples kneel to you and that slut of a mother." In the blink of an eye, a swift and fierce white figure whizzed in front of that fool like a streak of cold light. Mu Jingxing was alarmed, and he abruptly jumped up and shouted, "Da!" Boom! That young man was slapped by the back of his head, and his entire body was pressed to the ground with his head facing down. He fiercely smashed into the ground with a bang and prostrated himself before kowtowing. The surroundings were dead silent, everyone stared dumbfoundedly at this scene. The little girl's sudden burst of speed and strength simply shocked everyone. "Where are the crown princess's personal guards?" A stern rebuke rang out. Huifeng led a group of black-clothed youths to Arbor's side and knelt on one knee as they called out in unison, "Present! Kill him!" Huifeng and the others drew their swords in unison and slashed at the young man on the ground without a word. "No, don't!" Mu Jingxing's pupils contracted, and he hastily shouted to stop them. "You can't kill him, he's your cousin." Mystic energy was attached to the long swords, and there were 7 to 8 strands of power that uniformly rushed at the young man on the ground. "Hold on." Elder Mu's pupils contracted, and he hastily summoned a fire spirit and tossed it above Mudo with a whoosh to help him resist the attacks of Huifeng and the others. In the blink of an eye, Arbor took out his ferrule and slapped it down. It ruthlessly landed on Muda's left arm. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of bones shattering, the pupils of everyone present shrunk. Ruthless, vicious, this was the first impression everyone in the Mu clan had of the young crown princess. Ah! Muda rolled on the ground. His eyes flashed with anger. He subconsciously stretched out his hand to summon a long sword from his mind. "Cut it!" Arbor roared and ordered expressionlessly. The fleeting swan dagger jumped out with a whoosh and fiercely collided with Muld's sword with a thunderous momentum. By the waist. Cut off, the entire long sword had no power to resist and was directly cut into 2 at the waist. All of the Mu family's disciples gasped. He could only watch helplessly as Muda's consciousness was damaged and he spat out blood. This was his second impression of the little crown princess. Cold-blooded, berserk, Arbor made a prompt decision to pursue and attack. He immediately flew up and arrived in front of Muld again. Then, he smashed his ferrule towards Muld's head. "Junior, you dare?" Mu Jingxing's eyes widened. Just as he was about to rush forward, Grandpa Mu stopped him. Grandpa Mu sighed. He only lightly flicked his sleeve and stabilized the little fellow's ferrule. Emo Lian's eyes turned cold. She flashed to Arbor's side and coldly looked at Grandpa Mu. "Grandpa, it's best if you don't interfere in this matter. Otherwise, this crown prince will make your whole family suffer." Grandpa Mu sighed again. "I'm old. I can't bear to see the juniors killing each other in front of me. Jojo, for Grandpa's sake, can you spare him this time?" "Compensation. Grandpa will compensate you." Emo Lian silently lowered her eyes. Grandpa Mu seemed to have investigated his Jojo quite a bit. The 8th watch ended. "Grandpa will compensate you according to the list from before," the old man suddenly said. Mu Jingrui's feet slipped, and he almost fell to the ground. "My father. The moment you spoke up, you sold out the Mu clan once again. Dad is a fool, don't lower yourself to his level," the old man said again. If he wasn't a fool, why would he jump out at this time and be the bird that stuck its head out? The old man was very clear on who was instigating from behind. His cold eyes indifferently swept over the Mu family's juniors. Everyone couldn't help but lower their heads. "Chow chow," the old man called out again. "He spoke rudely and insulted my mother in front of everyone just now." Xiaomu gazed coldly at the old man. "Do you think that a mere batch of supplies will be able to let this matter pass so easily? In your eyes, who am I, and who is my mother?" This person publicly insulted the crown princess mother. In his eyes, who is the crown princess, and who is the crown prince? Arbor's calm and indifferent voice clearly fell into everyone's ears. Mutsong's breathing slightly choked, and he had a bad premonition. At this moment, he also felt an extreme headache. This child, Muda, was second brother's child. He was born slow-witted, and he didn't learn the slightest bit of second brother's shrewdness. This time, he had really dug a pit for himself. Even if everyone in this world looks down on my mother, even if everyone stands on the opposite side of my mother, even if there's no one to protect her, I will also protect her at all costs. Mu Xingchen stood behind his father. For some reason, tears inexplicably rolled down his cheeks as he looked at this abnormally calm and cold little girl. He really had a lot of things he wanted to say to her. He really wanted to tell her that it was impossible for her to be alone. Big Brother would protect her. Big Brother meant what he said. Old man Mu fell silent. Arbor directly pulled out a dagger and threw it at Muda's feet with a clang. His voice revealed a trace of desolate loneliness and boundless indifference. Take your own life. Lest this crown princess does it herself. There wasn't a trace of sound at the scene. Even the sound of everyone's breathing became weaker. He wasn't sure what he was feeling right now. He only felt that when the little girl's eyes, which were like ice pearls in a cold pond, looked at him, it was as if there were ice shards moving in her eyes. Mulder's conscience had been damaged since just now. At this moment, he was looking at Arbor with a dejected expression. He was feeling quite upset. At the side, Mu Jingxing's eyes widened as he suddenly exclaimed, Mu Qiao. Don't go overboard. Mu Qiao? Qiao Mu's head turned bit by bit, and her flickering eyes stared coldly at the Mu family's second uncle. Who are you calling? You. Mu Jingxing was infuriated. Didn't you make such a big fuss just to return to the Mu family grandly? Since that was the case. What's wrong with calling you Mu Qiao? Mu Qiao. Mu Qiao. Qiao Mu muttered these two words coldly as she slowly inched forward. Everyone felt that when she spoke these two words, her expression seemed to be especially mocking, especially sarcastic, and the space between her brows actually contained a faint sense of desolation and coldness. It was pitiful and terrifying. In her previous life, she actually didn't even know this name until her death. From the day she found out about her identity, the two words Mu Qiao had already been abandoned by her. She didn't need it. She didn't return to the Mu residence this time because she wished so much to go back and regain that ridiculous kinship and kindness. It was because she wanted to go back and find out the truth. She couldn't let her mother die without knowing the truth. She couldn't let herself die without knowing the truth in her previous life. She wanted to peel away the layers of fog in front of her and find the most primitive truth. So, Mu Qiao, these two words had long been discarded by her. Her surname was Qiao. As long as her surname was Qiao, her surname would be Qiao for life. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. How ironic. In her previous life, when she was alone and helpless and struggling on the verge of death, she wanted so much to have a family and a strong backing that could protect her warmly. The little girl suddenly threw her head back and laughed out loud. Her laughter was cold and sarcastic. But now, she already had Lian. She had a sect, a master, an adoptive father and mother, and a younger brother and sister. She really didn't need anything else. She hugged Long Chuyun's memorial tablet and slowly walked forward. Like a wisp of flowing cloud, it also seemed like a thin piece of snow crystal. Just like this, it was empty and unhurried. Sorrow and coldness gently brushed past everyone's hearts. Jojo was very unhappy. Emo Lian's heart twisted tightly as if it was being scratched by a cat. His footsteps moved slightly, and his eyes darkened. For a moment, he just wanted to pounce over and hug this little girl tightly to comfort her. However, he still managed to control himself. He firmly suppressed the desire to embrace her. Jojo. Old Master Mu's heart trembled slightly, and he softly called out to her. Erda was insensible and insulted your mother. He was wrong, but he didn't deserve to die. Can you spare his life? Father. Mu Jingxing angrily said. Erda merely scolded her out of spite. How did it escalate to the level of life and death? Shut up. Old Master Mu angrily glared at Mu Jingxing, who was causing trouble, and continued, Jojo, Grandpa is willing to compensate you double. And I'll make Erda kneel in the ancestral hall for a month until you forgive him. Qiao Mu coldly turned around and gazed at Old Master Mu with a bone-chilling gaze. She expressionlessly declared, I will never forgive him. It doesn't matter if he didn't mean what he said, or if he was brainlessly ordered by someone else. Since he dared to insult my mother in broad daylight, he must pay the price in blood. From the day I walked out of hell, I told myself. In this lifetime, no one can climb on top of Arbor's head and behave atrociously. No one can make me smile and forgive him after slapping me in the face. You can't. Not even your whole family. I swore to Danghua that as long as I want to protect someone, even if all the gods and Buddhas are my enemies, I will not flinch. I'll kill whoever blocks my way. The entire area in front of Lushan Gate was completely silent. Arbor slightly shook his wrist and a small porcelain bottle rolled to Mulder's feet. Since you can't speak, then never speak. Be a mute for the rest of your life or die. Choose one. Mulder raised his head to look at Old Master Mu, whose eyes were slightly closed. He shakily reached out to grab the porcelain bottle on the ground and looked at his father, Mu Jingxing, for help. Big brother. Father. Mu Jingxing then looked at Mu Jingfeng and Mu Tsong. Mu Jingfeng's expression was somewhat absent-minded. Mu Tsong let out a long sigh. Arbor's gaze was cold as she raised her head to glance at the old man. She saw that the old man was looking at her with sparkling eyes without the slightest bit of hostility. She could sense whether he was sincere or not. This child had been a very sensitive person since she was young, so she could see through people's hearts more clearly than anyone else. At least from her point of view, the old man was still somewhat sincere. Jojo? Mo Lian walked to her side and sighed in relief before reaching out to hold her small hand. In short, no one could bully his Jojo. If Mu Tsong, this old man, really didn't know how to appreciate favors, he definitely wouldn't let the old man off so easily. Arbor nodded her small head at him, indicating that she was fine and for him to set his mind at ease. Mo Lian then gently released her small hand, and his expression relaxed slightly as he retreated a few steps back. This time, it was the old man's turn to breathe a sigh of relief. Earlier, Prince Mo's aura was truly too stifling when he came over. Neither of these two were to be trifled with. Others might not have noticed, but the old man did. Ever since the little fellow made a move, the entire scene had sunk into a deathly silence. It was practically possible to hear a pin drop. Which of the Mu family's juniors had this kind of aura? The little fellow's gaze truly made one's heart feel very heavy. Mu Jingfeng finally found his dry voice and stepped forward to ask, "Why would your mother?" Arbor didn't even look at him as she coldly stared at Muda. "Do you need me to find someone to help you?" Muda shuddered. At this moment, he was already filled with regret. "No one can save you." Arbor coldly threw down this sentence, her gaze sweeping over Huifeng and the others. "Since this coward doesn't dare to make a move himself, you guys help him." "Yes." "Mu Qiao. You shut up." Arbor abruptly turned around and glared at second Uncle Mu, who had shouted her name. "Don't change my name without my permission. I'm Arbor. I'll be using this name for the rest of my life. You don't have the right to change it." Mu Jingxing's heart actually shrunk slightly from the little girl's pitch-black eyes that resembled icy pearls. "What's the matter with your mother?" Mu Jingfeng could not help but ask. Xiao Mu turned around and cast her father a bone-chilling, shallow, and frigid gaze. Mu Jingfeng felt as if he had been stabbed by this gaze, and his entire body trembled. She looked so much like that woman, the same arrogance, and the same disdain for him. The anger in his chest suddenly seemed to explode as it surged up violently. "Arbor. What's with that look? Did you not hear what I asked you?" "Master." Mu Qingyao's eyelids twitched, and she hurriedly reached out to grab Mu Jingfeng's arm. She tugged hard and whispered, "What are you doing?" "What a hypocrite." Arbor coldly spat out a few words, a trace of disdain in his eyes, and ordered, "Let him eat." Without another word, Huifeng and the others grabbed Muda's arm and forced him to swallow the pill in the bottle. Mu Jingxing wanted to step forward to stop them but was stopped by Mu Tsong. The elderly man sighed wearily. "Don't complicate matters anymore." Cough, 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 cough. Muda clutched his throat in horror and coughed desperately, as if he wanted to spit out that pill. However, that pill melted in his mouth and had long been digested to God knows where. Muda opened his mouth but suddenly realized that he had lost his voice. He looked at his father, Mu Jingxing, with a flustered expression. He was truly afraid and truly regretful. If he had known earlier that the little fiend's methods were so vicious, He would not have stood out in front of the Mu family's children and acted as the bird that stood out. He wanted to suppress the little lady's spirit, but unexpectedly, he was suppressed to the point that he could not breathe. Mu Jingfeng stood at the side. He was so angered by the little lady's words that he could not breathe properly. His emotions were on a roller coaster ride. Arbor directly hugged Long Chuyun's memorial tablet and quickened his footsteps toward the Mu family's residence. Mu Jingfeng followed a few steps behind and angrily roared, "You unfilial daughter, stop right there. Speak. Why did she die?" Arbor abruptly turned around and mockingly stared at Mu Jingfeng. "Why did she die? You don't know? Since you don't know, then don't ever know in this lifetime." Mu Jingfeng's heart was stifled. His stifled emotions nearly caused him to be unable to breathe smoothly. "You've already retreated from her life long ago. You don't have the right to know anything about her. You." Mu Jingfeng angrily glared at him. "I don't need your fake affection and concern. Give your fake feelings to those who need them." Arbor abruptly raised his voice and angrily roared, drowning out the words that Mu Jingfeng wanted to say. That pair of pitch-black eyes coldly stared at him, and his voice was so cold and emotionless that it seemed to have been fished out from the other side of the Yellow Springs. As a husband, you can't even protect your own wife. As a father, you haven't fulfilled the slightest bit of a father's duty. As a man, you can't even protect a woman. As the head of the Mu family, a 1,000-year-old family, you don't even know when and where your wife died? Why did she die, or who killed her, you don't even know. What right do you have to question me? What right do you have to stand here and shout at me? You're so laughable. Arbor, watch your words and attitude. You can. Arbor sternly shouted, drowning out Mu Jingfeng's voice. Arbor pointed a finger at him, his pitch-black almond eyes wide as he pressed on. "Heaven and earth above, the sun and moon are shining. Mu Jingfeng, do you dare to swear in the name of the Mu family's ancestors that you've never done anything to let her down in this lifetime? Do you dare to kneel in front of the ancestors of the Mu family and tell them that you have the slightest bit of benevolence, righteousness, and love for this daughter of yours? You didn't." The entire Luxing sect, both inside and outside, was suppressed by a heavy atmosphere. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to raise their heads to look at the patriarch's deflated appearance. "If you had the slightest bit of pity for me, the person I saw on Sikong planet wouldn't have been Mu Jingrui, but you. If you have even the slightest bit of fatherly love for me." Arbor suddenly smiled, the coldness in his smile reaching deep into his eyes. Perhaps, she tilted her head and her gaze seemed to be looking through him into the distance. "You will be like a ray of starlight when that person is at his loneliest and most helpless. You will give that person a little bit of light. Even if it's just a little." Mu Jingfeng was speechless. However, Arbor coldly turned around and continued to carry his mother's memorial tablet forward. Prince Mo's heart had long ached terribly. What he couldn't bear to see the most was Jojo's cold and lonely gaze, as if her body was here, but her heart was far away. It was as if he wouldn't be able to hold on to the little lady in the next second. Mo Lian floated to Arbor's side and reached out to hold her small hand, wrapping it in a warm embrace. "Jojo, I'll go back with you. We'll face it together, no matter what." Arbor retracted her misty gaze and glanced back at him. The corners of her lips curled up as she tried her best to give him a smile. Mo Lian's heart ached as he watched. He held her small hand tightly and said softly, "You don't have to force yourself. No matter if you laugh or cry, I'll accept all of your emotions. What I want to see is the real Jojo. Don't force a smile in front of me. I won't bear to." Prince Mo reached out to gently caress her small face. Arbor blinked and nodded. Prince Mo reached out to take the memorial tablet in her arms and said softly, "Count me in as the one protecting our mother. Mother, thank you for giving birth to Jojo. Thank you for bestowing me with such a good Jojo. No matter what happens in the past, present, or future, I'll always be by Jojo's side to take care of her, protect her, and accompany her. I'll never leave her. Mother, you can rest assured." Arbor glanced at him and looked at the man beside her who was as graceful as a startled swan. He held his mother's memorial tablet and muttered something as he walked. She couldn't help but want to cry and laugh at the same time. What was she afraid of? The most difficult moment was already over. The future would only get better and better. What wasn't good would only be enemies. Behind her, Muzong's heart sank a little. He brought Mu Jingfeng and the other children, as well as the thousands of Mu family disciples, and followed the little fellow's footsteps. This time, Changle Street really boiled over. Although they didn't see the scene in front of Luosheng Gate, everyone clearly saw the scene of His Highness the Crown Prince holding the little Crown Princess's hand and slowly walking over while holding the memorial tablet. The Crown Prince actually held the little Crown Princess's hand and sent the Crown Princess's mother's memorial tablet back to the Mu family together. For a moment, the entire imperial capital was in an uproar. Everyone rushed to spread the news. Those who were there to watch the show sighed with emotion. Who said that His Highness the Crown Prince brought the little Crown Princess back from the Lower Star region for fun? Who said that after the Crown Prince returned to the imperial capital, he would sooner or later kick this unpresentable Crown Princess away? Rumors. His Highness the Crown Prince clearly valued this Crown Princess more than anyone else. Looking at the degree of rarity in front of him, it was clear that he was crying out in pain as if he had obtained a treasure. It had to be said that they really looked like a pair of celestial immortals. Who said they weren't compatible? Both of them were dressed in plain white robes and had fine black hair. They held hands as they walked over. Her beauty was unparalleled throughout the ages. She's in crowned crown to cover the capital. This was simply too much for them. The Crown Prince and the Crown Princess's outstanding appearance, in addition to their gazes, lingered with shallow feelings. This was simply too much for single people. The commoners on the street couldn't help but cheer. The Crown Prince held the little Crown Princess's hand and slowly walked through Changle Street. The commoners along the street couldn't help but kneel down and greet the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess. The two held hands as they walked through the street. They looked at each other and smiled faintly. Needless to say, with their looks and bearing, they inadvertently gained countless fans along the way. The Crown Prince and the Crown Princess are simply too compatible. Alas, this makes me believe what the storybooks say. What does it mean to have the bearing of a phoenix and the bearing of a phoenix? Wherever the two of them passed, words like this could be heard endlessly. Prince Mo was very happy to hear it. Like he said, the commoners had good taste. He was the most compatible with Jojo, the most compatible. In a private room on the second floor of Kaidai Pavilion, a pair of dark green eyes were coldly looking at the two people passing by on Changle Street. He just coldly and silently looked at them. Even though he did not show his emotions, the fingers holding the teacup were tightly curled. In front of Xianxia's eyes, there seemed to be a dim yellow painting that flashed by. He saw the little person in the painting dressed in red being led out by the matron of honor. Her head was lowered and a little round chin was revealed. He saw himself looking at that person with a faint smile. His heart was filled with happiness and satisfaction. He saw himself holding the little person's hand. He saw himself holding her hand as they walked step by step to the front of the wedding hall. His breathing suddenly became irregular, sometimes high and sometimes low, as if something in his chest was about to explode. It was like there was a terrifying hand that was tightly holding his heart. Bit by bit, it was going to pull him into the abyss. Wrong, it was all wrong, everything was wrong, it shouldn't be like this. This wasn't how life was supposed to develop, was it? That little person clearly belonged to him. Why was she being held in another person's hand? He shook his head heavily and suddenly stood to sweep away the cup in front of him. He rushed to the window. Second brother, what are you doing? Qin Xian, who had a melancholy expression, was frightened by his second brother's large movement. He quickly stood to block the window. Go away. Xianxia pushed him aside. Below, Crown Prince Mo, who was passing by Kaidai Pavilion's entrance, seemed to have sensed something. He abruptly raised his head and just so happened to meet Xianxia's malicious gaze. The Crown Prince furrowed his brows and his hand unconsciously tightened. Xianxia's two hands tightly gripped the wooden window frame. His eyes seemed to shoot out sharp arrows and poisonous light. He wanted to kill him. Kill this person and take back everything that belonged to him. Let everything return to the right track. Arbor was about to look up when the Crown Prince suddenly grabbed his hand. He didn't even have time to look up before the Crown Prince dragged him past Kaidai brothel. Prince, there's no need to look at unrelated people. Xianxia's fingers turned white as she gripped the window frame tightly. She could hear the raging anger in her heart. The pain in his heart was unbearable, as if it had exploded. He didn't know what was going on, but it seemed like a strange memory would surface every once in a while. Every time she saw Jojo, as long as she saw Jojo, there would always be some memories that didn't belong to her, yet seemed to belong to her, silently floating to the surface. Jojo, 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 who are you? What is my relationship with you? Xianxia carefully waved his hand in front of him. Second brother, what's wrong? When we were on Seekong planet, didn't you already know that little Jojo was married? Xianxia said regretfully, the little girl is very good, but she already has feelings for someone else. You shouldn't pester her anymore. Xianxia glanced at him coldly. This part of your life is wrong. Xianxia felt that there was an abnormal light flowing in his second brother's eyes when he said this. He gave off a somewhat sinister and scary feeling. In that instant, he was like a malicious ghost that had crawled up from the Yellow Springs, causing one's heart to tighten. Xianxia reflexively looked at the ground. Second brother had a shadow. Strangely, why did he suddenly think that his second brother was a malicious spirit? Eldest young Sir Qin lowered his eyes speechlessly. When he looked up again, he saw that his second brother had already left the window and exited the Kaidai veranda. The Mu estate located on the western side of the imperial capital, in the suburbs. It was surrounded by Winter Moon Mountain Forest, and the surrounding mountains were almost all the Mu estate's cultivation grounds. Of course, the Mu estate was actually only an extremely small piece of land in the entire imperial capital. At this moment, the Mu estate's main gate was wide open, and so was the middle gate. Everyone in the Mu estate, young and old, stood silently on both sides of the road, welcoming the crown prince and his wife inside with complicated expressions. Today's events on Changle Avenue and at Lushan Gate had a huge impact on the hearts of the Mu family's younger generation. This crown princess was actually the true eldest miss of the Mu estate, right? But now, the title of eldest miss had already been taken by Miss Rochuan. According to her age, the crown princess should have been the second miss, but the title of second miss had also been taken by Miss Ruyan. Speaking of which, the crown princess's situation in the Mu estate was truly a bit awkward. Since the crown princess was the crown princess, she had to be addressed as such at home. Arbor and the crown prince walked hand in hand through the Mu estate's grand gates and were led to the ancestral hall. The largest area in the northeast of the Mu estate was the disciples' resting area, while the core members of the Mu family were arranged to rest in the southeast inner court. There were many doors separating the two areas, and ordinary disciples couldn't enter the inner court at all. The west was the area for refining pills and forging weapons. The south practice field was where the clan's disciples practiced, as well as rows of sealed rooms for seclusion. The north was the conference hall. The ancestral hall was located at the end of the north, far from the main building and buried deep in the mountain forest. A stream surrounded the door, and it was a place of excellent feng shui. The steward respectfully led the crown prince and crown princess to the ancestral hall, not daring to act rashly. When they arrived in front of the ancestral hall, they subconsciously looked back at the old patriarch, Mu Tsong. The door of the ancestral hall was already open. Arbor took Long Chiyun's memorial tablet from Mo Lian and nodded at her with pursed lips. He then turned around and strode into the ancestral hall. The door of the ancestral hall closed with a creak. Arbor looked coldly at the incense burning in front of him. There were many memorial tablets placed in front of him. Arbor glanced at them one by one, and his gaze fell on the top. The name of the memorial tablet in the middle was Mu Chaoyang. This should be an ancestor-level figure of the Mu family. Arbor also put his mother's memorial tablet on it, took out a clean white cloth from his inner world, and carefully wiped it. Mother. She muttered to herself, I will seek justice for you and help you find out the truth. I will take back the pride that belongs to you. Don't worry. My daughter will not lose. She placed her mother's memorial tablet properly, then kneeled down and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Only then did she get up from the ground. Her back was ramrod straight, and she walked step by step to the door. She reached out and pulled open the heavy ancestral hall door. When the little girl's frail figure appeared at the door of the ancestral hall, Mu Xingchen felt his breath catch in his throat. The little girl looked at him with a calm expression. But he could inexplicably feel the turbulent waves suppressed in the bottom of her heart. Mu Xingchen was also feeling extremely stifled right now. He really wanted to run up and comfort this young lady. But in the end, he felt that his words of comfort were simply pale and powerless. Mu Jingfeng's expression was completely taut. His daughter's questioning in front of Lu Xing's door earlier had caused him to lose all face, and a raging fury had also surfaced in his heart. The young lady before him was truly his daughter. She could still make him so angry that his insides burned. Mu Jingfeng took a deep breath and said with a cold expression, "Now that you've achieved your goal, what do you plan to do next, Xianxia? Has the crown prince and Zhouzhou's court been tidied up?" Mu Tsang directly interrupted Mu Jingfeng and turned to look at Mu Xianxia. Mu Xianxia hurriedly nodded and said, "Yes, yes. The Magnolia Court's court has already been tidied up and arranged properly. The crown prince and crown princess can move in at any time." Mu Tsang was very confident in his wife's ability to take charge of the family. He nodded upon hearing this and said to Xiaoqiao with a smile, "Xiaoqiao, since you've returned, then stay at home for a few days. Your Highness, Zhouzhou has been separated from us for many years. It's not easy for him to return home. I hope that your Highness will allow Zhouzhou to stay at home for a while." Mu Tsang thought of the crown prince, who was standing at the side like a great Buddha, and hurriedly said this. "All right." His Highness the Crown Prince agreed. "Then, this solitude and crown princess will be troubling old clan head for the next few days." A trace of joy appeared on Mu Tsang's old face, but there was also some awkwardness between his brows. Seeing the crown prince's polite and distant words, the old man felt a little upset in his heart. It was originally the return of his granddaughter and grandson-in-law. Wasn't it a matter of course for them to stay for a while? Forget it, one wouldn't become fat in one go. Even if he wanted to slowly mend his relationship with Zhouzhou, he couldn't rush this moment. The old clan head sighed and turned to exhort Mu Xianxia, "Keep a close eye on them. Don't let the crown prince and Zhouzhou's court lack anything. Yes, your daughter-in-law will be careful. Don't worry, father." The elderly clan leader nodded, then turned to glance at his stoic-faced granddaughter. "Zhouzhou, you've just returned, so you still have to make arrangements with the crown prince. Once you've settled down in the Jade Orchid Garden, why don't you make a trip to grandfather's place?" Arbor raised his eyelids and glanced at the old man. Seeing his eyes full of expectation, he reluctantly nodded his head. Mu Tsang immediately became happy. He nodded and said, "Your grandmother's health isn't good. She hasn't been able to get up all these years. When you come, Grandpa will take you to see her." Arbor tilted his head noncommittally. Mu Tsang didn't say anything more to the little fellow. Seeing that she had been tired for half a day, he guessed that she must be exhausted. He hurriedly instructed the little fellow to go with the crown prince to Yulon Park to settle down. She turned to glare at the cold-faced Mu Jingfeng. "Come over here." After saying that, the old man strode away with his hands behind his back. Mu Xianxia smiled at Arbor. It was neither overly affectionate nor overly cold. She looked at her with clear and bright eyes and said, "Zhouzhou, I'll take you to Jade Orchid Garden." "Please, your Highness." Mu Xianxia politely extended her hand to invite the crown prince to go first. Thus, Crown Prince Mo led the way while holding the little fellow's hand. When the two walked past Mu Xingchen, they tacitly did not even look at him. 8-night watch completed. "Can I return to normal, 6-night watch?" Mu Jingrui sighed and patted Mu Xingchen's shoulder. "Let's go, Xingchen. The little fellow will be staying here for the next few days. We'll definitely find a chance to mend our relationship with her." Was there a chance? Mu Xingchen turned around and glanced at Mu Jingrui. Mu Jingrui smiled encouragingly at him and nodded. I'll go check on third brother," Mu Jingxuang hurriedly said. From the start, old third's expression had been very off. If one were to ask who the Mu family was most affected by eldest sister-in-law's death, it would probably be Mu Jingyuan. Mu Jingxuang thought of some past events and couldn't help but sigh heavily. "Go on." Mu Jingrui nodded and watched Mu Jingxuang leave. Meanwhile, Arbor and Mo Lian followed Mu Xianxia all the way to the entrance of Yulon Court. However, the layout of the courtyard wasn't small, and the inside was indeed clean and tidy. It looked quite comfortable. An old maid was leading 7 or 8 young and beautiful maidservants. They were waiting respectfully in the courtyard. Seeing their masters enter, the old maid led the group of servant girls forward to greet them. Her etiquette was also very considerate. Xianxia gently said, "Jojo, this is Nanny Zhou. If you need anything, just tell her. She's an old servant of the residence and knows everything. She'll definitely take care of everything for you." This old servant greets Crown Prince and Crown Princess. Prince Mo and the little Crown Princess both nodded indifferently. Following behind Zhou Mama were 4 first-class maidservants. They were fat and slim and graceful. Their names were Mei Xian, Lan Xian, Zhu Xian, and Zhu Xian. The others were all second and third-rank servant girls and didn't have many opportunities to show their faces in front of their masters. Arbor merely swept a glance at them before leading Saisho and Saichi inside. Xianxia smiled and said, "The rooms have already been prepared. Jojo, come this way." Their room was the largest one on the south side. When they pushed open the door and walked in, they saw that the room was already spotless and tidy. Bedding, mattresses, tea sets, and cups were all present. It could be seen that the person who made the arrangements had put in a lot of effort. Xianxia smiled faintly at Arbor. "Jojo, you and His Highness must be tired from the long journey. I won't disturb you any longer and will take my leave first. If there's anything else you need, just ask Zhou Mama to call a servant girl over and let me know." One would not slap a smiling person. Since Xianxia was tactful, Qiaomu naturally would not embarrass her on the spot. She nodded and said to Xianxia, "Thank you." Xianxia's smile became even brighter. She waved her hand and said, "You don't have to be so polite with me. Alright, get back to your work." From Lu. "Yes, madam." The 16 or 17-year-old girl named Song Lu hurriedly ran forward and bowed to the Crown Prince and Crown Prince Consort before hastily excusing herself with Xianxia. After Xianxia left with Song Lu and the others, Arbor turned to look at Saisho and said, "Go out and tell them that if there's nothing else, they can wait in the outer court. They're not allowed to casually enter the inner court, especially the area around the south side rooms." She naturally didn't need those miscellaneous people in her inner court. The little fellow had never been a particular person. She liked peace and quiet and didn't like so many miscellaneous people popping up in front of her. It was annoying to look at. After interacting with her for so many days, Kai Xiao and Kai Chi didn't know this little crown princess very well, but at least they had a good grasp of her temper. The crown princess's style of doing things had always been straightforward. She just had to do as she was told. Once it was done, the crown princess was also a very generous person. When it came to rewarding people, it was really surprising. Hearing this, Kai Xiao quickly nodded and led Kai Chi out. Aunt Jing stepped forward and bowed. "This servant will also leave first." His Highness the Crown Prince nodded indifferently. Seeing that everyone had retreated and closed the door, he pulled the little fellow into his arms and hugged her tightly. "Jojo." Prince Mo hugged the little fellow and gently rubbed her body. Don't be sad." Arbor raised her little head proudly. "I won't be sad for those irrelevant people." Mo Lian lowered his head and looked at her seriously. Seeing that her emotions were still stable, he smiled and nodded. "Okay." He pulled her to sit at the table and reached out to touch the teapot. Seeing that it was warm, he couldn't help but frown. He directly pushed the teapot and cups to the side of the table. The little fellow took out the teapot with spirit tea from her inner world and took out 2 white jade porcelain cups. She poured a cup of hot spirit tea for Prince Mo and herself. "Lian, drink." Jojo-sama handed it to Mo Lian. Mo Lian received it with a smile and raised his hand to drink it in one gulp. After being busy for half a day, they finally had time to sit down and drink tea. Jojo-sama half leaned on the table and took the teapot and cups that Mo Lian had pushed to the side. He opened the lid and sniffed the teapot like a kitten. "Is there a problem?" Mo Lian was startled. He reached out and hugged the little fellow onto his lap. He didn't think much of it before. He only pushed the teapot to the side because it was cold. But looking at the little fellow's actions, she definitely did not believe the Mu family at all. Jojo shook his head. "No problem. I don't think the Mu family would be that stupid. They wouldn't make it so obvious. Plotting to murder the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess was a crime punishable by the extermination of the entire family, unless the entire family didn't want to live anymore. The little fellow pursed her lips and took out a small jar of crispy peanuts from her inner world. While eating, she mumbled, "What should I do next?" Mo Lian can't help laughing. She looks down at the little girl and says, "Didn't Grandpa Mu ask you to settle down and go to him?" Humph, Jojo's hand, which was holding the peanut jar, paused. "He asked me to look for it, so I have to look for it." Mo Lian said with a smile, "I'm guessing that the old man wants to give you some good stuff in private to comfort you." Jojo's eyes lit up. She immediately put on a reluctant look and said with a sullen face, "Well, I'll give him a chance to speak." Mo Lian almost laughed out loud. He hugged his little wife and shook her. "That's right. The old man is quite sensible." While the two of them were talking, there was a commotion at the door of the south wing. It was so loud that it was hard for them to pretend that they didn't hear it. Mo Lian creased his brows, and he met the little fellow's gaze when she raised her eyes to meet his. The crown prince was about to let go of his hand and pull the little fellow up, intending to go out and have a look. Unexpectedly, the door was rudely knocked open with a bang. A tall and plump young girl suddenly appeared at the door. Seeing the situation in the room, that lass's eyes involuntarily flashed. Ju Xian and Mei Xian, the two head lasses, went up to pull away that second-rank lass who doesn't know etiquette, and naturally saw His Highness the Crown Prince holding the little crown princess on his lap. The two couldn't help but blush, and they hurriedly retreated 2 steps outside the door. That second-rank lass, Xiaoxing, stood at the door, stuck between a rock and a hard place. She stiffened her neck and said in a hoarse voice, "Xiaoxing, Gre greets the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess." Prince Mo expressionlessly loosened his grip, pulling the little Crown Princess to stand up, his cold gaze sweeping over her. That frosty gaze really seemed like he was looking at a corpse, so cold that Xiaoxing couldn't help but shrink her neck. Flustered and exasperated, Kai Xiu hurried over and forcefully pushed that second-rank lass to the side. She entered the door and bowed, saying, "Master, this Mu Estate's second-rank lass truly doesn't know etiquette. Please forgive her for disturbing His Highness and Her Highness." Arbor coldly gazed at that second-rank lass. "Someone come." "It's the Crown Princess." Aunt Jing hurried over with several old maids from the palace. "Throw her out. She's not allowed to appear in this court again in the future." "Yes." Aunt Jing hurriedly shouted at those old maids, pulling the little lass up and pulling her towards the door. Xiaoxing cried out in exasperation, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the Crown Prince, Crown Princess. What are you doing? You. Let me go. I'm not from the palace, I'm from the Mu family. You can't treat me like this." Nanny Zhou coldly watched from the sidelines, looking at this disaster-seeking lass and coldly snorted. Just now, after Miss Kai Xiu came over to explain the Crown Princess's instructions, she said that in the future, if there weren't any orders, no one was allowed to enter the inner court, let alone take half a step into the southern wing. Although everyone was somewhat unconvinced, only Xiaoxing, this idiot, really dared to make a fuss on the first day. She was originally only a second-rank lass, and usually could only stay in the inner court. She definitely couldn't enter the wing. At this moment, the other maids haven't made a fuss, but she made a fuss first. Who still didn't know what she was thinking, wasn't it all because she saw the Crown Prince's lass with the Crown Princess staying in this Yulancourt court, so she had some bad intentions, and did everything she could to want to get close to him. However, it was a pity that the young Crown Prince consort wasn't someone to be trifled with. With a single command, she blocked all the servant girls outside. Although everyone was gritting their teeth in anger, they weren't stupid. Who would dare to make a fuss with the Crown Prince consort on the first day? Shut her mouth. Aunt Jing frowned. She had never seen such an ill-mannered girl. Her S's, crown is crown, hers her, it could be seen that the rules of the 1,000-year-old Mu family were really not that great. Hearing Aunt Jing's words, the two older women rolled up their sleeves and went forward. They gave Xiaoxing a slap on the left and right and directly used a dirty rag to block Xiaoxing's noisy mouth. The court instantly became much quieter. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. When Granny Zhou and the 4 head servant girls turned their heads to look at the young Crown Princess, they saw that the young lady's expression was cold and stern. Her eyes seemed to contain ice crystals as she stared coldly at Xiaoxing, causing their hearts to involuntarily tremble. "Do you want to die?" Arbor stared at her coldly. The words that came out of his mouth were extremely cold. Little Xing's struggling figure immediately stopped, and her heart inexplicably shuddered a little. That's right, trembling, not knowing why, hearing the little crown princess ask this in such a cold tone. She inexplicably felt a strong sense of fear. She was really quite scared. Associating it with the little crown princess's actions today, Xiaoxing's body couldn't help but slightly tremble. Her actions just now, it seemed like she was really possessed by a ghost, doing whatever she thought of. Now it seemed like she didn't even use her brain. Xiaoxing didn't dare to struggle anymore, her body softly falling to the ground. Crown Princess, please calm down. Nanny Zhou hurriedly stepped forward, bowing to the little crown princess. This second-rank maid is really rude, this old servant will report this to madam. This old servant promises that this little maid will never appear in front of the crown princess again. Woo-woo. Xiaoxing screamed, but couldn't make a sound. She now felt very, very scared. Did Nanny Zhou mean that she was going to sell her? In a clan like the Mu estate, as a second-rank servant girl, her days were much more comfortable than those young ladies from small clans outside. How could she want to leave? She wanted to roll and crawl to Nanny Zhou's side, and even more wanted to hug her leg and beg. But unfortunately, all of this was just her imagination. Right now, her arms were clamped down by two servants, so how could she move? Still not dragging her out? Nanny Zhou disdainfully looked at this useless trash. It was only the first day, and she was already disliked by Master to this extent. It could be seen that she was brainless and useless, and would never be able to stand out in this lifetime. Prince Imo was annoyed seeing them, waving his hand, saying, Tianjing, chase them all out. Yes. Aunt Jing hurriedly turned her head, ordering Nanny Zhou, didn't you hear what His Highness the Crown Prince said? Take all these maids under you and scram out. Nanny Zhou had never been treated like this before. She was so angry that her heart was trembling, but she didn't dare to refute. Aunt Jing was someone who had been in the palace for a long time. How could she not be able to suppress an old nanny with her aura? Nanny Zhou swallowed her anger and suppressed her anger. She was embarrassed and angry. She saluted and led the group of troublesome maidservants out of the inner court. The moment she stepped out of the inner courtyard, the old mama slapped Xiaoxing's face. Useless trash, the entire Mu family's face has been lost because of you. Nanny Zhou said hatefully, I will tell madam everything about you. Let madam decide how to deal with you. The two old maids who came from the imperial palace threw her in front of Nanny Zhou and left without saying a word. At this moment, Xiaoxing was finally able to move her arms. She hurriedly took the dirty rag out of her mouth and threw herself at Zhou Mama's feet with tears and snot running down her face. She repeatedly sobbed, Mama, Mama, this servant knows her mistake. This servant will not dare to make trouble again. Mama, please put in a good word for this servant in front of madam. Huh. Nanny Zhou sneered and kicked Xiaoxing to the side without any explanation. She scolded, you discontented slut, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? With your looks, you still want to seduce the crown prince. The more Nanny Zhou looked at her, the more vexed she felt. They were all humans, so how could someone be this stupid? Do you think you're a freaking fairy, not to mention that you can't even compare to a single strand of hair on the little crown princess? Even if you can compare, you shouldn't be so straightforward if you want to stand out. Brainless idiot, just looking at her makes me angry. Nanny Zhou waved her hand, gesturing for several strong maids behind her to step forward and drag away the sobbing and begging Xiaoxing, not bothering to give that lass another glance. Zhu Xian hurriedly stepped forward and sweetly consoled Nanny Zhou, Nanny, why get so angry with a little lass who can't even be brought to the table? Just send her out of the estate. Nanny Zhou thought about it and felt that it was true. She raised her hand to soothe her chest and turned to look at the group of maids, I'm warning you. That little crown princess is not someone easy to deal with. You all saw Xiaoxing's end just now. If you still want to be a moth darting into a flame, then go ahead and try. Don't blame Nanny for not reminding you, the crown princess really will kill. You all should have heard of young Master Da's tragic end. If you don't want to live, then go ahead and provoke her. If something happens, don't say that the Mu family can't protect you. The maidservants shuddered at the same time. Then, they obediently followed Zhou Mama and retreated to the outer courtyard. After this commotion, who in the entire Mu family didn't know that something had happened in the little Crown Princess Jade Orchid Court again? Imperial Palace, Imperial Study. When Mo Lusheng received the news, it was already about 10 minutes into the night. Staring at the secret guard who came to report, Mo Lusheng's mouth couldn't help but twitch. When did the Crown Prince say he would return? Reporting to your majesty, the Crown Prince didn't say anything. Mo Lusheng snorted and waved his hand, saying, you can withdraw. He held an old official's memorial, his eyes seemingly scrutinizing that memorial. Standing at the side, Hu Dequan wiped the sweat on his forehead, not daring to say anything. After a long while, Mo Lusheng finally threw away the memorial in his hand and scolded angrily, this little brat, can't he be a little more promising? Wherever his wife goes, he follows. She looked like a woman who didn't obey her husband's orders. Hu Dequan didn't dare to reply. He lowered his head and allowed the great emperor to ridicule him for a while. Then, he asked someone to serve the great emperor a new cup of tea and retreated. Outside the door, eunuch Hu muttered to himself, don't blame anyone. Your Majesty, have you forgotten the time when I ran away with the Empress when I was young? Mu Mansion Olive Garden. Ever since concubine Shi was grounded at home by Mu Jingfeng, she had a stomachache. At this moment, she was half leaning on the couch listlessly and staring at her two daughters sitting in front of her. Mother, it's a good thing that you were grounded at home by father and didn't have to suffer that humiliation. Mu Royan clenched her fists in anger and complained, you don't know how arrogant that little B*tch is. She doesn't even care about father. Isn't that so? Mu Royan lowered her eyes and said coldly, give him some color and he'll be able to open a dye house immediately. My daughters have suffered. Shi Huixin wiped her eyes with a handkerchief. Concubine mother. A woman in her 50s wearing a lined jacket quickly walked in and bowed to Shi Huixin and the two young misses before saying, there's a commotion in Jade Orchid Court again. Jade Orchid Court? It's that Crown Princess residence. Nanny Zhu pursed her lips and said, that lord really isn't someone easy to deal with. The moment she moved into Yulan Court, she chased Nanny Zhou and the rest out of the outer courtyard. Not only that, she even chased away a second-rank servant girl. That second-rank servant girl is in for it now. I heard that madam is going to sell her off later. Shi Huixin snorted. That woman is used to being a good person in front of others. Mother, I don't understand. How can madam be so nice to that little slut? Mu Royan asked as she twisted her fingers. That little slut really slapped her face today. Mother, think about it. That little slut brought back that slut's mother's memorial tablet in such a grand manner. Now, the entire capital knows that she's a madam, a second madam. In the future, when she goes to the ancestral hall during festivals, she'll have to serve that woman tea. Mu Royan also nodded and said, I also find it very strange. If it's because of that little slut's status as the crown princess, madam shouldn't be so infuriated. You're still young. Shi Huixin snorted. First, madam is used to being a virtuous person. She also has a lot of face in front of old master. Old master has praised her more than once that she's a good person and is suitable to be the matriarch of the household. Mu Royan pursed her lips in disdain. I don't believe that she's not angry. Who wouldn't be angry to be suppressed by a dead person? The three mother and daughter chatted for a while more before Nanny Zhu, who had left to gather information, ran back in after a while and said to the three mother and daughter, it stopped. I think it's about time to stop. Shi Huixin sneered. No lives were lost, right? No. Nanny Zhu sneakily walked up and winked at Shi Huixin. This servant heard that it was the second-rank servant girl, Xiao Xing, from Yulan Court who wanted to get close to His Highness the Crown Prince. That was why she was chased out of the court by the Crown Princess. Haha, that's really impressive. Mu Royan sneered. How long does she think that she can protect His Highness the Crown Prince like he's food? What kind of status does His Highness have? Does she think that His Highness will only marry her as his first wife in this lifetime? Shi Huixin snorted and said, forget it. Let's not talk about that slut. Now that the Crown Prince is also living in Yulan Park, it's better for us to avoid him for now. In any case, her Magnolia Court should be very lively these few days. The corners of Shi Huixin's mouth curled up sinisterly as she sneered, just let them fight like a swarm of bees. Mother, are we going to let her off just like that? Mu Royan tugged at Shi Huixin's arm and said indignantly, you didn't see how she treated second uncle's brother Erda today. She made brother Erda swallow the mute medicine while he was still alive, and grandpa didn't even say a word. Mu Royan's face was full of hatred. She had a bad premonition from the bottom of her heart. She thought that even De from the second branch had ended up in such a miserable state after offending that little slut with just one sentence. She really didn't know what would happen to her after provoking and offending her time and time again. Don't worry, Yan mother will protect you. Shi Huixin held Mu Royan's hand and then Mu Royan's. Hey, you two listen to mother. Don't provoke that woman first. In any case, mother has a way. Mother, have you already made arrangements? Do we have people in Yulan court? Mu Royan's eyes lit up. She hurriedly pulled Aunt Shi and asked, Mother, just tell us. Concubine Shi smiled faintly and held her daughter's hands. Anyway, you'll know when the time comes. There's no need for the three of us to do anything. There are plenty of people who don't want her to have an easy time. Shi Huixin snickered. Mu Royan and Mu Royan looked at each other. Seeing that their mother was so confident, they also looked at each other confidently and didn't ask any more questions. Of course, Arbor didn't know that Concubine Shi was secretly trying to deal with her. However, even if she knew, she wouldn't care about that woman. How could a weak chicken enter her eyes? The two rested in Yulan court for the night and woke up feeling refreshed the next morning. Without the noisy maidservants led by Nanny Zhou, Arbor felt that the world was much quieter. After washing up, the two sat at the table to eat breakfast. The Mu residents prepared a plentiful breakfast. Mu Qingya was a smart person and definitely wouldn't make things difficult for the crown prince and crown princess over such trivial matters. The breakfast wasn't as complicated as the ones in the palace. There were 8 refreshing side dishes and a few plates of pastries. The two each had a bowl of porridge and casually ate some pastries before putting down their chopsticks to end their breakfast. Mo Lian smiled and reached out to hold the little fellow's hand. Wife, do you want to go shopping today? The last time they went to Despondent Pavilion, they took the carriage directly and didn't really go shopping. Mo Lian's suggestion made Sir Jojo's eyes light up. He instinctively felt that his suggestion was really very good. Where are we going? Jojo asked excitedly. Where do you want to go? Why don't we go to your manor to take a look? Mo Lian reached out to carry the little fellow and looked at her as she spoke. My manor? Yes, the area around Half Moon Cliff. Okay. Arbor was instantly interested. Ever since Prince Kong gave her the title deed to Half Moon Cliff's hot spring villa, she really hadn't gone there. She heard that the scenery in that area was extremely good and looked like a rural village. Sir Jojo was somewhat looking forward to it. Especially if he could travel together with his Lotus. Just thinking about it made him feel a little excited. Beauties, beautiful scenery, fine wine, and delicious food. Dig haha. Jojo suddenly felt a little happy. When Mo Lian saw that the little fellow was so happy, her mood began to lighten up. Then let's go. The Crown Prince said with a smile. Taking the Imperial Uncle's garden over was indeed an extremely wise move. Seeing how happy Jojo was, Mo Lian felt that her heart was about to soar as well. Arbor nudged him. How are we going to get there? How do you want to go? In a carriage? No. Then let's ride together. Arbor looked at him with his big watery eyes and nodded repeatedly. Let's compete. Let's see who can be the first to reach Half Moon Cliff. Mo Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why did this little fellow like to compete with others so much? Okay, as long as you're happy. He pinched her little cheeks with a doting expression and nodded. Let's go. He patted her back and made the little fellow jump down. The Crown Prince just got up and held his little wife's hand. The two were about to walk out. Hu Dequan rushed in with a group of people and hurriedly knelt down. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the Crown Princess. The Crown Prince had a bad premonition and raised his voice. What are you doing here? Hu Dequan couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw the Crown Prince's defensive expression. He hurriedly crawled over on his knees and shouted, Your Highness. The Emperor has decreed for you to enter the palace immediately. The crown prince and the crown princess looked at each other in dismay. The two of them were just about to go out for a stroll, and this blind person was already nagging and competing. The crown prince silently took his wifey's hand and pulled her out. He waved his hand and said, "Wifey, where were we just now?" "We were talking about the horse race heading to Half Moon Cliff," Arbor immediately continued. The two of them acted as though they didn't see Eunuch Hu kneeling there and walked out of the door together in tacit agreement. "Eunuch Hu, no, can the two of you not treat this old servant like heir?" "Your Highness!" Hu Dequan cried out as he led a group of people to rush over. "You can't do this. This old servant is right in front of you. Look at me, look at me, look at me." This group of eunuchs rolled all the way from the inner court to the outer court, persistently blocking the crown prince and the crown princess path. Black smoke was rising from the crown prince's head. This bunch of blind fellows, didn't they know that he was about to take his wifey out for a stroll? They were already ignoring them, but they still didn't hurry up and scram. They kept blocking his path. How infuriating! Arbor looked at Hu Dequan crying so pitifully that his shoulders kept shaking. He couldn't help but purse his lips and droop his shoulders. He said woodenly, "Why don't you go back to the palace with Eunuch Hu?" Seeing Eunuch Hu crying like that, he wished that he could cry his lungs out. Did he have to? He made it seem like she, the crown princess, was bullying him. This old eunuch, Hu Dequan immediately scooted over to her feet. Crown princess, you're too kind." "Thank you, crown princess, thank you, crown princess." "Your Highness the crown prince." Eunuch Hu threw himself at the crown prince's feet and persuaded earnestly, "Just go back to the palace with this old servant first." "Ah. Your Highness." The crown prince was furious. He wanted to kick away the old eunuch who had crawled to his feet. Arbor grabbed his hand and said sternly, "Go. I forgot just now. I still have to find the old man to ask for compensation. When you come back, we can go to Half Moon Cliff in the afternoon." The crown prince silently retracted his foot, the corner of his mouth twitching. The little fellow shook her head and said seriously, "If you don't accept the imperial edict and enter the palace, your father will secretly scold me in his heart again." Eunuch Hu opened his mouth and suppressed his strange expression of "How did you know?" Instead, he put on a "Crown Princess, you're so considerate" smile. Then, he coughed lightly and hurriedly stepped forward to say, "Your Highness, you should listen to Her Highness. If we return to the palace now, we will definitely be done by noon." The crown prince thought for a moment before reluctantly letting go of his wife's hand. He turned around and shouted at Eunuch Hu, "Quickly prepare the carriage." Yes, yes, yes. Prepare the carriage to return to the palace." Mo Lian turned around and held the little fellow's hand. "I'll be back soon. Wait for me at home. You can't sneak off by yourself." Xiaomu blinked her eyes, feeling curious. Where could she have run off to? You can't go out by yourself. There are many bad people in the capital. Who knew if she would run into those two from the Qin estate if she went out for a stroll? The little crown princess nodded eagerly. "I know." The 8th watch ended. How could his wife be so adorable? Prince Mo couldn't help but rub her head. In the next moment, he was surrounded by Eunuch Hu and the others and forcefully escorted away. The little fellow pursed his lips and glanced at the empty house. Now, not a single one of them was left. "Forget it, I'll go to the old man's place first and ask for her reasonable compensation." The compensation from last time had all been awarded to Huifeng and his gang. According to the old man, the compensation this time would definitely be more than last time. The little guy stomped out of the door. Upon seeing this, Kai Xiu hurriedly asked, "Is the crown princess going out?" "I'm just walking around. You don't have to follow me." Miss Chiao shook her head and told Kai Xiu and Kai Chi to stay at home. She was just strolling around the Mu family. She really didn't need anyone to follow her around. The little fellow was not a particular person. She did not need the extravagance that noble ladies would pay attention to. She found it annoying to have so many people around. After leaving the Magnolia Court, Arbor strolled along the flower path. The old master's north courtyard was the innermost part of the entire southeast inner courtyard. It was separated from the residential area of the Mu family's children. The old man was the head of the clan. Normally, all the clan affairs were handed over to his eldest son, Mu Jingfeng, to handle. He had been in seclusion for almost all these years. Therefore, the entire north garden was filled with lush trees and quiet residences. The architectural style was also based on simplicity and elegance. They walked around Arbor at a leisurely pace. Occasionally, they would stop and look around, but they wouldn't stay for too long. The Mu family's mansion built in Winter Moon Mountain Forest was comparable to the residences of the princes in the imperial capital. The 6 great aristocratic families of the Divine Prefecture were the Qin clan of the Elixir clan, the Duan clan of the Concealed Weapons clan, the Mu clan of the Talisman clan, the Dou clan of the Medicine clan, the Long clan of the Forging clan, and the last of the 6 great aristocratic families, the Shur clan of the Smelting clan. Among the 6 great families, the Mu family was usually ranked 3rd or 4th. They were often at odds with the medical family, the Dou family. Even the residence was close to the Dou residence. He had built a residence in the Winter Moon Mountain Forest, while the Dou clan had built a mansion next to the East Peak Mountain. However, the Mu family's back door was still within the sovereign capital. The entire family clan was located in the western suburbs of the sovereign capital. The Dou family's residence was a little far. It was basically out of sovereign capital, just based on the location of the residence. The Mu clan had the upper hand, speaking of which, Arbor had been in contact with the 6 aristocratic families for a long time. Considering that their branches could be spread across the major lower star fields, it was clear that their power was not to be underestimated. Arbor's footsteps suddenly stopped, as if he had sensed something, and he turned back to look. Behind him was a row of short and lush trees. There was a winding path leading to Yulon Court, but there was nothing there. Arbor frowned slightly and unconsciously tugged at a strand of black hair that had fallen onto his shoulder. She turned around and walked a few steps. Then, she suddenly turned her head back. Her lips were filled with a trace of coldness. Sneaky, sneaky, Arbor turned around and walked away. Suddenly, the little white squirrel jumped out from Paradise Planet without any warning and squatted by her feet. Arbor was taken aback. He stopped in his tracks and looked down. The little guy was leaning against her feet, swinging his 4 furry little tails. Why did Cho-Cho suddenly jump out? Arbor bent down to pick up the little guy from the ground and poked its furry little head. What are you doing? Chirp. The little white squirrel's furry face was twisted into a ball as it looked around the courtyard with a strange expression. Little Cho-Cho had grown 2 more tails recently, and now it had 4 tails. This not only surprised Xiao Mu, but it also made her curious. She wondered how many tails it could grow. Cho-Cho's little black eyes flickered with annoyance as its little claws involuntarily crawled on Arbor's body. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp. Arbor looked in the direction its claws were scratching and saw a fork in the path beside the flower path. She didn't know where it led to. Sir Jojo took 2 steps in that direction to take a look. What's wrong with Cho-Cho? Chirp, chirp chirp. The little white squirrel kept clawing at Arbor's clothes and chirped. Could it be, this little guy wants me to take this path? Arbor's eyes suddenly lit up. She herself could not see the expression on her face at this moment. If the Crown Prince saw that expression, he would definitely burst out laughing. Lady Chow Chow's eyes were shining with a strange light. She had an expression of, is there a treasure there? This little white squirrel was used to looking for treasures. Sir Jojo made a prompt decision and immediately carried the little white squirrel to the fork in the path beside the flower path. Yes, it's most likely true. Chirp chirp, if we get a treasure this time, I'll treat you to a good meal. Arbor muttered to herself as she carried the little white squirrel into the path. The path was overgrown with trees on both sides, and it looked like very few people came here. Not long after Arbor left, 2 youths suddenly landed at the fork in the path and looked at each other in dismay. Why did she go there? That was the Mu family's forbidden area. The patriarch had given an order many years ago that no one was allowed to enter that garden. Who cares if she dies or not? Another young man sneered with a gloomy face. She came home in such a grand manner and made our Mu family kneel and kowtow 9 times to welcome her. This woman has long become the public enemy of the entire Mu family. If she had the strength, then so be it. It would be more acceptable for the entire Mu family to kowtow to a strong person. But now, everyone in the Mu family knew that the little crown princess was a piece of trash who had been brought over from the lower star field. In a place like the lower star field, struggling to become a level 3 soul master shouldn't be easy. She could only stop here. Are we still going to follow them? Are you stupid? Why are you following them? Don't forget what's in that old garden. Haha, that's right. The young disciple smiled and said, Little Tang, let's go then. The gloomy young man nodded, and the corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Go back and report to young Master Da. He hoped that after the young master heard the news, he would happily reward them with a few elixirs like the spirit-gathering pill. The other young man's eyes also lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. Young Master Da will definitely be happy with this news. Ever since he was poisoned mute by that little slut, young Master Da often threw a tantrum when he returned home. All the disciples in the entire second branch were now trembling with fear, afraid that they would offend young Master Da if they didn't do it right. They didn't blame young Master Mulder for being arrogant and domineering and being taught a lesson by the little girl. They only blamed the little girl for not knowing her limits and poisoning young Master Mulder until he became mute. Of course, this matter had nothing to do with the little girl at all. That Mulder, she didn't care what he did in the courtyard, but if he still wanted to jump in front of her to court death, Sir Jojo would naturally let this guy understand why flowers were so red. Chirp chirp. Chirp chirp. The little white squirrel urged again and again, causing Arbor's excitement to rise a little. Her treasure-seeking mouse was so excited, there must be something big ahead. Treasure. Shell, Arbor quickened her pace and ran along a small path filled with withered trees. Xiaomu was a little speechless when she stood in front of a courtyard that was covered in old green vines. The entire courtyard was covered in vegetation, and even the entrance to the courtyard was blocked by overgrown climbing plants. Wasn't this just an ordinary old courtyard? The vegetation in the surroundings was too dense. Looking at the condition of the vegetation in the courtyard, it seemed like no one had trimmed it for more than 10 years. What was Chirp Chirp so excited about in such an old courtyard? Arbor raised her head and looked at the plaque hanging at the entrance of the courtyard. It had been weathered by the wind and rain, and was now covered in dirt and dirt. The 3 words, Chasing Wind Courtyard, were indistinguishable. The black writing had been exposed to the sun and wind for many years, and now it was almost dry and peeling off. This place was like an abandoned haunted house. What good things could there be? Chirp chirp. Chirp chirp. Chirp chirp. Chirp 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 chirp. The little white squirrel's cries became hurried, constantly urging the little guy to enter. Sir Jojo was a little helpless. Can you speak human language? It's not like you don't know how to speak. Once you're excited, you can't speak human language. Who did you learn this from? Arbor thought of the chicken that cooed all day and couldn't help but laugh expressionlessly. Perhaps she specialized in producing this kind of ridiculous breed. Master Silver, Master Silver, Master Silver. Quickly go in, go in, go in. The little white squirrel hurriedly spoke human language and kept urging its little master. There's treasure? Arbor's eyes lit up and quickly asked. Yes, yes, yes. Great, Xiaomu happily ran to the entrance of the garden. She stretched out a small leg and kicked it towards the garden door. Boom. A transparent halo floated in front of her. Mr. Jojo was caught off guard and his small body was bounced back by the power of the light shield. He was thrown back and rolled. Like a small ball, it flew to the horizon. Xiaomu instantly felt a bit speechless. What's going on? She was actually sent flying by a rebounding force? How was this possible? She was Jojo-sama. Let's not talk about how powerful his spiritual energy is now. At the very least, it was a 10th rank Great Spirit Master with a 1st rank Divine Sense. A 10th rank Great Spiritual Master couldn't even enter someone's courtyard. Was this a joke? Mr. Jojo was still immersed in the sadness that she had been sent flying by the recoil. She raised her head and looked at the gate of Chasing Wind Garden in a daze. After taking a closer look, he could see the problem. The entire courtyard was wrapped in a talisman force, an isolation talisman array. The entire Chasing Wind Garden was wrapped in it. This partition was really seamless. This was how artificial barriers were formed. There must be a great treasure. These words immediately flashed through Sir Jojo's mind. Otherwise, who would have wasted their energy and nowhere to spend it? Why would they build such a powerful isolation talisman array around this shabby courtyard? hee, an isolation talisman array. The little guy took out a few offensive jade talismans from his pocket. I'll just break it. Chirp chirp chirp, chirp chirp. Arbor's hand that was holding the offensive jade talisman paused for a moment. He lowered his head to look at a certain squirrel that was making noise. What? Miss Chow asked in annoyance. Master, go this way, this way. The little white squirrel jumped to the ground with a plop, and with its 4 short legs, it ran towards the courtyard wall. The little guy circled around to the back of the courtyard wall. The plants here were even more luxuriant. The green vines climbed so high that even the original color of the courtyard wall could not be seen. The little white squirrel flapped its tiny paws and ran to a spot. It used its paws to dig out a brick from the soil. Then, its paws moved vigorously. In a few seconds, it had pulled out a dozen bricks and stacked them to the side. Thus, a small square door that could only allow one person to pass through appeared on the wall. Arbor was a little speechless. What was going on? This white squirrel really was a spirit. It actually knew that there was a side door here. The little white squirrel stretched its paws in and tested it. Arbor could see with the naked eye that the small side door was rippling with energy. As the ripples retreated to the sides, a gap was torn open. Only someone who was very familiar with talisman arrays could tear open a hole in an isolation talisman array without destroying the entire talisman array. This white squirrel was actually a talisman expert. Seeing its little master staring at it with a shocked expression, the little white squirrel slapped its little head and said with a confused expression, "Master, don't ask me. I don't know why either." What a joke. It did not know how to use talismans. However, it felt that this was some talisman array. It knew that there was a side door here, although it was very strange. It felt great. Okay? You've been here before? No. The little white squirrel patted the back of its furry head. Huh. Arbor rolled his eyes. He reached out and pulled the guy into his arms. He bent down and went in through the side door. After she went in, the transparent isolation rune array, which had been torn apart, gradually closed again. A streak of vague brilliance slid past the side door. Xiaomu turned around and, unwilling to give up, lightly touched the isolation talisman matrix that had returned to its original state. In an instant, her finger was bounced back by a tyrannical force. Arbor was expressionless. There was a white mouse in the house. It would bring its master in and out of the talisman array. What should I do? Arbor carried the white squirrel and entered through a side door before following a winding path to the inner yard. The courtyard looked very dilapidated from the outside, but when one walked in, one would know that it was very clean and tidy inside. The entire courtyard was divided into 3 sections with distinct levels. Flowers and plants were everywhere, and the fragrance of the plants assaulted his nostrils. The pavilions and terraces were buried in the flowers and plants. Occasionally, a sharp corner of the eaves would be revealed. After going around a long winding corridor, a small 2-story building appeared in front of him. It seemed to be the residence of the master. Puff. A light sound suddenly came from the plants. Following the scent of saliva, the little white squirrel immediately bristled and assumed a battle stance. Master, be careful. Awoo. From behind the small building, a tiger with fiery red fur and a ring of white fur around its neck suddenly scuttled out. Cho-Cho also let out an awoo, causing Sir Jojo's head to be filled with black lines. When a fierce tiger roars, a squirrel like you also howls like a wolf. Where did you learn this weird habit? It's all weak chicken's bad influence. The air here slightly stagnated. At the same time, in Gilded Garden, Mu Qingyao and Mu Roxuan, who were currently eating with Mu Jingfeng, were happily chatting with the family of 3. At this moment, a page boy suddenly came in to report that the crown princess had barged into Chasing Wind Garden. Mu Jingfeng's eyes were filled with anger as he slammed his chopsticks on the table, unable to suppress his anger. Didn't I already say that no one is allowed to go to that place? She's causing trouble the moment she comes back. Don't bother with her. Mu Qingyao's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly pulled Mu Jingfeng's hand, gently advising, "Husband, aren't you going overboard by saying that to the child? That child has only returned for 2 days, so how does she know? Didn't you say that we can't go to that place? That place is abnormally dangerous, so husband should quickly send someone over to take a look." Mu Jingfeng suppressed his anger as he coldly said with pursed lips, "Isn't she very capable? Just let her be." Mu Qingya couldn't help but panic when she heard this. "Father told us to take good care of her. If she gets injured on the second day of her return, father won't be the only one who can't accept it. If this matter spreads to the palace and the emperor finds out, he might even accuse us of failing to protect the crown princess. Simply troublesome." Mu Jingfeng was furious as he slammed the table. Ziwei. In the Mu family's eldest branch, the elite eldest disciple, Mu Ziwei, walked in and respectfully bowed to Mu Jingfeng. "Master. Go, bring some people to Chasing Wind Garden to take a look. It's fine as long as she's still breathing. It's good to let her suffer a little." "Husband." Mu Qingya had a disapproving look on her face as she stared at Mu Jingfeng and said, "Aren't you just making Xianxia feel bad?" Mu Jingfeng's handsome face darkened as he coldly said, "Let's go in and take a look. We'll help if we can." Mu Rochuan also stood up. "I'll go take a look too, father. Stay for dinner. You don't have to worry about this. Father, she is also my little sister." Mu Rochuan hurriedly said, "I'll be back soon." Mu Jingfeng watched as his eldest daughter left. He harumphed and turned to Mu Qingya to say, "It's hard on you to be so devoted to her, but she doesn't appreciate it at all and keeps thinking about getting the memorial tablet back. She's making you look bad. And yesterday, Xian'er had to kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times along the way. She must have suffered so much." Mu Qingya smiled gently and reached out to hold Mu Jingfeng's hand. "Don't feel wronged. As long as the two of you can put aside your differences and coexist peacefully, Xian'er's suffering is nothing." My face was even less of a concern. Stardust had not been feeling well these past few days. "Husband, if you treat Jojo better, Stardust will also feel better." Mu Jingfeng's face was taut, and his heart was burning with anger. Was it because he did not want to treat his daughter well? Was it because he did not want to be close to his daughter? However, that stoic face of hers was expressionless the entire day when she saw him and even scolded him from time to time. No matter how much he wanted to get close to his daughter, he still couldn't stand that cold face. Mu Jingfeng's face darkened. His heart sank when he thought of that cold face that resembled his ex-wife's. Both mother and daughter were the same. Neither of them were likable. After this incident, Mu Jingfeng couldn't eat anymore. He left after comforting Mu Qingya a little more. Servant girl Tsong Lu stood to the side and couldn't help wringing her fingers, not daring to speak. Mu Qingya picked up her teacup and looked back at her with a spurious smile. "If you have something to say, say it. Don't you feel uncomfortable holding it in?" "Madam, this servant doesn't understand." "What's there to not understand? That crown princess treated you and eldest miss so badly, so why are you still so protective of her and treat her so well?" Mu Qingya sighed. "Put yourself in her shoes. That child lost her mother at a young age and only recently found out about her background and found her father after so many years on Sikong planet. But family head. Sigh. Older sister Chu Yun is such a proud person, so her child's character and talent won't be bad. I sincerely hope that father and daughter can bury the hatchet and resolve all misunderstandings. But how could she ever care about you, madam? Look at her," she brought the memorial tablet to slap madam's face. "Right now, all the major patrician families and sects in the entire imperial capital are laughing at you. You've been the mistress of the household for so many years, but you're still firmly suppressed by the former official wife. No matter how capable she is, she's still only the Mu family's second wife." "Shut up," a nanny shouted angrily. "Tsong Lu, I see that you're becoming more and more impudent and rude." Tsong Lu also feels sorry for madam. The servant girl stomped her feet and sobbed. "All right." Mu Qingya helplessly took Tsong Lu's hand and patted it. She glanced at the nanny next to her. "Nanny, don't blame the servant girl. She's also wholeheartedly concerned about me and feels sorry for me. But I really don't feel wronged at all. Don't worry. From what I see, although the crown princess's face is cold, she's also someone who understands the big picture and etiquette. Everything can't be rushed. Take it slow. One day, she'll know that we sincerely treat her well. I don't dare to get too close to her. I'm afraid she'll misunderstand that I'm up to no good." Mu Qingya sighed and said, but I can tell that the child is just a little cautious. She's really a good child. She'll be fine as long as you don't provoke her. After we spend more time together in the future, she will definitely understand the good of the family. Song Lu shut her mouth, and the wet nurse Nanny Cho also nodded and said with a smile, no matter what others say, as long as the old patriarch and the patriarch support you, Madam will always be the mistress of the Mu family. Why bother with those who have been afflicted by the plague and whose mouths are cheap? Mu Qingya shook her head with a smile. A person who looked like a manservant rushed in and said, Madam, all the disciples in the house have heard about the crown princess barging into Chasing Wind Garden and all of them have rushed over to watch the show. Mu Qingya's face darkened. Nonsense. At that time, Arbor did not know that his intrusion into Chasing Wind Garden had alarmed the entire Mu clan. At this moment, she was staring at the red-haired tiger. Awoo! Awoo! The little white squirrel bared its teeth and stood in front of Arbor. Its beady eyes stared warily at the huge tiger. You're courting death, how dare you yell at my master, I'll kill you right away. Using its tiny claws to dig at the vegetation on the ground, the little white squirrel wagged its four little tails, revealing a fierce furry face as it glared at the other party like a tiger eyeing its prey. The grass on the side trembled slightly. Suddenly, a gloomy, scary, wrinkled old face suddenly appeared in front of Arbor without any warning. The old woman's movements were very fast, almost without any pause, like a wisp of smoke, she appeared in front of Arbor in an instant. Arbor was startled, and subconsciously took a step back. Facing an old face that was half burned black, missing an eye, and wrinkled old skin. Aoo! The fierce tiger angrily roared. The old woman suddenly reached out a hand to stop it, and a hoarse voice came out of her mouth, red hair, stop. Her one eye, faintly stared at Arbor, staring at Arbor to the point that he felt a little scared, and his whole body felt uncomfortable. A string of old tears suddenly flowed down from his one eye. The old woman suddenly knelt down without any warning, and cried out with tears flowing down her face, Miss, you're back. Arbor's heart slightly jumped, but he still couldn't help but take 2 steps back, staring at the old woman's eyes, suddenly flashing. Miss, Chen Kuei has been waiting for you here for a long time, and finally you're back. Arbor expressionlessly looked at the old woman, and after a long while, he said in a deep voice, you've got the wrong person. The one-eyed old woman called Chen Kuei was slightly startled, her one eye full of hope looked at Arbor for a long time, and suddenly said, You are my family's daughter? At this time, a small noise suddenly came from outside the wall of Chasing Wind Garden. The red-furred tiger's face was full of annoyance, and he angrily roared, wagging his tail, and signaled to the old woman with a glance. The old woman nodded, and said with a sullen face, Chase away all those people. Aoo! The tiger roared angrily. Its 4 paws stomped on the ground, and the tiger's body shot out like an arrow. With a whoosh, it shot out of the courtyard wall. The disciples of the Mu clan were all gathered at the entrance of Chasing Wind Garden, trying to get a glimpse of what was going on. Everyone had a curious look on their faces. I heard that he went in for a long time. Why hasn't he come out yet? Don't tell me he tried to show off and died in there? It won't implicate our Mu family, right? Roar. Just as everyone was talking maliciously, they suddenly saw a ferocious beast with red fur and a tiger's head hide jump out from the courtyard wall, glaring at them like a tiger eyeing its prey. Wow! What is this? It's a crimson flame-spitting tiger. F***ck, I forgot that this place is guarded by the crimson flame-spitting tiger. Quick, let's go. Everyone was in a mess, pushing and shoving each other as they turned around and ran. How could the crimson flame-spitting tiger be courteous? It opened its mouth and spat out several fist-sized fireballs. The fireballs landed in the middle of the crowd, and a few of them screamed in pain. Arbor opened the door of Chasing Wind Garden and stood at the entrance, looking coldly at those people who were burned by the flames and running away like stray dogs. A bunch of idiots. Xiaomu gazed at them coldly before quietly standing in front of Chasing Wind Garden's entrance like this, watching them flee in all directions in a sorry state. A male disciple was caught in the tiger's claws, and he immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. When the Mu family's eldest miss, Mu Rochuan, and elite disciple Mu Ziwei arrived with a group of elite disciples, the commotion at Chasing Wind Garden's entrance was already beyond recognition. Meanwhile, the little stoic just coldly stood at the entrance and watched this farce. She didn't interfere or help, and her eyes were as cold as an outsider watching the show. The one-eyed old woman hunched her back and walked to Arbor's side while leaning on a reddish-gold cane. She also coldly observed the chaotic crowd at the entrance. Quickly stop. Mu Rochuan hastily landed in front of the fire-breathing crimson tiger and released a defensive talisman, saving a disciple who was caught under the tiger's claws. That disciple was so frightened that he couldn't stop trembling, and he called out incoherently, eldest miss, save me." The old woman sneered, "Who allowed you to come to Chasing Wind Garden to cause trouble? Redhead, you can eat as much as you want today. Swallow all these people who dared to trespass into Chasing Wind Garden." Roar. The fire-breathing crimson tiger promptly tore open a disciple's back with its claws and bit the arm of a female disciple beside him, tearing at her with all its might. Ah, ah. That female disciple trembled all over as she cried out in alarm, eldest miss, save me, eldest Mississippi." Mu Rochuan's complexion was extremely terrible. She turned to look at the silent Arbor standing by the entrance and couldn't resist shouting harshly, "Aren't you going to tell them to stop? Do you really want to kill people?" Arbor coldly swept her a glance before turning to walk inside Chasing Wind Garden. Upon seeing this, the old woman also followed in and left behind a sentence, "Don't let them off." Leaving behind that roaring ferocious beast, she swaggered off. Mu Rochuan was so angry that her heart and lungs were about to explode. She could only attack the tiger with Mu Ziwei and the other elite disciples to save the Mu family disciples. Little Mississippi, the one-eyed old woman, was silent as she tottered after Arbor's footsteps. She still couldn't suppress her agitation. "Little Miss, you must be Little Miss, right? Someone who had such a similar temperament and appearance to her miss must be Miss's biological daughter." At this moment, Arbor felt a little emotional. So the place she accidentally came to was the courtyard where her mother, Long Chuyun, used to live. More than 10 years had passed, but the scenery remained the same. The entire house was shrouded in dancing qi. From the outside, it looked like a haunted house. If she did not mention it, no one in the Mu family would remember that Long Chuyun was once the mistress of the Mu family. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little white squirrel tugged at Arbor's belt and crawled into her arms. The old woman's eyes suddenly stared blankly as she pointed at the little white squirrel in Arbor's arms. She could not help but exclaim in surprise and joy, By, White Emperor. But you? White Emperor. White Emperor." Arbor was slightly taken aback. Judging from the woman's expression, she clearly recognized the little white squirrel in her arms. Arbor's mind turned, and a trace of doubt flashed across his brows. Could it be that this little white squirrel was related to his mother? She seemed to have grasped something in her heart, and a lightning-like inspiration flashed through her mind. Her entire person was completely stunned. "White Emperor." The old woman revealed a pleasantly surprised and sad expression. "I never thought that I would be able to see you again in my lifetime, White Emperor. You said you were called Chen Kuang?" "Ah, yes, Little Mississippi. This old servant is called Chen Kuang, your mother's personal wet nurse. See you tomorrow." Arbor pursed his lips slightly, and looked at the old mama in front of him with a heavy gaze. "Chen Kuei. Yes, this old servant is here. You, ever since mother left, you. Have you been guarding here?" Yes. Chen Kuei nodded his head excitedly, and couldn't help but tear up. This old servant knew that Miss would definitely come back. "Little Miss, where is Miss?" Arbor's heart was slightly sour, his eyes focused on the old woman in front of him who had a hunched back, one of her eyes revealing a strong sense of expectation. His heart was suddenly touched. Arbor suppressed the bitter feeling in his heart, and slightly clenched his fists. "All these years, you've never gone out? You've always been in this house?" Yes." Therefore, if she wasn't moved by the little white squirrel today, she would have walked to this house by herself. Chen Kuei, who was isolated from the world, would not know that she had returned to the Mu family. Little Miss, this old servant was isolated from the world in this wind-chasing garden, and actually did not know that Little Miss and Miss had returned. Chen Kuei said with red eyes, it was this old servant's negligence. It was this old servant. Chen Kuei suddenly wanted to kneel down. Arbor hurriedly took a step forward, held her arms, and tightly held her hands. Chen Kuei, you won't be able to wait for mother anymore. The little girl's voice was slightly cold and very low. However, Chen Kuei felt as if a heavy hammer had ruthlessly smashed her head. She was completely stunned all of a sudden. She stiffly stood there, staring at Arbor with red eyes, and her body could not help but slightly tremble. Is it what this old servant means? Chen Kuei's eyes were quickly filled with tears as he asked with a trembling voice. Under the little girl's expressionless face, there was a turbulent heart. Yes. She coldly and firmly replied with a single word. Chen Kuei staggered, as if all of his aura had been sucked out of his body, and he suddenly wanted to fall backwards. Arbor grabbed her arm and helped her sit down on a stone stool at the side. Her eyes were red, and she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Silence. Arbor squatted in front of the old woman. Looking at her white hair and wrinkled face, his heart ached. Such an old woman had been guarding this haunted house all this time, waiting for her mother to return. She didn't know what kind of emotion this was. Miss is dead? Chinny was still not sure as he asked with a trembling voice. Arbor's eyes were red as he nodded expressionlessly. Why? Chinny murmured, how did such a powerful person like Miss die? She suddenly thought of something and stared at the little white squirrel in Arbor's arms. Ask White Emperor. White Emperor will definitely know. However, the little white squirrel's furry face was filled with confusion. Xiaomu hugged the little squirrel's plump body tightly, so much so that the little white squirrel could feel it, squeezing it so tightly that it almost couldn't breathe. Startled Swan Dagger. 3,000 kills. Super strong beast. His body is sturdy, and his strength can move mountains and rivers. It's shaped like a large rat and has 13 huge tails. Each of them has the ability to split a mountain. One man and one beast, fighting alone, annihilated more than 9,000 people from Shuntian Hall. In the Battle of the Western Wilderness, Senior's name has spread throughout the world. As Xiaomu slowly recited, tears finally streamed down her face. It turned out that her mother had already sent her super strong war beast to her side. It turned out that the little white squirrel beside her was the battle beast that accompanied her mother to fight against the Shuntian Prefecture's bandits in the Western Wilderness. The mother and daughter had an inexplicable fate. But she was completely unaware. Chen Qing looked at her with red eyes. She didn't understand what little miss was mumbling about, but she felt uncomfortable with her heart being grabbed. It was as if an invisible giant palm was tightly gripping her heart. Just listening to it made her feel very painful. Very painful. Very painful. Little miss, can you tell me what's going on? Although Long Chuyun is dead, her legend has been circulating on Seekong Planet for more than 10 years, Arbor said faintly. Seekong Planet? Miss went to the lower star field? Chen Qing, do you know why she left the Mu family back then? Of course I know. Chen Qing gnashed her teeth and said hatefully, it was those ungrateful bastards who were worse than pigs and dogs that forced her to leave. Tell me, Chen Qing. I will definitely seek justice for mother, Arbor said coldly. Chen Qing turned to look at her and reached out to grab her little hand. Little miss, you must not try to strike a stone with an egg by yourself. I'm not alone. When Arbor said this, a faint gentleness flitted across her face. I'm not alone anymore. Chen Qing, don't worry. I won't take risks if I'm not sure. Good, good, good. Seeing her so confident, the old woman's expression couldn't help but ease a little. She quickly nodded and said, what does little miss want to know? This old servant will definitely tell you everything. Mama, back then, after my mother left the divine continent alone, she went to the lower star field. He went to the lower star field, but he was hunted down all the way. Shuntian Prefecture once sent 10,000 people to kill her in the western wilderness of the lower star field. At that time, she relied on the startling Swan Dagger to fight alone. She killed 9,000 people from Shuntian Prefecture before finally escaping. Now that he thought about it, the place she escaped to was Kwoto village near Hulun Mountain. Although she won this battle, her vitality was greatly damaged after all. Therefore, not long after giving birth to her, Long Chuyun divined that she would not live for long. Entrusting the orphan, building the land of inheritance, and silently dying in that place alone. Everything became logical and traceable. As for the little white squirrel, it was indeed unknown why it had run from Long Chuyun's land of inheritance to the Peach Garden Mystic Realm. The Peach Garden Mystic Realm was naturally formed. It was unknown how the white squirrel had managed to enter it. The white squirrel had been severely injured in that battle. Now, it only had 4 of its 13 tails. Clearly, it had been on the brink of death in that battle. From the very first glance, it had already latched onto him. It was definitely following the aura of his bloodline. Arbor's little hand unconsciously grabbed the furry little squirrel that was obediently nestled in his arms, not moving at all. Qingyi's eyes were about to split open as he clenched his fists tightly. As expected, they are all a bunch of ambitious wolves. The information I have now is Shuntian Manor's Manor Lord, Gung Pengcheng, was related to Concubine Shi. But I don't know if it was that Concubine Shi who gave the order to kill my mother. Concubine Shi? Qingyi's face darkened slightly. She's just a little concubine. How did she get involved with Shuntian Manor? I also feel a little puzzled. Arbor lowered his eyes and said indifferently, So, Mama, I want to know why Mother left alone back then. I want to find the source. I will definitely be able to find the truth. I will definitely be able to find the murderer who killed her. Little miss, come with me. Chen Kuei nodded and turned around to lead Arbor into the 2-story building. They went all the way to the 2nd floor and pushed open a door. Your mother used to live here. The furnishings in the room were very simple. It could be seen that Long Chuyun was not a person who paid much attention to details. So many years had passed, but the room was still clean and spotless. It could be seen how diligent Chen Kuei was in cleaning. Little miss, sit. Chen Kuei invited Arbor to sit down. From the dressing table at the side, he picked up a well-made and meticulously carved rosewood box and came to Arbor's side. Pushing the box to Arbor's side, Chen Kuei sighed and said, This is your mother's relic. Little miss, you should keep it well. Arbor opened the box and looked inside. It was full of pearls and jade jewelry, which looked a little dazzling. There was also a compartment in the box. Arbor opened it and saw that it was a list of dowry. Glancing down 10 lines at a glance, Arbor looked up at Chen Kuei. These things are all mother's? Your mother left them for you. In the future, they will all be your dowry. Including this Kai Dai Pavilion, Frustrated Pavilion, and so on, they are all mother's businesses? Yes. Chen Kuei opened the last compartment of the box, took out a stack of land deeds, and handed it to Arbor. A few years ago, Master came to ask for it, but I didn't give it to him. Chen Kuei sneered. At that time, when Master and I fought, I, a blind old woman, would have risked my life to protect Mrs. Things. Your eyes? Arbor was startled, and her finger slightly shrank. That's not it. My eyes were not blinded by Master. Chen Kuei shook her head. Little miss, don't worry. I have the scarlet flame fire-spitting tiger, so I didn't suffer too much. I was injured, and Master was also injured. After that, he even sealed the road here and made Chasing Wind Garden a forbidden area for the Mu family. But this is also good. This way, there will be fewer people coming to make a fuss. Chen Kuei laughed mockingly. However, although the deeds are in our hands, those shops and fields are all managed by the Mu family. Arbor nodded. It's okay. Take your time. It's mine. I won't lose a single thing. Seeing that little Miss's attitude was so resolute, Qingyi's eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. She didn't know why, but although she had only interacted with Little Miss for a short while, she felt that as long as Little Miss said something, she would definitely be able to do it. Did Little Miss come into contact with anyone from the imperial capital's Long family after coming to the Divine Land? Arbor shook her head. The matter of going to the Long family to collect the debt was handled by eunuch Chen. She didn't need to do it herself. A trace of coldness flashed past Chen Kuei's eyes. Little miss, if you meet people from the Long family in the future, don't be courteous to them. The reason why your mother left the Mu family back then was also because of the Long family's influence. Arbor was a little confused. Isn't the Long family mother's family? What kind of family is that? The divine continent's imperial capital's long family is just a small branch family. Their bloodline is already very far away from the Long family's main family. A trace of disdain flashed past Chen Kuei's eyes. Arbor blinked, then where is my mother's family? The Sea of Forgetfulness. Chen Kuei's eyes carried a faint yearning. Our home is in the Sea of Forgetfulness. The entire sea area is the Long family's territory, above the 3 provinces. The current lord is your uncle, Long Chuyu. Arbor blinked, but before she could ask any questions, she heard Chen Kuei continue. More than 10 years ago, the imperial capital's Long family led a group of greedy people to the Sea of Forgetfulness to attack our home, wanting to plunder our resources. Although they didn't succeed in the end, the Sea of Forgetfulness suffered a great deal of damage. Our clansmen also suffered countless casualties, and in the end, all of them went into seclusion. Arbor's heart skipped a beat, and she stared at Chen Kuei expressionlessly. She felt that she seemed to have grasped some important information, and it flashed through her mind like a bolt of lightning. After your mother found out, she naturally wouldn't let it go. She gathered a group of forces under her and wanted to go to war with the imperial capital's Long family. Who knew that at this time, your father would actually drag her down? Together with the Mu family's elders, they strongly urged her to stop all her actions. They wanted your mother to swallow this anger alive. Your mother was forced by all of them. If they wanted to make a move against the imperial capital's Long family, they wanted her to leave the Mu family and not call herself a member of the Mu family. Those cowards didn't want to go against the Long family, the Gu family, and a few other families. They were afraid of becoming the target of public criticism, they were scared to death. Chen Kuei's hands clenched tightly, and she fiercely clenched them together. Miss couldn't bear this anger, and in a fit of anger, she really left the Mu family. The most ridiculous thing was that this news was tightly suppressed after that. Other than your father and a few elders who knew about it, even the old patriarch who was in seclusion didn't know the reason at first. It wasn't until after he came out of seclusion that the old patriarch personally came to ask me, and I told him the truth. Only then did he feel ashamed and began to send people everywhere to look for you and your mother. At that time, your mother was condemned by everyone. Everyone said that your mother abandoned her husband and children, and left the Mu family on her own because she didn't know filial piety, familial love, etiquette, justice, integrity, and shame. But who could understand your mother's pain? At that time, she was worried about your uncle and the others. She watched as her childhood home was destroyed by a group of bandits. How could she live in peace? Chinny gritted his teeth and said, your father is really not a good person. Little miss, you don't know. Your uncle and the others weren't able to participate in the elders' secret meeting at that time. They simply didn't know why your mother left the Mu family by herself. After that, your father married Mu Xianxia, the adopted daughter of the Mu family, as his second wife. Your third uncle and sixth uncle have always thought that it was Mu Xianxia who was indecent and forced your mother to leave. Your father actually never explained anything and let Mu Xianxia take the blame for this. Your father is really not a good person. As Chinny said this, his teeth creaked. It's hard on that child, Xianxia. Why is she so helplessly following such an animal? Chen Kuei said with a face full of regret. Are you familiar with Mu Xianxia? Arbor raised his eyebrows and asked. Chinny nodded and said with a sigh, I only know that before our young miss married over, the two of them were recognized as a couple by the entire Mu family. But ever since the young miss married over, Xianxia has been well-mannered and has kept a distance from your father. She also has an excellent relationship with your mother. Your mother has a cold and arrogant temperament. There aren't many people who can talk to her. Know manners and abide by the rules? Arbor ruminated these words. Nanny couldn't have forgotten, right? Mu Roxuan, this eldest miss, is a few months older than me. She wasn't someone who knew her place, right? Otherwise, how could Mu Roxuan have been born before her? This Mu Xianxia must have gotten together with Mu Jingfeng behind her mother's back without a proper reason. Chen Kuei stared blankly, then pulled Arbor's hand and said, Little miss, I also know a little about this matter. You really can't blame Xianxia. She's been the Mu family's adopted daughter since she was young. She can't open her mystic meridians and has no cultivation, so her life in the Mu family is very difficult. Fortunately, although she looks soft, she's actually a resolute and courageous woman. Usually, no one can bully her. She's very headstrong. Ever since your father married your mother, she cut the Gordian knot and stopped fooling around with your father. If it weren't for your father, that bastard, provoking an enemy and being drugged, hurriedly barging into Xianxia's court and raping her without a care, how could he have harmed Xianxia's entire life? She hasn't had a good time these years. She's worked like a horse for the Mu family for so many years, conscientiously helping your father take care of those shops, fields, and so on. She even has to raise concubines for your father. If it were your mother, she would have quit 180 years ago. Arbor coldly snorted. Chen Kuei continued, "Little miss, it's not that this old servant wants to speak ill of your father. This old servant feels that the one who sent people from Shuntian Prefecture to kill your mother is most likely that cowardly father of yours. He's an extremely conceited person. Your mother dared to directly leave the Mu family and didn't give him any face. He must have harbored a grudge in his heart and thought of a way to get rid of your mother." Arbor inwardly analyzed Chen Kuei's words and felt that what she said made some sense. Perhaps it really was her father's doing. Her father could casually throw out a few talismans or give out a few bottles of top-grade pills, and there would be plenty of people rushing to do things for him, right? "I understand," Arbor said indifferently. "Whether it's the Long family, Mu Qingya, or Mu Jingfeng, I'll get to the bottom of it." Chen Kuei looked at Arbor with a gratified expression and nodded. "If Miss is in heaven, she will definitely be happy." Arbor couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Mother won't be too happy. After all, her original intention was not to involve her in these matters. She only wanted her to live the rest of her life peacefully and comfortably. However, she still got involved. Arbor looked deeply at Chen Kuei. "Mama, the Long family of the Sea of Forgetfulness you mentioned, is it the family that I am thinking of?" Chen Kuei could not help but be startled. He looked at Arbor and then laughed. "Little Miss already has an idea in her heart, isn't that so?" Arbor sighed. He felt that a lot of his doubts had been resolved. It turned out that she actually had such a strange bloodline. It was truly amazing. No wonder she could feel that she could breathe freely and smoothly every time she entered the water. It was as if she was a fish in water. At this moment, she recalled Long Chuyun's last words when he took her in as a disciple. She couldn't help but feel a bit enlightened. Arbor shook his head emotionally. He looked at Chen Kuei and said softly, "Mama, come back to Yulon Court with me." Chen Kuei's old face that was full of wrinkles revealed a deep smile. This old servant is willing to follow Little Miss, and will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. Who wants you to go through water and tread on fire? Arbor thought. She wanted her to live a comfortable life. Chen Kuei said that she needed to pack her things and then she would go to Yulon Court by herself. Arbor thought that since she had lived here for so long, she must have a lot of memories. Naturally, she had to say goodbye. After leaving Chasing Wind Garden, Xiaomu looked back at the courtyard that was as dilapidated as a haunted house and narrowed her eyes. Back then, when her mother left the Mu family in a fit of anger, it actually involved some secrets of her maternal family. As a branch family, the Long family of the capital was willing to betray their own family members for some benefits. It must have been hard for them to live so well in the capital all these years. This karmic retribution really needed to be personally handled by her. When Arbor arrived at North Garden, it was already past lunchtime. When the old steward of North Garden saw that it was the little crown princess, he didn't dare to delay. He hurriedly welcomed her into the main room and then went to invite the old patriarch over. Since Mutsang was waiting for his little granddaughter to come over to talk, he naturally wouldn't go into seclusion. Therefore, when the old steward came to report, he immediately went out of his room and hurried to the main room. Soon, Madame Gong arrived. Old Man Mu could see the little girl's cold figure from afar. She was sitting upright on the wooden armchair in the main room, her little face tense. He couldn't tell from her expression that she was happy or angry. He couldn't tell if she was happy or angry. Old Man Mu coughed softly and strolled into the room. He said with a smile, "Jojo, you're here to see Grandpa." Arbor nodded. "Where's the compensation? Don't tell me you haven't prepared it yet." Old Man Mu's mouth twitched. He felt that when the little girl said this, her expression was very calm. It was as if she had talked about the compensation with people countless times. "The compensation will be paid. It's all ready." Old Man Moo coughed softly and hurriedly turned to stride out. Come, Jojo, with me. Arbor stood up expressionlessly and followed Old Man Moo out. They went to an open space behind the house and saw that it was full of supplies. Looking at the situation, it was indeed a lot more than the first time. The little fellow's mood finally improved a little. He nodded and said, it's pretty good. Move aside and let me collect it. The old man quickly nodded and took a step back. When he saw the little girl take out 4 or 5 blue storage talismans and toss them into the sky, he was shocked. The old man's eyes suddenly widened. What? What was going on? Since when did blue storage talismans become cabbages that could be found everywhere? Arbor's profound level storage talismans made of ebony had a storage space of over 100 cubic meters. 4 or 5 storage talismans were more than enough to store the items in front of him. However, such a large sum of money shocked the old man who was standing at the side. Jojo hadn't taken out the purple jade talisman to scare people yet. These were the blue talismans that he had drawn in the past that were unused. He gave them to her to use first. Old Master Lin stared at them without blinking for a while. He stepped forward excitedly and carefully sized up the talismans that were suspended in midair. This is? Old Master Lin pointed at them with trembling fingers. This is a profound level storage talisman? The talisman power attached to it was indeed of the profound level. Heavens, why did this little fellow have so many blue storage talismans? In the entire talisman family, there were only 19 storage talismans that had been successfully made. It was just one blue storage talisman. Moreover, the highest level blue storage talisman was only yellow level. It was made by a grand elder 100 years ago. Although the method of drawing the blue talisman had been passed down, none of his descendants had been able to make the blue storage talisman. Grandpa Moo looked at Arbor in surprise and delight. Jojo, are these black level blue storage talismans? Arbor glanced at Grandpa Moo and thought for a moment. Then, he took out 2 blue storage talismans from his pocket and tossed them to Grandpa Moo. Courtesy demands reciprocity. The corners of Old Master Moo's mouth twitched. He had the urge to laugh, but he felt gratified in his heart. Who said that his granddaughter was ignorant of the ways of the world and only knew how to maintain a poker face? Wasn't she very sensible? Jojo, these blue storage talismans are. You drew them? Grandpa Moo was too embarrassed to ask. He only probed with his eyes. Yes. Arbor nodded his little head. I drew them. I drew them, I drew them, I drew them, drew them, drew them, drew them. These words kept reverberating in Grandpa Moo's mind. They reverberated back and forth, almost as loud as the sound of magic. His calm old face gradually rippled with strangeness and astonishment. Then, his expression froze in shock. Could it be that his ears weren't working well? Could it be that he was hallucinating? When he heard that his eldest granddaughter, Mu Rochuan, had drawn a high-level yellow storage talisman at Weishi Langfang, he was so happy that he almost couldn't speak. Rochuan was the only junior in the Mu family who could draw a storage talisman in recent years. Grandpa Moo was very gratified when he thought that Rochuan's future as a talisman master might be even better than Xing Chen. But now, Roxian was nothing compared to the little girl in front of him. This little girl actually told him that she drew all the black level blue storage talismans in front of him. Grandpa Moo was abnormally shocked. He was stunned by this news. That was a black level blue storage talisman. Even the ancestors of the talisman aristocratic families in China had never drawn a talisman like that. The little girl looked at the old man with a strange expression. She saw that he was so agitated by the news that his mouth opened and closed, unable to speak. Arbor couldn't help but shove the 2 storage talismans into the old man's hands. He said expressionlessly, "Take it." Subconsciously, Grandpa Moo clutches the blue storage amulet in his hand. The little fellow asked Patriarch Moo to sit down at the stone table beside them. Then she sat down and said seriously, "Patriarch Moo, let's talk business now." Old Master Moo was stunned. When he heard her address him as Old Patriarch Moo, his mood stagnated a little, and he looked a little depressed. It seemed that the little guy still couldn't admit his grandfather's identity. But thinking about it, they had not known each other for more than 10 years. Who would be able to accept it so quickly? Don't worry, there's still a long way to go. The old man thought to himself. He would first slowly get to know the little fellow and let her guard down. If he treated her well, she would definitely be willing to call him grandfather in the future. Child, tell me. If this old man can make a decision, I will definitely help you. Grandpa Mu nodded. The little girl took out the dowry list from the pear blossom wooden box and placed it in front of Grandpa Mu. My mother's dowry is said to be for me. Patriarch, pass down the order to have Mu Jingfeng prepare the accounts and show me the profits over the years. The old man's mouth twitched fiercely. Great. His granddaughter's move was truly ruthless. The old man's eyelids twitched as he reached out to take the long list of dowry. He looked at it line by line, and the more he looked, the more black lines appeared on his forehead. Let's not talk about the other fields and shops. Just the 3 prosperous shops on Changle Street, the Kaidai Pavilion, the Frustrated Pavilion, and the Precious Painting Workshop. The little girl wanted to see the profits over the years and the account books. This was the highlight. The old man could almost imagine the boss jumping up and down immediately. He silently glanced at the little girl. The little girl's face was stoic as she expressionlessly said, "Old clan head, if you can't persuade Mu Jingfeng, then I can't do anything about it. I can only drag husband to beg his majesty in tears. After all, there are so many properties, but I haven't seen a single cent, so it's not very justifiable." The old man's mouth twitched again. His little granddaughter was clearly using peaceful means before resorting to force and threatening him. If his daughter-in-law's dowry was really brought up in front of his majesty, that would truly be embarrassing. In any case, that's how it is. The little girl indifferently said, "I'm not in a hurry either. It'll be fine to sort out the account books and profits within 5 days. You can decide what Mu Jingfeng wants to say on his side." The old man's forehead was filled with black lines. He inwardly thought, it's only been 5 days, and you want to sort out all the things from the past years, yet you say you're not in a hurry? However, he wasn't stupid. He naturally knew that the father and daughter had a deep knot in their hearts. The little girl was clearly not giving Jingfeng a good life by doing this. The eldest branch had lived such a prosperous and carefree life these past few years. If they had to spit out so much at once, the Mu family's old man himself didn't dare to imagine it. The little girl patted her butt and went back in a good mood. She had said what needed to be said. As for whether they would do it or not, that was their business. Doing things obediently was one thing, but if they didn't, then it was a different story. In any case, she had a backup plan waiting for them. On the other side, in the Imperial Palace's Grand Hall, the air was so oppressive that one could practically hear a pin drop. Ever since the Crown Prince was summoned to the hall, the atmosphere gradually became heavy and frightening. The officials silently lowered their heads like quails, increasingly feeling that the atmosphere here was very stifling. After the Crown Prince went to the rear, he merely looked at everyone with a cold gaze and didn't say anything. This inexplicable pressure caused everyone to shut their mouths. Not speaking for a long time caused everyone's hearts to be hung high, filled with endless tension and oppression. Cough. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore and coughed dryly. A man in a white robe standing in the middle of the Heaven Origin main hall stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, if you want to talk about punishment, the holy nun of my Heaven Origin hall has suffered a lot while being locked up in the dungeon. She has also received the lesson she deserves. I wonder if your Majesty can." Nye Yaoguang led a group of disciples of the Divine Hall to slander, spread rumors, and abuse the Crown Princess in public. His crime is serious. You want to release him after 5 or 6 days? What do you think Shenzhou is? How can you be so presumptuous? Prince Mo finally opened his mouth. The moment he opened his mouth, he was merciless and angry. His eyes were so cold that it seemed like they were about to drop ice shards. The white-robed priest turned and bowed, "Your Highness, Yaoguang Saintess." Mo Lian didn't listen to him. She waved her hand and said coldly, "I don't agree to let him go." "Crown Prince, you. Presumptuous eunuch who scolded, tomorrow at 6 p.m. The white-robed priest took a step back with a rather displeased expression, the corners of his mouth twitching as if he wanted to say something. There were about a dozen disciples of the Sun Moon Temple standing in the Qianyuan Hall, led by an old man in brocade. At this time, the old man took a step forward and bowed to Mo Lian, then turned to the great emperor and said, "Just as our silver-ranked priest said. The saintess slandered the crown princess on the street, it is indeed her fault. But after so many days, the punishment she has received should be enough. I ask the great emperor to let the saintess out for the sake of the good relationship between our temple and the divine continent. The great emperor pursed his lips and said nothing. No one could figure out what the great emperor was thinking at this moment. The silver-ranked priest could not help but say angrily, I heard that our saintess was beaten up by the crown princess on the street. The silver-ranked priest used the word beaten. It was obvious that he was somewhat unable to suppress his anger. Thinking about it, the dignified saintess of the Sun Moon Temple, who represented the dignity of the temple, was beaten up like a dog by the divine continent's crown princess on the first day of her arrival in the capital. They had all heard that on that day, the crown princess very viciously slapped the saintess dozens of times, and finally took out the spiritual thunder talisman to kill many priests of the temple. This little crown princess was too vengeful. The saintess only committed the crime of speaking. Was there a need to be so ruthless? The most important news they heard was that the crown prince was actually an accomplice to the evildoer, allowing his concubine to do whatever she wanted and humiliate their saintess. It was really intolerable. The silver-ranked priest stood up with righteous indignation, and said in a cold voice, Your Highness the Crown Prince, His Majesty the Emperor of the Divine Continent. The saintess of our Sun Moon Temple represents the existence of the Sun Moon and the heavenly Tao, and is the holy source of the temple. These days, your divine continent has beaten her, imprisoned her, and humiliated her. This is already very infuriating. Now that our temple has proposed the terms of exchange, shouldn't you also take a step back? Isn't it a little unreasonable to refuse to let him go? Prince Mo looked at the priest coldly. Release them? Stop dreaming. Since this woman dares to slander my wife, then she can stay in prison for the rest of her life. The white-silver priest's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but blurt out, Your Highness, can you make a decision on this matter? There was a hint of disdain in his words. If you can't make the decision, then shut up. The great emperor hadn't said anything yet. The silver-ranked priest sneered. The hall was silent, and all the officials lowered their heads in an instant. Prince Mo looked at him with a cold smile. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was cold enough to make people shiver. This person disobeyed this crown prince in front of everyone, so his crime is punishable by death. Where are the guards? Here. Dozens of purple forest guards rushed in from the entrance of the hall, and surrounded the silver-ranked priest who had been blabbering non-stop the moment he entered the hall. Dozens of swords pressed down on the priest's neck, and he was forced to kneel on the ground with his hands behind his back. The silver-ranked priest's knees went soft, and he fell heavily on the ground. His entire face turned green, and he was sweating profusely. He hurriedly said, Great Emperor. Great Emperor, what is the meaning of this? The crown prince is treating me like this, are you not going to do anything about it? The emperor of the divine prefecture looked at him coldly. He sat on the throne, looking coldly at this audacious silver-ranked priest. A little priest of the Sun Moon Temple dares to be so rude to the crown prince. The emperor's voice was as cold as ice. He reached out to touch his forehead and subconsciously hit his aching head. He waved his hand in annoyance. Go, bring me the bucket of bliss. The faces of the courtiers suddenly turned pale and ugly. A few timid courtiers were already standing in the back row, their bodies swaying as if they were on the verge of collapsing. Mo Lian knitted his brows and looked up at the son of the divine province sitting above. He had no idea what the barrel of bliss his father was talking about was. But looking at the courtiers' panicked expressions, it was obviously not something good. Soon, eunuch who directed 4 young eunuchs with pale faces to bring up a pitch-black wooden barrel that was as tall as a person. Dong. The wooden barrel landed on the ground, heavy as if it landed on everyone's hearts. They could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. They felt an inexplicable sense of fear. At this moment, the entire hall was completely silent. Not a single sound could be heard. The silver-ranked priest seemed to feel something was wrong. His figure under the purple forest guard could not help but tremble. He hurriedly begged for mercy. My respected emperor. I have no intention of looking down on the divine prefecture. Please understand. I have no intention of disobeying His Highness the Crown Prince. Don't talk nonsense with him. The emperor felt a headache coming on. He waved his hand and said angrily, "Come, let the silver-ranked priest enjoy the world of bliss." Prince Kong, who was standing in the front row, raised his eyelids. He could not help but look up from the corner of his eyes. Prince Xianxia, who was on the left, could not help but tremble. He took a step back. Mo Lian did not know what was going on. She watched as the crowd rushed forward and pulled the silver-ranked priest up. The silver-ranked priest kept crying with a pale face. Guardian steward, save me, save me. Save me." The old man in embroidered robes from the Sun Moon Temple immediately reacted. He hurriedly stepped forward and shouted, "Your Majesty, please calm down, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you can't do that. Your Majesty." The great emperor's face was cold. He didn't care about what the old man was saying. He stared coldly at the pitiful silver-ranked priest and said coldly, "No one can despise my son in front of me." The white-silver priest of Sun Moon Temple was drenched in cold sweat. He screamed and begged for mercy, Your Majesty, please spare my life, Your Majesty. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the Crown Prince asks for your forgiveness. Guardian steward, save me." Just as the old man took a step forward, a dozen purple forest guards pointed their swords at his chest. For a time, the atmosphere in the main hall revealed a state of mutual hostility. Mo Lian's face was cold and indifferent. She looked at everything as if she was an outsider. After the barrel of bliss was opened, the silver-ranked priest was immediately thrown in like trash. Soon, the entire Qianyuan hall was filled with the priest's exaggerated and painful screams. No. Save me." Most of the priests in the Sun Moon Temple were ordinary people, and this silver priest's cultivation was only at level 6 mystic cultivator realm. Although the officials on both sides didn't know what this priest was going through, they felt terrified just by hearing his screams. Everyone subconsciously took a few steps back. Mo Lian looked on coolly from the sidelines as a young eunuch picked up the bucket lid. His trembling body barely supported himself as he closed the bucket lid again. Qianyuan Hall fell into a deathly silence. Apart from the rustling sound of something crawling and biting in the barrel of bliss, the silver priest's screams faded bit by bit until they completely disappeared. The old officials were sweating profusely, and they were all about to cry. They knew that their emperor was very temperamental, but in recent years, the emperor's temper had really been restrained a lot. They didn't expect that such a terrifying scene would suddenly occur in the imperial court. Apart from being terrified, everyone's fear of His Highness the Crown Prince suddenly increased. Sure enough, father and son were father and son. The son's methods were vicious, but the father was even more vicious. Moreover, the emperor didn't seem to allow anyone to have any disrespect to the Crown Prince at all. Everyone was aware of this point and reminded themselves in their hearts, don't court death in front of His Highness the Crown Prince. Their emperor might go berserk at any time, the silver priest in front of them was their example, so they must remember this. Jianping Wang wiped the cold sweat on his head and secretly glanced at the expressionless Crown Prince standing to the side. He felt even more stifled. As expected of the emperor's biological son, even this indifferent expression was almost the same. The Sun Moon Temple's embroidered elder clenched his fists tightly and forcibly suppressed his gushing anger. He tried to speak in a calm voice. The silver priest offended His Highness the Crown Prince of Guizhou, so he deserved more than death. But the holy nun is the symbol of our temple. I hope that Your Majesty will show mercy and magnanimity to spare her this time. The embroidered elder lowered his noble head and said indifferently, whatever compensation you want, please feel free to state it. As long as the temple can do it, we will definitely not refuse. The great emperor looked at the Crown Prince. What do you think, Crown Prince? I don't agree to release him. It was still the same sentence and the same cold expression. The embroidered-robed old man clenched his teeth and took a deep breath. For a long time, there was no sound in the hall. The embroidered-robed elder took a few deep breaths before trying his best to calm his voice. I know that the sage nun did something wrong and offended the Crown Princess. In that case, I wonder if we can invite Her Highness the Crown Prince Consort to come here. On behalf of the Sun Moon Temple, this old man is willing to offer a sincere apology to the Crown Princess and ask for her forgiveness. The courtiers wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. He felt that the situation was developing in a strange direction. Was the Sun Moon Temple trying to court death again? If they thought that the little crown princess was easier to deal with, then they were gravely mistaken. The great emperor didn't say anything, but looked at his son again. Prince Mo's expression was indifferent as he stood ramrod straight in front of the hall. He swept a disdainful glance at the embroidered-robed elder. What right do you have to say that you can see the crown princess whenever you want? The crown prince consort doesn't have that much free time to listen to you people's nonsense. Hearing the crown prince's words, everyone wanted to ridicule him in their hearts. What was the crown princess busy with? She had just returned to the Mu family. What could she be busy with? She didn't have so much free time. She was just a little girl. At most she would return to the Mu family to cultivate. What could she be busy with? The old man in embroidered clothes was the protector of the Sun Moon Temple. At this time, he also had a headache. His Highness the Crown Prince stubbornly refused to let go, and looking at the situation today, the great emperor would definitely not go against the Crown Prince's wishes. He couldn't help but take a long breath. Respectfully bowing to His Highness the Crown Prince, he said in the most sincere tone and attitude, "I hope your Highness can allow it. Sun Moon Temple is making this request with utmost sincerity." Putting down his pride and pleading like this was already the custodian's bottom line. He couldn't think of any other way to plead the Crown Prince to relent. Since the Crown Prince's path couldn't be taken, it was best to see the Crown Princess and take another path from her. Now he had nothing else to ask for. As long as the Saintess of the temple was released, he could basically agree to any suitable conditions. Mo Lian's eyes, without a trace of warmth, swept across the face of the protector of the Sun Moon Temple. She lowered her eyes and sneered. For a moment, the old man in embroidered clothes felt as if his chest was being pressed by something, and he couldn't breathe. After a long while, the Crown Prince raised his hand slightly, and a purple figure turned and walked out of the hall. The protector of the Sun Moon Temple looked at the Crown Prince with a complicated expression, and his heart couldn't help but tighten slightly. His Highness the Crown Prince of the Great Divine Continent, who had just returned, although he hadn't lived in the Divine Continent for a long time, the power of a superior was frightening. "Long time no see, my Chiao parting line, Kai Xiao, I'm back." The little Crown Princess returned to Yulon Court from the North Courtyard in a good mood. Hearing the voice, Kai Xiao and Kai Chi hurriedly ran out from the side room. "Crown Princess, you're back." Kai Xiao could not hide the worry in her eyes as she sized her up. Earlier on, they had already heard that the little Crown Princess had a conflict with the Mu clan's disciples in Chasing Wind Garden. They were worried about it, so they sent someone over to check on her. They did not expect the little Crown Princess to return so quickly. Kai Chi's face was full of joy as she held a plate of pastries in her hands. She smiled at Arbor and said, "Crown Princess, you came back just in time. These pastries are freshly made. Do you want to try one?" The little Crown Princess's eyes curved slightly. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, her expression suddenly changed slightly. She shouted at the two of them, "Get down." Kai Chi and Kai Xiao were both startled. Then, they instinctively squatted down on the ground. They felt as if something had swept over their heads. It was accompanied by a fierce roar. The plate in Kai Xiao's hand shattered and fell to the ground. The thing that pounced over suddenly turned its head. A pair of scarlet eyes revealed traces of bloodthirst as it stared fiercely at Kai Chi, who was trembling all over. Without waiting for that guy to make a move, Arbor had already rushed forward. She had already summoned a ferule in her hand, and without any explanation, a blue spiritual pure fire burned over. The raging fire suddenly wrapped around the figure that was about to pounce on him. A sharp roar resounded in everyone's ears for a long time. Kai Xiao and Kai Chi both covered their heads and lay on the ground. At this time, they couldn't hide the horror in their eyes as they turned their heads. The person in front of them gave them a huge shock. How was this still a person? The facial features on her face were already so distorted that it was almost impossible to distinguish her original appearance. In addition, her entire body was covered with blue veins, and the skin on her hands and body could clearly be seen bulging out like earthworms. Arbor's pupils slightly shrank. The development of corpse puppets to this day could be said to have completely surpassed what she had seen and experienced in her previous life. This should be a high-level corpse puppet, and judging from its battle strength, it should be above level 2. Her speed, strength, and actual combat ability could already be compared to a level 14 or 15 Great Spirit Master. Arbor took a deep breath, and subconsciously clenched her two small fists tightly. Just now, if she hadn't reacted extremely quickly and made Kai Xiao and Kai Chi lie down, the two girls would definitely have been scratched. Two fresh lives would have withered and withered in front of her eyes. Unforgivable. Arbor suddenly rushed forward, and with a stretch of her hand, the blue flames wrapped around the corpse puppet's body burned even more fiercely. "Crown Princess, be careful!" Kai Xiao cried out in alarm. At the side, Kai Chi also came back to her senses, and carefully looked at the corpse puppet, and couldn't help but whisper, "It's little Xing, this strange person is little Xing, don't go near her." Arbor simply didn't remember who this little Xing was. In any case, in her eyes, a corpse puppet wasn't a person. The ferrule in her hand flew out, and fell on the corpse puppet's back with a clap. Who would have thought that the thing's head could actually turn 360 degrees, and its skull, which was originally facing her, was now faintly looking at her with two eyes that were like will-o'-the-wisps. If it were someone else, they would have been frightened by this strange thing long ago. But the little crown princess was expressionless, and directly flung out 4 or 5 attack talismans from her sleeves, mercilessly smashing them on the corpse puppet's head. Unfortunately, these few black-level attack talismans were still some distance away from dealing with a level 14 or 15 Great Spirit Master. After all, those blue attack talismans had inherited more than 80% of Arbor's strength, and these talismans could at most deal with a level 7 or 8 Great Spirit Master. Against a rank 3 advanced corpse puppet that was equivalent to a rank 14 or 15 Great Spirit Master, it was still a bit too weak. However, the power of these few attack talismans was naturally able to obstruct the corpse puppet. At this moment of obstruction, Xiaomu had already pinched out a blue fireball and flung it at the zombie's head with a smack. Unexpectedly, this attack did not cause any damage to the corpse puppet at all. Instead, it angered her a little. That guy turned his head and stared at her with a pair of dead fish eyes. A very strange hissing sound came from his throat. Suddenly, the zombie's tongue stretched out from its open mouth like a tape measure. There was a disgusting sarcoma in the middle of its tongue. Xiaomu had been concentrating on this ugly person the entire time. When she saw her pounce on her and open her mouth, she promptly shot out 7 to 8 white bone nails without any explanation. The white bone nail was Duanyu's unique concealed weapon. The nail was white in color, slender, and had extremely strong penetrative power. Just one nail was enough to make a person wish they were dead. Moreover, each nail pierced through that monster's long tongue at close range, eliciting waves of manic roars from her. However, what terrified Kai Xiao and Kai Chi was that the crown princess had clearly shot several concealed weapons into little Xing's mouth, but she could still move. Arbor narrowed his eyes, and a thought flashed through his mind. It seemed that this thing's body's toughness had increased quite a bit again. A dozen or so thin icicles drilled out of Arbor's right hand. He stared coldly at this high-level zombie. The icicles abruptly shot towards the zombie's head. The zombie roared angrily and abruptly pounced forward after accumulating power. Bang! Arbor raised his hand and released a Krogold arrow at her. The icicles in his hand uniformly flew into the zombie's head. Aoo! The high-level zombie shrieked, and its body crashed to the ground uncontrollably. It still wanted to struggle. Arbor had already swept up to it and ruthlessly smacked its head with his ferrule without hesitation. The rolling power of the earth spirit was instantly activated and smashed onto the zombie's body in an overwhelming manner. The high-level zombie was pressed to the ground, and it struggled with all its might to shake its body before pouncing with a howl. When Xianxia, who had rushed over after hearing the news, rushed into the Magnolia enclosure with a group of Mu family guards, she happened to see a monster baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it pounced in the little stoic's direction. In the blink of an eye, the little stoic flipped her left hand to gather the power of the earth spirit. She clenched her fist tightly and once again punched the charging high-level zombie. The earth spirit condensed into a huge stone slab and smashed down, landing on the head of the corpse hag in a frenzy. What was even more frightening was that the instant the giant stone slab smashed the zombie and shattered into pieces, a longsword condensed from the earth spirit pierced through the millions of pieces and abruptly pierced through the zombie's deformed head without warning. After the spiritual energy dissipated, only the fist-sized zombie crystal core remained on the ground, emitting a faint glow. Behind Xianxia, the Mu family disciples who had barged in couldn't help but narrow their pupils. setting aside the little fellow's outburst of ruthlessness towards Mulder at the entrance of Lishan Gate. This should be the first time they witnessed the little stoic's black-hearted, ruthless, and decisive battle state. Mu Qingya hurriedly called the disciples of the Mu family in and asked with a serious face, Xiao, what happened? Arbor turned to look at her. Burn it. Mu Qingya nodded and carefully moved a few steps forward. A middle-aged man immediately walked out from behind her and stopped her. Madam, be careful. No, it's fine. He should be dead. Mu Qingya took 2 more steps forward and couldn't help but look at Arbor. Jojo, what the hell is this? This is little Xing, the girl who was sent back to Madam. Xiaomu gazed at her and remarked apathetically, I also want to know why she mutated into a zombie while still alive. Mu Qingya was shocked. Zombies? Arbor nodded. Corpse puppets can capture people and infect them with corpse poison. It will gradually turn your divine land into a land of corpses. There will be devastation everywhere, despair everywhere. Life will be filled with fear and darkness, and there will be no more light. With every few words, she took a step forward until she was right in front of Mu Qingya. She stared at her like this, and time seemed to freeze. Everyone simultaneously shuddered. They only felt that the little girl's eyes were eerie and sinister when she said this, causing fear and panic to rise in their hearts. No, Jojo, you probably misunderstood something. Mu Qingya hastily explained with an anxious expression, if you're talking about that girl, little Xing, I have a bit of an impression of her. Ever since you chased her out of Yulon Court, I locked her up in the woodshed. I planned to find the slave trader 2 days later and sell that lass along with a few troublesome servants. Then, I planned to buy a few clever maids and manservants. Mu Qingya hurriedly explained, I really don't know how things ended up like this. Oh? However, Arbor didn't seem to believe her and coldly swept her gaze over her. According to what you said, you didn't care about her after throwing her into the woodshed? Mu Qingya nodded, looking anxious and worried that explaining too much would cause Arbor to be disgusted. Her fists were tightly clenched together, and her breathing was somewhat unstable. The middle-aged man behind her, Mu Liang, couldn't stand it anymore and said with a frown, Crown Princess, Madam is in charge of the entire Mu family's affairs and has many chores every day. Xiaoxing is merely a little girl, so how could Madam keep an eye on the woodshed? Something must have gone wrong, Lin Feng said. Mu Liang cupped his hands and said, if the Crown Princess trusts this subordinate, then let this subordinate go to the woodshed to investigate. This Mu Liang was her father's subordinate, so his words were rather pertinent. Arbor wasn't an unreasonable person. Without any evidence, he wouldn't wrongly accuse Mu Qingya. Hearing this, he nodded. Madam Mu, there's no need to mind. If you want to investigate, go ahead. In any case, they probably wouldn't be able to find anything. No matter who did it, they definitely wouldn't leave behind any clues. Jojo. Mu Qingya's expression was somewhat hesitant and sad. Actually, you can lower your guard a little and look at the people around you. What's wrong? Mu Xingchen quickly entered Yulon Court, followed by Mu Jingrui and Mu Jingyuan. The 3 were already on their way to Yulon Court, so when they heard such a big commotion, they immediately rushed over. Mu Qingya quickly stepped forward and took the initiative to explain the situation to the 3. Mu Xingchen and the others hurriedly stepped forward and turned Xiaoxing's body over. When they saw her strange appearance and their gazes fell on the half of her tongue that had fallen out, their hearts all trembled. How could she still be considered a person? Mu Liang, have you searched the woodshed? This subordinate will go right away. Jojo. Mu Xingchen walked to her side. You must be frightened. I'm not scared. I'm just a little annoyed. I'm a little disappointed in the Mu family. Arbor said coldly, I've only lived here for a day, and 2 of my maids were almost scratched by zombies. This makes me very suspicious about the safety of your Mu family's backyard. If you don't want me to stay, you can just say so. It's not like I have to stay here, Arbor said coldly. You don't have to use such underhanded means. Song Lu, Mu Qingya's maid, couldn't stand it anymore. She stood up and said angrily, Crown Princess, what do you mean by that? Mu Liang has already explained earlier, yet you still suspect our madam? It must have been difficult for madam to treat you so wholeheartedly. As soon as you moved into Yulon Court, she was busy preparing this and that for you. She was afraid that she might neglect you. Shut up. Mu Qingya reprimanded and turned to look at Arbor apologetically. Apologies, Jojo. The maid doesn't know etiquette. I hope you won't lower yourself to her level. Arbor nodded. Of course I won't bicker with her over such trivial matters. Everyone's lips twitched. You really hit the nail on the head. My two maids were badly frightened. Compensate them accordingly. Arbor waved his hand. If there's nothing else, please. Remember to burn this thing. Arbor's frosty eyes stared straight at Mu Qingya and the others. Don't let them come back to life again. Mu Qingya shuddered. She knew that if Xiaoxing made any more mistakes, the little crown princess would definitely pin all the blame on her as the mistress of the household. She took a deep breath. Don't worry, Jojo. I'll watch them burn it with my own eyes. Arbor nodded and turned to look at Mu Xingchen. Is there anything else? Mu Xingchen felt a bit uncomfortable when he saw that she was still keeping him at arm's length. Mother doesn't have any ill intentions towards you. Mother sincerely wants to get along well with you. If you're willing to accept others, you'll find that there are many people in this world who want to treat you well. Arbor glanced at him mockingly. Is there something wrong with your brain? Do you want me to remind you again? My mother died a long time ago. Mu Xingchen remained silent. Scram! Arbor roared at him. His cold gaze was like a knife that stabbed into Mu Xingchen's heart. He was actually despised by his own sister. A black figure climbed onto the roof. Seeing so many people in the courtyard, he couldn't help but be startled. He then bowed and said, reporting to the crown princess, His Highness invites you to Qianyuan Grand Hall. Arbor glanced sideways at the youth and nodded. Men, prepare the carriage. Prepare the carriage for the crown princess, hurry. Mu Xingchen watched as his little sister walked past him with an indifferent expression. His expression was a little blank for a moment. Mu Jingrui stepped forward and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Mu Qingya tightly clenched her wrist and suppressed her anger as she said, Investigate Xiaoxing's matter. Get to the bottom of it. I want to know who's playing tricks in the dark. To actually do this in front of the crown princess. Madam, Song Lu called out pitifully. Shut up. How unruly. It's my fault for indulging you guys too much. How dare you be so impudent in front of the crown princess? After you go back, you will have to copy the family rules 100 times, and half a month's salary will be deducted. If you dare to be so presumptuous in the future, I will not let you off so easily. Song Lu retreated sobbing. Mu Qingya, on the other hand, was still angry. She reached out to press on her chest, feeling a little dizzy. Mu Xingchen reached out to support her, but the word mother was suddenly stuck in his throat. When he thought of his younger sister's expression just now, as if she was looking at an enemy, he inexplicably couldn't bring himself to call her mother. Arbor left a noisy courtyard and took a carriage to the imperial palace. He was welcomed into the Heaven Origin Great Hall without any obstructions. At this time, the sun was shining brightly. The entire hall was enveloped by a layer of sunlight. Golden roof, red door, coral window. The cornice curled up and the grandeur was magnificent. Following the announcement, Arbor strode in with vigorous steps. Apart from a few old censors who had seen the little crown princess before, who had calm expressions, the other ministers couldn't help but sneak a glance. This was the little crown princess who had beaten the holy nun of the temple to the point that even her mother couldn't recognize her. When the crown prince saw that his wife had arrived, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Everyone inexplicably felt a trace of a spring breeze. The low pressure that had been pressing down on them just now was suddenly swept away. Wasn't this too exaggerated? She had already updated for 20 days, right? How miserable. Mo Lusheng, who was sitting on the dragon throne in the main hall, saw his son's good-for-nothing appearance and couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Hu Dequan, who was standing at the side, saw this and hurriedly stepped forward. He took out a small purple gold cauldron from his sleeve and presented it to the great emperor with both hands. Mo Lusheng nodded. Hu Dequan reached out and opened the lid of the small cauldron. He brought the small purple gold cauldron in front of the great emperor and let Mo Lusheng take a breath. Arbor cast a cold glance in that direction. A faint fragrance wafted into her nose, causing Xiao Mu to involuntarily crease her brows. Her fingertips brushed lightly, and a faint medicinal fragrance flowed, immediately sweeping away the fragrance. She didn't like to be contaminated with some inexplicable smell. Mo Lian held her hand and paused slightly, then raised her head to look at her father on the throne. At this time, Hu Dequan had already taken back the small purple gold cauldron, and the great emperor's expression seemed to be much better, putting down the hand that had been rubbing his head. The young couple silently looked at each other, and couldn't help but shift their gaze to Hu Dequan. The latter's body stiffened slightly under their sharp gazes, and the chubby claws under his sleeves couldn't help but tighten. What happened? Why were the crown prince and crown princess looking at him with such sharp gazes? Hu Dequan felt a trace of inexplicable fear. He was really scared out of his wits by those two masters along the way. Now, he wanted to be on good terms with the crown prince and crown princess. How would he dare to offend them? At this time, he was even more confused. But fortunately, the young couple glanced at him and immediately retracted their gazes. The steward of the Sun Moon Palace took a step forward and bowed to the young crown prince consort. Your Highness the crown prince consort, I am steward Wen Quan of the Sun Moon Palace. Arbor immediately understood why the crown prince wanted to bring her to Qianyuan Hall. Manager Protector Wen Quan continued, Crown Prince Consort, please allow me to apologize to you. On behalf of my saintess, I would like to express my deepest apologies for my rude words earlier. Now, the saintess has received the punishment she deserves. Do you think we can, not dead? Arbor turned to look at the crown prince. The crown prince shook his head and asked, do you want her dead? Arbor nodded. Die. Everyone was suddenly speechless. They secretly raised their heads and glanced at the cruel couple. What kind of godly development was this? Wasn't someone apologizing to her and begging her to let the saintess off? But this, the little crown princess suddenly said the two words die in all seriousness, causing everyone present to feel a chill run down their spines. Why did this scene suddenly seem a little funny? It should have been a very tragic thing, but when the crown princess said it so bluntly, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Manager Wen Quan was stunned for about 3 seconds before he hurriedly said, Crown Princess, no, you. Sir Jojo stretched out a small palm and made a shut-up gesture. Crown Prince Mo lowered his eyes slightly, suppressing the urge to laugh in his belly. Nye Yaoguang spread rumors the moment she entered the capital, saying that I'm a disaster. Arbor said mildly. I think before she said this, she was already prepared to die. Everyone, we actually have nothing to say in response. When Quan saw her determined expression, as if she really wanted to kill Nye Yaoguang. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Crown Princess, the temple is willing to use 1/10 of Chess Mountain's mining rights in exchange for the holy nun's life. Manager Wen Quan had no other choice and hurriedly brought out his trump card. As soon as these words were spoken, all the ministers in the hall began to whisper to each other in whispers. That was 1/10 of Chess Mountain's mining rights, which brought a lot of benefits to the imperial court every year. With so many spirit stones, it was enough to supply 10,000 people in the elite camp. A minister standing behind the king of Giant Pain quickly elbowed the king of Giant Pain's waist. The king of Giant Pain's face was dark, and he didn't want to speak. Hadn't he suffered enough losses at the hands of the young couple? Whoever opened their mouth would be unlucky. He wasn't a big fool, so why should he jump out and be the bird that stuck its head out? Prince Kong stood beside the king of Giant Pain. Seeing the king of Giant Pain's expression of I'll hold it in, I'll hold it in, I'll hold it in, he couldn't help but secretly twitch the corner of his mouth, thinking, the youngest's IQ has risen in a straight line. Today's matter, he actually didn't jump out and criticize the crown princess. It can be seen that he's starting to grow brains. No matter how Prince Kong ridiculed, the king of Giant Pain stood there calmly, watching the show without moving. Are you kidding me? Criticize the crown princess. He still freaking owed the crown prince consort a debt. If he criticized her now, wouldn't he be in a hurry to be criticized back? Moreover, he would definitely be forced to repay the debt in advance. Humph. He wouldn't say anything. Whoever wanted to fight for this 1/10 of the spiritual stone mine for the imperial court would have to King do it themselves. The official behind the king of Giant Pain was somewhat anxious. He glanced sideways at the few imperial censors behind him and saw that each and every one of them was looking down at their noses. It was obvious that they would not open their mouths to speak. He could not help but feel stifled. What was going on with these imperial censors, who were usually the last ones to jump up and down to criticize others? Recently, they were so well behaved that it almost made people suspicious. Lord Jojo turned to look at the Crown Prince, but the Crown Prince shook his head at her and said, "Up to your mood." Obviously, that 1/10 of the spiritual stone mine's mining rights, to Prince Mo, wasn't even worth a single strand of hair on his wife's head. The minister silently glanced at His Highness the Crown Prince. His Highness's attitude of spoiling his wife was to the heavens. Left Prime Minister Xianxia was over 50 years old and had a strong body. Seeing that no one dared to speak, he stepped out of the crowd and bowed to the great emperor. "Your Majesty, I think that we can consider the Divine Hall's offer." The great emperor waved his hand. "Let the Crown Prince handle this matter himself." Thus, everyone shut their mouths. The great emperor's words revealed his intention to protect his own. It couldn't be any more obvious. This meant that the Crown Prince and his wife would be fully in charge of the Divine Hall. Regardless of whether they accepted the compensation or not, it was the Crown Prince and his wife's business. Xianxia frowned and turned to Prince Mo with cupped hands. "Your Highness, the 1/10 mining rights of Chess Mountain, to us." "Half." Arbor suddenly interrupted Xianxia, her crisp voice resounding in the hall. "He also wants to give us 2 quotas to enter the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm," the Crown Prince added. Arbor turned and glanced at the Crown Prince. Although she didn't know what the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm was, since her husband had mentioned it, he must have his reasons. The Sun-Moon Divine Hall's guardian was so angry that he was trembling all over. Even the tips of his fingers couldn't help but tremble. He was angered by that couple. An exorbitant demand, absolutely exorbitant demand. Who would have thought that this couple would be so shameless? They really dared to say anything. Half of the mining rights of Chess Mountain Spirit Stone Mine. Ha 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 ha. Ha. They were really impressive. They asked for half of Chess Mountain's mining rights right away. What a fool's dream. "And I want to choose this half of the area myself," Arbor added. The custodian was so angry that he didn't want to say another word to her. Not only did this whimsical couple want half of Chess Mountain's mining rights, but they also wanted a spot to enter the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm. Haha, how was that possible? The Sun-Moon Mystery Realm was the best cultivation place that the Sun-Moon Temple had. The Mystery Realm opened once every 10 years, and it was never open to people outside the temple. What made them think that they could get a spot to enter the Mystery Realm? Sir Jojo blinked and nodded his little head in approval. And a spot to enter the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm. Although he had never heard of this Mystery Realm, any place that had the name of a Mystery Realm would definitely have great opportunities and treasures. Sir Jojo felt that it was good. Don't even think about it. Custodian Wen Quan, who was panting, couldn't help but roar angrily. Then let's not talk about it. Sir Jojo waved his little hand and shouted, "Men! Bring Yaoguang here and execute him immediately." Everyone fell silent. The little Crown Princess was too dramatic. She didn't even give others a chance to think before saying this. The officials silently glanced at Steward Wen Quan, whose head was emitting green smoke, and lowered their eyes one by one without any moral integrity. You. Faced with such a bad attitude, the steward and the protector were so angry that they were about to ascend to the heavens. However, the Crown Prince was right beside the little Crown Princess. Looking at the Crown Prince's protective expression, if he dared to yell at the little Crown Princess, he would be the next one to enter the barrel of bliss. Forget it, he had to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. He couldn't afford to offend him, so he could just hide, holding his breath. The custodian nodded with great difficulty and said, This matter is of great importance. I must ask the hall master before I can make a decision." The little Crown Princess nodded. "All right, go back and think about it. Give me an answer before tomorrow morning. If you exceed the time limit, I will send you the sage nun's head." Everyone fell silent again. Manager Protector Wen Quan gnashed his teeth in anger. If he didn't make this trip today, the young Crown Prince Consort might have already forgotten about Yaoguang. Instead, it reminded this strange Crown Princess that she wanted to kill Yaoguang. Was he rushing here to be tortured? The people from the Divine Hall were so angry that they left the hall without looking back. The Heaven Origin Grand Hall quieted down again, without a trace of sound. The strange crown princess said to the emperor, "Father, if there's nothing else, my husband and I will go back first. We'll come to see you in 2 days." Mo Lusheng looked at his daughter-in-law speechlessly. Apui, not a daughter-in-law. She hadn't passed the 3rd test yet, so she wasn't a daughter-in-law. After saying that, Lord Jojo stomped in front of Hu Dequan and stretched out a white and tender hand. Hu Dequan was baffled and asked with trepidation, "Crown Princess, what do you want?" Mo Lusheng waved his hand speechlessly and sighed. "Give that purple gold cauldron to her, give it to her. Hurry and send this weirdo away." "What to do if it stings my eyes?" Hu Dequan had an incredulous expression on his face as he reached out to take out the purple gold cauldron from his sleeve and handed it over to Lord Jojo with trembling hands. This strange little crown princess even wanted to freaking steal the emperor's medicine, too shameless. Her shamelessness knows no bounds. Mo Lian lowered his eyes as the corners of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. He thought that Imperial Father must be on the verge of a mental breakdown right now. However, Lord Jojo must have her own reasons for doing this. He definitely had to support his little wife. Arbor received the purple gold cauldron from Hu Dequan with a serious expression. Seeing Hu Dequan's trembling appearance, he couldn't help but frown. "I won't eat you, what are you trembling for?" All the officials in the hall looked up at the sky, speechless. Was Eunuch Hu trembling in fear? This strange little crown princess, can't you tell that she's trembling in anger? Arbor took out a small white porcelain bottle from his pocket and tossed it to Hu Dequan. 1 pill every 3 days. Don't overdo it. After saying that, he didn't care whether the dazed Hu Dequan understood or not. He directly turned around and stomped back to the crown prince's side. The crown prince beamed as he held her little hand and waved at Hu Dequan. "Remember the crown princess' words. Give it to Imperial Father." Then, the young couple walked out of the hall hand in hand. When they passed by the king of Xianxia, they didn't forget to turn to glance at him and say, "Imperial Uncle, remember to pay your debts. Our eunuch Chen is out collecting debts every day. It's very tiring. You must all be more aware and don't give us trouble." "Imperial Uncle, did you hear what my wife said? The deadline is almost up. Remember to quickly prepare it and send it over. Don't make everyone look bad." Strange, why did the king of Xianxia suddenly tremble as well? The young couple looked at each other and walked out while muttering, "Husband, the people in the hall are always trembling. I think it's because they're weak and can't sleep at night, causing some neurological disorders." Mo Lian's mouth twitched. "Do you have medicine? I'll **king cure your sister." The ministers cursed in their hearts in anger. Was his body weak? This weird couple, they were just angry, okay? It wasn't until the 2 of them left that the palace regained a bit of life. The right Prime Minister Gao, glanced at the Prince of Xianxia, who was standing beside him, trembling with anger. The corner of his mouth twitched as he comforted, "Your Highness, don't be angry, don't be angry. The little crown princess is still young. Children don't know any better. Don't be angry, don't be angry." Jojo's section break, Taiji Palace of Phoenix Emperor City. As Duanyu flipped through the invitation letter in his hand, his gaze landed on a certain heir sitting across from him, who was leisurely sipping tea from a cup. "You're going too?" Prince Qing put down his cup and nodded. Must I go?" The crown prince of King Qing nodded again. "Yes." "What's the point?" "Yes." Rong Qing gave him a clear answer. When the 3 provinces gather, the winds and clouds change. Whoever obtains first place on the heavenly prime roll will be able to obtain large amounts of resources and benefits for the province they belong to. This is a checkpoint to test each prince's ability. "So, the crown prince and the second prince also have to go?" Rong Qing shook her head. "Those who weren't chosen naturally can't go." Duanyu nodded, and his eyes brightened. "They will also go?" Rong Qing looked at him in confusion. "Members of the Divine Province's imperial family. As long as they are talented enough, they will be invited." "That bastard will definitely be invited," Duanyu murmured with certainty. "If he is invited, the little fellow will definitely go as well." Rong Qing glanced at His Highness. "Are you talking about the crown princess of the Divine Province?" If the crown princess cultivation isn't high and she doesn't have any special skills, she probably won't be invited. Duanyu glared daggers at Rongqing like he was looking at an idiot, but the latter was baffled. Go ask around and see if they are going or not. To say that his Jojo's cultivation isn't high, Rongqing was instantly speechless. You aren't trying to say that if those two from the Divine Province aren't going, you won't go either? Duanyu nodded. That's right. His matter-of-fact attitude was simply baffling. Rongqing glanced at the willful His Highness the Fourth Prince helplessly and obediently went out to ask around. On the other side, Arbor and the Crown Prince boarded the return carriage and squeezed to the Crown Prince's side. She looked at him curiously and asked, "Is there some great treasure in the Sun-Moon mystic realm?" The Crown Prince couldn't help but chuckle. I heard that there is a pair of very powerful weapons that have been passed down for several millennia. Oh? Can it be more powerful than my ferrule? That is a weapon created by heaven and earth and formed from the essence of the sun and moon. It is naturally much more powerful than man-made weapons. Arbor's heart skipped a beat, and she looked down at her palm. What is it? Mo Lian asked in confusion. The little fellow shook her head and raised her head proudly. I also have a weapon that is naturally formed. I estimate that it is also several millennia old. Prince Mo blinked. Can you call it out for hubby to see? Sir Jojo instantly drooped his head like a wilted eggplant. I can't call it out for the time being. Prince Mo couldn't help but chuckle. He hugged her and rubbed her head. It's fine, we'll talk about it when you can call it out. Arbor nodded and asked curiously, since that pair of weapons is so powerful, why haven't they been taken away by the Sun Moon Temple yet? Mo Lian scoffed. Because they never found that pair of Sun Moon wheels from beginning to end. I see. Jojo nodded in understanding. He thought to himself, that must be because this pair of heaven-defying weapons is no longer interested in those weaklings. The Sun Moon Temple has always been stingy, sneaking into the secret territory and never opening it to outsiders. Do you think they will compromise this time? I will. Prince Mo nodded confidently. Just by looking at how nervous they were about the Saintess, it was obvious, wasn't it? The Saintess's cultivation wasn't that great, and from the looks of it, she was a little stupid. Why did the temple want to exchange her back at all costs? Arbor's eyes flashed. The carriage stopped in front of the Mu estate. Mo Lian jumped down and reached out to carry the little fellow who was bending down to get out of the carriage. She put her on the ground and held her little hand as they walked towards Yulan Court. Along the way, they were naturally secretly watched by others. But no one dared to say much. When they occasionally saw them, they all obediently bowed to the two. The two walked hand in hand as usual, but in the eyes of others, it was definitely the Crown Princess pulling the Crown Prince everywhere to show off to the Mu family. Just as they stepped into the court, Arbor heard a roar of unfilial daughter. He looked up and saw Mu Jingfeng rushing out of Yulan Court. His hair stood on end, and his eyes were filled with rage. However, when Mu Jingfeng met the Crown Prince's cold and still eyes, his expression could not help but turn awkward. Why did the Crown Prince return? Didn't he hear that he went to Qianyuan Palace to discuss politics with His Majesty? Mu Jingfeng's furious breath abruptly stopped, and his cold and angry expression also froze on his face. He cupped his hands toward the Crown Prince. Your Highness. Prince Mo coldly exchanged glances. May I know the reason for family head Mu's sudden visit? Mu Jingfeng choked and awkwardly chuckled. Your Highness, this one came to find the Crown Princess to discuss some matters. Arbor pulled Prince Mo's hand and walked into the main hall. He directly sat down on a chair and did not even look at him. Such a contemptuous attitude angered Mu Jingfeng so much that his teeth ached, and his expression became increasingly unsightly. Family head Mu, speak if you have something to say, Prince Mo coldly said. Mu Jingfeng took a deep breath. He was muddled from anger earlier, so he rushed to Yulan Court to question Arbor in a moment of impulse. Now that he had calmed down, he was more rational. Crown Princess, did you tell your grandfather that you want to retrieve your mother's dowry? Arbor nodded. What's the problem? The old man's efficiency was pretty good. She had only mentioned this matter to him in the afternoon, and Mu Jingfeng had already rushed over to find her in the evening. That unfilial daughter earlier was clearly Mu Jingfeng's truest thought. Arbor coldly curled his lips. Mu Jingfeng was so angry at this unfilial daughter's attitude that the veins on his forehead were throbbing. How could she still ask him so calmly? What was the problem? Didn't she find it laughable to ask such a question? Mu Jingfeng took a deep breath and restrained his temper as he said to Arbor, "Your mother's dowry, so many shops and estates, were all taken care of by Xianxia all these years. If it weren't for Xianxia's good management, it wouldn't have become such a prosperous shop today." "Yes, I will pay her the management fee," Arbor said lightly. "As for the price, she will definitely be satisfied." Mu Jingfeng was so angry that smoke started coming out of his head. Pay management fees? The counteroffer was satisfactory? What did this girl take Xianxia for, a servant? Or a hired worker? He actually dared to say such a weird thing. Xiaomu took out that rosewood box and opened it, taking out a stack of house deeds. She then remarked apathetically, "Mu Jingfeng, you aren't thinking of swallowing your ex-wife's meager dowry and private property, right? If that's the case, then I'll have to find the capital governor and ask him clearly." Arbor said faintly, "If I remember correctly, according to the laws of Shenzhou, dowry is a private property inherited by the daughter after the death of the wife. My mother's private property is naturally mine. Do you think it's appropriate for you to use my things to raise your beautiful wife, concubine, and concubine's children?" Mu Jingfeng's face turned red from anger. This girl's words were too harsh and direct. If it were someone else, they would definitely not say it so bluntly and leave no leeway for others to mediate. This was a slap to the face. Who could endure it? Moreover, Mu Jingfeng had been the Mu family's head for many years. Deep down, he was already an extremely proud person. How could he endure being ridiculed by his daughter? He recalled how his daughter had pointed at his nose and angrily rebuked him, "You're useless," at the entrance of Luxing Men, and an inexplicable rage immediately rose in his chest. "Shut up!" Mu Jingfeng bellowed and pointed at Arbor. "Why, you unfilial daughter? You're the debt collector your mother gave birth to." Arbor's eyes instantly revealed an ominous glint, and he jumped up from his chair. "Try pointing at me and scolding me again." Mu Jingfeng was stunned, and he clenched his fists tightly. "You were able to force my mother out of the Mu family back then, so you can naturally force me out today," Arbor coldly said, "but I'm not a good-tempered woman like my mother. If you force me into a corner and anger me, I'll make sure your entire Mu family will never have a day of peace." You. Mu Jingfeng was so angry that his vision turned black. This daughter was really born to collect debts. Arbor's face was cold as he angrily berated, "Mu Jingfeng, listen well today. Sort out the accounts of all the businesses and the profits over the years within 3 days. Once the time is up, immediately hand them over to me for a look. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. I'm reminding you again. My mother's gentle and good-tempered days are over." She coldly looked at him and sternly said, "I'll have the final say in everything from now on." Jingfeng. Mu Xianxia, Mu Xingchen, and Mu Rochuan rushed in together. She hurriedly stopped the red-eyed Mu Jingfeng and gently said, "Jingfeng, let's talk things out." "Jingfeng. Don't be like this. What can't father and daughter talk about openly?" Scram. Arbor's hair stood on end. His body was covered in sharp thorns, and whoever he poked would be unlucky. "Stop acting like a virtuous wife and filial son in front of me. I'm warning you one last time. Hand over the things obediently, and we can still continue to be friends. Otherwise, we'll fight to the death and be irreconcilable. Even if I have to burn and smash these things, I won't let you off a single bit." Mu Xingchen's heart tightened, and he hurriedly looked up. "Jojo. That's all I have to say today. I'll send someone to hand over all the accounts later." Arbor stared coldly at the trembling Mu Jingfeng and curled his lips mockingly. "Mu Jingfeng, I didn't expect you to be so disgusting. After driving his wife out of the Mu family, he can still take his wife's dowry all these years and raise such a large group of beautiful women with a clear conscience." Ha 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 ha. Although Arbor was smiling, the disdain in his eyes was as clear as day, and not a ripple could be seen on his stoic face. In this world, if you claim to be number 2 in shamelessness, no one would dare to claim to be number 1. "Jojo." Mu Xingchen was in disbelief. He didn't expect his younger sister to insult her biological father like that. Mu Jingfeng was also so angry that he was completely speechless. Vicious. This daughter of his was simply vicious to the extreme. If it weren't for Mu Qingya's diligent management, would the shop and manor have been so prosperous and profitable year after year? When he thought of that woman who was as indifferent as the wind and as cold as snow, Mu Jingfeng felt irritated. He actually still couldn't forget that pair of eyes even now. Jojo, what did you mean by what you said earlier? What did he mean by driving his wife out of the Mu family? Mu Xingqian was puzzled. Didn't mother leave the Mu family by herself? Wasn't she abandoning her husband and children? Greetings to master and madam. A deep voice slowly rang out. In his fury, Mu Jingfeng turned to look at her. Chen Kuei, so it's you, this unruly old servant, spouting nonsense in front of the crown princess. No wonder his daughter had the deed to the house in her hands. He should have known that it was this old witch's doing. Chen Kuei bowed in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Master, Chen Kuei is only speaking the truth. You told me that mother left the Mu family on her own accord. Mu Xingqian turned to look at Mu Jingfeng with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. What did Jojo mean by his words earlier? Eldest young master, madam was forced to leave the Mu family on her own accord. It's been so many years, yet family head Mu has deceived his own son like this. Chen Kuei smiled sarcastically. No wonder you wouldn't let this old servant see eldest young master again back then. This old servant wanted to see young master several times, but every time, I was either told that young master was in closed-door cultivation or had gone out to cultivate, telling me not to disturb him. There was once when this old servant barged into young master's court at night, but before I reached the inner court, I was injured and had to escape. Then, this old servant understood after returning that this old servant couldn't see eldest young master anymore. If it weren't for family head Mu wanting to retain some face to avoid rumors of him being intolerant and unwilling to even let off his ex-wife's housekeeper, I'm afraid this old servant would have been killed by you long ago. Chen Kuei, if you're hiding in that dead person's house, then just do as you please. You even came out to sow discord. Do you really think this family head doesn't dare to kill you? Mu Jingfeng glared coldly as he reprimanded angrily. He should have killed this unruly old servant a few years ago. He should have killed this old fart when he couldn't get the deed to the house back then. If it weren't for her crafty and slippery words that she had long left a backup plan outside to kill her and sully the entire Mu family's reputation, how could he have been so timid as to let her live until now? Reputation was very important to him. He was the Mu family's family head in the eyes of the world, the pillar of the entire Mu family. He could not fall. Family head Mu, if you want to show off, then return to your own court. You can forget about it at my place. The girl bluntly ordered him to leave. Prepare everything. When the 3 days are up, I'll personally bring people to receive it. Don't be so shameless. When the time comes, I'll make you suffer the consequences. You. Mu Jingfeng was so angry that his head was about to explode. With a fling of his sleeves, he walked out of the courtyard. Good. He really had a good daughter. Mu Qingyao looked at Jojo with a complicated expression, sighed, and hurried out. Mu Xingqian, on the other hand, seemed to have lost his soul. Arbor, on the other hand, did not want to pay any attention to him. Take care of his feelings, stop joking around. He was already an adult, but he didn't have any sense of judgment at all. He was simply a pig's head. Xiaomu did not know that right now, she was being mischievous because she expected better from him. How could the crown prince not understand? He stepped forward and held her hand to comfort her. Can you find a group of people who can do accounting? The crown prince nodded and patted her head. Don't worry, leave this to me. Arbor nodded. She decided to settle the score with Mu Jingfeng. Before the two of them could continue speaking, they saw Huifeng enter with a grin and report, Master, the people from the temple have agreed to the conditions and delivered the contract for Chess Mountain Spirit Stone Mine, as well as 2 blank jade tablets for entering and exiting the mystic realm. The crown prince nodded, unsurprised. He turned to look at Sir Jojo. Arbor nodded and said, let them go. Alrighty. Huifeng ran off excitedly. Sir Jojo and the crown prince exchanged a look. Was it normal for subordinates to be abnormally excited every time they received compensation? The temple's custodian Wen Quan finally received the released holy nun and her entourage. The holy nun was no longer enveloped by her usual holy halo. Instead, she looked like a beggar, when Quan glared fiercely at her. "Follow me." Nye Yaoguang's body trembled slightly, she lowered her head and hurriedly followed the footsteps of the custodian. Her hands under her sleeves involuntarily clenched tightly. The two spirit stallions were very fast. In a flash, they arrived in front of an ordinary farmer's courtyard in the suburbs. Nye Yaoguang followed the custodian Wen Quan and carefully walked into the courtyard. A tall figure slowly turned around. His face was covered with a devil mask, and his gaze was cold as he looked at her. Nye Yaoguang's body suddenly stiffened, she hurriedly knelt on the ground. "Hall Master. Who told you to act on your own?" A heavy palm wind swept over, landing heavily on Nye Yaoguang's face. "Ah!" Nye Yaoguang screamed, her body falling towards the flower bed in the courtyard. Custodian Wen Quan's old face was very serious, his head was slightly lowered, his hands were solemn as he stood at the side, his expression was very respectful. Nye Yaoguang reacted, hurriedly crawling forward, her hair was disheveled as she awkwardly crawled to the devil-masked man's feet, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for mercy. Hall Master, I know I was wrong, Hall Master. Hall Master, I know I was wrong, Yaoguang will not dare to act on her own in the future." The devil-masked Hall Master, whose leg was being hugged by Nye Yaoguang, coldly looked down at the woman, suddenly kicking her out. "If not for the fact that you still have some use, do you think that Master would use so many resources to exchange for you?" Yaoguang knows. Nye Yaoguang begged on the ground, tears streaming down her face, she regretted her past actions. "After this incident, I hope you can grow a brain in the future." The devil-masked man coldly stared at Nye Yaoguang, suddenly saying lightly, "Stretch out your hand." "Yes." Nye Yaoguang hurriedly rolled up her sleeves, revealing a section of charred skin. The devil-masked man stared at her arm and frowned, but still stretched out his finger to feel her pulse. In less than a minute, he retracted his hand. The devil-masked man casually threw her a pill. "After eating, the lightning injury on your body will recover about 60%. "Thank you, Hall Master." Nye Yaoguang stretched out her trembling hand, took the pill from the devil-masked man, and hurriedly swallowed it. The injury on her body was indeed gradually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The devil-masked man glanced at her indifferently. "You may leave." "Yes. This subordinate will take his leave." After Nye Yaoguang got up, he hurriedly tidied up his messy hair, bowed, and left in a hurry. Wen Quan took a step forward and whispered to the devil-masked man, "Hall Master Gong. Her body isn't affected, right?" The devil-masked man smiled coldly. "Fortunately, her roots are not damaged. In the future, watch her carefully and don't let her do stupid things again." "Yes." Wen Quan said in a deep voice, "This subordinate has failed in his duty." The devil-masked man waved his hand and said, "Master still values this experimental subject very much. Stay in the capital and be careful." "Yes. Don't act rashly for now." The man in the devil mask said coldly, "Also, warn Nye Yaoguang to behave and not provoke some people that she can't deal with." "Yes, this subordinate understands. This subordinate will definitely keep a close eye on the saintess." Wen Quan muttered with a taut face. When he raised his head again, Hall Master Gong was already nowhere to be seen. A small pitch-black bottle wrapped in a gust of wind fell into Wen Quan's hand. A faint cold voice came from the air, "Continue to give this medicine to Nye Yaoguang." "Yes." There was another heavy snowfall last night, and the entire Tsang province was blanketed in a blanket of white. This was probably the last snowfall in Tsang province. When Rong pushed open the door and entered, he immediately saw Prince Chen standing by the window like a stone sculpture, his melancholy and silent gaze resting on an unknown place. The morning wind blew against his loose white robe, causing it to sway slightly. His long, flowing black hair seemed to be rippling with mist as it fell behind his waist. Flap, flap, flap. A thin piece of paper on the ground beside the window was blown up and down by the wind. Rong's gaze landed on the paper, and he slowly walked up and bent down to pick it up. There were only a few words on the paper, but the pen was vigorous and sharp, penetrating the back of the paper like a swimming dragon. "Who says lovesickness is bitter? Lovesickness is heartbreaking." Rong put away the paper and coughed lightly. Duan Yu abruptly returned to his senses, and he suddenly chuckled when he saw his stoic face from the corner of his eyes. You walk like a ghost, not making a sound at all. It's because you are too focused on a certain matter, Rong said dryly. Duan Yu chuckled and walked to the small table by the window to sit down. He pointed at the seat across from him. Are you interested in having a drink with me? Rongqing strode forward and pulled out a stool to sit down. You didn't sleep the entire night? Duan Yu's hand paused. How is that possible? Huh? Rongqing rolled her eyes at him. This stubborn fellow still refused to admit it. He stood by the window the entire night, and it was even more dewy, so his hair was wet. Rongqing raised her hand and poured him a cup of hot tea. I found it. What did you say? The Crown Prince of the Divine Province and the Crown Prince of the Underworld Province both received invitations. Cough. Rong coughed lightly and said, the Crown Princess of the Divine Province did not receive one. Duan Yu looked up at him strangely. Is the Royal Academy's principal a fool? Rongqing shook her head with a straight face. No, I'm not. The principal has the highest cultivation in this generation of the Yun family. Venerable Immortal Yun Piamiao. In other words, he couldn't be a fool with such a high cultivation. Duan Yu looked at him speechlessly. I'm not going. If Jojo wasn't going, why would he go? Boring, Rongqing hurriedly said, Your Highness, please think twice before you act. I heard that Crown Prince Rongli did everything he could to get a spot and even formed a team. How could a weakling like him fight his way to first place on the Heavenly Yuan roll? Duan Yu asked incredulously. Even though I can't, cough, if I can obtain first place on the Earth Yuan ranking, I will be able to obtain a considerable amount of resources. The Crown Prince also doesn't want to lose to you. Duan Yu raised his brows. The Earth Prime roll? If the Tian Yuan ranking is ranked first for an individual, then the Tian Yuan ranking is ranked first for a team. Duan Yu nodded in understanding. Rongli formed a team? Yes. Rongqing nodded. The Crown Prince has already contacted a few of the older students in the royal school. As long as he goes in, he can form a team. Oh. Duan Yu pursed his lips disinterestedly. Then let him go. I don't want to go to a boring place like the academy. Rong couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. His Majesty had given him a death order. He had to escort His Highness to the academy and fight for first place. The annual Tianyuan ranking in the 3 provinces was the focus of competition. However, he didn't expect the willful Prince Chen to reject the academy's invitation. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have told him that the little crown princess didn't receive an invitation. He was still to blame for being too straightforward. Rong massaged his throbbing head and advised kindly, Your Highness, there are many benefits to going to the Royal Academy. Other people can't even beg for it. Seeing that Duan Yu didn't reply, Rongqing hastily added, Anyway, the entrance exam is on March 15th, so there are still 7 to 8 days for you to consider. Oh? Is there still a need to consider? Rongqing quickly said, Perhaps the Crown Prince of the Divine Province has a way to bring the Crown Princess along? Duan Yu was startled, but his spirits perked up. What you said makes some sense. If Mo Lian, that guy, insisted on going to the Royal Academy to compete for first place on the Tianyuan roll, then he would definitely bring Jojo along even if he had to create a fake invitation. It had to be said that Duan Yu truly understood Prince Mo too well. Rong secretly sighed in relief when he saw that Duan Yu changed his mind. We should make preparations early. If there was anything to prepare, he just needed to inform his mother in advance. Duan Yu pursed his lips and thought to himself. Seeing that he didn't answer again, Rongqing helplessly picked up her teacup and drank a mouthful of tea. With this shout, his eyes immediately lit up a little. What? This tea? This is? Such rich spiritual energy was like a warm current sliding down the stomach when it entered her mouth. This was too comforting. Duan Yu's gloomy mood was instantly swept away, and he smugly winked at Rongqing. How is it? It's delicious, right? The spiritual tea that Jojo gave me can't be sold outside. Rong nodded. After the spiritual tea entered my body, my meridians reacted, and the circulation of spiritual energy in my body also sped up. Duan Yu was even more pleased with himself when he heard this. He thought, that foolish old man from the Royal Academy, not accepting our Jojo into the Academy is simply his loss for 8 lifetimes. Your Highness. Xiaokezi's report came from outside the door. Noble Lady Qing's manservant delivered a level 7 spiritual horse to our noble consort Duan. Her Highness the noble consort said she didn't need it, so she delivered it to your Highness. They said they caught it in the Crimson Shadow Forest. Your Highness, do you want to come out and take a look? It looks so mighty and beautiful. Duan Yu raised a brow. Noble Lady Qing presented Buddha with borrowed flowers. She said that she was going to give his mother a spirit horse, but in reality, she was borrowing his mother's hand to give it to him. Spirit horses were not as common as spirit stallions. Spirit stallions had spiritual awareness. Whether it was their reaction speed or their ability to travel thousands of miles in a day, they could not be compared to spirit stallions. Let's recuperate for 2 days first. I'll go take a look when I'm free. Yes, Your Highness. Xiaokezi retreated. Rongqing could not help but raise her eyebrows. This new noble Lady Qing is a smart person. Duan Yu curled his lips. He couldn't help but find it funny when he recalled Empress Lu's hard-pressed appearance these days. Rongqing's eyes drooped slightly as she downed the spirit tea in one gulp. Your Highness, would you like to reward your humble servant with a few tales of spirit tea leaves? Get lost. Rongqing rubbed her nose and walked out of the Taiji Palace with a sad expression. The small boat of friendship capsized just like that. After Rongqing left the bedchamber, Duan Yu poured himself another cup of steaming spirit tea and took a sip. Empress Lu's unlucky life began from the moment they left the Heaven of Ice and Snow region and returned to Flat Mountain Town. First, Princess Jiankong was poisoned with a neurotoxin after being flogged 10 times. Then, Empress Lu was forced to bring the eyesore, medicine Lady Qing, into her palace to specifically treat her daughter Jiankong. In the end, one day, the emperor coincidentally came to the central palace and bumped into the medicine woman Qing, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. The cinnabar fire in his heart burned fiercely again. Just like that, the two of them fell in love with each other again. The most outrageous thing was that they actually found a moonless and windy night to do that in a small, remote palace. When the imperial edict conferring nobility arrived at the central palace, Empress Lu was so angry that she almost fainted. Following that, she discovered that the meridians in her daughter's left leg were permanently necrotic despite a round of treatment. When Princess Jiankong walked, she had to raise her left shoe high, so her walking posture was very stiff. Even though it was raised, walking was still a bit bumpy. When she walked fast, it was even more obvious that she was limping. Empress Lu gnashed her teeth in hatred. When she connected all the dots, she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Old Fourth, that black-hearted fellow, had been scheming against her since Pingshan Town. Step by step, he helped that vixen up. He clearly wanted to get a favored woman to compete with her. The Empress, Old Fourth was such a terrifying person. How could his honest leader deal with him? If he was pulled down by someone like Old Fourth, then wouldn't she and her son be left without a corpse? Empress Lu did her best to find all kinds of backup plans to pressure Crown Prince Rongli and finally got an invitation. She didn't need to worry too much about the test. In any case, taking the backup plan once was the same as taking the backup plan a few times. Her leader would make a name for himself in the Imperial Academy, and the Academy would only serve as icing on the cake for leader's qualifications. As long as he obtained first place on the Earth Primordial Roll, he would be able to pull in a lot of resources for their Tsang province. At that time, the emperor and all the officials would definitely see Li Er's ability. For this matter, they had to give it their all. Achoo! Arbor rubbed his small nose and sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate for a while. He opened his eyes when he felt that there wasn't much spiritual energy entering his body. Although the spiritual energy in the Great Divine Province was abundant, it still had to be considered. For a place like the imperial capital that was filled with so many clans and sects, the spiritual energy would have long been thinned out no matter how abundant it was. She had to find a place with abundant spiritual energy in the Divine Province to establish a base for the Holy Water sect. This way, her senior sisters wouldn't have to stay on her fish orchid planet all day. The little fellow was definitely overthinking things. Wasn't her fish orchid star much better than any other spirit realm? However, she felt that imprisoning her senior sisters on the fish orchid planet was too much for them. However, the matter of finding spirit realm still depended on luck. It was not something that could be rushed. When the holy water sect opened its doors in the future, they would be settling down in the divine province for a long time. Arbor naturally had to find the best place with abundant spiritual energy for the sect. That was a lifetime benefit for the disciples, so they couldn't be careless about it. When Prince Mo stepped through the door, he saw that the little fellow seemed to have thought of something and rolled around on the bed. When Arbor saw the crown prince, his hands and feet froze in midair. Mo Lian giggled. In a flash, she appeared beside the bed and reached out to hug the little person on the bed. Jojo, today's weather is especially good. We were so disturbed yesterday that we couldn't make a trip out. Today, we'll go to Half Moon Cliff and take you to the hot spring villa to play. Arbor's eyes brightened. He blinked when the man pulled him into his arms and said gloomily, I haven't washed up yet. Mo Lian lowered his head and kissed her fair and tender little face. It's alright, hubby doesn't mind. Pei, Jojo dislikes you, Sir Jojo glanced at him and harumphed. Mo Lian let go of her in amusement, allowing her to jump off the bed and hurriedly wash up. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the two happily held hands and prepared to leave. Then, Mu Xingqian, this super big candle, suddenly appeared in front of him. What are you doing here? His Highness the Crown Prince stared at his brother-in-law in displeasure. Can't you be a little discerning? Can you not disturb the couple's two-person world? I'll go with you. Mu Xingqian made the final decision, not giving Prince Mo any leeway to refuse. The Crown Prince was simply stunned. He had a very bad premonition. This brother-in-law jumped out. Could it be that he wanted to compete with this Crown Prince for favor? From the looks of it, something wasn't right. Prince Mo's handsome face was taut as he said indifferently, the carriage isn't big, it can't fit all of us. If you know what's good for you, then don't follow us. It's alright, I'll just follow your carriage. Prince Mo, Arbor was expressionless. She didn't look at the two men's childlike undercurrent and directly walked out of the door with small steps. With a stoic face, she shouted, hurry up. Kai Shou lowered her head and inexplicably twitched the corner of her mouth. She hurriedly skipped out with the little crown princess. Kai Chi was even more overjoyed. It wasn't easy for them to have a chance to go out, and the little crown princess was willing to bring them along. She was simply overjoyed. The two of them had truly received quite a bit of compensation from Madame Mu yesterday. Their admiration for the young crown prince consort was truly like a torrential river that would never cease. The two of them got on the carriage and opened the curtain to take a look. Sure enough, they saw Mu Xingqian riding a spirit stallion and following behind. Kai Xiao, Kai Chi, and the rest of the entourage were also following behind in a carriage. The two carriages, along with a few spirit stallions, left the Mu residence's main gate and headed towards Changle Street. Mo Lian seemed to have sensed something. She stretched out a finger to pull open a corner of the curtain. Her eyes coldly glanced at the corner of the street, and then she lowered the curtain. Suddenly, a hunchbacked man walked out from the corner. His whole body was cold, and his head was covered in cold sweat. Just now, the gaze that he shot over was really abnormally sharp. He had a feeling that he had been seen through in an instant. That person took a deep breath and turned to look at Xianxia, whose eyes were wide open and filled with hatred. Slap. Without the slightest hesitation, a slap landed on her cheek. Bitch, are you trying to cause trouble for our jade tripod market? You're just a lowly slave. What kind of relationship do you have with a big family like the Mu family? It's true, it's true. Xiaoyingchen was shocked. She knew that this hunchbacked elder was already suspicious. But she couldn't bear to see Arbor living a comfortable life. She was already so miserable, so how could this main culprit be able to live a carefree life? Even if she had to use her last breath, she would drag her down from above. It would be best if she ended up in the same state as her, falling into a pile of mud. But was that possible? Xiaoyingchen now felt especially helpless and panicked. With her status, she couldn't even get close to Arbor. Come back with me. The old man wasn't a fool. He saw many things in Xiaoyingchuan's eyes, and his suspicions about her deepened. This woman probably wanted to drag their jade tripod market down with her because she couldn't take revenge on others. Xiaoyingchen instantly became anxious. She struggled and shouted, "Old Manly, I think you're scared." Old Manly's eyes flashed, and he sneered, "You don't need to provoke me. Yin is someone who does big business. We won't get involved in this kind of unnecessary trouble." After saying that, he grabbed Xianxia's clothes by her chest and lifted her up like a chick. He then turned around and ran towards Amusement Alley. She absolutely couldn't get involved in this matter. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Not a single word this B*TCH said was true. How could she make decisions for her own sister? Don't be ridiculous. The carriage came from the Mu residence. What did the young miss of a large aristocratic family have to do with her? How could she make decisions? Haha. Xianxia struggled and shouted, "Old Manly, you have to believe me about this matter today. That girl in the carriage just now is indeed my sister." I. Slap. A slap blocked Xianxia's mouth. Old Manly carried her back to Amusement Alley with a vicious expression and threw her in front of Sun Yang's middle-aged Yin Yang. After the matter was explained, Yin Yang was silent for a long time. Then she said to Old Manly, "Throw her into the pink house. I don't want to see this woman again in the future." Yes. The old man cupped his hands and picked up Xianxia, who was struggling on the verge of death. Xianxia screamed with a face full of panic, "No, no. Yin Yang, older sister Yin Yang, I really didn't lie to you." Yin Yang picked up a cup of tea and coldly glanced at Xianxia. Treating people like fools. She originally thought that the girl Xianxia wanted to sell was like her, a country bumpkin with no background. Who knew, that person actually came from the Mu residence. A girl who could come from the Mu residence, even if she was a little servant girl, wasn't someone they could casually touch. They had to avoid attracting a fishy smell for no reason. Yin Yang subconsciously touched the mole at the corner of her mouth. She glanced indifferently at Xianxia, who was still shrieking after being dragged out, and snorted. "Little girl, you still want to trick this old lady into your trap? You must be dreaming." Oldly grabbed Xianxia's hair and threw her into a carriage. He said to the burly man driving the carriage, "Send this woman to the pink house. Biddy Huang will know what to do." "All right." "No, I'm not going. I'm not going to that whatever pink brothel." Xianxia screamed shrilly as she pounded on the carriage, wanting to climb out. The coachman lashed out with his whip and pulled the woman into the carriage. With a shout, the coachman drove the carriage away from the amusement alley and headed for the flowery Willow Street next door. Arbor had no idea that Xianxia had only appeared for a moment before disappearing again. At this moment, she was sitting in the carriage, hugging a jar of dried fruits as she complained to the Crown Prince, "We took a big detour to the Heavenly Ice region, and now we're at the capital. I didn't expect that Zhou Huan, Qi Hua, and the others would arrive the day after tomorrow. They're really slow on foot." Prince Mo said in amusement, "They're not as fast as 7th Yen on foot." "Humph," the little girl snorted noncommittally. When she thought of 7th Yan's unadorable face, she felt a bit indignant. "Where are Wang Yan and the others staying?" "We'll let them stay in an inn for the time being. We plan to wait for Zhou Huan and the others to arrive, then have someone prepare a residence and arrange for them to stay together." Sir Jojo flipped through a rosewood box in his hand, took out a deed, and patted it. "Isn't this a ready-made one? What's there to buy? Let's go, it's on the way. Let's go to Huachi Street in the south of the city to take a look." The Crown Prince's mouth twitched. Why was this little girl's temperament so silly and funny? "Wife, your suggestion isn't bad either." Prince Mo leaned close to his little wife and said with a smile, "It just so happens that your big brother is also here. If there's any trouble, Big Brother will block it for us." Arbor's eyes darted around. Will he block it? Of course he will. If it weren't for the fact that this brother-in-law was so miserable, he wouldn't put in a good word for him. Fortunately, although this brother-in-law's brain wasn't very bright, his feelings for Jojo could be considered sincere. Prince Mo was naturally delighted that there was another person who doted on his little Jojo. Moreover, the little fellow's feelings toward this big brother were very complicated, but it was mostly anger rather than dislike. She was also a little thing who couldn't swallow her pride, so she definitely wouldn't explain anything to Mu Xingqian. She usually wore a cold face, so if one didn't know her well, they really would be scared off by her stoic little face. Her brother-in-law wasn't like him and Duanyu who pestered her back then and didn't fear her stoic cold face. Bah! Who pestered her, and freaking why did he have to think of Duanyu? Hurry and scram. Mo Lian gathered her thoughts and asked worriedly after some thought, Jojo, if you reconcile with Big Brother in the future, am I more important or is Big Brother more important? You're more important. Sir Jojo gave an affirmative answer without hesitation. Prince Mo was instantly overjoyed. Alright, since this crown prince is still number one, forget it. I'll help you if I can, brother-in-law. If Sir Jojo had hesitated for a second earlier, his brother-in-law's situation would have become even more dangerous. With Prince Mo's black-bellied temperament, he definitely wouldn't smooth things over for the siblings. It was already good enough that he didn't stab his brother-in-law in the back. Mo Lian informed the carriage driver driving the carriage outside, and the carriage circled around from the side. Because Huachi Street in the south of the city was also a well-known street with many shops, the coachman was very familiar with the road. Taking a shortcut, he found the house in less than half an incense stick's time. Arbor looked at it and was quite satisfied. The area of the house was quite large. There were 3 rooms in the east and west, and 2 large courtyards in the north and south. There was still an empty space at the back that could be expanded. It was also possible to build a few more rows of rooms in the future. When Arbor jumped down from the carriage, Mu Xingchen also dismounted. He hurriedly followed him and asked, Jojo, where is this place? Arbor patted the deed in his hand. Mine. Mu Xingchen only felt that this little sister was extremely adorable. He hurriedly nodded and asked, do you need Big Brother's help? Arbor glanced at him and snorted. Knock on the door. Mo Lian was a little amused. She watched as her brother-in-law ran up the stairs and banged on the door with all his might under Jojo's command. The door quickly opened. A woman in her 60s with sharp eyes came to open the door. She sized up Mu Xingchen with a sharp gaze. Young master, who are you looking for? Who are you? Arbor pulled Mu Xingchen to the side and shouted at the woman. That woman was clearly angered by Sir Jojo's words. Miss, you're knocking on my door, and you're actually questioning who the owner is? Don't you think it's funny? Arbor raised the deed in his hand and waved it. My house, understand? That woman's eyes almost popped out, but she didn't have time to scold him. Hui Feng. The little crown princess shouted again. Hey. His little great-aunt was a little funny, but he definitely couldn't laugh. Enter. The little fellow waved her hand like a bandit entering the mountains. Hui Feng had a smug look on his face as he led his subordinates, who were at a loss for words, up to the roof and into the estate. A dozen or so great spiritual masters dealing with a few servants was truly a piece of cake. In just a short moment, all the servants in the estate had been tied up and brought to the main hall. A 17 or 18-year-old woman with her hair coiled into a woman's bun and a newborn baby in her arms exclaimed in surprise, Who are you people? Ah. The woman who had opened the door earlier was thrown to the ground by Hui Feng. She struggled to get up and yelled, Miss. You bunch of bandits and robbers. How dare you be so impudent in broad daylight? I'm going to report you to the authorities for trespassing. Auntie, take a good look at who's forcibly occupying a private residence, who's forcibly occupying someone else's house. Arbor gestured at the title deed in his hand and snorted before turning to look at Mu Xingchen. Do you see? This is one of my mother's dowry. But now, it's being seized by a complete stranger, and they're even calling me a bandit and a robber. This is the dowry that your so-called good father and stepmother gave to my mother. Look at how meticulously they took care of it. Mu Xingchen was also very angry, but he gritted his teeth and said, Younger sister, don't worry. Mother's dowry is all yours. No one can snatch it away. The little fellow snorted, her little face tensed up in anger. Mo Lian walked up and took her little hand to pinch her fuming little face. Do you want me to call the capital governor over? Arbor shook his head. He could take care of these trivial matters himself. Why bother others? Mu Xingchen had harbored misgivings about his father since the incident in Magnolia Court, so a trace of disappointment hung on his face. His cold, electric eyes stared at the 17 or 18-year-old woman before his gaze landed on the child in her arms. His thoughts turned, and he already somewhat understood the situation. However, he still took a step forward and berated, "Who exactly are you people? Why are you living in someone else's estate without permission?" The old woman was furious. She angrily shouted at Mu Xingchen, "Who the hell are you? You came to someone else's house and scolded us loudly and even injured us. When our master comes back, he will definitely skin you alive." Mu Xingchen's eyes seemed to be able to quench poison as he stared at the old woman and asked, "Who is your master? I'll scare you to death if I tell you. My master is the current head of the Mu family." Darling Qiao was dumbfounded. She didn't have a keen sense of touch when it came to such matters. Mu Xingchen could instantly sense it, but Darling Qiao didn't even think about it. What did that mean? She speechlessly looked up at her husband. "Is this Mu Jingfeng's mistress?" Crown Prince Mo nodded at her affirmatively. "Right." Arbor was still in a daze. On the other side, Mu Xingchen had already exploded in anger. He kicked the old woman a few meters away and roared, "Shut up. This shameless thing. How could she be the daughter of a good family if she could be an outsider's mistress without any status?" He even dared to boast about it so eloquently and eloquently. The Mu family's face had been completely disgraced. Which well-educated man in an aristocratic family would have an outside mistress? That was something that only people who couldn't be brought to the table would do. Mu Xingchen felt like he was about to explode from anger. He didn't expect that his usually sanctimonious father would do such a thing. Using his ex-wife's house to have an outside mistress? No wonder Jojo called him the most disgusting person. "Guards," Mu Xingchen growled decisively. Two Mu family shadow guards immediately floated in and stood in front of Mu Xingchen, not daring to even breathe loudly. "Tie them up and send them to Madame." "Yes." The two shadow guards didn't dare to say another word. They went up and picked up the old woman and the young woman carrying the child, then left quickly with a whoosh. "Jojo, Big Brother will get someone to renovate this house for you. It will take about 5 to 6 days. You can see what you want to do with it then." Xiaomu nodded her small head, accepting Mu Xingchen's goodwill. "Do you feel uncomfortable?" She could feel the low pressure around him. Her father had been lying to her for so many years, and the things he had done were exposed by his children. It was really embarrassing. Mu Xingchen felt a little bitter, but he still forced a smile. "Big Brother is fine. Jojo, Big Brother has been muddle-headed all these years. I didn't know you had it so hard in the lower star domain." "It's not that hard for me." Arbor thought that she had never wronged herself in this life. She should make this clear to the man in front of her, lest he feel even worse. Mu Xingchen was stunned, and he couldn't help but find it funny. He wanted to reach out and pat his sister's head, but he didn't dare to do so without her permission. He looked at her carefully and said, "Jojo, Big Brother can't make up for what happened in the past. But let Big Brother take good care of you in the future, okay?" Mo Lian hurriedly pulled his little wife to his side and looked at Mu Xingchen warily. As expected, his intuition was very reliable. This brother-in-law was here to fight with him. Pet. Arbor looked at Mu Xingchen and didn't say anything for a long time. "Do you know about the Long family in the Sea of Forgetfulness?" Mu Xingchen was stunned, then nodded. No matter how stupid he was, he knew about his maternal family. More than 10 years ago, the capital's Long family joined forces with the Gu family and others to rob their family of resources. "Do you know about this?" Mu Xingchen quickly shook his head. "Be smarter in the future." Arbor couldn't help but yell at him, "Don't be silly all the time. You believe everything people say." "Back then, my mother gathered a group of people to fight against the imperial capital's Long clan. Mu Jingfeng, that good-for-nothing, was worried that mother would implicate the Mu family, so he and a group of tortoise bastard elders forced her to scram. He won't tell you about this at all." Mu Xingchen clenched his fists tightly. That was not what his father had told him. He must have told you that mother abandoned her husband and children and left the Mu family for some trivial matters. Arbor sneered. "Have you never doubted it?" Mu Xingchen was speechless. At that time, he was still very young. When he heard his father say this, a thorn was buried in his heart. When he grew up, this thorn finally took root and sprouted, growing stronger and stronger. Now that he thought about it, he had believed that his mother had abandoned him without any evidence. He was so stupid that it was laughable. Jojo was right. Jojo, Big Brother knows his mistake. Are you willing to give Big Brother a chance to take care of you? Mu Xingchen asked softly as he looked at Arbor with bright eyes. It's fine as long as I take care of Jojo. Mo Lian hurriedly followed up. Big Brother, you do what you need to do. If you're free, just come and watch Jojo. Mu Xingchen turned to look at Mo Lian. Suddenly, he felt a little annoyed and inexplicably wanted to stare daggers at His Highness the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince looked at his brother-in-law with an innocent face. Jojo, Big Brother is glaring at me. Mu Xingchen's daggers became sharper. Arbor looked at the two speechlessly. Hubby was so pitiful. He was always disliked by others. It must be because he was handsome. Arbor ignored the two and jumped into the carriage. He said to the coachman, Uncle, let's go to Half Moon Cliff. Mo Lian did not get into the carriage. She smiled at Sir Jojo and said, Wife, I want to say a few words to Big Brother. Xiao Mu made an O sound and glanced at the two men curiously. Then, she nonchalantly tossed aside the curtain and rolled into the carriage to continue eating her snacks. Mo Lian took out a spirit stallion and rode with Mu Xingchen for a while. The two exchanged daggers with each other for a while. Mu Xingchen was somewhat defeated. He stared at his brother-in-law and asked, What do you want to say to me? Jojo is a meticulous and sensitive person. You can't do this. You have to be thick-skinned. Pester her. You have to show her how good you are to her. Let her feel that you treat her sincerely. Do you understand? Mo Lian looked at his brother-in-law strangely. Why was his brother-in-law's face getting darker? Brother-in-law, you have to work hard. Whether it's a friend or a relative, my wife isn't that easy to accept. Mu Xingchen's face was dark. He stared at Mo Lian and asked, Is this how you tricked her? Pester her. Thick skin. Like the spring rain moisturizing things, it was subtle and silent, but it penetrated her life inch by inch, right? Looking at your shameless face, I know you hit the nail on the head, this was completely based on experience. Mo Lian blinked and put on a serious face. Brother-in-law, what are you talking about? Seeing that he was so pitiful, he wanted to teach him a few tricks to take down the little fellow. I didn't expect to be insulted by my brother-in-law. Humph. Stop pretending. Mu Xingchen gritted his teeth. Although you are the crown prince of the divine province, I will not let you off if you treat my sister badly. Mo Lian's expression immediately became serious. Brother-in-law, don't worry. My feelings for my wife can be seen by the sun and the moon. Mu Xingchen rolled his eyes, but he couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Did she really not suffer on Seacombe Planet? She didn't know before she was 7, Prince Mo complained with a distressed expression. She wasn't willing to tell me even when I asked her. However, after meeting me when I was 7 years old, don't worry, brother-in-law, I really didn't suffer much. You knew Jojo when she was 7 years old? Mu Xingchen couldn't help but exclaim. That's right. Mo Lian continued to provoke his brother-in-law. Wasn't it very early? Brother-in-law, you don't know, but my wife was so adorable when she was young. She was made of jade and snow, just like a little pink doll. TSK, you didn't see it. Thinking about it now, it's still memorable. Mo Lian sounded more and more smug as he spoke, and Huifeng almost couldn't bear to continue listening. Your Highness, can you stop bragging? Back then, you weren't even liked by the crown princess. You make it sound like you're very familiar with her, but you're not at all. What does she look like? Is she still stoic? Stoic, she's been stoic for more than a decade. What did you say? Mu Xingchen reprimanded in a low voice. You're not allowed to say that my younger sister is expressionless. So what if she's expressionless? Expressionless looks good too. Mo Lian, brother-in-law, weren't you the one who brought up the words expressionless face first? Huifeng's mouth twitched as he looked at Prince Mo and young Master Mu. Why were these two still chatting awkwardly? They were in two completely different worlds. I'll definitely treat younger sister well in the future. Mo Lian's eyes were tinged with a hint of a smile. She whipped the horse, and the horse galloped forward. Brother-in-law, just do as I teach you. I guarantee that my wife will change her opinion of you within a month. Mu Xingchen quickly waved his whip and chased after her. You don't need to tell me. I'll naturally use my own method to treat younger sister well. He would definitely work hard to make younger sister believe that this big brother of hers was sincere and absolutely sincere to her, without any personal benefits mixed in. Arbor didn't deliberately listen to their conversation, but their last two sentences were spoken rather loudly, so it was hard for her not to hear them. She lifted a corner of the curtain and saw Sir Jojo sitting there with a jar of snacks in his hands. However, in the depths of her eyes, she saw two tall figures, one in green and one in black, urging their horses forward, one in front and one in back. Men were truly strange creatures. Sir Jojo calmly stuffed a piece of dried fruit into his mouth. Just now, these two people didn't even have eyebrows and eyes, but now, they were like brothers as they galloped forward, one in front and one in back. Sigh, they truly had childish temperaments. Arbor tossed the curtain aside and climbed onto the soft cushion to lie down. She rolled around on it and hugged a soft pillow to comfortably take a nap. Gilded Garden should be bustling with noise and excitement now, right? Miss Chow curled her lips, and there was an unclear sense of schadenfreude in her heart. It was already past noon when the group arrived at Half Moon Cliff. At a glance, a large expanse of lush green fertile fields entered everyone's sight. There were many farmsteads at the foot of the mountain, and many villagers had gathered, forming a rather lively little village. The fields at the foot of the mountain now belonged to Lady Chow Chow. Prince Kong was really reliable. Not only did he send her a lot of fields, but he also provided her with enough servants to take care of the field. Everyone abandoned their carriages and climbed up the mountain, admiring the beautiful scenery along the way. There were a few guards at the entrance of the mountain path. When they saw Arbor's group coming over, they were puzzled and wanted to stop them. Xiaomu took out the jade identity tablet that the old prince had given her from her pocket and waved it before the guards. Those people immediately bowed respectfully, unable to hide the excitement on their faces. This lowly one has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Greetings, Crown Prince, Crown Princess. The people here had long known that Prince Kong had given the entire mountaintop and fertile farmland to the young Crown Princess. There was probably no one else in the sovereign capital who could do such a thing. Naturally, these mountain guards were a gift from the mountain. Their current master was the little Crown Princess. How could they not greet her politely? Arbor's group didn't allow them to follow. They waved their hands and continued to stay where they were. Splendid Mountain Villa was built at the top of Half Moon Cliff. The entire villa exuded a simple and dignified aura. If one looked down from the sky, they would be able to see the inner garden of Splendid Mountain Villa. There was a very wide crescent-shaped hot spring belt, and several springs were emitting a warm white steam. The hot spring garden was bathed in white mist and filled with a celestial aura. When the group arrived at the entrance of Splendid Mountain Villa on the cliff, it was already 5 in the morning. When Steward Fong of Half Moon Cliff heard that the Crown Prince and Crown Princess had come to the manor, he immediately led all the senior stewards, maids, and manservants of the manor to greet them. So when Arbor and the others arrived at the entrance, they saw dozens of people lined up to greet them. Welcome, Crown Prince and Crown Princess. Arbor's gaze shifted to the plump steward with a kind face and waved at him. The plump steward hurriedly ran forward and greeted them with a smile. Crown Princess, this lowly one's surname is Fong. We didn't know that the Crown Prince and Crown Princess had come to the manor. Please forgive us for not going out to meet you. When the plump steward saw the expressionless Lord Xiao, he felt a bit guilty. After all, they weren't familiar with these people's temperaments, so the servants felt a bit uneasy. Arbor naturally wouldn't make things difficult for the servants. As long as others didn't find trouble with her, she would close her eyes and let bygones be bygones. She wasn't that particular about whether to welcome them or not. Lead the way. Ah, yes, yes. The plump steward hurriedly nodded and personally led them to the hot spring in the inner court. In addition to the half-moon-shaped hot spring in the inner court, the layout of this splendid manor was picturesque and beautiful. The entire manor was surrounded by mountains and rivers. Behind the cliff was a large lake, and the silver waterfall at the top of the cliff was like a flying dragon, surging endlessly. The plump steward led them to a place called the Misty Rain Pavilion. After tea and refreshments and a short rest, the little girl decided to soak in the hot spring. Prince Mo and young Master Mu saw that she was happy, so they let her play as she pleased. Lian was a bit helpless. It was all eldest brother-in-law's fault for insisting on coming. Otherwise, he could have accompanied his wife in the hot spring. Alas, man proposes, God disposes. If he had known, he wouldn't have come to the manor today. The little girl soaked in the half-moon spring alone for more than an hour, having a lot of fun. When she climbed ashore, her entire face was flushed and bright and beautiful. When she returned to the misty rain pavilion, she saw two men playing chess out of boredom. The exchange of blows was like a smokeless battle, and the killing was already set. Seeing the little girl running back, the two of them raised their eyes at the same time and looked at her. Madame Jojo had changed into a bright red dress and a jade hairpin was inserted into her hair. Lian wanted to laugh when she saw her red battle suit. The little guy was definitely up to something. Mu Xingqian's eyes were bright as he looked at his little sister. His heart was filled with joy. His younger sister was really beautiful. According to his third uncle, his younger sister and mother looked quite similar. He wondered how beautiful his mother was when she was young. "You've been brewing for so long. Come and have some tea first." Lian waved at her and pulled her to sit beside her. "You two played chess for the whole afternoon?" The little fellow picked up the teacup and curiously glanced at the table. He lost interest in a single glance, and it was so boring. If it wasn't for his brother-in-law sitting here, would he let her go? Humph, Lady Jojo blinked her eyes. "Who won?" "Of course, your husband has won this round." Mu Xingqian gave him a snort. This cunning Prince Mo. He could tell that this person was one face in front of his little sister and another in front of others. What a black-bellied fellow. The Mu family should be done with the ruckus. Arbor tilted his head. "Why don't we go back?" They should wait until they were done with the ruckus before going back. This was because Jojo only wanted to know the result. There was no need to know the process. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Mu Xingqian's expression darkened when he recalled his father's actions. Mu Xingqian nodded with a heavy heart and said, "Okay, let's go back and take a look." The three stood up together. When they returned to the city, Jojo wanted to ride a horse. Prince Mo was amused and reached out to carry her onto the horse, but he retracted his hand from his brother-in-law's glare. His brother-in-law specially found a jujube-colored stallion for Jojo and led it to Sir Jojo. He glared at Mu Xingqian's restless hands and glared at him. So infuriating. Prince Mo glanced at his wifey aggrievedly. Jojo covered her mouth and rolled her large eyes at him. She happily hopped onto the horse and galloped off with a slap on the horse's butt. "Let's see who's the first to return to the city." Lian couldn't help but find it amusing. Looking at the little fellow's cheerful back, he quickly mounted his horse and chased after her. "Xiao Xiao, are there any benefits to being the first to return to the city?" "Benefits?" Arbor's spirited voice was heard. "There's good food." Huifeng couldn't help but chuckle. He urged his horse to follow closely behind Lian and Mu Xingqian. "Your Highness, let's hurry. There won't be any good food if we're late." Lian couldn't help but laugh. It was already evening when they returned to the Mu residence. They arrived at the Mu residence's entrance under the red sunset glow. What they didn't expect was that Mu Jingfeng had left early in the morning and had just returned home, yet Madame's gilded garden seemed to be in an uproar. Fortunately, Madame Mu had nowhere to vent her anger after holding it in for the entire afternoon. The moment they arrived at the entrance, they were welcomed toward Gilded Garden. Arbor originally didn't want to watch this farce, but he thought that Mu Jingfeng must be fuming to death right now, so it would be good to see his agitated appearance. Thus, he agreed to go to Gilded Garden. She lowered her head to look at her bright red battle attire and hopped briskly. Her small hand was caught by Prince Mo. The Crown Prince looked at her in amusement and said softly, "Put on a serious expression." Was Jojo-sama not serious? A certain little person blinked and raised his little hand to touch his little face subconsciously. Actually, there wasn't the slightest change in expression on her stoic face. Only Prince Mo, who was familiar with her, could see through her stoic face to see her elated mood. The little fellow grinned and suppressed his good mood of watching a good show. He followed the maidservant who led the way into the Gilded Garden. As soon as he arrived at the gate of the Gilded Garden, he heard the sounds of crying. Mu Jingfeng's flustered and exasperated roars were mixed in, which inexplicably made one feel refreshed. For some reason, Jojo-sama felt very comfortable when he saw how uncomfortable they were. Mu Jingfeng turned his head and saw the three culprits walking in. His face instantly contorted. Arbor! Mu Jingfeng roared. Look at what you've done. Mu Xingchen looked at his father in disbelief. Father, what did younger sister do? Was it she who told you to have a mistress and raise her in mother's courtyard? Was it she who told you to secretly have a child with a mistress behind your wife's back? This person was simply unreasonable. He actually had the cheek to roar at his younger sister. Mu Jingfeng's face instantly contorted, and he couldn't help but roar, Mu Xingchen, watch your attitude. He had long been dissatisfied with this son of his. He was usually cold and expressionless, but at crucial moments, he liked to drag his father down. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have any other sons, did he think that he could continue being the Mu family's young master? He didn't know what was good for him. Sure enough, that woman's children weren't easy to worry about. Mu family head, what are you shouting about? Prince Mo coldly swept a glance at him. Mu Jingfeng swallowed his anger and cupped his hands toward the crown prince. Greetings, crown prince. Agreed, truly agreed. When others were fathers-in-law, it was always the son-in-law who was courteous to his father-in-law and saluted upon meeting. But here, it was the complete opposite. Mu Jingfeng still didn't know the crown prince's attitude toward the Qiao family's two elders. If he saw such a stark contrast, he would surely faint from anger. Mu Qingyao was currently sitting in the main seat. Aside from some sadness on her face, there wasn't any resentment or dissatisfaction. Arbor sized her up and became increasingly vigilant. Ever since she returned, the impression that this Madame Mu gave her was that her words and actions were watertight. Everyone in the family, including the clan head and even her mother's loyal servant, Chen Yi, was full of praise for her. Arbor only trusted her intuition. No one was perfect. For a woman who could conceal her emotions so tightly and act so watertight, Arbor instinctively felt that there was a big problem with her. Of course, without substantial evidence, Arbor naturally wouldn't foolishly say something without evidence. Madame Mu had been in charge of the family for more than a decade. Arbor naturally wouldn't believe that a smart woman like her didn't have a group of forces in her hands. At Madame Mu's feet, an 18 or 19-year-old woman was currently kneeling. Her delicate face had a pair of misty almond-shaped eyes, and she was sobbing as she hugged her child. Mu Qingyao's voice was somewhat cold. If master wants to take in a concubine, no one will stop him. Why should he raise her outside? Now that rumors are spreading outside, it's not pleasant to hear. Mu Jingfeng's expression was very ugly. He had already heard rumors among the people on his way back. Some busybodies even spread his romantic affairs everywhere like storytellers, saying that he gave his ex-wife's dowry to his mistress, and that he was caught red-handed by the eldest young master while fooling around. It simply made him lose all his face. It was all because of these two unfilial sons. All these years, he only had one son, Mu Xingchen. What was wrong with raising a beautiful mistress and wanting to have a few more sons? Was it worth it to make such a fuss? This pair of unfilial sons actually barged into Qiong'er's court. Their behavior was so unruly that it made one's hair stand on end. The crown princess isn't someone who lacks a courtyard. Why would she barge into someone else's courtyard and do such a shameless thing? This crown prince let people barge in. Father, don't blame little sister. I was the one who forced my way in. Before Arbor could rebuke Mu Jingfeng, the crown prince and Mu Xingchen spoke up at the same time. Mu Jingfeng was fuming. Now that the inner court was on fire, he had to deal with Arbor, that unfilial daughter, and appease Madame Mu. It was really a headache. Although you are the crown prince, it's not right for you to trespass on private property. What house did we break into? I think you've gone senile. Arbor directly retorted. This crown princess is going to sue her for forcibly occupying a residence and encroaching on my mother's private property. Arbor coldly shouted, Mu Jingfeng, I gave you face, but you don't want it. You brought this upon yourself. Originally, she did not want to make things so ugly. Since this Mu Jingfeng had no sincerity in returning her things, she would make him swallow his pride. Spit out everything that belonged to her. What 3-day deadline? Bah, this great aunt is in a bad mood, so I won't give it. I must fully support my wife when she causes trouble. The crown prince's eyes lit up, and he turned to order Huifeng, go invite the capital governor over. Also, bring the group of accountants this crown prince asked you to find over. Mu Jingfeng was so angry that he fell backwards, simply wanting to vomit blood. He truly didn't expect that this black-hearted couple would really dare to escalate the matter. Were they shameless? They forced his father to hand over his mother's private property as soon as they returned to the Mu family. Would it be good for their reputation if word got out? Mu Xingqian expressed no objection. He was thoroughly disappointed in this father of his. Looking at his father's appearance, he was truly unwilling and simply didn't want to return his mother's dowry shop to his younger sister. If it weren't for his brother-in-law's status and the fact that he had the power to get it back, if it were someone else, they would probably have to swallow their anger and squander it. The capital governor's speed was surprisingly fast. In less than half an hour, he hurriedly rushed over with several dozen guards. This person's surname was Chow, and he was known as Stubborn Chow. One had to know that this name had its origin. Because this official Chow was very upright and plain-spoken, he repeatedly went against the imperial family, so everyone called him Stubborn Chow. There was once when Lin Chuan Prince's heir returned to the capital and rode his horse on Changle Street, injuring 5 commoners. Stubborn Chow was rather swift and decisive, and after catching someone, he lifted their robes and publicly flogged them 50 times. This angered Lin Chuan Prince so much that he entered the palace that very night to sue Stubborn Chow, accusing him of disrespecting the imperial family. The emperor was so annoyed by Lin Chuan Prince that he removed Stubborn Chow from his position and sent him to prison. Unexpectedly, the capital's newly appointed capital governor couldn't suppress those silk pants in the imperial city at all, causing the capital to be in a mess. In his anger, the emperor released Stubborn Chow again. Stubborn Chow was sent to and out of prison 5 times and removed from his position 4 times, yet he was still firmly seated in this position. Thus, everyone understood that the emperor was still rather fond of this Stubborn Chow. Right now, Jojo was also rather fond of this Stubborn Chow. As soon as Lord Chow took the deed from Jojo, he put on a businesslike expression and ordered the mistress's family to move out of the house immediately. Not only that, he also ordered them to pay a fine for occupying the house for a period of time. Seeing the little white flower beside Mu Jingfeng sobbing uncontrollably, Xiaomu felt greatly satisfied. She did not know why, but she felt that this little white flower's face was not pleasing to the eye. Now that she had taken a closer look, she realized that the little white flower's eyes were quite similar to hers. It was said that her eyes were very similar to her mother's. Could it be that Mu Jingfeng still liked her mother? Arbor felt as if he had eaten a fly. Stubborn Chow was very efficient in his work. He directly had Mu Jingfeng take out all the relevant accounts on the dowry list. Mu Qingya still hadn't recovered from the shock of her husband having an affair, and now she was ordered to hand over the account book by Chao Jieto. Her face was pale and her body was on the verge of collapsing. She could fall to the ground at any moment. When Mu Rochuan rushed in, the gilded garden was in a mess. She hurriedly squeezed to her mother's side and glared at Arbor's group. "What are you doing? What did mother do wrong? Why are you angering her like this?" Stubborn Chow calmly said, "The government is handling official matters. Unrelated people, please step aside." Xian. Mu Qingyao struggled to stand up. "Lord Chow, don't worry. I'll have my subordinates sort out the accounts. It's just that there are a lot of accounts. I'm afraid this isn't something that can be sorted out in a day or 2, it's fine. This crown prince has plenty of manpower here." The crown prince indifferently said. With a wave of his hand, he called in the 100 or so accountants waiting outside the door. This was really stabbing Mu Jingfeng's chest with hundreds of knives. Mu Jingfeng's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Chao Jieto had an indifferent expression as he silently gave the crown prince a thumbs up in his heart. As expected of my family's crown prince. He has connections and authority. Beautifully done. The most annoying thing was this kind of coward who seized his wife's private property. He didn't know how to rely on himself and only stared at his wife's things. What a good-for-nothing fellow. How could he be the Mu family's head? Chao Jieto disdained him in his heart, but he maintained an upright and plain-spoken expression. Since His Highness the Crown Prince has already prepared the manpower, then let's start work as soon as possible. Although there are a lot of accounts from over a decade, we still have to calculate everything clearly. We have enough manpower. Sir Jojo was expressionless, but he gave Sir Chow several thumbs up in his heart. Sure enough, Sir Chow was very impressive. If he had known earlier, he would have asked him to step forward earlier. That way, she wouldn't have to spend all day chattering with Mu Jingfeng. Sir Chow, you've worked hard. Mu Jingfeng said when he saw his sinful daughter talking to Chow Jieto. I reckon that with so many people, we can settle the accounts in one night. Let's go to Yulan Court for a drink to pass the time. It's no trouble, no trouble. Sir Chow was simply overwhelmed by this favor and hastily nodded. This official will naturally comply. Another few hundred knives stabbed Mu Jingfeng's chest. If vomiting blood now could be of any use, he would rather vomit a whole vat of blood first. This little B** starred actually invited Chow Jieto to eat and drink, planning to sit and wait for the results to come out in one night. This sinful daughter, sinful daughter. He didn't have any path of retreat at all. Arbor summoned the head accountant. Calculate properly. Be on time. I'll treat you guys to snacks later. After you're done, I'll give you 10 times the salary. Tycoon Crown Princess, the 100 or so accountants' faces instantly bloomed with smiles. They nodded repeatedly and said in unison, Thank you, Crown Princess. This one will definitely work hard to settle the accounts. I won't let down the Crown Prince and Crown Princess trust. Thus, the gilded garden was brightly lit, and the sound of the abacus could be heard throughout the night. These over 100 accountants were the best of the best in the imperial capital. Apart from a portion of them being the Crown Prince's own, the rest were borrowed from the various monarch residences and aristocratic families. Everyone wanted to show their faces in front of the Crown Prince and Crown Princess, so they worked hard to settle their debts and work hard. That night, other than taking a short break to eat some snacks and tea, he didn't sleep at all. His hands didn't even stop playing with the abacus. By the time it was 7 in the morning, the accounts of the past years had been calculated clearly and neatly stacked on one side according to the various trades and professions. By the time Kai Xiao came to Yulan Garden to inform them that the accounts had been sorted out, Arbor had just finished his breakfast with Mo Lian, Mu Xingchen, Lord Chow, and the others. He happily followed Kai Xiao to Gilded Garden. She ordered the servants to carry the breakfast to the Gilded Garden. As soon as she entered, she said with a stoic face, Everyone has worked hard all night. Everyone, please go to the side hall and have some breakfast. Mr. Shi, you've worked hard and stay behind. Mr. Shi was the head accountant and also Mo Lian's subordinate. He bowed and saluted, then retreated to the Crown Prince's side. Kai Chi nimbly ran in and called for people to bring out a few armchairs for Mo Lian, Arbor, and the others to sit down. After the two happily sat down, they looked at the ashen-faced Mu Jingfeng. With one look, they felt that Mu Jingfeng seemed to have aged 3 to 5 years in a single night from his worry. Wasn't it just a loss of money? Was there a need to be so distressed? Arbor disdainfully pursed his lips. Mr. Shi stepped forward and spread out a sorted ledger, reading, according to actual calculations, just the Kaidai Pavilion, Precious Painting Workshop, and Despondent Pavilion alone have earned over 10 million spirit coins every year for the past 15 years. With the business flourishing in recent years, just the Kaidai Pavilion's profit alone reached 20 million spirit coins last year. If it's calculated in terms of gold, silver, and other ordinary items, the value is even higher. There are vast fields in the northern part of the city, and the annual profit can reach about 800,000 spirit coins. As for the 3 residences in the southern part of the city, aside from one for Miss Qiong-er, the other 2 are rented out to others. The annual rent is about 30,000 spirit coins. In addition, there are 14 shops in the western, southern, and northern parts of the city. Especially the medicine shop and talisman shop in the southern part of the city, their annual profit can reach 1 million spirit coins. There are 2 fields in the eastern suburbs of the city. The income is relatively low, and they can earn about 50,000 spirit coins every year. As for the 3 fields in the northern suburbs of the city, their income is rather high. They earn 300,000 spirit coins every year. In addition, the income has been rising year after year, with this, in the past 15 years. Mr. Shi picked up an abacus and quickly calculated. Excluding those expenses, the total net profit can reach at least 220 million spirit coins. Mu Jingfeng simply didn't know what this person was talking about. He only felt that his mouth was opening and closing, and every word seemed to be digging a bloody hole in his heart. 220 million spirit coins. Mu Qingyao was helped to sit down. She also felt dizzy and was somewhat at a loss. Arbor nodded. Have you calculated the expenses of Mu Jingfeng's concubines and illegitimate children all these years? Yes, the crown princess. It's all calculated. Madame Mu's monthly salary is 20,000 spirit coins. Miss Mu's monthly salary is the same as young Master Mu's, 10,000 spirit coins. As for the Mu family's 4 concubines, each of them costs 3,000 spirit coins. The 3 concubine-born daughters each have a monthly salary of 5,000. There are a total of 74 servants in the main branch. Every month, they have to pay. Enough. Mu Jingfeng roared in anger. He felt that he had lost all his face today. The most hateful thing was, stubborn Chow was still drinking tea at the side, listening calmly in the midst of chaos. This kind of family matter was actually brought to the court. He had simply lost all his face, both inside and outside. Arbor mockingly glanced at Mu Jingfeng and smiled sarcastically. The Mu family's head is spending his ex-wife's dowry, yet he's quite unrestrained. Although the prices of goods in the Great Divine Prefecture were high, they were generally 5 times higher than the middle 6 prefectures. However, 100 spirit coins were enough for an ordinary family's daily living expenses. The monthly allowance that the Mu family head gave to the concubine was as high as 100 spirit coins a day. This did not include the clothes, shoes, socks, rouge, face powder, and gold and jade jewelry that were made for the 4 seasons every year. How could he have such a big face? How much is there in total? Have you calculated it yet? Arbor coldly asked. For the past 15 years, the main branch has given the masters a monthly allowance of more than 15 million spirit coins. There's also the 5 house renovations and expansions in the past 15 years, the 4 seasons worth of clothes and accessories for the masters and misses, the auction house's purchase of precious medicinal herbs, spirit tools, and so on. Shut up! Mu Jingfeng bellowed. He really wished he could go up and stuff Mr. Shi's mouth. The Mu family's eldest branch's expenses have been rising year by year, and it's very extravagant and wasteful. After some calculations, we've spent close to 90 million in the past 15 years. He really took her mother's dowry and ate her whole family without spitting out the bones. Arbor nodded. Mu Jingfeng was already trembling in anger. He pointed at Arbor and said, "Why, you unfilial daughter? Unfilial daughter. If it weren't for your stepmother mediating and managing the shops all these years, would Kaidai Pavilion, Precious Painting Workshop, and Despondent Pavilion be as prosperous as they are today? Even if you snatch these 3 shops back, you won't be able to manage them well." Arbor swept her a disdainful glance. So what if I can't manage them well? I'd just like to smash them for fun, and it's none of your business. Lord Chow's face was taut as he inwardly gave the little crown princess a thumbs up. Well done. There was really no need to be polite to this stinky man who shamelessly usurped his wife's business. Mu Jingfeng was so angry that his face turned pale, and he felt dizzy. Why you? You unfilial daughter. Enough nonsense. Arbor waved his hand and turned to look at Mu Qingyao. He said indifferently, "It's true that Madame Mu has managed the business well all these years, but the things you've taken from my mother aren't insignificant, right? You've spent 90 million in 15 years worth of expenses so comfortably." Arbor coldly said, "Madame Mu, I'll give you an annual salary of 2 million. I'll give you 30 million for 15 years. Your Mu family's eldest branch spent 90 million on my mother, so you just have to spit out 60 million. In addition, you'll make a profit of 220 million, not a cent less. Prepare everything for me within 3 days. Otherwise, we'll meet His Majesty in the Golden Hall. Just you wait and see." Mu Jingfeng's lips were trembling in anger. Why you? You're simply making trouble for no reason. When did we use your mother's money for our daily expenses? It's not like I don't have any businesses. Why you? Intolerable bullying, intolerable bullying. Why are you so sure that their daily expenses are Long Chuyun's money? Moreover, didn't they just say that they made a profit of 220 million? Even if he spent 60 million spirit coins, no, the total price should be 220 million spirit coins. Why was there a need for another 60 million on top of the 220 million? Wasn't this extra 60 million just plain robbery? Did he think he was a fool? Mu Jingfeng trembled in anger. You know very well whether it's my mother's money or not. Xiaomu gazed at him coldly and declared, in short, you can't give me a single cent less than the 280 million spirit coins compensation. With that, he turned to look at the capital governor, Lord Chao. I need you to look over the account books. What do you think of the way I've handled it? Very reasonable. Lord Chao took the account book and looked at it. He quickly praised, the crown princess does things flawlessly. This official is truly impressed. You bootlicker. Mu Jingfeng was so angry that his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His eyes were bulging, and he was panting heavily. Mo Lian was also speechless. Who could come and tell him if this stubborn Chao's temperament had changed? Who said that stubborn Chao was hard to talk to? How easy was he to talk to his Jojo? Stubborn Chao muttered to himself for a bit before saying, however, for such a large sum of spirit coins, 3 days of preparation is a bit too rushed. Crown Princess, how about we extend the time limit to 6 days? This official guarantees that the debt collection team will smoothly collect all of these debts. This stubborn Chao was clearly a very reliable person when it came to doing things. Arbor immediately gave him face and nodded expressionlessly. Then, I'll have to trouble Lord Chao to take care of it. Not at all, not at all. This official should do it, should do it. The two chatted happily, causing Prince Mo to find it somewhat funny. After the commotion, Arbor sent someone to send Lord Chao off, then held the crown prince's hand and left together. Before leaving Gilded Garden, Lord Jojo said, prepare well. Then, there was nothing else. Just these 4 words angered Mu Jingfeng so much that he slumped into his chair. Lord Chao swiftly set up a debt collection team led by the governors Wu Xiaoyin. He organized 17 to 18 subordinates and moved into the Mu estate that night. Before the next day, this matter had become the topic of conversation in the entire imperial capital. When everyone saw each other in teahouses and restaurants, they couldn't help but whisper, hey, did you hear? Family head Mu kept a mistress in his wife's dowry residence and was caught red-handed by eldest young Master Mu. She's already in the residence now. How could I not have heard? Look at how big the commotion has become. I heard that the mistress who's like a little white flower has angered Madame Mu half to death. Tisk tsk, how pitiful. Family head Mu can even bear to hurt such a gentle and kind woman like Madame Mu. Oh, you don't understand, right? The old saying is absolutely correct. A wife is inferior to a concubine, and a concubine is inferior to a mistress. I didn't expect that the prim and proper family head Mu to be so dissolute in private. Someone immediately sneered, dissolute my ass, I think he's just shameless. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so brazen as to let his mistress into his wife's dowry residence. That's right. That's his wife's private property. How could he do that? No wonder the crown princess flew into a rage and ordered him to hand over his wife's dowry. Haha, I heard that the Mu family's patriarch is in a terrible fix these days. He's really unlucky. That's right, the officials of the capital government organized a debt collection team and directly entered the Mu family. I heard that you have to pay it back within 6 days. Ha, that's hilarious. Everyone gloated for a while. Anyway, the knife didn't fall on their heads, so they were especially happy to see other people being dug out with a blunt knife. In particular, that person was the patriarch of a great family that ordinary people like them could never hope to touch. Since he was so unlucky, everyone was happy to watch the show from the side. The mentality of some people was somewhat distorted. If you were living well, they would lower their heads and fawn over you. Once you fell from your high and mighty position and were unlucky, they would mock you even more merrily than those who usually couldn't be bothered with you. The next day, Mu Jingfeng had people go out on the streets to ask around. He didn't know how much the matter had escalated, but he was so angry that he nearly died. Mu Jingfeng hid in the court alone and threw a fit. No matter who he looked at, no one was pleasing to the eye. Madame Mu also felt extremely wronged. Who did she offend? While everyone was scolding Mu Jingfeng, they couldn't help but mention her. The next day, Madame Mu fell ill after a sleepless night. She didn't leave her room in Gilded Garden and merely rested on the soft couch. The wet nurse, Nanny Chiu, was attending to her from the side, her eyes filled with heartache. She had always seen how hard Madame had worked all these years. Now that something like this happened, even if Madame didn't say anything, she must be feeling terrible in her heart. Madame. Song Lu angrily ran in and couldn't help but scold as soon as she entered, "That little slut is here again. She's kneeling outside and begging for forgiveness. I told Bai Hui to chase her away." Madame Mu slightly raised her head and sighed. "Bring her in." "Madame." Song Lu angrily stomped her feet. Her madam was good at everything, but her personality was too kind. It was fine if she treated those old concubines well. Aside from concubine Huang, who gave birth to fourth Miss Mu Roi, the other 3 concubines didn't have any children, so they couldn't be arrogant. The other 2 bedwarmers were of low status, so they were naturally controlled by Madame. However, this time, this little white flower, Xianxia, that master brought back from outside, couldn't be compared to the previous ones. This Xianxia was only 17 or 18 years old and had a delicate and gentle appearance. Most importantly, she already gave birth to a daughter for Master. Yesterday, Master named the little slut that the mistress gave birth to Mu Ro Shui. When Song Lu thought of this, she became even angrier. She felt that her madam wasn't worthy. Why was that mistress so rampant? Wasn't it all because she had Master's favor? Mu Qingya's brows were tinged with faint melancholy, and she softly sighed. It's fine as long as Master likes her. If he had brought her home earlier, there wouldn't be so much trouble today. A large part of the reason for her anger wasn't that Mu Jingfeng found a mistress outside, but that he had to hide it from her, causing the matter to reach this point where it couldn't be resolved. She already knew that Mu Jingfeng was talented, intelligent, and affectionate. She was an ordinary person who found it difficult to cultivate. It was all thanks to Mu Jingfeng's trust and love for her that she was able to sit in the position of the family's madam. How could she dare to ask for anything else? She only hoped that her husband could be with her for a long time. As for the rest, it's fine as long as my husband likes it. Song Lu almost cried out when she saw her mistress compromised like this. She couldn't help but resent the little white flower kneeling outside the door even more. If it wasn't for that B*TCH, would Madame be so sick that she couldn't even get out of bed today? Yuan Qianxia walked in, swaying with each step like a little white flower. When she saw Madame Mu, she knelt on the ground with a plop and confessed in tears. Madame Mu naturally wouldn't argue with a mistress, but she wasn't in the mood to comfort her. After waking her up, he simply instructed her to stay in the residence with ease, and then sent her away. As soon as Yuan Qianxia left the Gilded Garden, her face was twisted with anger. She thought about how she had knelt in that woman's courtyard early in the morning, acting humble and submissive, wanting to get along with her peacefully. She didn't expect that he wouldn't give her any favors at all. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have acted like that and knelt in that woman's courtyard early in the morning. Thinking of Mu Qingyao's arrogant attitude just now, Yuan Qianxia felt uncomfortable all over. So what if she was the madam of the family? She looked down on her so much. Even if she didn't fight for a bun, she had to fight for her dignity and make her regret in the past. Arbor sent people to the Gilded Garden and his father's courtyard to inquire about the situation. When he heard that the debt collection team's work was proceeding in an orderly manner, Sir Jojo was very happy. He let Kai Xiu gather all the accountants who had worked all night and had enough rest the night before. In a good mood, he gave everyone 20 times their wages. Originally, they had agreed on 10 times the pay, but now, it was doubled again. Everyone was overjoyed. Reaching out to take the 2,000 spirit coins that the Crown Princess prepared for each person, everyone's face was blooming with joy. After giving out the wages, Arbor let everyone leave. Even if some of them couldn't control their mouths and spread the news that the Crown Princess would take over a lot of dowry shops, it didn't matter. The little rich lady was not afraid of people talking. In any case, she had inherited thousands of acres of fertile land, 5 prosperous shops, and the half-moon cliff from Prince Kong. The news had already spread far and wide in the capital. As for who spread the news, it was easy to guess. It must be Princess Kang's adopted daughter, Miss Louis Ran. Not convinced, just hold it in, who asked Sir Jojo to be so likable, after so many days, this and that, the crown princess had already transformed from a little village girl into a big winner who had reached the pinnacle of life. So be it, she didn't care anyway. Early in the morning, Sir Jojo, who was living a very happy and comfortable life, sat down cross-legged and cultivated for a while. Suddenly, he heard Xiaoqiu say to him, Master Silver, Xianxia and the rest have all come out of seclusion and are probably going to advance in rank. Let them go out and advance in rank. Otherwise, the spiritual energy in Paradise Planet will be used up. Sir Xiaoqiu had collected so much spiritual energy with great difficulty, he couldn't let those little bastards advance in rank and cause a disaster. The stingy Sir Xiaoqiu was secretly scheming in his heart. Arbor was so smart, he naturally knew what it was thinking and couldn't help but find it funny. Okay. It was good to advance in rank. Let Xianxia and the rest go to the Mu family's back mountain, where there was a lot of spiritual energy in heaven and earth, they would naturally advance in rank. It was also good for his cultivation. A white light flashed. Xianxia, Duan Muqing, and little Fatty appeared beside her. Without a second word, Arbor called Huifeng to bring them to the spacious area behind the Mu clan's mountain to advance in rank. Xianxia, Duan Muqing, and the others had been in seclusion for a long time this time. Their cultivation levels would definitely improve greatly, just thinking about it made her happy for her friends. She was happier than if she had advanced. Mr. Jojo pushed open the door and walked out. He looked in the direction where his friends had left and pursed his lips. This was the scene that Mo Lian saw when she walked over. The little guy was standing at the door under the sunlight. His eyes were sparkling and he was extremely adorable. He flew to her side and pulled her into his arms. He kissed her soft little cheek. Jojo, what's the good news? Xianxia and the others have come out. Crown Prince Mo the Great immediately harumphed. How could this be considered a good thing? Xianxia and the rest of the troublesome fellows had come out. This meant that there would be even more people who would fight with him for the little one's attention in the future. Arbor blinked and glanced at Prince Mo. Xianxia and the others went to the back mountain to advance in rank. Okay. Prince Mo forced himself to be happy. That's perfect. There's a banquet in 5 days. Let them participate as well. Sir Jojo didn't have any objections. In any case, she would go wherever her husband went. If it was a banquet, then so be it. At worst, she would just wear her red battle clothes and fight to her heart's content. Mo Lian looked at her expression and wanted to laugh. Jojo, what are you thinking about? Arbor raised her head and glanced at him. Nothing. Mo Lian lowered his head and rubbed against her little head. That little expression of yours clearly means that you want to wear your red battle clothes and go fight. Arbor couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. This person was truly shrewd, he could see through everything. Mo Lian pulled her little hand and said, Don't worry, we're just going to attend a banquet. The main thing is that we've been back for a few days, so it's time to meet them. Arbor expressionlessly nodded her little head. Prince Mo knew that she wasn't very interested in these things, so after casually saying a few more words, he pulled her outside. The eldest branch's main family courtyard had been quite lively these past few days. The debt collection team had been urging them to gather the 280 million spirit coins as compensation, causing blisters to form on Mu Jingfeng's lips and his heart to burn with anxiety. Old Master Mu expressed that he was willing to fork out 50 million spirit coins to help compensate the first branch. The second branch, fourth branch, and fifth branch pretended to be deaf and mute and didn't say anything. Old third, old sixth, and old seventh weren't married, so they couldn't manage the affairs of their eldest brother's branch. Thus, in the entire Mu family, the first branch fought restlessly every day. The second branch, fourth branch, and fifth branch looked on, expressing their helplessness. Mu Jingfeng spent 3 days in this damned sun, each day feeling like a year. On the 4th day, the direction of the rumors outside suddenly changed. No longer were the rumors of the Mu family's family head's romantic affairs. This rumor suddenly rushed to the Crown Prince Consort's head again. When Kaichi angrily ran in to inform them of the rumors, Arbor was lying under the warm sunlight, drawing talismans one by one. They said that Xiaoxing girl was originally someone from the Crown Princess's room. After being chased out, he suddenly turned into a terrifying monster and attacked the Crown Princess. They even said that it was because the crown princess had returned that the monsters followed her. That day on Changle Street, the holy maiden of the Sun Moon Temple said that the crown princess was the source of the disaster. They said that it was all true. It was precisely because the crown princess returned to the Mu family that a monster appeared in the Mu family. Arbor's hand that was holding the talisman brush paused for a moment. He raised his eyes to look at Kai Chi's flushed little face. Is this matter being spread all over the streets? Kai Chi was so angry that she nodded vigorously. This servant heard about it when I went out to buy things. Arbor nodded. Hui Feng. What are your orders, Crown Princess? Go and inform Wu Xiaoyin that I, the Crown Princess, will receive 280 million spirit coins as compensation tonight. Also, go and tell Mr. Shi to prepare an accountant. Tomorrow morning, we will go to each store to arrange for people. Also, are the senior servants in charge ready? If so, we will set off together tomorrow. Everything is ready, Crown Princess. Hui Feng silently lit another candle for Mu Jingfeng. Regardless of whether Mu Jingfeng was the one behind this rumor or not, from the looks of it now, the young Crown Prince Consort was willfully pinning this debt on Mu Jingfeng. That's all for now. Kai Xiao, Kai Chi. Hui Feng, tell Li Yi to stand guard at the court's entrance. If anyone dares to barge in, don't be polite. Just kill them. Yes. Hui Feng nodded and immediately left to carry out the order. Soon, an 18 to 19-year-old girl dressed in black with a curvaceous figure stood at Yulan Court's entrance with a cold expression, holding a sword horizontally in her hand. Less than a quarter of an hour later, a commotion broke out in front of Yulan Court's entrance. Two fierce-looking old nannies came over with fierce expressions, saying that they were under family head's orders to invite Miss Chiao to the main courtyard. Li Ye's face was cold as she blocked them. One of the old nannies started cursing indistinctly. Before she could finish cursing, her head was separated from her body. The other was scared witless. How could she dare to linger at Yulan Court's entrance? She scrambled back to Mu Jingfeng's main courtyard to report this matter. Mu Jingfeng angrily smashed a teacup on the ground. Wu Xiaoyin also angrily smashed a cup. This official is under the Crown Princess orders to legally and reasonably collect the debt. Family head Mu, please cooperate. Don't waste everyone's time. Now that the Crown Princess wants to collect the debt early, it's also reasonable and reasonable. If you don't have enough spirit coins, please open the treasury. We have a professional accounting team that will convert the treasures obtained from the auction into spirit coins for you to calculate. Mu Jingfeng was so angry that he wanted to fling his sleeves and leave. Wu Xiaoyin was also enraged. If family head Mu doesn't cooperate, then we can only request the Purple Forest Guard to forcefully carry out the settlement. F***CK, why don't you try saying that again? Mu Jingfeng's eyes were spitting fire as he glared at Wu Xiaoyin as if he was looking at an enemy. He pointed a finger at the youth's face. Why you? Very good. This official believes that I have inherited Lord Chao's style. It's indeed very good. Bah. When your family's Lord Chao sees the Crown Princess, what kind of style is there? What kind of style is there? He's just a bootlicker, alright? Wu Xiaoyin coldly looked at Mu Jingfeng and said, Family head Mu, I advise you not to struggle anymore. Cooperate properly with handing over the spirit coins and resources. The sooner the settlement is completed, the sooner our debt collection team can leave the Mu family. Mu Jingfeng was so angry that his entire body trembled, but looking at the situation now, if he did not open the main branch's treasury, this matter really wouldn't be over. Mu Liang. Mu Jingfeng roared. Take them there. Keep a close eye on them. If there's even a single cent missing from the spiritual tools and medicinal herbs, I'll hold you responsible. Yes. Mu Liang couldn't help but sigh. Father and daughter, why did they have to create such a scene where the two enemies' eyes blazed with hatred? If he had a daughter, he would definitely dote on her. Why did he have to do this? Sigh. Mu family head swallowed a mouthful of blood in exasperation. With a dark and handsome face, he walked straight in the direction of Yulan Court. This rebellious girl, he stopped halfway and angrily punched a tree, breaking a small sapling. After Arbor finished drawing over 100 talismans, he stored all the talismans into a purple storage talisman. He expressionlessly sat on the soft couch and looked at the black-clothed girl in front of him. Find someone from the night pavilion and spread the news. Say that Mu Jingfeng is suffering because of his pride, and now, he has fallen to the point where he has to use auction items to exchange for spirit coins to repay his debt. After you're done with the matter above, go to the restaurant, catch a few ruffians who are spreading rumors, and directly kill them. Then, very gently tell everyone that they are rumormongers and ask everyone not to believe in rumors. Don't scare others, got it? Everyone. You told Li Yi to go directly to the restaurant and find the culprits to execute them on the streets. You even said that you had to tell everyone gently, and don't scare them. How could that not freaking scare them, who wouldn't be so scared that their parents wouldn't recognize them after witnessing the death of the rumormongers? Xiao Mu creased her brows and said, after you kill them, throw those main culprits who started the rumors into the central plaza. Remember to tie them there so that everyone can see what they look like. You have to politely tell everyone that these people are rumormongers and deserve to die. Got it? Li Yi nodded with a deadpan expression. Crown Princess, this subordinate understands. Arbor nodded but still worriedly reminded, remember not to scare them. Eunuch Chen, who was standing at the side with his head bowed, stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Crown Princess, are you really not here to make a fool of yourself? The Crown Princess had a solemn expression. Seeing that Li Yi understood her words, she nodded and waved her hand to send her off. After the sun set, the Crown Prince finally extricated himself from the Emperor's place. Before he could ask about the rumor, he saw Li Yi walk in. Greetings to the Crown Prince, Crown Princess. How did it go? The young Crown Princess asked with a serious expression. Well done, Li Yi answered. Eunuch Chen felt like laughing. Could it be that this subordinate resembled her master? This new lass called Li Yi had a stoic face that somewhat resembled the young Crown Prince consort. Her words and actions were also short and concise. This subordinate followed the Crown Princess's instructions and had the night pavilion's members spread the news. Then, we went to a large restaurant in the imperial capital where people from all walks of life gathered. Sure enough, this subordinate caught 3 ruffians who were spreading the rumor that the Crown Princess was the source of the disaster. This subordinate didn't scare them. This subordinate only drew my sword and splattered their blood on the spot. But the strange thing was, before this subordinate could explain, the people in the restaurant screamed and ran away. The Crown Prince's mouth twitched silently. This subordinate swears that this subordinate really didn't scare anyone. The little Crown Princess nodded. Li Yi said with a cold face, this subordinate will throw these 3 ruffians into the central plaza and hang them on the pillar next to the mission board. I didn't expect that even the people in the square would run away this time. I only had time to say that they were spreading rumors. Before I could finish, everyone had disappeared. I'm sure I didn't scare anyone. The little Crown Princess nodded again. Prince Mo was having a hard time trying to hold back his laughter. Li Yi then said, this subordinate had no choice but to hang a sign on the ruffian's body to explain what happened. I believe that anyone with eyes can see it. How did you write it? This subordinate writes, those who spread rumors and slandered the Crown Princess shall die. The little Crown Princess took out a small porcelain bottle from her inner world and handed it to Li Yi. She patted her shoulder and said, not bad. Here's your reward. PFFF. Prince Mo held his forehead and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The little Crown Princess and Li Yi turned to look at him at the same time and cursed inwardly, why is the Crown Prince laughing over such a serious matter? It's been hard on you. Go back and rest. The little Crown Princess had Li Yi go back. That night, the rumors about the Crown Princess all disappeared without a trace. Mu Jingfeng's glorious deeds were once again brought up, and the streets and alleys were abuzz with it. The next morning, the Crown Princess brought a group of people and headed to Kaidai Pavilion in a grandiose manner. Late that night, the first branch of the Mu family finally collected 280 million in compensation and handed it all to Wu Xiaoyin. In addition to the old man who paid 50 million spirit coins, the Mu family head reluctantly took out 100 million spirit coins. The other 130 million was made up with spirit stones, medicinal herbs, spiritual energy, forging materials, and other things of equal value. It can't be said that the first branch of the Mu family really paid a lot of money this time, Wu Xiaoyin found that the young crown princess looked particularly calm when she received the compensation. Looking at the equivalent of 280 million spirit coins, her eyebrows didn't even move. Indifferent, magnificent. She's really a role model that I admire. Wu Xiaoyin silently said that the crown princess was too powerful 3 times in his heart, and he planned to go back and report everything to Lord Chao. Lord Chao was very right to have no integrity to support the young crown princess. Since the young crown princess returned to the capital, those who stood opposite her, which one of them had a good ending? King Jianping. It was useless to hug the great emperor's thigh, and he was still slapped down by the crown princess. The crown prince of Jianping was beaten up by the king of Jianping, and he was still lying in bed and couldn't get up. The Long family, the Gu family, and the young crown princess didn't even have a chance to meet, and they were already trembling from the fine. The Sun Moon Temple could be considered famous in the 3 regions. The holy nun of the temple was slapped by the young crown princess until her parents couldn't recognize her. To bring the holy nun home, they also had to pay a corresponding large compensation. This time, it was the Mu family head's turn. The extent of bleeding could be said to be not a great loss of vitality. After this incident, the Mu family head was afraid that the entire first branch of the Mu family would be depressed for who knows how long. How could he be so extravagant when it came to spending in the future? Wu Xiaoyin concluded that people wouldn't die if they didn't court death. Therefore, it was better to weigh their own strength and see if they should court death. The next morning, the crown prince consort, who was feeling refreshed, woke up early in the morning. She had someone set up a carriage and brought along a group of stewards, nannies, and accountants to Kaidai brothel. The crown prince was called into the palace by the great emperor early in the morning. Jojo didn't want the man to be involved in this matter. She could handle it herself, so there was no need for Prince to do it. There were about 20 to 30 horse-drawn carriages, carrying dozens of accountants, hundreds of stewards, nannies, servants, and so on. When the group of people left the Mu residence, it naturally caused a huge commotion. When someone reported this to Madame Mu, Mu Qingya was dumbfounded. The crown princess' first stop is Kaidai Loft. Song Lu stomped her feet and shouted angrily, "The crown princess is completely looking down on you, madam." Mu Qingya couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was originally Sister Chu Yun's business, so it's reasonable for the crown princess to want to take it back. However, how much would the crown princess know about this business? He was worried that the little girl would squander away all of Long Chiyun's shops. Song Lu couldn't help but stomp her feet and shout resentfully, "My dear madam. You're so kind-hearted that you're still worried about her at this time. She really doesn't look down on you, madam." Mu Qingya glared at her. "I'm originally managing these businesses on behalf of the crown princess. Isn't it natural for the crown princess to want to take them back? Don't say such things again in the future. Go inform Qing Yang and the others to have those stewards receive the crown princess well. Don't neglect her." Qing Yang greets the crown princess. A middle-aged woman wearing a blue and white cloth jacket with neat features led a group of steward nannies out of Kaidai veranda's main entrance. She bowed to the crown princess, who was leading a group of people, and stopped majestically in front of Kaidai veranda's main entrance. The young crown princess alighted from the carriage and expressionlessly nodded at the woman. Li Yi expressionlessly followed behind. Following closely behind the crown princess were Kai Xiao and Kai Chi, who entered Kaidai veranda. "Serve tea to the crown princess. No need to trouble yourself." The young crown princess waved her hand and randomly found a seat to sit down. It was early in the morning, and Kaidai veranda wasn't open for business yet. Thus, there were only a few steward nannies and waiters in the shop. The shopkeeper was a rather snobbish man in his 50s. Although he was doing his best to suppress the anger in his chest, his gaze towards the young crown princess was very unfriendly. Arbor couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the shopkeeper. She knew that the shopkeepers of Kaidai veranda and Precious Painting Workshop weren't in power. Qing Yang, on the other hand, was one of the 2 most popular people by Mu Qingya's side. She was in charge of Kaidai veranda and Precious Painting Workshop behind the scenes. Even the shopkeeper was extremely courteous when he saw her. "Shopkeeper who?" Arbor called out. An old shopkeeper surnamed who immediately walked out and respectfully bowed. "This old servant is here. From today onwards, shopkeeper who will take over all of Kaidai veranda's affairs." Arbor didn't waste time with them and directly issued the order. She pointed at the flustered and exasperated shopkeeper of Kaidai Veranda. Mr. Hong. The accountant surnamed Hong also immediately walked forward and bowed. From today onwards, Mr. Hong will be in charge of the accounts. You can settle this month's salary with Mr. Hong. Based on what? The shopkeeper of Kaidai Veranda glared and roared angrily with a flushed face. Based on the fact that this crown princess dislikes you. Arbor said coldly. Is this reason sufficient? Everyone was speechless. The little crown princess was indeed a powerful person. With just one sentence, the old shopkeeper was rendered speechless. His entire face was flushed red, and his blood vessels were about to burst. Xianxia suppressed her anger and hurriedly replied in a steady voice, Crown Prince Consort, you're not familiar with Kaidai Veranda's business. If you rashly take over everything here, I'm afraid it will be a great blow to your future business. What does it have to do with you? Sunyang froze and suddenly felt like she couldn't continue the conversation. What was wrong with the crown princess? When you talk to her, she's always choking. When you try to reason with her, she won't listen to reason at all. Her behavior is simply too much. You just need to hand over the keys to the accountant and the manager. Arbor said coldly, didn't your madam tell you that I, the crown princess, am bringing someone to hand over today? If you don't know, then invite your madam over. I, the crown princess, will have a good chat with her. Xianxia was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She suppressed the anger in her heart and was unable to react for a long time. Crown princess, can you be reasonable? Xianxia suppressed her anger and tried to talk to the crown princess in a calm voice. How am I unreasonable? Arbor looked at her coldly and turned to look at Li Yi and the rest. I'm unreasonable? Li Yi drew her sword and said coldly. Since you guys won't listen to Crown Princess reasoning, then listen to Li Yi's reasoning. Everyone took a step back and stared at Li Yi as if they were facing a great enemy. The young Crown Princess said expressionlessly, I'm very reasonable. Eunuch Chen, who had followed them into Kaidai Pavilion, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. I, the Crown Princess, am not here to ask for a handover. Get your facts straight. The young Crown Princess said coldly, I'm here to convey my order. I want you to complete the handover by today. Do you understand? The old shopkeeper of Kaidai Pavilion was so angry that he almost jumped out of his body. As the shopkeeper of Kaidai Pavilion, his monthly salary was as high as 80,000 spirit coins. Where else could you work these days to get such a high monthly salary? How could he be willing to take a few months' salary and then be miserably chased away by others? The old shopkeeper looked at Xianxia, who was beside him, for help. Although Xianxia was also very angry, there was nothing she could do. The crown princess insisted on this and even brought people here to hand over the work. What could she do? The deed to Kaidai Pavilion's shop was clearly the young crown prince consort's property. How could she openly snatch it? She was so angry that her head hurt, but there was nothing she could do. Xianxia took a few deep breaths and could only look at the young crown princess and say, Crown princess, isn't it a bit too childish to complete the handover in one day? The only thing she could do now was to drag things out. She had to drag things out first. Xianxia was very unwilling to hand over the Kaidai Pavilion, which she had worked so hard to take care of, to someone else to manage. When Kaidai Pavilion was half dead in the past, she and her madam had taken care of the property conscientiously and racked their brains to make Kaidai Pavilion big. The young crown princess didn't do anything. Just because she inherited her mother's dowry, she could take over all the property and enjoy the success she had now. The crown princess glanced at Xianxia coldly. She knew that she would definitely be stopped when she came to hand over the handover. Mu Qingyao's words were pleasant to hear, but her subordinates didn't do anything practical. Their attitude of making excuses annoyed her. Today, settle the accounts with Mr. Hong. Complete the handover of all the work in Kaidai Pavilion with shopkeeper Hu, the young crown prince consort said expressionlessly. Don't try to play dumb and fool me. If you think I'm young and easy to bully. Arbor glanced at Li Yi. Li Yi immediately unsheathed her sword and slashed at the black wooden table beside her. With a chi sound, the table broke into pieces. Everyone in the shop turned pale and shrank back hurriedly. The setting of drawing a sword at the slightest disagreement was simply too terrifying. You can try the sword in my hand. Li Yi replied expressionlessly. Xianxia's heart trembled slightly, and she took a step back with trembling steps. Her eyes flickered as she looked at the crown prince consort in front of her. She took a breath and bowed, saying, "Xianxia understands." Today's matter had to be handed over regardless of whether she wanted to or not. If she didn't give in, according to the little crown princess's usual style of doing things, she really might execute all these rebellious people. Why should she feel sorry for her own life? Xianxia turned her head and saw that the old shopkeeper still wanted to make a fuss. She glared at him. "Go hand over the handover." The old shopkeeper's surname was Zhang. When he heard this, his face immediately flushed red, and his eyes surged with anger and disappointment. He said with dissatisfaction, Xianxia, this Zhang believes that he has been working hard for Kai Dai Pavilion all these years. What reason do they have to not want me as the shopkeeper?" Li Yi did not say anything and went forward to pick up the chattering shopkeeper. Lu Su. Shopkeeper who? Coming. Shopkeeper who hurriedly followed after her. It was unknown how Li Yi taught the old shopkeeper a lesson, but very quickly, shopkeeper who began to smoothly hand over the business. Kai Dai Pavilion's original accountant also followed Mr. Hong to hand over the accounts with a submissive expression. Arbor pointed to 2 nannies in charge and brought along 7 to 8 nimble and agile maids to check the original nannies and waiters in Kai Dai Pavilion. Those waiters who served the dishes and washed the dishes did not need to be chased away. Arbor got people to hand over the important jobs such as the accountant. As for the people below, if they wanted to cause trouble, they were all chased away. Those who wanted to do a good job could stay. It did not matter. In less than an hour, the handover in Kai Dai Pavilion was on track in an orderly manner. Arbor then brought the remaining people to another prosperous shop on Changle Street, Precious Painting Workshop. Before leaving, Arbor glanced at the silent Xianxia and said indifferently, "Follow me to Precious Painting Workshop." Xianxia was so angry that her chest hurt, but there was nothing she could do. Looking at the little crown princess attitude today, it seemed that she was going to go door to door and bring people to hand over these shops. Her movements were so fast that even if she wanted to do something behind the scenes, it was simply too late. Xiaomu was particular about efficiency when doing things. He directly brought people to Precious Painting Workshop and after some pressure, left the new shopkeeper and accountant in Precious Painting Workshop. Xianxia could not help but say indifferently, Precious Painting Workshop's business is not as simple as Kai Dai Pavilion. Kai Dai Pavilion was a place that sold food and drinks. If the little crown princess took over and continued to cook according to the previous recipes, she would be able to maintain her business. On the other hand, Precious Art Workshop specialized in selling jewelry and beauty products. Without those novel flower designs provided by Madame, without Madame's endless ideas, without Madame's handmade makeup powder and fragrances, let's see how many months this Xianxia workshop can continue operating. The young crown prince consort took a tour around Xianxia workshop. She had to admit that Madame Mu's business methods were quite unique. The Precious Painting Workshop was not like other shops where the shopkeeper sat in the main hall and locked the jewelry in the counter. The more precious items were brought to the second floor for a tour. The jewelry and makeup products in her shop were all hung on the wall, and it was a dazzling sight to behold. "What kind of jewelry do you want? You just have to say the serial number, and a young and beautiful shop assistant will take it for you." The design and appearance were very trendy. Those precious pieces of jewelry were placed on several circular crystal shelves in the middle of the shop, separated by a layer of transparent protective cover, allowing people to admire their beauty as soon as they walked into the shop. The second floor only received some distinguished female guests. Those who could go up to the second floor were a symbol of status. When Arbor brought people in, there were already 2 or 3 young ladies in the shop, and they were choosing jewelry with their servant girls. When they saw Arbor, one of the ladies could not help but exclaim, "Is that the crown princess?" Chen Baojia through Ji Xiang, who was shouting beside her, and rolled her eyes impolitely, thinking, "I really shouldn't have come out with this idiot." Ji Xiang's face turned slightly pale. She felt that there was something wrong with her. Seeing the little crown princess inexplicably made her heart flutter and her palms sweat slightly. This was a strange symptom that made one's complexion change at the sight of the crown princess. She really didn't dare to provoke this powerful little crown princess. Previously at General Zhongli's residence, a group of noble ladies had teamed up to ridicule the crown princess. In the end, they were slapped in the face by the crown princess every time. Afterwards, these noble ladies secretly wanted to lure the stingers to sting the crown princess. In the end, the crown princess was unscathed, but they were stung by the stingers until they cried for their parents. The most terrifying thing was that a group of mosquitoes came out of the stingers. Not only did they emit flames, but they also exploded, causing them to cry for their parents. Several noble ladies' hair was burned off. Xianxia was also the first to bear the brunt. Her hair was scorched, and her hands and body were injured quite badly. She had been resting for many days. When she heard that a new batch of jewelry had arrived at Precious Painting Workshop, she was itching to come out and meet people. In the end, she didn't expect to meet the little crown princess as soon as she came out. Xianxia couldn't help but want to cry now. She hurriedly walked forward and obediently bowed to Arbor. Greetings to the crown princess. Arbor glanced at her indifferently. You may dispense with the formalities. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Although the little crown princess' attitude was cold, she didn't look like she wanted to make things difficult for her. In fact, Xianxia didn't need to worry at all. Arbor was the kind of person who would only slap you to death if you courted death and provoked her. Moreover, once she took revenge on the spot, she would at most ignore you the next time she saw you. She wouldn't attack you again. If you didn't provoke her, why would she go crazy and slap you? Is the crown princess here to take back Precious Painting Workshop today? Who in the imperial capital didn't know that the crown princess had been causing a ruckus in the Mu clan's main branch and taking back her mother's dowry? Xianxia tried to strike up a conversation. The little crown princess glanced at her and nodded indifferently. On the side, Xianxia gritted her teeth. A slightly stiff smile appeared on her face as she walked forward and bowed. Greetings to Crown Prince Consort. If it wasn't for Xianxia's brainless shout, they could have pretended that they didn't see the crown princess and dispensed with the etiquette. Xianxia was so stupid that she had to come forward and salute her. Xianxia was angry in her heart, but the smile on her face was more brilliant. The little crown princess recognized Xianxia. Of course, he did not have a good impression of her. This person was Empress Dowager Chen's grandniece. As soon as she moved into the Crown Prince Palace, she sent little eunuch Li to test her bottom line. She even wanted to stay in the Crown Prince's residence and steal her husband. She didn't have a good impression of her at first glance. Arbor put on an even colder face and didn't let Xianxia get up. He just stared at Xianxia coldly. Xianxia's heart was slightly startled. She stood there trembling with fear as she curiously sized up Xianxia. That day, they had angered the crown princess together. She didn't expect the crown princess to be so rude to Xianxia while her attitude towards her was still alright. Did something happen between the two of them that she didn't know about? Xianxia gritted her teeth and forced a smile. She lowered her head and squatted slightly. She was so angry that her heart was trembling. Her voice revealed a bit of grievance. Crown princess? The little crown princess didn't even look at her and directly led her people out of Precious Painting Workshop. Next shop. Xianxia was so angry that she straightened up and her lips trembled when she saw her leave without looking back. She stomped her feet and said to Xianxia beside her, "It's all your fault. Why did you greet that woman?" He had caused her to suffer such a great humiliation. She was so angry that her entire body trembled slightly. Xianxia was also very puzzled and asked, "Baojia, what happened between you and the crown princess?" Baojia said with a sullen face, "What can happen? It's all because that person is petty and can't stand the Empress Dowager. I'm more shameless than her." Ever since the crown princess entered the palace, the Empress Dowager had never summoned her. Instead, Baojia would enter the palace every few days to eat and chat with the Empress Dowager. Wasn't Baojia more shameless in front of the Empress Dowager? Thinking of this, Baojia's anger eased a little. With a cold face, she glanced at the empty shop and snorted, "I think there's no need to come to Xin Painting Workshop in the future." "Baojia, why do you say that?" Xianxia asked in surprise. Was this person a pig's brain? Baojia glanced at her resentfully and said, "Now that the shop has been taken back by the crown princess, think about it. Can a girl from the village manage Xin Painting Workshop well? Does she know about jewelry trends? Does she know what kind of beauty products are suitable for the young ladies of aristocratic families?" Chen Baojia smiled sarcastically. She doesn't know anything and rashly snatched Zhen Painting Workshop from Madame Mu's hands. I think Zhen Painting Workshop won't be able to operate for long. Sooner or later, it will be ruined by her. Baojia. Ji Xiang clutched her sleeves tightly and glanced at Chen Baojia timidly. Let's be careful with our words. Look at you. I only scared you in Zhong Li's residence and you're scared out of your wits. Chen Baojia glanced at her unhappily. Let's go. Ji Xiang hurriedly followed up and the two of them left Zhenhua workshop. When Chen Baojia returned to the residence, she called for her personal maidservant, bring 2 servants and go to Changle Street to buy a few hooligans to help me spread the news. Say that the crown princess, the village girl, doesn't know what's good for her and forced her legal mother to hand over Zhen Painting Workshop. However, she's just a village woman from a small mountain village in the Lower Star region. She doesn't have such good eyesight. The precious painting workshop in the future won't be as good as before. Only village girls will be willing to buy things from Zhen Painting Workshop. Chen Baojia said sarcastically with a sneer on the corner of her mouth. Chen Baojia's personal maidservant naturally knew about the grudges between her young miss and the crown princess. She nodded and, with her face covered, led the 2 servants to the alley of Changle Street to look for the little scoundrel. In the end, he couldn't find the 2 scoundrels even after looking around. The only 2 little scoundrels, upon hearing that they were to accept the order to spread the news of the crown prince consort, both of them ran faster than rabbits with pale faces. It was as if there was a ghost chasing them from behind, disappearing without a trace in a flash. Chen Baojia's personal maidservant suppressed her anger and went back to report the matter. Chen Baojia couldn't help but be at her wits' end. However, she suffered a few losses at the hands of Arbor and was unwilling to let go of Jojo just like that. Thus, she invited a few young ladies to the Chen residence under the guise of a gathering of her close friends and intentionally or unintentionally revealed the news about Zhen Painting Workshop to others. The news spread like wildfire, and in less than an afternoon, those noble ladies also knew that Zhen Art Lane had changed owners. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Arbor looked as if she was strolling through a garden. She finished touring her mother's dozens of dowry shops and inspected the farmlands and fields. After making sure that all the handover personnel were in place, she then brought Li Yi, Kai Xiu, and Kai Chi back to the Mu residence. Although she had been shopping for an entire day, the little fellow was still in high spirits. Crown Princess. Zhao Tongdong stepped forward and bowed. He hurriedly said, His Majesty has sent word that he wants to keep your highness in the South Study to discuss politics tonight. When the little crown princess heard that, she couldn't help but frown. She cursed inwardly, but didn't show any expression on her face. She only replied with an "oh" and sent eunuch Xiao away. Auntie Jing watched from the side and secretly sighed in admiration. The little crown princess didn't ask eunuch Xiao why the crown prince stayed in the South Study to discuss important matters. It could be seen that she was a girl with a sense of propriety. Although she wasn't too happy, she didn't show any expression on her face. The little fellow slumped on the bed listlessly and waved her hand to dismiss everyone. She took out a communication jade tablet from her inner world and saw a line of words floating. Baby, I'll be back early tomorrow morning. Have a good meal and rest early. Sir Jojo rolled his eyes. He didn't even bother to take a bath and didn't want to do anything. He directly rolled onto the bed and went to sleep. The next morning, when Arbor opened her eyes, she felt a head rubbing against her side. She took a closer look and saw that the guy was looking at her with a grin on his face. You're stinky. He reached out to poke her little face and carefully looked at her attire. She didn't even take off her outer clothes before rolling onto the bed and sleeping. Arbor instantly felt a little embarrassed. She originally came back in high spirits yesterday and wanted to tell him about the day's results, who knew that he wouldn't be coming back. The little fellow instantly lost her energy. The exhaustion from a day of tossing and turning immediately rushed up and she fell asleep without doing anything. Is it because you can't see me that you're unhappy and went to sleep in a huff? She hit the nail on the head, however, Sir Jojo would never admit it. Rolling her eyes at him, Xiao Mu groaned as she tried to get up, but to her surprise, he reached out and hugged her, bouncing her off the bed. Jojo, you need to change your habit of not talking in the morning. Change your sister. You must be secretly saying in your heart, change my sister. Arbor, that's not right, Jojo. Prince Mo carried her to the basin and handed her a wet handkerchief to wipe her face. Did it go well yesterday? Arbor's spirit was slightly lifted, but when he thought about how he didn't come home last night, he didn't want to talk to him. She snorted and turned the back of her head towards him. The crown prince was secretly amused. He hugged her from behind and rubbed his head against her neck. It must be very smooth. With Jojo in charge, everything will be settled. That was. The little fellow turned his head and looked at him. I'm afraid your father didn't make you stay overnight on purpose, did he? The crown prince couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head and said, that's not it. He pulled her to sit in front of the dressing mirror, picked up an exquisitely crafted ivory tusk inlaid with purple rubies, and gently combed her long hair. There was a sudden piece of news yesterday. Not far from the border town where we landed in China, there was a sudden monster attack in a small city called Luan City. I stayed in the south study to look at the information, and while I was at it, I told father about the Tianyun organization and the zombie. Arbor nodded. Since this matter was so important, she naturally had to mention it to the emperor as soon as possible. She also didn't want the perfectly fine great divine continent to become like Xing. In fact, Xing was much better in this life than in her previous life. At least, the zombie situation didn't spread as badly as it did in her previous life. As long as they learned to control this matter, they could always control the situation within a certain range. Did your father say anything? Him? More shocked, right? Prince Mo thought of his father's hand last night and couldn't help but curl his lips. Ignorant guy. Arbor glanced at the crown prince's expression and wanted to laugh a little. We must pay attention to this matter in Luan City. As Crown Prince Mo spoke, his hands didn't stop. He helped his wife tie up her hair into a simple yet lively bun, then picked out the hairpin he had made himself from the hairpin case and inserted it into her hair without hesitation. Seeing his wifey change into a purple muslin dress and walk out from behind the screen, the Crown Prince's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward to hold her. Jojo, you're getting prettier by the day. Arbor wasn't like other girls, who probably blushed at a compliment. Instead, she was a little smug, thinking that Prince Mo was very right. I'll go patrol again today to see how the handover of the shops is going. Arbor raised her little head. I'll go with you. Go to sleep. Arbor cast him an annoyed glance. This person didn't sleep last night. Didn't he need to catch up on sleep? Prince Mo shook her little hand. I'll catch up on sleep in the carriage. No need. You still have to attend that palace banquet tonight. You won't have the energy. Arbor tugged at his sleeve. Go to sleep. Prince Mo's eyes lit up. He hugged Arbor and whispered, Jojo, are you worried about your husband? Arbor gave him a look that said, aren't you talking nonsense? He reached out and patted his butt with his little paw. Go to sleep. Soon after, he turned around and called for Xianxia and the others. Then, he ordered the carriage to set out. Prince Mo froze there for a long time, the tips of his ears involuntarily turning red. Only after a long time did he come to his senses. Oh my god, was I being teased by Lord Jojo just now? Arbor had no idea that she had just flirted with a certain someone. She was just a little careless. Just as he got into the carriage and was about to leave, he was interrupted by Xianxia's surprised shriek. Aya, my Jojo. Xianxia jumped onto the carriage and hugged her, wanting to kiss her. I missed you so much, Jojo. Arbor hurriedly reached out to cover her mouth. Unable to take it anymore, he said, You, stop. You guys have completed your advancement. Io, you stink all over. Hurry and bathe. Yes. Xianxia nodded. She pulled up her sleeves and sniffed. She almost fainted from the stench. Wah, I really stink. Arbor was speechless and wanted to laugh. He pushed her face away and looked at little Fatty, Mata, Duan Muqing and the rest who ran over. I prepared rooms for you. Eunuch Zhao, get someone to bring them to the courtyard to rest and wash up. Alright, everyone, please. Jojo, are you going out? Wait for me to go with you. No need. You guys have advanced for so long. Rest for a day. I'll be back in the evening. I'll leave first. Arbor couldn't stand Xianxia's stench any longer. She hurriedly lowered the curtains and called out, "Let's go, let's go." She looked like she was running away. Ma Ta laughed heartily and teased Xianxia, "You're the one who's leaving." Xianxia snorted when she heard this. "You don't stink? Smell yourself, you stink 100 times more than me. You stinker." Everyone was noisily led by eunuch Zhao to their respective rooms to bathe and rest. As for Arbor, she sat alone in the carriage and couldn't help but smile faintly when she thought of Xianxia and the others. They'd caused quite a commotion when they'd broken through in the back mountain of the Mu residence. Even old Patriarch Mu had been alerted and had gone to the back mountain to investigate. However, when he found out that a few of his young friends had broken through here, the old man had thoughtfully instructed everyone in the Mu residence not to disturb them. Arbor was happier than anyone that Xianxia and the others had successfully broken through this time. She'd taken a rough look at their cultivation levels just now. Xianxia had already entered the 6th level of the spirit realm. The little fatty, Ma Ta, Lu Yu, and Hua Tao had all entered the 9th level of the spirit realm. Jiang Xiaoxin had also successfully reached the 8th level of the spirit realm. Only Duan Muqing's cultivation level was something she couldn't determine. It was obvious that his cultivation level was now above hers. Arbor felt a bit happy when she thought of being able to gather with her friends again and roam the world together. It would be even better if she could meet up with senior brother Situ and the others one day. Since she had nothing to do, Arbor took out a book of poisons and flipped through it. She leaned against the soft cushions in the carriage and read line by line. Actually, she seemed to have read these books thousands of times. She could clearly remember which herbs were on which page and which line. Arbor thought of yesterday when she thought of this. Qing Yang had mocked and ridiculed her yesterday. The gist of her words was that she didn't understand the business of Precious Painting Workshop. If she took over Precious Painting Workshop, the shop would probably close down in 2 months. It seemed that some rumors had started to spread again. Arbor didn't need to ask around to know that Miss Chen, who she'd met at Precious Painting Workshop yesterday, wouldn't let go of this opportunity to smear her name. However, none of this mattered anymore. To a nouveau riche, whether or not this small precious art workshop could continue to operate stably and whether or not it could make a lot of money was not a big problem. What she wanted to do was to get the item back from Mu Jingfeng. Regardless of whether she could manage it well or not, she just couldn't let Mu Jingfeng benefit from it. The little guy thought for a moment, then used his divine sense to push open the inner world gate, and looked through the inner world. Then, he summoned Xing'an's divine sense avatar, who was training his divine sense on its own, into his inner world. After her conscious had evolved, her spiritual sense body had also evolved into a spiritual sense body. Moreover, ever since her inner world had expanded to 500 cubic meters, she had become much more powerful than before. Not only did it contain 3,000 statues, but it was also filled with gold, silver, jewels, and mountains of gold and silver. She let her spiritual consciousness jump in, but there was almost no place to land. Stepping on a pile of gold, silver, pearls, and jades, it made people speechless. Every time she looked at her inner world, she would get a headache. Lately, she had been trying her best not to open her inner world. Now that her conscious had entered the deity realm, she could take anything in her inner world without any effort. She remembered that there were several small copper boxes buried under the pile of pearls and jades. She let her spiritual consciousness rummage through the jewelry and saw her all-purpose food box. She simply let her divine sense clone open the all-purpose food box and took out a meat bun. She held it in her hand and took a bite without hesitation. It was warm and soft, and the taste of the bun was especially good. No wonder Shaolin kept saying that she wanted to eat a bun all day after eating one. Thinking of her soft and cute little sister, Arbor's eyes softened. Intentionally or unintentionally, her gaze moved towards the 3,000 stone sculptures. There was finally an open space behind the stone sculptures. In addition to the strangely shaped snake-shaped sculpture howling at the sky, there was also a golden martial ant walking around like she had ADHD. Ever since she had asked Golden Martial Ant to come out and help Jojo, Jojo had let her stay in his inner world. It was as if this Golden Martial Ant couldn't stop walking around the snake-shaped sculpture all day long. It gave Jojo a headache. Arbor was helpless. Just as she was about to retract her gaze, her line of sight suddenly paused, and her divine sense suddenly stopped on the snake-shaped stone sculpture. Could it be that she was hallucinating just now? Why did she seem to see the snake-shaped eyes of the stone sculpture suddenly move, as if the eyeballs under the eyelids rolled a circle? Don't scare me. Arbor used her divine sense to carefully scan the snake-shaped sculpture again. Seeing that it didn't move at all, she was slightly relieved. She must have been seeing things just now. She had been scaring herself all day and making a fuss about nothing. Arbor couldn't help but secretly laugh at herself for being timid. She retracted her divine sense and looked at the divine sense clone rummaging through the pile of jewelry to find a small copper box. Finally, the tiny figure pulled out several small copper chests from the pile of jewels. Arbor didn't know why, but a strange feeling slid through her heart. She felt that there were a dozen or so small copper boxes buried below, and she also felt that she should open these small boxes to take a look when she was feeling doubtful. Thus, when she opened the box, it was full of books and letters. The books were stacked up, there were a lot of books. Arbor's divine sense moved slightly and took out 3 of the small boxes. She then chased her divine sense clone back to Paradise Planet to continue training her divine sense. What are these books? Arbor flipped through the books and saw many books that she found familiar. She casually picked up a book and flipped through it. Seeing the small handwriting left behind when she was studying, she inexplicably felt that it was somewhat familiar. He took a pen and paper and wrote something down. Then, he put down the pen. He looked at his own handwriting and then at the book. Well, although they were a little different, it was certain that both handwriting were hers. In the past, her handwriting was a little immature, but now, her handwriting was even more vigorous, and her strokes were both good in form and spirit. Heaving a sigh of relief, Arbor picked up a letter and flipped it open. His eyes couldn't help but redden. It really was her master's handwritten letter. On the bottom left corner of the first page, there were the words Dark Phoenix. He flipped through a few handwritten books. One of them was about how to train people, and the other was about how to quickly become a shop owner. From the buying and selling of the store, to the location of the store, to the interior decoration style, everything was done in great detail. The strangest thing was that one of the handwritten books recorded the method of running a restaurant. It was written on how to set up chairs outside the store, how to get the staff to dress uniformly, how to improve the menu, and so on. Many of the methods seemed to coincide with Madame Mu's methods. Arbor's eyebrows moved slightly. End of chapter 2708. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.